What is going on, beautiful people? Let's hop right into it. How is 4th, 2026? Welcome back to the show. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe to the channel. Please also subscribe over there to this space. This space is doing a subscriber drive, which they started on the 2nd. Please, if you could head over there, it is a great opportunity. Let me throw this on the screen too, because it's a great opportunity to get involved with a community that is absolutely trying to do the right thing over there for the right reasons. Let me throw this on there for you guys, because they wanted me to make sure that we do the right thing here by this space. And again, it's a good working class independent media collective, as you can see on the screen. Your support helps this channel to stay on the air. In 2026, they're focused on growth. So if you haven't already, please encourage the others to subscribe as well. Sharing our content supports individual creators. Let me get out of the way. As much as it supports the entire project, by working together, we can break through the algorithm while we continue to speak truth to power and provide quality media at the same time. So as you guys always hear me or talk about on Wednesday afternoons, I just want to give a big shout out to this space, the mods, everybody over there, Matt, for putting it together. I really do appreciate you guys, and hopefully everybody that hears this, everybody that sees this, will hop over there, give them a big subscribe over there, give them a like on the stream. It goes a long way in helping. And again, if we could build the numbers up and give it's just very important that we have the most channels, the most people, the most independent thinkers, the most independent creators up here in a space that is available to them to get their word out at any point in time, with people and great mods that are willing to help and support their channels. It really is a great cause that I'm happy to be a part of. So again, anybody watching this now live, anybody watching this later, please think about going over there and subscribing to this space. Again, big shout out to Matt and the mods over there. What do you say we hop into saying hi to our chat over here? The best chat on the internet, the best chat on social media. What's going on, guys? There you are. What's up, beautiful people? What's going on, Troll Slayer? What's up, Sammy, Steve, Rob, and Mark? What's going on, everybody? Appreciate you. Anybody that would just watch me over there with Hal, good conversation as always that we have. What's up, Yakov? Thank you so much. Started out with $1 or $2. I appreciate you, Yakov, as always. What's going on, Mr. Foss? What's up, Rocks? Appreciate you, El Rondo. Everybody on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Instagram, as always. Like I said, hit that like button. We got a few different stories that we're going to be diving into today. Obviously, we're going to be talking about Donald Trump and his little interaction that he had with Caitlin Collins, basically now telling everybody in America, everybody in the world that wants answers to what happened and what was released in the Epstein files, to just move on, to just get on with your life. Don't think about it anymore, all while being misogynistic and demeaning and degrading to Caitlin Collins. So we'll be digging into that clip, seeing if we can kind of set the story right on that one. We also have, and if you were listening to Hal's interview, Hal's channel that we were just talking on, we're going to be diving into a little bit of the Peter Thiel. I know it's on, Candace Owens is covering it, but we're going to be diving into Peter Thiel's little interaction that he had with Joe Rogan, which should be very interesting considering he pretty much gives the entire game away in this aspect. So I'm not really sure why the hell he decided to go on there and say what he said. It doesn't make him look good. Doesn't make Peter Thiel look good. And, in return, by association, doesn't make J.D. Vance look good. So this is sticking with the theme of, recognizing just how many people in the orbit of Donald Trump, whether in his past life as a fucking failed businessman, as a con man, right, or as his, newfound glory as a politician in the United States. It's funny how many people associated with him, related to him, in business with him, living next to him, are in and named in these Epstein files. So we'll be taking a look at that. And obviously, people have been talking about this as well. I think for a long time, people have kind of rightly suspected that, the Republicans were going to try some shenanigans, some funny business with midterms and with the general election upcoming. And it seems like we're getting more and more evidence by the day to kind of corroborate or suggest that just might be the case. because we're now hearing from Steve Bannon that they absolutely do intend on, at least by his words, putting ICE agents and the DHS agents and the people that you've now seen go and shoot American citizens in the streets of our fucking cities around these voting stations, around the voting areas to, again, intimidate, dissuade people from showing up. So we'll be taking a look at that as well. And then obviously I wanted to dive into a little bit of what the Americans are saying as far as polling numbers and how much they trust the Republicans and Donald Trump in particular on running free and fair elections, because we've heard about the quid pro quos. Again, we've talked about on the show that they've been given and kind of dangling ICE and DHS in front of these states, in front of governors, and being like, okay, well, if you give us the voter rolls, if you just release all of these people from jail, we'll get all the ICE agents out of your city, right? So they've done that to, again, Oregon. They've done that to California. They've done it to Minnesota, and I'm sure in several other places. We've seen the redistricting in Texas. We saw them fighting, the ballot proposition in California on top of, the redistricting that we saw. So, I mean, they're kind of going headfirst into this, and with Donald Trump talking about, taking over elections and nationalizing elections, seems like we better be prepared, right? We better have an off ramp. We better have some kind of plan B if we do run into these guys, again, with the Fulton County raid down in Georgia, seeking and taking the ballots from the 2020 election that has been litigated to the ends of the earth, that have seen court case after court case after court case, and absolutely nothing come from that. It's all connected. And then when you hear Donald Trump talking about with Dan Bongino, who he's talking about elections and the military in the same sentence, one has to wonder why. One has to wonder what the connection is in Donald Trump's mind with elections and the military. We've already seen how he's willing to use, again, the military, the National Guard, ICE, DHS, Border Patrol as his private security force, as his private SA, to go out there and brutalize, intimidate, instigate violence. So it's not beyond the realm of possibilities by any circumstance. And then there was also this one I wanted to dive into too, if we have enough time, because Jim Acosta, Joy Reid, and Mehdi Hassan sat down to kind of discuss the state of the free press at the moment, and they had some really good insights. They had some really good things that they were talking about as far as, again, where independent journalism lies, where the free press lies, and kind of the dangers posed to it right now. So if we have enough time, I definitely wanted to take a look at that. What do you say we dive into first and foremost this kind of debacle that was seen and seen and videotaped at the White House between Caitlin Collins and Donald Trump? And again, Caitlin Collins asking, and I'm no big fan of Caitlin Collins. I'm no fan of Caitlin Collins by any stretch of the imagination. But the way that she's treated here, the questions that she's just trying to ask, the answers that she's looking for, and the treatment that she gets is absolutely reprehensible. Right? It's just absolutely disgusting for somebody that's named over 38,000 times in the Epstein files, just in the latest tranche alone, to treat somebody and to say the things he's saying like this, and especially to a female, especially to a woman, right? You would fucking think if you had a brain, well, if you had a brain, you wouldn't even put yourselves in the situation to be listed in the Epstein file. So I guess we can't go down that route. But all right, let's just try to, envision ourselves as being like in a position where somebody's accusing you, right, of being in the files or having some, engagement in sexual assault, whatever it may be. Do you think you'd probably go out there and maybe attempt to be nice? Right, you'd try to, not degrade and demean women in front of cameras. I mean, I'm just thinking optically, right? I mean, again, that's not what he's thinking about, but it just to me wouldn't make sense if you're just named in the Epstein files release in the biggest sex trafficking ring known on the fucking planet, that you would again come out here and continue to just be an asshole to women at every opportunity. So let's take a look at this interaction, and then we'll talk about it after.
Yeah, what do you want?
On the Epstein files, we talked about Democrats who were in there. Elon Musk was also in there, and so was your Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and correspondence that he had with him. Did you read those new files that were published by the Department of Justice?
I have a lot of things I'm doing, a lot of things I'm doing. I don't know. You mentioned two names. I'm sure they're fine. Otherwise, it would have been major headlines.
A lot of women who are survivors of Epstein's are unhappy with those redactions that came out. Some of them, entire witness interviews are totally blacked out. Do you think that they should be more transparent?
The fact that they thought they released too much. I heard that, and you tell me something else. No, I think it's really time for the country to get onto something else. Really, now that Nothing came out about me other than it was.
Nothing came out about me. He's fucking referenced almost 40,000 times. Just think about that. 40,000 times. More times than he lied in his first administration, which was between 30 and 40,000 lies, right? It's more than what? Did somebody say? I thought I heard somebody say more than Jesus is referenced in the Bible. He's referenced in the Epstein files. And now he's, again, being surrounded by such sycophantic fucking morons that even they are sitting in the background rubbing on his America is back hat like it's a blow-up doll in his hand and just sitting there while he says that there's nothing in there about him while he's been totally exonerated of all this. And it's like, what planet are you living on? Again, 40,000 fucking mentions. Allegations, emails, dates, times, locations, flight logs, associates, people in the administration right now. What the fuck are you talking about?
A conspiracy against me, literally, by Epstein and other people.
So the two questions are, did you read the files that, again, listed the people that are now working in your administration? And two, did the fucking, do you think the victims deserve justice? And in both cases, he says, no, he didn't read the files, of course, and no, that the victims don't deserve justice and that America should just move past this. Can you fucking imagine the shit that we've heard come out of these files? The fucking nasty, disgusting, egregious, decrepit, fucking insidious things that we've seen just in what's been released, not what's been redacted, not what still has to be released in the millions and millions and millions of files that have not come out. Just in what we know. And to say that America should move on from that, we shouldn't be, again, investigating the fucking emails that are threatening to kill children, that are threatening to kill families. We shouldn't be investigating, again, all of these people that are blatantly asking to come to a pedophile party, coming to a pedophile island.
But I think it's time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
What would you say to people
like
who feel like they haven't gotten
healthcare,
justice, Mr. President?
something that people care about. Yeah, what did you say? Go ahead.
What would you say to
are
the
so
survivors who feel
bad.
like they
You are the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. She's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile on your face. You know why? You know why you're not smiling? Because you're
That's a great response too, and credit where credit is due to Caitlin, because she's pushing back on this a lot of times where she doesn't push back, and she's fucking accurately she actually came back with a good comeback on that one, where it's like, he's asking her to smile. She's asking questions about sexual assault survivors. Where the fuck is where do you smile again? Where are you supposed to crack a smile in a question about sexual assault survivors that are seeing absolutely no justice or accountability for the people that perpetrated these crimes upon them, for the monsters that still walk freely amongst us, right? Where's the smile supposed to come in there, dickhead?
I'm telling the truth. And you're a very dishonest organization, and they should be ashamed of you. Okay, go ahead. Speaking of Epstein, I will say this. A reporter named Wolf and Epstein conspired. This just came out yesterday in the millions of pages of documents, how crazy this is.
Well, it's crazy that he ended up seeing one of the ones that, he's trying to use to justify or exonerate himself, but he didn't look at the other mentions of him in the 38,000 plus times his name's on there, or the people in his administration. Those pages just didn't happen to reach his desk. But the one that he's trying to use here between Michael Wolff and fucking Jeffrey Epstein that he thinks completely exonerates himself, which is asinine, is the one that he did see.
Conspired against me in order to fight like hell to make sure.
And it might have been at the beginning of this clip. A lot of people are also recognizing, and they kind of caught where he was calling it Jeffrey's Island, right? Not Jeffrey Epstein's Island. Like never once in the coverage, never once in the podcast here have I called it Jeffrey's Island. Like we're not on a fucking first name basis. Like we're buddy. And Donald Trump kind of slipped back into his old routine, kind of caught himself, did catch himself, but definitely started to call it Jeffrey's Island, and then went back and said Jeffrey Epstein's Island, which again, I think is pretty telling when these people were friends for so long and how close they were. A good showing there of him reverting back to his old ways.
It was the election. That's the only thing that was mentioned about me. Now, about Democrats, some really bad stuff. But about me, that Wolf, whoever Wolf is, he wrote a book, a couple of books, and Epstein conspired against me. Did you know that, Mr. Senator? Did you know?
Again, this is the thing that he called a Democrat hoax. How in a Democrat hoax is there's what, a conspiracy inside of a conspiracy? It's just a little fucking Easter egg hunt that the Democrats decided to put in there in case the overarching, fucking conspiracy didn't land. We decided to stick that one in there just to be like, okay, yep, let's throw that one in there just in case. This is what he called this, a hoax. Now he's referencing the files as justification, as something that exonerates himself. Just like how fucking how much of a lunatic do you have to be to do that? It's fake, but let me point out this fake shit that I'm saying is fake in order to exonerate myself. McFly.
They conspired.
It's like this when he said this. I don't know if you could hear that. Hopefully you could, but it's the one where he says walls and wheels. Two things you can never change: walls and wheels.
Against me, so I lose the election, or worse. So that takes care of Epstein as far as Trump is concerned. But you got a lot of.
That takes care of Epstein as far as Trump is concerned. Are you out of your fucking mind? Answer: yes, I know that. Why'd I ask the question? I don't know. Basically a rhetorical question, but again, knowing what you guys know, knowing what we all know, the media, what we've all seen, the references, the flight logs, the fucking long-term relationship, everything he said about his daughter, everything he said on Howard Stern, everything he said about going backstage at the beauty pageants to take a look at the contestants when they had no clothes on. The whole 9 yards, grabbing women by the pussy, cheating on his wife with a porn star, all of it wrapped up together. Do we honestly believe at this point, that Donald Trump thinks he's getting one over on people? Seriously. As demented and deluded as this motherfucker is, does he honestly think that he's going to get the American people in the world writ large to move on from this without continuously looking for answers and accountability? Just serious. You couldn't possibly be that demented. I don't think anybody could possibly be that demented. If your brain fell out of your asshole and it was an empty, cavernous fucking space up in your head, you would still be able to recognize that you're not going to fucking squirm your way out of this one. And that whatever, referenced email you're talking about right now does not exonerate you from everything else that we know, all of the fucking disgusting allegations, all of the 38,000 plus mentions of your name. Not going to happen. I don't know who you're fooling. I think, hold on. What's this one? Yeah.
I feel like there's a disconnect.
There is a disconnect somewhere. And then there's another one on this somewhere.
That's a no-brainer.
It is a no-brainer. All right, let's go.
Democrats out there that are very much involved with Epstein.
I should probably ask, did you guys hear that drop? I'm going to play a drop in 3 seconds. Let me know if you guys hear it, because I set it up on the stream deck. I'm just not sure if you guys can hear it yet. I know a couple times you said you couldn't. So 3, 2, 1. Let me know if you could hear it. Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down in the chat. Appreciate you guys.
I'll be honest with you. You got to get back to running the country, too. Millions and millions every week. When Epstein was alive, nobody cared about him. When he's dead,
What the fuck are you talking about? Do you honestly believe that the victims weren't demanding answers? Do you honestly believe that people weren't demanding answers and accountability for what Jeffrey Epstein did and was fucking convicted of years and years ago? Do you honestly believe nobody cared about it? Nobody thought about it because there was the accurate and appropriate separation between Joe Biden and the DOJ, right? Because Joe Biden and, his administration weren't able to fucking do what Donald Trump's doing and just, control the DOJ like it's fucking, they're on puppet strings at every opportunity. No, I mean, it's ridiculous to think. And guess what? Who was president? Who was president before Biden? Who was president before Biden? Who also had access to this stuff if he wanted to have it released? Just a question for the chat. That's all.
care about him. But it's really a Democrat problem. It's not a Republican, it's a Democrat problem. The only problem Republicans have is that we have to get back to, number one, running our country, and then number two, very importantly, letting the public know what a great job we're doing.
Jesus Christ. Again, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, Howard Lutnick. I mean, the list just goes on. Peter Thiel. The list just goes on and on and on of high-profile Republicans. Again, some of which now working at the White House, and one of which now the head of that White House leading this fucking country as president, listed directly lying directly to our faces like Howard Lutnick did. When Howard Lutnick said, oh, my wife and I, we went over there and we had to, oh, geez, there was a massage table and he breathed on me. So we left. And in 5 steps, we said we were never going back there. But then what? Several years later, we're emailing the same son of a bitch, asking if we could take us and our kids and our friends and their kids over to the island. Because he's got 2 16s, 2 14s, a 7, a 3, and a 2. Basically giving this fucking sicko a menu of the kids that he's going to bring, is what it looks like to me.
We have the greatest economy in the history of the world. We have $18 trillion being spent. The record was 3.
And again, we only needed to go through the first section, but for fucking Christ's sakes. I mean, again, to be somebody in the media standing in front of him right now, I don't know what, you'd have to remove my vocal cords. You would have to quite literally slice open my goddamn throat and relieve me of my vocal cords, my trachea, and all of the things that I need to use in order to make sounds come out of my mouth. Because if I sat in front of him and he was like, oh, that's it, wrap it up, I'll move forward, no fucking nothing about me in there, I would just lose my motherfucking mind. I wouldn't be, that's why I just couldn't be I just wouldn't be able to control myself. Right? I would, for that one soundbite, that one clip of somebody in the fucking media going, you motherfucking liar. Like, how fucking stupid do you need to be to think that's the case? Like, just something along those lines. It would be very well worth it. I think you'd probably come out on top in the end. But again, speaking of people that are close to Donald Trump, speaking of Donald Trump acolytes and their connections to Jeffrey Epstein, and again, they're like Hal was mentioning how like, unapologetic they are about their dealings with Jeffrey Epstein and how they're willing to excuse it. Cue in Candace Owens covering Peter Thiel. So this is really nothing much to do with Candace Owens. That's just where I kind of stumbled across the clip. But there are a few moments in which where she's talking about how this doesn't look good for J.D. Vance. And she's 100% right. As sick, as bigoted, as racist, and twisted as she is, right, as anti-Semitic as she is, as much of a fucking Looney Tune she is, she's 100% right with J.D. Vance's association with Peter Thiel, and now that looking very bad for J.D. Vance. And then if you look at it from the 30,000-foot view, right, that's just another Donald Trump acolyte, another Donald Trump associate, whether it's Peter Thiel or J.D. Vance, wrapped up in all of this. So add them to the fucking list. But let's just check out a couple minutes of this real quick, and then we'll dive on to, I want to check out Steve Bannon talking about sending ICE to voting stations, and then we'll check out the polls from the American people. And then we'll go into the Zateo sit down with Joy Reid and Jim Acosta. So let's check this out and see what she's got to say. But she's right, at least in what she's talking about as far as J.D. Vance's involvement. Yeah, check this out.
Actresses. And they were tasked with destroying Christianity, just as they were doing upon the European continent. I don't have time to tell you guys about World War II. Just assume that everything.
Whoa. I didn't hear that part before. What's she talking about World War II? What's she talking about World War II here?
That in the European continent. I don't have time to tell you guys about World War II. Just assume that everything that they told you is incorrect and upside down. They're lying.
Oh, Jesus. Candace, can we debate World War II? Is there any chance? I know I'm tiny. I know it's just a small YouTube creator. I know I'm nothing substantial. You probably won't get any press coverage from it. Certainly won't get any like new subscribers or anything from it. But I would just really, really fucking enjoy sitting down and just discussing what you believe actually happened before, during, and after World War II. And then we could discuss what actually took place, the heroism and the sacrifice, and the things that you think are just complete bullshit. The amount of slaughter, brutality. I mean, again, I'm not sure, again, to what extent you think everything is upside down and everything we were taught is backwards as far as World War II. But I didn't even hear that part in it the first time. So I'd be very curious. And again, extending an invitation to definitely discuss and debate World War II at any moment, anytime, any period, whatever, night, day, whatever.
That would happen yesterday. They sure as hell are not telling us the truth about what happened during World War II. And I just don't really care what you call me. It's time for everyone to wake up. And we're not getting all these files. Obviously, they are protecting a ton of people. The fact that you can't find like the Adelsons in here is completely ridiculous.
And again, this is like half of her anti-Semitic like everything has to involve Israel type of fucking conspiracy that she's been on, like the path that she's been on. But again, the Adelsons, we all know Donald Trump, big donors to Donald Trump, basically the ones that bought and paid for the embassy moving to Jerusalem, the Golan Heights, the Abraham Accords, all things that Miriam Adelson and her husband, who has since passed away, if I'm not mistaken, were responsible for kind of swaying and buying Donald Trump out for. Now, she's kind of suggesting that she's surprised that they're not in there. But again, I don't know to what extent that's her anti-Semitic, anti-Israel delusions, or if that's something that, is prominently, should be prominently featured and is being kept back or hidden in the files that haven't been released per the request of Donald Trump because of the amount of money that they've donated to his campaigns, right? I wouldn't surprise me if they, the people that paid the most, the people that donated the most, if they had involvement, were the people that were getting their files held back. Whereas, Elon Musk, where he went against the great Fuhrer at one point or another, definitely didn't have his files redacted or emails redacted to keep him out of trouble.
People that are still in power.
But again, she goes on here and she's going to play a clip of Peter Thiel on with Joe Rogan, but she discusses the connection between Peter Thiel and J.D. Vance, rightly so.
Active agents in America today are all being protected, which is why it was super interesting to see them sort of throw Peter Thiel under the bus. That was interesting. Like I said, you can trace this stuff through politics, through Hollywood, the Jewish occultist mystics that established these industries. But Peter Thiel, his emails went up there, and it ain't good for JD Vance. I'll tell you that right away. I think this is plausibly the biggest scandal to come out of I guess I should say, the most consequential thing to come.
I mean, again, that's just fucking absolutely asinine. This is along the lines of, and I'll see if I can find it as she's talking, but Matt Walsh actually put out a fucking video on Twitter literally suggesting that the most damaging thing, the most explosive thing to come out of the recent email tranche, the recent file release, was the fact that Zohran Mamdani's mom was a video director, a Hollywood director. I shit you not. I shit you fucking not. He actually says it with his own mouth in front of a camera. That's the most egregious. That's the craziest thing. That's what people should be focusing on, is the fact that Zohran's mom worked in Hollywood. Not the allegations, not the people working in our government right now that are quite clearly, implicated in all of this shit. None of that. Not the babies that were fucking mistreated. Again, not the threats of death. Not the intimidation. Not any of the court filings or the witness testimony. None of that. None of those things. But the fact that Zohran's mom worked in Hollywood, that's what he wants you to take out of the. Can you? I mean, how can you just, as somebody that's, supposedly representing the party that protects children, the party that cares about, remember the Sound of Freedom movie bullshit that they were all fucking going to see, and we protect the children. Well, guess what? These motherfuckers are now doing their best to actively not look at the worst of the files to come out of the Epstein files, and to sit here and be like, oh yeah, Zohran's mom worked in Hollywood. That's the biggest part that we need to look at. Those are the same people. Now, if you can somehow put that and make sense of that, I'll be happy to listen.
Out of these emails that I can see right now, there's millions to go through. So we'll have more and we'll be reporting on more. But JD Vance, he was kind of, they had him there, right? Like, he's going to be running in 2028. He's not been leaning super into the Zionist stuff. He seems to be abstaining, has been quiet during the whole Epstein thing. It definitely didn't seem like he agreed with it. But everyone knows that Peter Thiel effectively funded JD Vance's career. He probably had something to do with JD Vance getting the deal with Netflix to do his book, A Hillbilly Elegy, I think it was called. And
basically, she's portraying the connection between Peter Thiel and JD Vance. And here, I found this. We'll go back to that one before she brings on Peter Thiel and Joe Rogan's little clip that he have here. But this is what I was talking about with Matt Walsh. Listen to this bullshit. This is just over a minute. We don't even have to listen to the whole thing. But listen to what he's actually trying to get across as, like, what you should be looking at. Don't look at all the horrible acts against children. Don't look at any of that. Don't look at any of the high-profile people involved. Don't look at any of the fucking people now actively working in our government that are involved. That's not what you should be looking at. What you should be looking at and what you should be pissed off is that Zohran's mom worked in Hollywood. That's what he, listen.
Now, it can't be overstated how extraordinary it is that despite his reputation and his crimes, which he admitted to, Epstein had a connection with pretty much every power player and future power player in American politics. So here's a 2009 email from Epstein's publicist to Epstein, just as another example. Quote, just left Ghislaine's townhouse after party for film. Bill Clinton and Jeff Bezos were there. Director Mira Nair, etc. Film received tepid reaction, although women like it much more. Studio went for free party from store and windows for a month. Going to be in Wall Street tomorrow.
And we don't have to listen to his bullshit. But Mira, where it says here on screen, director Mira Nair is supposedly Zoran's mom, right? In what he's talking about here. So basically, this is what he's going to try to get across, and a lot of it is just like even people that have been speaking about it, just party flyers in different events. Like we all know that like people are in these that are listed as far as being in like an email or being in a document or something like that, that were just at regular events. We know that Jeffrey Epstein did attend regular events with people of, high profile, high society, whether it's, fucking different film viewings, whatever it may be. There were those things that he was attending where people definitely would have been in the same room with him, but didn't have, active relationships or active involvement or anything like that. Right. So obviously that's something that people with a brain in their heads could recognize. Well, this is what they're trying to get across. Listen to what he's trying to say. And I'll go on just so he doesn't have to bullshit you any longer.
More to come. XOXO, PEG. Now, the director that's mentioned there, Mira Nair, who's mentioned in the email, is not a name you probably recognize, but it is a name familiar to Zoran Mamdani because that is his mother, who supposedly is from, Nowheresville, Uganda, came out of nowhere to become the mayor of our largest and most important city. This, again, is perhaps the most important takeaway from the Epstein files.
This perhaps is the most important takeaway from the Epstein files. Are you fucking shitting me? Are you fucking shitting me? The Protect the Children class, the Protect the Children party. The most important thing to come out of the Epstein files is that Zoran's mom was a Hollywood director. You have got to be fucking kidding me. I mean, just how deluded do you need to be? Honestly, how fucking deluded do you need to be to make it a point to go in front of your audience, not show all of the other, again, egregious, sickening, stomach-churning stuff that has come out of these fucking files, and to talk about the fact that, they attended film release parties in which the director was named. And now they're trying to get it across as like Zoran's a hand-picked person. Like we didn't have democratic elections in New York City for the mayoral race, right? Like there wasn't overwhelming support for Zoran Mamdani in those races. Like he was appointed is what they're trying to get across in that. That's how far down the rabbit hole they are willing to go in order to not talk about Donald Trump's involvement, in order to not talk about Howard Lutnick's lies, in order to not talk about Elon Musk's involvement in how desperately he wanted to get to the island for the wildest party that he could find, right? Or any of Peter Thiel's involvements, which we're going to check out in 2 seconds. Anything to not talk about that. And this is how fucking deep they're willing to fall. How sick they're willing to be. To have this for the rest of time to sit up there for their children and their children's children and their children's children to look back on and say, my grandfather or my great-grandfather or my great-great-grandfather was the one actively, protecting the pedophiles, was the one actively pointing away from the criminals to obfuscate, to make sure that they didn't get in trouble, to make sure that they weren't, talked about on social media or in the or on the news or anything like that. That's what he's going to remember it for. But again, going back to how many Trump acolytes were directly related and involved in this, here's Peter Thiel. And again,
and Peter Thiel, who was mentioned early on as being someone who was friends with Epstein, went on to Rogan at the end of last year and sort of intimated that he really didn't know Epstein that well, but spoke to him mainly just about math because he knew about taxes and how to avoid them. Take a listen.
Now listen to this interaction. Listen to how Joe Rogan tries to bail out Peter Thiel, tries to give him that out of just say it was before the convictions. Just say it was before this, that, or the other thing, and like you didn't know. And Peter Thiel, I don't know, is such in like a robotic trance-like fucking state all the time that he doesn't comprehend the fucking, the life preserver that Rogan's throwing him. And he just bats it away. He bats it away and blatantly says, no, it was after that. I should have known. I knew what the fuck was going on. I just didn't care, apparently.
I met Epstein a few times as well. And I think...
How'd you get introduced?
It was Reid Hoffman in Silicon Valley introduced us in 2014. But it was basically... and I didn't check, didn't ask enough questions about it.
When you were introduced to him, how was he described to you?
He was described as one of the smartest tax people in the world.
Interesting.
And I probably was my moral weakness that I.
Well, how could you have known back then? He had never been arrested.
And this was post.
So that's the out. That's the out right there. That Joe Rogan. That's the life preserver, right? That's the fucking off ramp that Rogan's like, just take this right here, buddy, because we're not going down the right path here. All the pedophiles and all the fucking people listed in the Epstein files that I've had on the Rogan show in the past. Looks like you're just kind of bringing that back up, and people are going to start talking about it. So here, throw this life preserver out, put this around, and just say that it was before the convictions and you didn't know. And Peter Thiel is so fucking stupid, doesn't recognize that. And actually answers the question like, oh, no, it was after. I know. We all knew how much of a disgusting pig, excuse me, I almost just choked to death, how much of a pig and a pedophile he is.
My moral weakness that I.
Well, how could you have known back then? He had never been arrested.
No, this was 2014. It was post arrest.
2014, ladies and gentlemen, 2014. Now, can we go back in time and just recollect at what point did the American public know about Jeffrey Epstein's criminality, about his fucking pedophilia, about the engagement of underage girls and the high profile clientele involved? Pretty sure it was well before 2014.
Oh, so his arrest was the first arrest, right?
Yeah,
which was like
2007, 08.
Okay.
Okay. That seems to me like it's a long time before 2014. Seems to me like you had ample time to read a fucking newspaper article, or I don't know, watch the news, or I don't know, pick up a fucking magazine, or I don't know, see a court fucking filing or something to be like, maybe I shouldn't be doing business with this fucking pedophile. Maybe I shouldn't be actively involved in going to parties and going to this guy's island several years after it's been fucking public knowledge of what he's been engaged in. But nope, he digs the hole even deeper.
And so,
but you assume he didn't go to jail for that long.
Right.
It was probably not as serious as alleged.
So, I'm sorry. Because you don't think that he was locked up for what you would call, enough time or a substantial amount of time or enough time for you to be like, oh, I definitely won't hang with that pedophile again. That is the justification that you're going to use to be like, oh, I guess the shit that he did probably couldn't have been that bad, even though it, again, was involving underage girls, underage kids, trafficking them. Just the most egregious shit you could possibly fucking think of. And it was all public knowledge well before this. But he says, he wasn't in there for life, so it couldn't have been that bad, really. I mean, is he really that bad of a guy if they didn't give him life? Did you hear this? Did you hear this? And again, this is JD Vance's fucking, partner in crime. JD Vance's best fucking friend, responsible for the fucking rise of JD Vance. Not a good look. Not a good look, but fits right in line with what we know about Donald Trump's acolytes and the people serving in his fucking administration right now.
There was certainly the illusion that there were all these other people that I trusted. Reid, who introduced us, was.
Yeah, again, all these people that I trusted that would definitely make me overlook the judgment that I should have and being like, you know what? Like, I don't know, maybe the people that are introducing me to a pedophile aren't fucking good people either. I mean, wouldn't that be the first thought? Like, well, wasn't that guy just arrested and convicted of all these egregious and ridiculously harmful and disgusting things? Like, okay, maybe you're a fucking dickhead too. Maybe you're one of the people that were listed in these files, or maybe you're one of the people that were responsible for perpetrating these crimes. If you're trying to hook me up with that person, wouldn't you think, somebody that's supposedly smart enough to have made billions and billions of dollars because of his fucking genius, right? But you're too fucking stupid to be like, maybe I should keep away from the pedophile ring. No, that thought didn't cross your mind at all?
He started LinkedIn. He was, maybe too focused on business networking, but I thought he always had good judgment in people.
When the
yeah, definitely. And you know what would definitely lead me down that path to be like, that guy is really good at judging people, is the first time he tried to reintroduce me to, or again, introduce me to for the first time, a fucking convicted pedophile. That's the first thing that I think of when my friends try to do that is like, wow, you guys have really good judgment in people. Like, you know how to pick them. You sure do know how to pick them. I mean, do you have anybody else? Is there an axe murderer? Is there a fucking, I don't know. Is there somebody that chopped up, is Stalin around? Do you have, who are you going to introduce me to next? Mao? Maybe? Is Adolf Hitler one of your buddies? Can we kind of clarify? Because I don't know what's going on here. That's kind of maybe the questions that I'd ask.
Down, and Epstein gets arrested for the second time, where you're like, oh, well, there you go.
I've thought about it.
Yes, the answer to that is unequivocally, this should have been answered quicker than the question that he was asked during that ridiculous interview where he's like, do you want fucking the human race to continue? Do you want the human race to survive? Like, this should be a fucking quicker yes than that. Like, the second time he was arrested, the second time that fucking he was arrested for his sex trafficking, his child pedophilia, his fucking, sailing, his sales of underage girls, his auctions of underage girls, right? The second time, didn't that set off like the alarm bells? And he still has to think about it like, shit, did it? I don't know if it did. No, it was still a little time after that I was like, maybe this guy isn't a good guy. Like, what? Jesus Christ.
Thought a lot about it as a result. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And thought about it, he did, because he was emailing Jeffrey Epstein a lot, meeting up with him a lot. Definitely sounds like they were very close, inviting him to the island. Basically, this guy's going to be here from Europe. Also, you should come this weekend. They were together all throughout New York, constantly messaging each other. It is not a good look. There is no question these two were friends. And I do not accept that the person who's effectively spying on all of us, he's got to deal with the military through Palantir, by the way.
And again, the Palantir, another whole fucking aspect of this thing, which is, should very much set off the alarm bells for the American people. The surveillance state, Jeffrey Epstein's alleged involvement with Mossad, right? And now we got Peter Thiel's involvement with his Palantir, knowing what fucking Palantir has been responsible for and what they want to conduct, knowing what Peter Thiel and the rest of these fucking sickos, as far as what is the technocrat state, the technocracy, what is it? My apologies. For some reason, I can't remember it, but it's something like that. I mean, all of these sickos and individuals that now want to, not want to, but now come out, as having fucking relations, involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. All of a sudden, they're like the most powerful individuals that are now trying to, infiltrate the government and being on Donald Trump's fucking, best friend list, so they can get the contracts, the military contracts, this contract, that contract. It's crazy. Again, the proximity of these fucking people. And again, I feel like, well, we are running out of time. My apologies. All right, let's dive into this. This is a quick clip from Steve Bannon. And again, this is just to enlighten everybody and make everybody aware of the ongoing plot, I believe, is actively happening behind the scenes of some funny business, some shenanigans that's going to take place either before or during midterms. Again, I don't know what the plan is. I don't know how specific it is. I don't know where it's going to take place, but we better be fucking ready for some shenanigans, because it sounds like with everything that's happening, with Steve Bannon's rhetoric, with Donald Trump talking about nationalizing fucking the voting, with Donald Trump saying that the Republicans should take over voting in 15 states or whatever the fuck he said, we better be prepared for something to happen. You better fucking believe it.
Senator
Listen to Steve Bannon here.
Warren said in an interview, he said, we don't want ICE agents showing up at the polling stations. That's what this is all about. That's why they're trying to defund ICE. That's why they're trying to, go after and target ICE and shut it down. Why would you care if ICE shows up to polling stations? Because illegal aliens are not allowed to vote in this country.
Yeah, I couldn't, there's no reason that I could think of right now, except for like, I don't know, dead Americans and like deported people that were doing things the legal way, going to, through the asylum process, that are now finding themselves in a country they have never fucking been in, with no money, nowhere to stay, nowhere to live, no fucking friends, no help, no way to get back. Again, Renee Nicole Good, fucking Alex Preddy, and the list goes on of reasons as to why the American people should not want law enforcement, should not want these fucking Gestapo Nazi thugs in masks roaming around election, voting stations. Just a lot of reasons that I can think of in this aspect.
Except for the problem is they do in these, they're not blue states. I was going to say blue states. Minnesota is a deeply red state. That is.
Minnesota is a deeply red state. Okay. All right. Minnesota blue or red. Okay. Occasionally, swing state maps might include Minnesota, Maine, Virginia, and Texas, which generally vote for one party. Minnesota, Maine, and Virginia generally Democratic. Texas generally Republican. So Minnesota, Maine, and Virginia generally Democratic. Now, what do we call red states? What are the red states? Democratic is blue. Red, Republicans. Okay. Just wanted to double check Caroline Wren's little statement that she made there of fucking absolute no fact.
Held hostage by illegals voting, and it is the minorities have taken over there.
Wait a minute. You just said that they couldn't vote. Didn't she just say they couldn't vote? Am I crazy?
Said in an interview, he said, we don't want ICE agents showing up at the polling stations. That's what this is all about. That's why they're trying to defund ICE. That's why they're trying to, go after and target ICE and shut it down. Why would you care if ICE shows up to polling stations? Because illegal aliens are not allowed to vote. And
first of all, undocumented immigrants are not allowed to vote. So didn't you just say that as 10 seconds before you said this?
Vote. And so that is what this it is. The minorities have taken over there. And by minorities, I mean the minority party, the Democratic Party there. And that is due to allowing illegals to vote. And so that.
Again, in the same sentence, she didn't even, there's no period in between the fucking hypocrisy of her stating that it's not legal and then the fact that she's saying it's happening. It's just not even a pause. Didn't even fucking suck in a little bit of air.
That is what this outrage by the left is against ICE. They're desperately trying to shut down the DHS funding bill. They don't want ICE funded because they don't want ICE at the polling stations to stop illegal.
No. We don't want ICE funded because they're out there ripping people out of homes, shooting people in the face, and murdering Americans on the streets. And ripping people actively trying to go through the asylum process that you motherfuckers say, hey, everybody can come in as long as they do it the legal way, as long as they do it the right way. Well, that's what they're doing, motherfucker. And they're still being deported. They're still being ripped out of the courtrooms at their hearings. They're still being ripped out of hospitals and work and fucking church and this and that, everywhere you can go. And then the Americans being shot on the streets is another fucking huge problem. So yes, ICE needs to be abolished. It needs to be eradicated and rethought. And we need to take every motherfucker that's been involved and signed up after a certain time frame, and we need to do a deep dive and a deep investigation as to what they were affiliated with, a part of, and what took place under their fucking watch.
The ask here on the SAVE Act and Make America
Listen.
Make Elections Great Again Act are pretty basic. A legitimate ID to show who you are to vote. It is to clean up the voter rolls. We've had Tom Fenton on here. There are millions. There are tens of millions, particularly in places like Georgia, but all over the nation. There are tens of millions of people on voter rolls that should not be. They have to be cleaned up. And the blue states are the ones that are fighting the Justice Department. And then the last is you've got to go back to the basic law. If you're going to have mail-in ballots, you have to have signature verification. You have to have the double envelopes. You have everything so we can't have a 2020. And the Democrats don't want to play that because they know how to steal elections. Let's put you on notice again. ICE is going to be around the polls in the 2026 midterm elections because we are never again going to allow your business model. Because I think Jesse Kelly's right. 20% of the country probably votes for Democrats. The credential class, and of course the abject poor that they keep on these social welfare programs and never let them off. And that's the Democratic Party base with a handful of oligarchs, the super wealthy. That's who controls the Democratic Party. The way that they continue to win elections is they cheat. If they don't cheat, they can't win.
Again, an active threat there by Steve Bannon to, again, just, actively intimidate voters, send ICE with their masks and their guns out to surround the voting stations, the polling places, to, again, actively intimidate people not to show up. So what they're doing is telling you that the Democrats cheat while actively cheating, while talking about their plan to cheat. That's how that works with these bastards. It's fucking crazy. It really is crazy. All right, let's see here, because there was a few more things that I wanted to, I just wanted to show this, because as you're hearing Steve Bannon talk about elections, as we've talked about, again, the threats from, this administration dangling ICE in front of governors being like, hey, we'll only remove DHS and ICE and Border Patrol if you hand over the voter rolls, right? If you hand over this information, if you hand over these, undocumented immigrants, if you hand over these people you have currently incarcerated in your prisons and jails. So they're quite literally using it and dangling it as as incentive, as a reason to steal voting information. As Donald Trump's talking about nationalizing the voting, as he's talking about Republicans should take over voting, as Steve Bannon's talking about having armed, masked men surrounding the voting poll stations. So again, this is all leading to the numbers that you're about to see here.
With me now, CNN's chief data analyst, Harry Enton. He is running the numbers on America's faith in the election system. Harry, do Americans trust Donald Trump when it comes to running the elections?
No, they trust him about as much as they trust him to be modest. I mean, just take a look at these numbers right here. I think this gives the game away.
Okay, so on screen, if in case you're just listening, is a poll that they're showing in it's titled "Trump Committed to Free and Fair Elections." And the people that have voted either yes or no, among all adults, 56% of the country, or 56% of the people who voted in this poll, said no. They do not feel that Donald Trump is committed to free and fair elections. I feel like that's an incredibly low number from considering what we know about Donald Trump, but still over half the population as taken by this poll. 43% said yes, which is just asinine that anybody believes that he's willing to have free and fair elections at this point. And it's for some reason, above the 30% that you typically see, above the, from the cult, like the cult-based, the sycophants. But he goes on, because the next one that I want to see, it's even more important in my eyes, which is the independents, right? Independents. And this is the one that he talks about, right? Yeah, here you go. Among independents, 65% of independents say no, Donald Trump is not committed to free and fair elections. And he starts this right here. Check it out.
Independents, it is even worse. Take a look here. This is a group that Donald Trump has really been struggling with. And when it comes to his commitment to free and fair elections, they absolutely believe he is not. We're talking about 2 in 3 independents say, no, Donald Trump is not committed to free and fair elections. We're talking about just a third of independents believe that Donald Trump is committed to free and fair elections. They will view his current comments very negatively. And this, of course, just builds upon their continuing distrust and their deepening distrust of Donald Trump when it comes to his job for the president overall, and specifically to this.
And again, I do believe that the worse and worse that those poll numbers look, the worse and worse that Donald Trump's approval rating gets, the more obvious it becomes that fucking Democrats are going to absolutely steamroll the shit out of Republicans in the midterms. The more likely it is that we see shenanigans behind the scenes. The more likely it is that we see, voter rolls stolen, more fucking raids on election sites and election fucking places like we saw in Fulton County. Right, more fucking threats from the government to different governors saying, hey, we're going to send in ICE, or we're going to do this, or we'll send in the National Guard if you don't hand over the voter rolls or this or that information. Right, I just do believe that it's coming. The more and more obvious that it becomes, the more and more desperate the Republicans are going to get in trying to do something behind the scenes, and we need to keep our eyes wide the fuck open to make sure that we're ready for it. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you for sticking around today. Great show. We got another show coming up tonight, 8:30 p.m. here on the East Coast, 5:30 on the West Coast. That's going to be a 2-hour episode of the Blunt Politics podcast. So we're going to dive into a little bit more of what's going on in Ukraine. I know it's been a couple days with all the craziness and the Epstein files release and what's been going on in this country, but we're absolutely going to get back into some of the frontline updates, some of the tactic changes by the Ukrainian military, some of the recent strikes by Russia on the the energy and the infrastructure of the energy over there during what is a brutally cold period for Ukraine, which is again putting a lot of people in harm's way. One of which is our good friend and friend of the show, Philip Ittner. So again, it is very near and dear to our heart that we continue to talk about this. And again, as everybody always know, we are over 9,000 euro raised in our endeavor, in our campaign for NAFO, which is just, I don't know. I'm shocked and amazed every day that I see this continuously going up. You guys have been absolutely incredible. People that have donated, people that are just sharing this out to your friends, family, coworkers. I can't thank you enough, literally from the bottom of my heart, from the heart of the people that are, going to be saved and helped by this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We're now up to 9,052 euro raised. We are almost at 50% of the way there. I can't believe it. It's been an incredible time to see people willing to step up like this and to put Ukraine above themselves and to put the fight for democracy above themselves. It's pretty awesome to see the resistance work as the resistance should. So thank you very much to everybody. And again, 80 donations so far, up over 9,000 euro. And I do want to make sure to again implore everybody to go sign up and subscribe over on this space. I can't tell you how important it is to have a multitude of different programming, a multitude of different channels that you guys can tune into and get some great fucking information from some great creators at all times. And again, big thanks to Matt, the letter hack over there, for starting this coalition. Again, it is now more important than ever that we have as many voices as humanly possible speak out. So again, please head over to this space and subscribe there. It is free to do so. Doesn't cost you a dime. And again, I'd love to see those numbers get up over there. It would be great to see the coalition continue to grow, especially as we go into midterms, knowing the fight that we have in front of us. So yeah, please, whatever it takes, get people involved. Make sure you're sharing that channel out as well. Thank you to the whole crew here over at Blunt Politics. You guys have been and continue to be the most amazing chat on social media, and I can't thank you enough. What do you say we get into thanking some people before I send it over to Jeff Waldorf, I believe, over on this space? I do have a few minutes to thank, some people over here who were kind enough to donate. So I appreciate you, Yakov, very much for the $2. I appreciate you, Jordan, very much for the $5. Theo always looks like he just came off a 3-day meth field bender, serious dehydration, sunken eyes. He definitely doesn't look right at any point. So I appreciate you, Jordan. Jordan, again, for the $2. This is yet another trial balloon. Absolutely. I do appreciate the chat that you sent in, and I definitely concur. So thank you, Jeff, as well. For the $5. I appreciate you, Marsha. Thank you so much for everything that you do. A big shout out to you. Big shout out to Gamer as well for becoming a new YouTube member. Shout out to Marsha for the $2. Love to Boston Brian, Briantologist chat, and mods. Thank you so much, Marsha. I very much appreciate you. And then as always, let's head over to the old find people on Venmo and see if anybody contributed over there so we can say thank you to those people. And then I'll get you guys over to Jeff Waldorf over on this space, right? Appreciate you guys. I very much appreciate you guys always. So Jenny Faye, big from everybody here at the chat too. I wanted to make sure to recognize this. Jenny Faye, I want everybody to wish Jenny Faye the warmest and quickest recovery possible. She had her procedure today, and I just want to make sure that we're sending her all the love here in the chat as we hope that she recovers well. If you need anything, if there's anything that I can send, anything that could help your recovery and make it a little bit more comfortable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please don't hesitate to reach out. And we're thinking of you today, Jenny Faye. Very much appreciated for what you do. So I'm going to send it over to Jeff Waldorf over on this space. And once again, please make sure we're subscribing to this space. Thank you to Matt. Thank you to the mods over there. I very much appreciate you guys. I think I'm about a minute or two early, but the producers over there are on top of things, and I don't think that they'll mind. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much again to the people here at Blunt Politics. We'll check you out tonight, 8:30 p.m. On the East Coast, 5:30 p.m. over on the West Coast for another full episode of the Blunt Politics podcast. And again, thank you again to everybody on this space. Appreciate the mods for everything that you guys do, and I appreciate the mods very much over here in the Blunt Politics chat for doing what you guys do. All right, I'll see you guys tonight. I appreciate you. Kick some ass. Make sure you're staying loud, staying proud, staying aggressive. But keep your head on a swivel if you're getting out there. Make sure you're staying safe. Get your exits planned. Make sure you got some people to surround you and cover your back. All right. I appreciate you. I'm Boston Brian. This is Blunt Politics, and I will see you tonight. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
Newsom is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
The US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
Hey everybody, Jeff here, the logical leftist. Thanks for joining me on the stream this afternoon. Today, we're going to dig into the stories the mainstream media won't touch and the Democratic establishment hopes you'll ignore. Now, before I get into them, if you haven't already subscribed to my channel yet, please do it now. There's new videos every single day breaking down Trump, MAGA, oligarchy, and why the system is rigged against you. Today, we're going to discuss some of the fallout from Pam Bondi's assault against Minnesota, how Trump's DOJ is coming after protesters, the abhorrent conditions inside of a Texas ICE facility that has spurred an outbreak of measles, and why Democratic leadership refuses to put up any meaningful resistance to the MAGA machine. We keep it real here, so let's get into it. Let's start out with the first story. Imagine losing the people who protect your community from terrorists or massive fraud rings overnight. Not because of a budget cut, not because of a natural disaster, but because the very concept of justice has been redefined to protect a specific political class. Well, this is a reality for people in Minnesota right now. We're not talking about a standard changing of the guard or anything. We are witnessing a purge. And the question isn't, why are they leaving? It's what happens when the people who know how the law works are replaced by people who only know how loyalty works. This is a specific, terrifying event happening under Attorney General Pam Bondi's leadership. We just learned that at least 14 federal prosecutors in Minnesota have resigned en masse. These aren't fresh law school grads. These are career officials with years of combined experience. They are walking out of the door, or they're being shoved out, leaving the office with fewer than about 20 attorneys to handle federal cases for the entire state. Why? Because the Department of Justice, under this MAGA administration, refused to investigate a federal agent killing a civilian and instead decided to criminalize the grieving widow. I mean, this is an example of what happens when institutions are hollowed out to serve a personality cult rather than, the law. So let's start with the material conditions, though, that caused this exodus. It wasn't just a policy differences, right? It was specific moral failure. During the immigration crackdown in Minneapolis, an ICE agent named Jonathan Ross shot and killed a mother of three named Renee Nicole Good. Now, in a functional society operating under a social contract, when a federal agent kills somebody, there's usually an investigation. I mean, that is the bare minimum expectation of the rule of law. But under Pam Bondi, the DOJ refused to investigate the agent whatsoever. Instead, they turned the crosshairs on Renee's widow, Becca. Her crime? Activism? She used a whistle, a literal plastic whistle. Okay, she was warning her neighbors about the ICE raid. And for that, the full weight of the federal government came crashing down on her, investigating her for interference. Oh my God, she had a whistle. Ah! Clearly, this is the greatest threat to national security we face. Now, look, is this really just a case of law and order? Or is it a rational community response to a DOJ that actively harms the citizens it is supposed to protect? The prosecutors in that office saw the writing on the wall. They saw that the law was no longer a shield for the vulnerable. It was being transformed into a weapon to punish dissent and protect the state's enforcers, masked enforcers, by the way. Top officials like acting U.S. Attorney Joseph Thompson and Civil Division Chief Anna Voss, they looked at this and they realized they can't do their jobs. They couldn't ethically participate in a system that ignores a body count to prosecute a grieving spouse. So they quit. But here's where it gets vindictive. This is where we see the psychology of the current MAGA movement. When these prosecutors submitted their resignations, trying to leave with a little bit of dignity, giving notice so cases could be handed off, Bondi and her deputy, Todd Blanche, didn't just accept them. They fired them preemptively. They said, well, you can't quit. You're fired. I mean, this is the ultimate way to avoid accountability while projecting dominance. They escorted career public servants out the building immediately. They didn't care about the transition of power. They didn't care about the active cases on their desks. They cared only about sending a message. Loyalty is mandatory. And dissent will be punished with humiliation. Look, this is the classic conservative talking point of running government like a business, collapsing in real time. In a business, if your entire senior staff quits, you panic. Here, apparently they celebrate. Weird. Because to them, these prosecutors are not assets. They're obstacles. And these are people who know the Constitution, who understand precedent, who believe in the institution. And that makes them dangerous to an administration that views laws as a suggestion. Bondi's effectively pulling the ladder up behind her, blaming those who left for not being on the team. It ignores the systemic reality that she has made the workplace so toxic to anyone who still possesses a conscience. Now, let's look at the consequences using a logical, materialist perspective, okay? Politics, we know, is not abstract. It has consequences. We're talking about the feeding our future fraud case, right? One of the biggest pandemic fraud schemes in history. We're talking about counterterrorism prosecutions. We're talking about complex white-collar crime. With fewer than 20 attorneys left for federal cases in Minnesota, who's going to try these cases? Do you think a loyalist with a podcast and a law degree from a diploma mill can step in and prosecute a complex RICO case tomorrow? No! The result of all of this is that criminals will walk. Terrorists could slip through the cracks. Fraudsters will keep your tax money. Former U.S. Attorney Tom Heffelfinger called this turnover, quote unquote, unprecedented. But that's kind of a polite word. It's catastrophic. When you drain the swamp of competence, all you're left with is the sludge of ideology. And the tragedy is that the movement Bondi is sacrificing this institution for doesn't give a damn about the victims of any of these crimes. And she doesn't either. She doesn't care. She only cares about the aesthetics of power, about protecting her own, like that ICE agent, Ross, while demonizing anyone who questions them. And that's why she's so dangerous. She believes her political power is a mandate to dismantle justice itself. This is about replacing the social contract with a loyalty pact. In this new Department of Justice, you are only safe if you're wearing the red hat. You're only safe if you're an agent of the state using violence against their political enemies. But if you're a widow with a whistle, if you're a prosecutor who believes in equal justice, congratulations, you're the enemy. Pam Bondi is engaged in a psychological attempt to wash off the identity of the Department of Justice as an independent body. She wants it to be an arm of the White House. And, well, so does the White House. Now, that, of course, has consequences. She's completely lost the respect of the legal community. That said, in her mind, in the minds of those she serves, that isolation, that's proof that she's doing the right thing. They really believe they're being prosecuted by the so-called deep state, right? When in reality, they're just being rejected by competent professionals who refuse to violate their oaths of office. Now, there's a bigger problem with this than Bondi getting embarrassed. You see, when the prosecutors leave, the gangsters move in. And now we have gangsters running the Department of Justice. The criminals have taken over. They have become the police. This is not normal. It's the structural dismantling of accountability, and it's all being done on purpose. So let's move on to the next story here, because we got plenty more to talk about. Imagine facing 20 years in federal prison, not for building a bomb, not for hijacking a plane, but for handing in a pamphlet at a protest. This isn't a dystopian novel. This is the new interpretation for material support for terrorism under the new DOJ. And while the media tends to focus on the spectacle, the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security are fundamentally rewriting the social contract regarding dissent in this country. And we are currently witnessing a synchronized three-prong attack. First, the resurrection of 9/11 era anti-terror statutes to prosecute domestic political opposition. Second, the use of administrative subpoenas to bypass the courts entirely. And thirdly, the criminalization of basic human empathy, targeting those who provide medical aid to protesters. This is not abstract. This is existential, y'all. It is a systematic attempt to make the cost of dissent so high that you simply stay home. Today, we're going to dissect all of this from a logical materialist perspective and ask you, is this national security or is this the weaponization of the state against their own citizens? So let's start with the most alarming development here. The weaponization of the material support for terrorism statute. For those of us who don't remember, these laws were expanded exponentially after 2001 under the Bush administration. The logic was that we needed to stop the money and the weapons from flowing to groups like Al-Qaeda, which is kind of funny because we were the ones that funded bin Laden in the first place. If you can remember that far back. But we were told specifically that these tools would never be used against domestic political movements. Well, that was a lie. According to recent filings from the DOJ, prosecutors are now applying these charges to leftists, environmental activists, and anti-fascist organizers. And here's the trick. They're not accusing these people of violence. They're accusing them of providing material support to groups the administration has unilaterally labeled as extremist. But what counts as support? Well, in some of these indictments, it's handing out literature. It's organizing a meeting. It's literally speech. You know, the thing that's supposed to be protected by the First Amendment. Where's the free speech warriors, by the way? Look, this is what we call asymmetrical warfare. When a MAGA chud storms the Capitol building or threatens election workers, we're told, oh man, that is legitimate political discourse. Or that, oh, it's just a lone wolf, man. They got mental health issues. This system bends over backward to contextualize their violence. But when a leftist distributes a magazine criticizing state power, apparently that is now framed as an act of terror. The DOJ is arguing that by sharing the ideology, you are strengthening the organization, and therefore you are no different than a financier of terrorism. This is a great example of this administration ignoring the systemic reality that protest is a protected right, or at least it's supposed to be. By blurring the line between activists and terrorists, they're creating a legal framework where the punishment for holding a sign is the same as the punishment for holding a detonator. And let's be clear, this is by design with the goal of terrifying you. They want you to look at your neighbor, your family, and decide that the risk of losing your freedom isn't worth the moral obligation to speak up. Now, if the terrorism charges are the hammer, then the DHS administrative subpoena is a scalpel. And it is being used to dissect your private life without a judge ever seeing the evidence. We are seeing a massive spike in the use of these administrative subpoenas. Unlike a criminal warrant, which requires probable cause and a judge's signature, an administrative subpoena is basically a strongly worded letter from a federal agency demanding your personal data. They're going to the tech companies, to the internet service providers and social media platforms and saying, give us the list of everyone who was in this area between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. They claim that this is for customs enforcement or border security. But in reality, they are basically, they're building something, okay? They're building something pretty bad. A database of dissent, probably held by Palantir. Now, if you attended a protest where a window was broken, your phone's location data puts you in the dragnet. This is a reality for anyone organizing in the digital age. You don't have to commit a crime to be investigated anymore. You just have to be proximate to dissent. And consider the implications for things like healthcare. We know that this administration has targeted reproductive rights. These subpoenas can be used to track who visits a clinic, who searches for medication, and who helps them get there. If you think about it, this is the ultimate way to avoid accountability. They bypass the Fourth Amendment by claiming that, oh, it's administrative, not criminal. Right up until the moment they hand that data over to a friendly prosecutor. They are treating citizens not as people with rights, but as data points to be harvested and analyzed for signs of disloyalty to the regime. And if you're one of those people thinking, oh, well, I have nothing to hide, then you're missing the point. In this environment, anything can be reframed as something to hide. Finally, I want to address perhaps the most morally bankrupt aspect of this entire crackdown. The targeting of street medics and aid workers. We have a report out of the Pacific Northwest involving a 29-year-old activist. Their crime? They were identified on video helping tear gas protesters wash the chemicals out of their eyes. Yeah. DHS and local authorities tracked this person down. They didn't throw a brick. They didn't start a fire. They provided medical aid to a human being in pain. Oh, but yeah, they were aiding and abetting rioters. If you help the bad guys, then you're a bad guy too. Is this really just a case of law enforcement? Or is this a rational community response to a state that demands total submission? When you criminalize the act of washing tear gas out of somebody's eyes, you're sending them a very specific message. Suffering is the point. The cruelty is the punishment. By helping someone alleviate that suffering, you're interfering with the state's ability to inflict pain. This 29-year-old Portland resident named Chandler Patey is now facing charges that could absolutely ruin their life. You know what they're claiming? That he is the leader of Antifa. Antifa has no leader. It is not an organization. Either you're anti-fascist or you're a fascist. There's no middle ground here. And now of course, there's a reason they're doing this, right? They want to isolate people because this system relies on that isolation. It relies on the idea that if you step out of line, no one will come to help you. And this is where the psychology of the MAGA movement becomes crystal clear. It demands that you sacrifice real relationships, real human solidarity for parasocial affection from a leader who demands your total obedience. They look at a street medic and see an enemy combatant because to them, compassion for the other is a weakness. Remember, Charlie Kirk himself said it. Oh, empathy is weakness. In reality, though, this activist was actually engaging in the highest form of civic duty, caring for their neighbor. But in the eyes of the Trump Department of Justice, that makes them a co-conspirator. So what are we looking at here? When you combine terrorism charges for leafletting, dragnet surveillance without warrants, and the criminalization of medical aid, you don't have a justice system, you have a weapon. This aligns perfectly with the roadmap laid out in Project 2025 and the directives we've seen in documents like NSPM-7. The goal is to collapse the distinction between political opposition and enemy combatants. They want you to feel isolated. They want you to believe that resistance is futile and dangerous. But the logical perspective requires us to see this for what it is, a sign of weakness. A system that is confident in its legitimacy does not need to put 20-year-olds in prison for handing out flyers or providing basic medical aid. We need to understand these tactics so that we don't fall for the shock and awe. And we need to maintain our class solidarity and historical memory so that we can actually resist the fascism that has taken over our country. All right. So now we go from the Department of Justice assault on freedom of speech to how they're treating the people that they have abducted. Imagine being trapped in a cage. You have no control over the air you breathe, the water you drink, or who stands next to you. Now, let's introduce one of the most contagious viruses known to man into that cage. Oh, and imagine you're 6 years old. This isn't a hypothetical horror movie scenario. This is a reality for over 400 children right now at the Dilley Immigration Processing Center in Texas. We are looking at a humanitarian disaster that was entirely preventable, but, and here's the uncomfortable truth, was likely acceptable collateral damage to the people who designed the system. As of February 1st, 2026, 2 cases of measles have been confirmed at the Dilley facility. Now, you might hear, well, 2 cases, come on. Yep, you understand, that sounds manageable. Does it? Let's strip away the minimization here and look at the sociology and the epidemiology of what is actually happening here. Dilley is the only family detention facility currently operating in the United States. It houses 1,200 people. Over 400 of them are children. There is a 2-month-old infant in that facility at this very moment, right now. And because of these 2 confirmed cases, a movement has been halted and quarantine measures are active. But in a facility notorious for poor hygiene, substandard water, and medical neglect, quarantine is just a loaded phrase for trapped. This isn't just a medical crisis. It is a moral indictment of a regime that views human beings as less than, based on their nationality, their country of origin, and the color of their skin. Let's start here with the material conditions. You can't really understand the gravity of this outbreak without understanding the environment. Measles is airborne. It lingers in a room for 2 hours after an infected person leaves. In a crowded detention center where 1,200 people are packed into close quarters like sardines, this is pretty much a biological weapon. Reports indicate that this facility has long struggled with things like basic sanitation. We're talking about poor hygiene protocols, questionable food quality, and water that has been flagged in previous inspections. When you combine structural poverty within the facility with a highly infectious disease, you are creating a petri dish. Democratic Representative Joaquin Castro has already called for the immediate shutdown of the facility. He pointed out something that often gets lost in the law and order rhetoric. These people are facing civil immigration charges. They're not criminals. They're asylum seekers. And yet, they are being subjected to conditions that no one should be facing. Not even convicted felons in a maximum security prison deserve these kind of conditions. And here's where the MAGA ideology comes into play. You see, the argument is always about deterrence. They claim, well, if we just make conditions bad enough, then people will stop coming. But that ignores the systemic reality. It ignores the desperation that drives migration. Instead, we have created a system where a 2-month-old baby is currently at risk of a potentially fatal disease because of a policy decision to treat families like cattle. This is the logical conclusion of a system designed to dehumanize others. Now, let's look at the broader context as well. This isn't happening in a vacuum. In 2025, the United States saw 2,200 measles cases. We are barely into February of 2026, and we already are at 588 cases nationally. This is a resurgence of a disease that was effectively eliminated, driven largely by misinformation and the politicization of public health, thanks to people like Donald Trump, RFK Jr., and the anti-vax movement that really gained steam because of COVID. But specifically regarding Dilley, look at the response from the Department of Homeland Security. Spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin claims that care is being provided. Oh, is it now? Really? Well, that sounds nice, doesn't it? But notice what she didn't say. They're withholding the vaccination status of the detainees and the specific numbers regarding who is effectively quarantined. Why withhold that information? Maybe because they don't want us to know if this outbreak was caused by a failure to vaccinate detainees upon entry, or if it was brought in by staff, perhaps staff who subscribe to the very anti-science rhetoric that has caused a national spike in cases. This is the classic conservative talking point. We're handling it. But transparency is the enemy of their narrative. If they admit that they packed unvaccinated, vulnerable populations into a facility with poor ventilation during a national measles surge, they're admitting to gross negligence. So instead, they hide behind privacy concerns or operational security. It's the ultimate way to avoid any accountability. Now, we need to address the contradiction at the heart of this as well. The same political movement that screams about protecting American citizens from diseases brought by outsiders is the same movement that reopened this facility in 2025 and created the conditions for this outbreak to spread. It's a lack of empathy masquerading as fiscal responsibility or national security. They tell you that detention is necessary for safety. But how's creating a viral hotspot safe for anybody? These officers and staff, they go home to their communities in Texas. They go to the grocery store, go to church. If measles spreads inside Dilley, it spreads outside Dilley. But of course, the cruelty is the point. It always is. When politics stops being abstract, it starts threatening the safety of human lives. For the people supporting these policies, the suffering of immigrants isn't a bug, it's a feature. They view the people inside Dilley not as human beings with rights, but as a demographic threat, as less than human. This is a great example of administrative violence, which by nature is clean, bureaucratic, and happens behind fences and closed doors. The same kind of violence corporate America, by the way, engages in every time they block people from getting life-saving care or medication by gatekeeping it. The result is no different than actual physical violence. If a child dies from measles because they were denied proper medical care or isolation or vaccination access, that is state-sanctioned violence as well. And let's be clear about the pro-life hypocrisy here. You can't claim to champion the sanctity of life while supporting a system that locks a 2-month-old infant in a disease-ridden warehouse. It ignores the systemic reality of what life actually requires: healthcare, safety, and dignity. Now, you shouldn't be surprised to learn that this facility was closed before. It was actually reopened in 2025. That was a choice. It was a choice made by people who prioritize white supremacy over human rights. Now, the people defending this will tell you, well, they shouldn't have come in here legally. But that is nothing more than a cognitive defense mechanism, which allows the speaker to wash their hands of the moral stain. It demands you sacrifice your basic humanity for adherence to a rigid white nationalist ideology. But we have to ask, what's the cost? The cost is our collective soul. When we accept that civil charges warrant nighttime raids and exposure to deadly plagues, we have crossed the line. We're no longer discussing policy. We're discussing the systemic degradation of human beings. The outbreak at Dilley is not an accident. It is the inevitable result of a system built on cruelty and neglect. We need to demand the release of these families to their appropriate sponsors, where they can actually receive proper medical care, not to leave them to rot in a for-profit prison cell. You know, all this stuff is just so incredibly disastrous to see, so incredibly disastrous to watch. And I'm pretty sick of this. I'm sick of all of this. Okay. Sick of the Trump regime already. And you know what? It's only 2026. We have 3 more years of this crap. 3 more years of watching good people be put in prisons and gunned down by masked ICE agents. 3 more years, unless somebody does something. And I don't know if that's ever really going to happen. Okay. Let me read some comments here before I get to the next story here. It says they're building concentration camps. Absolutely. Absolutely they are. And they're going to keep doing so. They're going to keep doing so. Material aid to terrorists. Every accusation is a confession. You goddamn right it is. You goddamn right it is. All right. Criminalization of empathy. True. What's old is new again. Absolutely. Let's see. Did I find any more comments here? Yes, Friendly Atheist did a very good video on this outbreak. Yeah, no, Friendly Atheist does a fantastic job. So if you haven't already, obviously check out Friendly Atheist. I believe he's got a Substack. And it's pretty great. It's pretty great. I've sourced quite a few stories actually from Friendly Atheist. So I definitely suggest checking him out if you haven't already. And reading the stories. Great content. Great stuff. All right. So now we go from the horrible conditions of Dilley to how one man found himself in another detention center. The twist? He's a pro-Trump influencer who just got a visit from the leopards. Yes. It's not a show unless we have some leopards eating some faces. All right. And here we go. Imagine spending years building a platform telling millions of people that the wolf at the door only eats the bad sheep. Imagine convincing yourself and your community that if you just wear the right hat and say the right slogans, the wolf will see you as a partner, not as a meal. Then imagine the shock when the wolf knocks on your door and doesn't care about your endorsement. This is the reality for Junior Pena. So today, we're looking at a case study that perfectly illustrates the concept of the leopards eating people's faces party. Junior Pena, a Brazilian influencer with over 1.3 million followers on TikTok, has been detained by ICE in New Jersey. Oops. Sad. Now, Pena isn't just a victim of the system. He was a cheerleader for it. He publicly supported the very crackdown that ensnared him, telling his followers that mass deportations were only targeting the crooks. I guess he learned the hard way that he was wrong. So let's start with the material conditions of his arrest. Pena was detained due to an administrative error regarding a missed hearing, a hearing that was reportedly postponed, but not properly recorded in the system. As a result, he is currently held at the Delaney Hall Detention Center. Now, here's where the cognitive dissonance kicks in. Pena told his followers repeatedly that the immigration crackdown was about safety. It was about law and order. It was about removing the bad elements. Like, this is a classic conservative talking point. It ignores the systemic reality that the immigration system in the United States is a massive, unfeeling bureaucracy that does not check your voter registration before it puts you in handcuffs. Pena fell for the one of the good ones fallacy. This is, of course, a psychological defense mechanism where a marginalized person believes that if they adopt the rhetoric of the oppressor, they will be granted a shield of immunity. And they think, well, I'm not like them. I'm not like those people. I work hard. I follow the rules. And I support the leader. You'll be one of the good ones, they tell themselves. But here's the reality. To the policies Pena supported, there is no distinction between a good immigrant and a bad immigrant. There is only deportable. He believed his political alienation from his own demographic was a ticket to safety. He thought his red hat would be like a force field. Shields up. But the system is designed to process numbers, not nuance. And when you support a policy of zero tolerance, you don't get to be surprised when the system has zero tolerance for your clerical error. So now let's look at this through a logical materialist perspective, right? You see, Pena engaged in something called class traitorism, or if we want to be more specific to this context, the attempt to gain proximity to whiteness. See, Pena was engaged in a psychological attempt to wash off his own identity by supporting a movement that often conflates Brazilian or Latino with criminal or illegal. He is trying to separate himself from the group. He's pulling up the ladder behind him. When he tells his 1.3 million followers that only crooks are being targeted, He's actively gaslighting his own community. He's providing a cover for policies that harm people who look just like him, speak his language, and share his heritage. Why? Because it feels safer to be on the side of the hammer than it is to be on the side of the nail. But it's not just that. Peña's support for these policies wasn't just a difference of opinion from his own community. It was a weapon used against his own neighbors. And now that weapon has misfired, or rather, fired exactly as designed. And it hit him. The tragedy is that the movement he sacrifices his community for will never truly accept him. To the hardline nativist wing of the Republican Party that he supports, he isn't just a patriot influencer. He's just another number on a deportation docket. Now, I want to talk about the relationship between the influencer and the leader. This is a textbook case of parasocial affection. Peña likely feels a genuine connection to the movement, to Trump. He probably believes that if Trump knew him personally, he'd say, "Oh, let him go. Oh, he's one of the good guys. Just let him go." But that's the fantasy. It demands you sacrifice real relationships, your solidarity with your immigrant community, for parasocial affection from a leader who doesn't know you exist and frankly doesn't care. Wouldn't piss off on you if you were on fire, okay? Now, the sad thing is, of course, you can't reason with people who believe their political alienation is a test of loyalty. Peña's situation exposes the hollowness of this entire transaction. You see, he gave them his loyalty, his platform, and his influence. And in return, the system gave him a cell in Newark. And let's look at the response here. Now, his supporters have shockingly raised over $32,000 on GoFundMe. Now, there is a deep irony here, okay? The community he marginalized, the people he told were safe if they just followed the rules, they're the ones actually paying to save him. The movement he supported, they're not holding rallies for him. They're not storming the detention center demanding the release of Patriot Peña. Of course not. So now let's circle back to his this administrative error. His defense is that this is just all a mistake. What a terrible mistake. Oh, I missed a hearing because it wasn't recorded properly. But here's the reality. Our immigration system is designed to be difficult to navigate. It's designed to be punitive. Yeah, missed hearings, lost paperwork, confusing court dates. These are the features of the crackdown strategy that Peña actually supports. Turns out when you advocate for a system that strips away due process and accelerates removals, you're advocating for a system where administrative errors like this become the norm. The irony is that Peña is now experiencing the structural poverty of rights that he wished upon others. He's realizing that without the protections of due process, protections that the current political regime is trying to ignore and dismantle, anyone can fall through the cracks. Even an influencer with 1 million followers, or even someone like Nicki Minaj. So is this karma? Yeah, you could probably say that. Yeah. But I do think it's also something more tragic. It's the inevitable result of voting against your own self-interests. It's the cost of believing that you can align yourself with a leopard and expect it to change its diet. In this way, Peña's story is more than a case of schadenfreude. It's also a warning. When you cheer for the erosion of rights for others, you are eventually cheering for the erosion of your own rights. And there it is. Yes, first they came for the communists. I mean, all of this is exactly, it goes back to that poem, or it goes back to that statement, okay? First they come for the communists, but I was not a communist. Then they came for the trade unionists. And basically, it goes until there's no one left. No one left to speak for me. And we are fast approaching that point. Okay. Let's see. Oh, no kidding about the measles outbreak. It started at the Noah's Ark theme park. Of course it did. Of course it did. I mean, who would expect anything different, right? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. We're on the second last line of that poem. Yeah, unfortunately. Unfortunately. All right. Now, for my final segment, I want to talk about why the Democratic Party is not coming to save us from any of this. And it's not because they're on the same side as the Republicans, that they're not entirely the same, right? But they do have many of the same donors. Let's get into it. Imagine hiring a defense attorney to save your life, but you find out that half their firm is funded by the prosecutor's biggest donors. You probably fire them, right? Because you know that when push comes to shove, they're not going to fight for you. They're going to fight to protect their revenue stream. Well, welcome to the Democratic establishment. We often ask why leadership brings a strongly worded letter to a knife fight. But today, we need to look past the incompetence narrative, and we need to follow the money. You see, there is a phenomenon here often described as learned helplessness. We watch the MAGA agenda roll out, mass deportations, judicial capture, the dismantling of the regulatory state. And yet the response from Democratic leadership is polite. It's procedural. It's weak. And the question I get asked constantly is, well, why? Why won't the Democrats fight dirty? Why won't they use the same levers of power to fight back? Now, the easy answer is that they're just bad at politics. You guys suck. But actually, the real answer is more complicated here. Let's strip away the emotion and look at the sociology of all this. See, the logical materialist perspective tells us that people act in their own self-interest. And the reality is, the Democratic leadership class is not beholden to the voters who are terrified of losing their health care or their civil rights. They are beholden to a donor class that, frankly, can learn to live with a MAGA presidency as long as their taxes stay low. I'm talking about the issue here of corporate capture. The over $100 million and counting in corporate PAC money flooding the system. The same system that turns senators into lobbyists. This financial addiction fundamentally castrates their ability to resist the authoritarian right. Because it's not about resistance. It's about collecting the checks. But let's be clear, this isn't about both sides are the same. No, it's about why one side is fighting a war and the other side is negotiating a surrender. So let's start with the most common defense you hear from the vote blue no matter who crowd. They'll say, well, Democrats need the money to win elections, man. It's just the cost of doing business. Look, that sounds pragmatic, right? It sounds grown up. But it ignores the systemic reality. When a party takes millions of dollars from the pharmaceutical industry, Wall Street, and the defense sector, those donations are not charity. They're an investment. And investors always expect a return. But it's also a weapon. You see, that money is a weapon used to discipline the party from the inside. Now think about this. The MAGA agenda, we know, is fueled by faux populism. They claim to represent the forgotten worker while gutting their safety net. The most effective political counter to that is actual economic populism. It's aggressively taxing the rich. It's universal health care, Medicare for all. It's strengthening unions, not just with words, but with actual federal power. But here's the trap. You can't effectively crusade against corporate greed when your campaign war chest depends on it. If Democratic leadership actually went to war against price gouging or the health insurance industry, that fundraising spigot would turn off overnight. So instead they pivot. They focus on norms and decency and institutions. We saw that during the last election, by the way. The 2024 election where Kamala Harris stopped talking about affordability, stopped talking about those issues and focused on, we're going to protect democracy. That's what we're going to do here. You got to vote for me. I'm going to protect democracy from the big bad Donald Trump. Why do they do this? Instead of actually being progressive, instead of actually putting forward progressive policies that are extremely popular, why did they focus on norms? Because norms don't cost donors a dime. Decency doesn't hurt quarterly profit margins. This effectively creates a structural inability to offer a material alternative to the right-wing grievance machine. They can't offer you a better life because the people paying their bills profit from the status quo. So they offer you protection from the other guys. Oh, those guys, Republicans are far worse. I mean, you think we're bad? You think we suck? Oh, look at those guys. Let me tell you what. It's a protection racket masquerading as a political party. And this is why the resistance feels so hollow. It's performative theater. Yeah, they'll wear kente cloth. They'll kneel in the Capitol. They'll write scathing tweets. I got you there with that strongly worded letter. But when it comes time to block a merger, bust a trust, or actually wield power in a way that makes Wall Street scream, silence. Now, the logical perspective here requires us to look beyond just campaign donations. We also have to look at the career trajectory of these people. There is a concept in sociology called anticipatory obedience. You act in a way, simply put, that pleases the master you hope to serve in the future. For the average Democratic consultant, staffer, or even elected official, the end game isn't retiring on a government pension. The end game is the 7-figure consulting gig. The end game is the board seat. The end game is becoming a lobbyist. Oh, you think you're going to burn bridges with the health insurance lobby today when they plan on asking them for a job tomorrow? Please. This is the consultant class. These are the people running the strategy. And their strategy is designed to keep the donor class, what I like to call the Epstein class, comfortable. Not to win in a street fight against fascism. Because if you fight too hard, if you actually disrupt the flow of capital, you become a pariah. You become unserious. You get labeled a radical. And most importantly, you become unemployable in the DC ecosystem. So the strategy becomes risk aversion. They pull the ladder up behind them and then blame those at the bottom for not voting hard enough. They'll tell you, we can't be too aggressive. Or we'll alienate the moderate suburbanite. We got to get the people in the suburbs. That's the classic Democratic establishment talking point. But in reality, what they mean is, well, we can't be too aggressive or we'll alienate the private equity firm that funds our super PAC. That argument, by the way, shuts down voters' critical thinking. It convinces them that the only way they can win is to vote for Republican light. And while they sit there and play this game of 4D chess, the MAGA movement is out here playing rugby. They're smashing through norms because they don't care about a post-presidency book deal with a prestige publisher. No, they care about power. The Democratic leadership is treating politics like a debate club where you get points for being correct. The opposition treats it like a hostile takeover. And you can't really stop a hostile takeover if you're worried about your future stock option. So what's the impact of all this? The impact is that the Democratic Party becomes incapable of being a true opposition party. When the MAGA agenda deports thousands of people while stripping away rights like due process or even shooting people in the streets, the Democrats, they need to be the party of labor, the party of the working class, the party that says, we will shut this country down before we let you hurt any more of these people. But they can't say that because shutting the country down hurts their portfolios. Instead, well, they keep coming out and claiming, we're so weak. Oh, we can't do anything to fight against the monster. You just need to vote harder next time for whatever pro-corporate ghoul we put up. Gavin Newsom. They demand that you sacrifice real progress for a party that views you not as a constituent, but a stepladder for them to be able to reach the revolving door. It demands that you accept their crumbs and call it a feast. And this is the tragedy, right? We have a population that is desperate for change, desperate for protection. And the only vehicle they have to fight back has the parking brake on. And that parking brake is like made of gold. Tacky, I know, right? Look, we have to stop expecting these people to save us against their own financial interests. As long as the leadership is captured by the same corporate power structure that benefits from deregulation and tax cuts, the resistance will always be performative. Understand, they aren't failing to fight because they don't know how. They're failing to fight because they are paid to lose gracefully rather than win disruptively. And that's it. All right. A couple of comments here. Forget party politics. It's a class war. You goddamn right. And it's about time we start fighting it. About time. All right. Let's see. Sternly worded letters versus literal gunfire. Abso-freaking-lutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. All right. Let's see. Dems en masse have lost the LGBTQ community and will continue to hurt them over and over. Yeah, it's messed up. So many times I've seen the Democratic Party throw transgender folks under the bus, and it just makes absolutely no sense. Absolutely no sense. But that's what they're doing. Well, it doesn't make sense unless you start to think about the money. Again, follow the money. All right. The money is always where they go. They always go towards it. They follow the green. And it ain't the Green New Deal. Okay. But anyway, it's absolutely class war, and Democrats still think they're the upper middle class. What actually gives me some hope is the very angry suburban wine moms. Okay. So the I've Had It podcast ladies, they would be in years before the stereotypical liberal, right? But now, you got the two that are talking about lefty issues, that are, going after rich people, that are criticizing the Democratic leadership. I mean, going after Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, criticizing them in their podcast. That's a really good sign to show you that, yes, you have people that, would be the vote blue no matter who people before, finally getting fed up. But anyway, that's what I've got for you today. If any of this resonated with you, please hit like and subscribe, not just to my channel, but also to this space. And it helps the algorithm push this to the people who actually need to hear it. And if you really want to support the show, head to our Patreon. If you want to support our work directly, every dollar goes back into research and production of the show. And you can find me on my YouTube channel at The Logical Leftist, and the Instagram at The Logical Leftist, and on our Bluesky at jeffwaldorf.bsky.social. Go there for daily updates and clips. Thanks so much for being here. Up next on this space, we have Andrea Rovenski. Break it down where we're at and how we got here. The sign is up ahead, and it says, "Welcome to Fuckville. Population, us."
My nose is all fucked up. Look at this. What happened to my nose? You see this? Does anyone see this? Look at that. What the fuck? I just noticed this right now for the first time. I don't look at myself in the mirror. So this is the only time I have the unfortunate experience of seeing what I look like. What is going on in my nose? What is that? Look at that. Looks like that's crazy. I gotta look into that later. I gotta take a picture of that. Where's my cell phone? Hold on. I'm gonna take a picture of my nose. This is just causing me a little consternation. Wow. Wow. How the fuck did that happen? Anyway, today is what day is it? Today is Wednesday. And we're here to do a show today. Today we're going to be talking about how you need to have a plan for what they are going to do to us. That is what I will be discussing today. The economy is gonzo. That shit has been destroyed. They haven't told you yet. If anyone doesn't know, they stopped releasing accurate jobs numbers and everything. Economic numbers were halted for a couple of months over the last summer, and then they put in yes men to fudge the report. So our economy is destroyed. Present tense, past tense even. But yet most people have not realized this. So last week on my show, I discussed we really need a new republic. We need a new constitution. There is no path forward to redeem this iteration of the United States of America. Let's be honest, okay? Slavery, genocide, manifest destiny, internment camps, genocide, drone strikes, genocide, right? So this country is irredeemable garbage, all right? That's just how it is. But more important than the fact that I personally don't like the country as it existed when we were born, chances are if you're watching this, you were born maybe at least 20 years ago, I hope. The country we were born into has been destroyed, all right? It no longer exists. Donald Trump's administration is not just an aberration. It is not just a temporary, bizarre moment It is not a temporary illness. It is the permanent destruction of our country, so much so that we need a new one. I figure, why not follow the original constitutional model and start hosting a constitutional convention? That's what I think we need to get out of this mess. One more point to that is why, if you are Canada, if you are Mexico, if you are Europe, China, if you're a burgeoning nation elsewhere, why would you ever make an alliance with the United States? I want you to sincerely ask that question. Why would you? If the United States model of government is so bad that only a handful of people actually choose the candidates, and then only a handful of people in swing states actually swing the election, right? It is not, you cannot securely trade with that partner. Hence, the entire country needs to be restarted. In order for us to have an international communitarian approach to the rest of the world, in order for us to integrate into the rest of the world ever again, I need people to really understand this. Gavin Newsom is not going to somehow make every other country on earth what is it? Is Gavin Newsom going to erase the Electoral College? Right? Is he going to erase the federal election system and start over? No, he is not. So as long as we have these vulnerabilities where oligarchic pedophile rapists can manipulate elections and win without any effort whatsoever, as long as that exists, our country is a pariah state. Now, again, we have nuclear weapons. Okay, so that's a whole separate thing. We'll discuss that in a moment. But again, I'm just recapping last week's show because this week is it kind of relies on a little bit of that information. But this current iteration of the American Republic has got to go. I would argue it disappeared in 2000 when they stole the election. If you don't know, Republicans stole the election in 2000. Al Gore won the 2000 election and then decided it was a good thing for the country to just not fight, even though he won the election. And he was just like, well, for the good of the country, let's let the loser into the White House. Bizarre. So I would argue at least since 2000, this has been an illegitimate regime. But again, Obama was able to secure some trade partnerships. Kind of, not really. Trump went in there to destroy them. Joe Biden kind of didn't really do too much, and then Trump came in to destroy it again, really. So again, if you are any other country, we have had over 20 years of instability, drone strikes, genocide, world wars. Okay, that is what the United States has done to the rest of the world, right? In World War II, the German government was destroyed. It was destroyed, okay? They started 2 new governments. Now, again, I'm not a German historian. I know very little about most of the East and West German history. I know a little bit about how they started and a little bit about how they fell and some minor details in between, but I am not a German historian. But my point being, when the German government was destroyed and replaced, the first thing they did was they tried and executed a lot of the previous guys. But look at Germany now. They're still supporting and funding genocide. It's just that they switched what group of people they want to kill. They went from let's exterminate all Jewish people to let's exterminate all Muslims and Arabs. Even if they're Christian, let's kill them all. That's the current motto of the German government. So the German government actually dismantled itself, reformed into 2 separate states. Again, that was a whole chaotic situation. Then reformed again, creating an even newer government, which again was terribly managed. But again, my point being is, if Germany went from the Nazi Party to 100 years later being the primary funders of the modern day Nazi Party, they didn't successfully denazify. They did create new governments. However, the root problem was still there. So I want people to understand that, yes, we need a new American Republic. Call it New America, whatever the fuck you want to call it. We need a new American Constitution, because until we get to that point, the entire world is going to treat this country like a fucking piece of shit All right. Once the dollar gets off as the world reserve currency, this country is done for. And the people here are going to die a miserable, painful death because once again, they are lying to the public. However, the economy behind the scenes is gone. It has been destroyed, okay? These tech companies and these gig companies and all this fucking horseshit has destroyed the American work ethic. It has destroyed careers in this country. It has destroyed economic stability. You cannot just go to college for like $10 a semester and then find a job and sit in that job for 60 fucking years or whatever and then retire with a full pension and then give your kids like 3 houses or whatever. That is no longer an option. Now, again, it was only an option for a select few people with certain colors of a skin in the first place. But again, economic mobility is a one-way street in the modern day America. The only way you could even think or dream of moving up in the economy is by becoming a porn star, a gambler, a YouTube slop producer, or something else. That is really the only avenue for upward economic mobility. If you want to go to college, guess what? You're not guaranteed a job, and now you're a debt slave for at least 30 or 40 years. It's already over for you. You're fucking done for and you never had a chance, right? So again, this country has already been destroyed. It has been in this destruction phase for at least 25 years at the bare minimum. Again, you could throw in Ronald Reagan in there too, and then that's a whole situation. Was the 1980 election fair and free? Probably not. I was reading the news this morning that Donald Trump is now advocating for the White House to oversee the 2026 midterms. The White House is planning on nationalizing and overseeing the 2026 midterms. Again, elections are a thing of the past. Even if they did matter, they haven't mattered since at least 2000. Again, Al Gore was the 43rd president of the United States, and they stole it from him. And he's a little pussy-ass bitch, or he was blackmailed. We don't know why, but he chose, for the good of the country, to let the loser into the White House, right? So your elections, your votes, do they matter? That's an existential question. I personally feel good about going to the ballot box and squiggling in the bubble. You know, you got to get it right in there, make sure it's not outside the line. I like it. I feel pride in that. All right. But I know that that election, that ballot is probably going to get thrown out into the garbage can. In 2024, the Republican Party destroyed 3.5 million votes in swing states, most of which were for Kamala Harris. Now, if you wonder, did that affect the election and the outcome of the 2024 election? Probably. You also have Elon Musk talking about how he knows the voting machines really well and that he somehow announced the winner of the election 5 hours early. That's a separate thing. But what we know for a matter of fact is that 3.5 million ballots in swing states were discarded, which if they were to have been counted, Kamala Harris would have won at least half of the swing states. And all she really needed to win were like 2 or 3. Right. So again, Donald Trump stole this election. I know a lot of people, they're afraid to talk about it. They're afraid to research it for whatever hypocritical thing or whatever they think there is in their brain, this thought terminating cliche. But the point being is they hacked their way in to the White House, took a hatchet and destroyed everything. Okay. It's been destroyed. The entire Social Security database is on the dark net. Okay. You can log in to onion.net or whatever the fuck, onion.tour, right? You can log in and download a complete database of every Social Security number. Why? Because Elon Musk was allowed to go into the Social Security Administration, pop in the flash drive, and copy paste everything to the darknet, okay? That is what we know. That is a matter of fact. So if everyone's Social Security number is compromised and no longer has any value, what is the Social Security Administration good for? Right? Paying people out? Well, they're probably going to be destroyed pretty soon outright, so they're not going to be making payments, and the government is shut down or whatever. Did they repass that? Did they fund the Gestapo again? I don't know what Chuck Schumer's going to do right now. But again, your social security number is compromised. So we need a new system to replace it. Is that not logical, right? If the entire federal government has been hacked, that was the entire goal of Elon Musk in 2025. In January, I think until the summer thereabouts, his goal was to hack and sell off the entirety of the U.S. government, the national federal U.S. government, okay? And that is in the past tense. They've already done it. So if every social security number is compromised, we need a new system. We need to create a new country, all right? That doesn't mean we need to have a new identity altogether. I'm not, hey, I'm a little bit of a communist. I would love to just go right into super communism. But let's be honest here, Americans are really fucking stupid. So we're probably going to need some sort of transitional situation. But either way, the economy has been destroyed. That is the past tense, all right? If you are relying on Social Security, let's say you're 40 years old, all right? Really, you're relying on Social Security? If you're relying on a pension, really? If you're relying on US dollars in your bank account, you have savings, really? You're going to rely on that? Since Donald Trump has been elected, the US dollar's value has gone down by 12%. When asked about the value of the dollar, Donald Trump last week said that the value is going great. Everything is perfect. Why did he say that? Well, let's be honest. Donald Trump probably doesn't really know what that means in the first place. So he's probably at the directive of people like Elon Musk or Scott Bessent or Stephen Miller. And their plans, or Peter Thiel, and their plans are to devalue the dollar, then print a shitload of currency. This new guy, Kevin Warsh, who is going to be in the Federal Reserve very soon, his goal is to basically print money for billionaires so that they can get low interest or no interest loans to buy up literally everything. Your house that was passed down from your great grandma or whatever, gone. Okay. Your car, gone. All of your possessions, gone. Your job, gone. That is the plan that has not just begun recently. It begun in the 1980s, where they started accumulating money and wealth and power to such insane degrees that they were able to capture the governments in the 2000s and the aughts and the 10s. And now they're enacting the final stage of their plan to crash everything down to zero, buy it up for cheap, and then create new techno cities. All right. This is the Technocracy for America movement. Donald Trump recently posted a classic 1930s technocracy map on his Truth Social page. Why did he post that? Because he is bought and paid for by the technocracy movement. They want to turn this country into small corporate fiefdoms, right? Where you own nothing, you rent everything. All right. You want to know why RAM is so expensive? It's so that instead of having a fucking machine like this in your pocket, you have a little chunk of plastic that can just stream video from someone else's machine. They don't want you to own a computer because what can you do with a computer? You could, I don't know, for example, store the entirety of Wikipedia before 2022, before the age of artificial intelligence, so-called. You could download and store the entirety of human knowledge on a computer that you own. You can stream or watch a movie on your machine without paying a streamer. You can download them on the internet. I'm not telling you how to do it, but you could with a machine at home. You can work to create value for yourself on a machine from home. You can become, like I said, a YouTuber. You can make video games. You can make movies on a machine that you have in your house. So again, why would they want to make everything ridiculously fucking expensive? It's because they are planning to price you out of existence and to make you a slave. Now, I would argue we're already slaves to some degree or another. Do you have freedom? If I wanted to walk from Canada to the United States, there would be armed agents with guns threatening to kill me. Does that sound like freedom to you? Now, maybe you could say that slavery is a spectrum and that chattel slavery is just one term, one version of slavery. There was Roman slavery. They treated their slaves pretty well. Yeah, sure, they beat them and burned them at stakes and everything. They weren't allowed to leave their property, or else they got crucified and burned alive like Jesus Christ or whatever. But hey, they at least got to live in a house or whatever. It's pretty good. So again, slavery is a spectrum, right? And we are maybe at the most free of any time in recorded human history as a population on the slavery spectrum. But again, are we really free? Are we really liberated if we're not able to walk from one magical, area of the world to another magical area of the world without armed machine gun men threatening to murder us if we step in the wrong direction? That does not sound like freedom, right? If you break your leg and then your only option is to just have a fucking broken leg and probably die of infection or become a debt slave for the next 15 years, does that sound like freedom? Do you feel free in that environment? But that's the environment we all grew up in. That's the environment we live in today or yesterday or yesteryear. The new environment is that you have fucking nothing. You have fucking nothing. They will take everything from you, right? And I want people to really grasp what that means. Again, if you live in a house, right, not for much longer, because again, the federal government controls property, in that kind of way. That's one of the reasons the federal government exists. State governments kind of control property tax rates. But again, we're seeing a situation where at least 30 states have been compromised, and they're working with the federal occupiers in the White House. So we could see a scenario where the White House fascists direct 30 plus states that are red or whatever to make property taxes 5,000% higher. And then now you can't even pay property tax. And then if you own a mortgage, well, maybe we're going to try to sell you some 50-year mortgage or something. They floated this a couple months ago, a 50-year mortgage. Yeah. And then you can slowly pay it off over the course of your entire lifetime. And then when you die at year 49, they're going to refinance it for your child or something. And so then now your child's in a 50, 60-year mortgage, right? That's the plan for you. They are going to steal everything. Whatever your parents and grandparents fought and died for, assuming they fought and died for anything, maybe, I don't know, is going to be thrown in the garbage, gobbled up, and bulldozed with a data center built on top of it, right? We being the American population that you may be a part of, didn't give a fuck when they tried this out on black people. Black people, America's favorite punching bag, right? They got freed from slavery, right? And then put into a new version of slavery where they're not allowed to own anything. But a couple black people, because black people are pretty intelligent as far as people go, they're pretty smart, they were able to start building wealth. And in places like Tulsa, you know what happened? They burned it all down. They went in there, the Ku Klux Klan, they destroyed fucking everything. With guns, with flames, they destroyed everything. That people spent 30, 40, 50 years. People spent multiple generations building wealth in places like Tulsa. And then the white Ku Klux Klan came in and burned it all to the ground. So then a lot of black people had to start over. But then you have the civil rights movement. Isn't that great? They got civil rights. Sure, they were enshrined in the Constitution in 1865 or 6, I forget. But 100 years later, we passed a law that says, let's just follow the Constitution we ratified 100 years ago. So great, black people are equal now. But then, how do you steal black people's money in a post-Civil Rights Act world? Oh, well, cars, where everyone's driving cars, and we're going to just bulldoze all the black neighborhoods. Sorry, we'll give you $10 for your house. Sure, your house is worth $100,000. Sure, your house is worth $50,000. We'll give you $10 in a hot pocket. We'll bulldoze your entire family neighborhood and build up fucking highways. Yeah, and they're going to do that same fucking thing on everybody now. And instead of highways, they're going to be data centers. Everything you've ever hoped and dreamed for is going to be destroyed. Everything you've ever built, everything your parents built, everything their parents built will be destroyed. And why is that? Because while your parents and their parents, and maybe even you, were off building wealth and doing all of that in your own little private world, right? They were not looking at the larger game being played. They were not looking, right, at the fact that Ronald Reagan was deregulating everything and handing out all of the public welfare to corporations and subsidizing corporations and rich people. They weren't looking. It didn't concern them because the bulldozer was only going through the black people's neighborhoods. Fuck them. I gotta care about my family. I don't care what happens to black people, the canaries in this coal mine. I don't give a fuck. Right? If they lose all their fucking houses and everything they've ever been building for the last hundreds of years gets destroyed and burnt to a cinder, I don't give a fuck. I'm minding my own business. Well, now the bulldozers have come for us all. They're going to kill us all. They're going to take everything. All right? And I'm not saying this because I want you to be scared, although I do want you to be scared because fear is important. Fear exists for a reason. Fear is so that we can recognize that fucking mountain lion is coming to fucking kill me. That's what fear is built for. And if we're not fearful of the world we're living in now and the world that they're saying out loud, they're saying, where did I come up with this? Oh, from Peter Thiel's podcast. I listened to his podcast. And then he said all this. I'm not inventing this. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm telling you what the people in power are saying out loud. That's what they're saying. They did a video. You just can look it up. Peter Thiel, Technocracy. They talk about it on Joe Rogan's podcast, the most popular podcast, so-called, or whatever, at least that was for a time period. They say this shit in the open. I'm not conspiring here. If you want to hear some conspiracies, don't worry, I got you covered. But this is not a conspiracy. Do you think there's a reason why they did this back to normal illusion? Oh yeah, COVID magically disappeared. It's gone now. Everyone take your mask off, take your respirator off. They want you sick. They want you disabled, right? So that they can have you funnel all of your money into the medical mafia insurance system, right? They want you to lose your job. They want you to be desperate for a job. They want you to be cold and alone with nothing, disabled, sick all the time. You're never properly thinking. COVID has been documented to reduce your IQ by about 5 points. Let's not get entangled in the IQ debate, but it makes you dumber. COVID, scientifically, this is a fact. I don't care if it upsets you or whatever. This is not a conspiracy. This is a fact. Hundreds of thousands of peer-reviewed scientific research. COVID objectively damages your brain and makes you fucking stupid, okay? And if you don't know the effects, if you don't know that you're being made to be dumber, then you're going to be even dumber. If you're aware of this fact, if you thinking right now, oh man, I've had COVID 3 times, I got to be wary of this, I got to look into ways to retain my intelligence, then you can fight back that effect. But most people don't do that. They just pretend it's not real. The COVID is gone. It's not real. Masks, they just don't work. We invented this technology that protects your brain from damage. Oh, I don't care. It doesn't work. Whatever. Right. So again, do you think that this is a fucking on accident? Do you think that there's a reason, maybe that they just let all the COVID programs expire, the unemployment benefits, the child tax credit, the fucking just the stimulus checks? You think that maybe, right, people started to feel like the government was working for them for once and they were like, whoa, buddy, let's back off. Let's sell them. Instead of giving them money, let's make them pay for back to normal, an illusion that makes them all stupid and all subservient, sick and dumb and poor and ready for capture. That's what Joe Biden's entire administration was. It was the Intermission Act. It was for you to just stop looking at what they were doing. I didn't stop looking. I looked at what Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and Donald Trump and Project 2025 were doing that whole time. It wasn't good. But everyone else, they went back to fucking normal instead of preparing for what the crisis that we're about to face is coming, right? When Donald Trump was running in 2024, there was a possible future where the US dollar does not collapse to zero. Now, again, we've been on a trajectory. You could argue it was always going to end up like this one way or another. But again, we could argue that you could still use your dollars. You could go to other countries and people might go, oh, you got dollars. That's cool, right? But now the US dollar is meaningless. If you have not gotten an increase of your wages, if you have not gotten a salary increase or a wage increase, you have lost over 10% of your money. just since Donald Trump has been elected. The value of your currency is down 10 fucking percent. But it's not just 10% because the buying power factors in the inflation of things like groceries, things like, I don't know, the internet company that you pay for. Everyone needs the internet now, right? Electricity now that these data centers are up everywhere, right? So not only are your dollars worth less by over 10%, but also everything else around you is way more fucking expensive. So I'm not trying to say this to be, oh, I'm a prepper, I'm a crazy person or whatever. I'm going to live in a cabin in the woods and eat beans. Well, I am. You can do whatever you want. But if you are not in a survival instinct, right, planning for the eventual collapse of this country, you're going to be left high and dry. Again, stockpile things like gold and silver. I'm not joking, okay? That shit is going to be important. Why is that? Well, China is buying up a bunch of gold and silver. They're kind of limiting exports of gold and silver, and they're pushing for a new gold-backed reserve currency that other countries and economic units like the EU are looking toward. France, which has a lot of diplomatic power, has some of the largest gold reserves in the world, and they would benefit immensely from a new gold standard, right? So again, this is something you need to worry about. Food quality. This is something I told people in 2024 when Donald Trump was elected, when he stole the presidency once again. I told people the FDA is going to become a shell. It is going to become a rubber stamp, right? Food, you need to really be concerned with the food you're eating. I'm not telling you this to make you, oh, I'm paranoid, bro, I can't eat anything. I'm telling you this to be a smart, informed consumer, all right? I bought a fuckload of beans in 2024. I still eat a lot of those beans. And, you know, the food systems in 2024 were not great. Donald Trump's first term was horrendous and slashed food safety regulations. Joe Biden didn't do anything to restore them because he's the fucking sleeper president. And, you know, so again, it's not perfect. But again, now since you have like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in here, like, are you fucking kidding me? There's been millions and millions of different fucking recalls all across the fucking country since Donald Trump and RFK Jr. have decided to destroy everything about the FDA, have destroyed everything about food safety and inspection, right? So if you're still going to McDonald's 5 times a week, if you're buying groceries on a weekly basis, now again, I get it. People have really rough financial situations, but you need to really start thinking about how you are going to survive what the fuck is coming. Because if you are eating garbage, right? If you are eating shitty food that doesn't even nourish you, which by the way, you ever think about since the 1980s, the goal of food companies is to make you fat, sick, and disabled and malnourished? You ever think about that? You ever think about how they told everyone that fat was the problem because people are illiterate? Half the country can't fucking read above the middle school level. I'm not even joking. 52% of Americans cannot read at a middle school level. Look it up. They don't know how to fucking read better than the average 6th grader, at least the average 6th grader in 2000. I know the average 6th grader nowadays is fucked up in ways we can't even imagine, but we'll get to that another time, right? So again, they did these the companies did these ad campaigns saying fat is bad, so have sugar. Have a bunch of carbohydrates. We're going to remove the fat, an essential macronutrient, and then punch in the sugar numbers. We're going to add sugar to everything. So everyone got addicted to these convenient meals. You don't even need to learn how to cook. My mom never taught me how to cook. I've talked to dozens and dozens and dozens of people in my 29 years of life who have been similarly never taught how to cook by their parents. They never learned how to cook food. They never learned how to fry an egg. And again, you know, there's a lot of complications, you know, when it comes to egg production, but they never learned how to cook. Most people do not know the basics of how to fucking cook food, right? They go to the fucking store, they get a box, they put it in the freezer, they read the instructions, just enough, right? Just literate enough so that they don't burn their house down, although a lot of them do. And then they don't ever learn how to cook. People have been outsourcing the basics of survival their entire lives, myself included. I When I was 15, 20 years old, I didn't know how to cook. I barely knew how to fucking read. I didn't know shit about fuck. Why? Because no one fucking told me. And there's a lot of people in this country that are on autopilot, having grown up in a country where people don't even know the basics of surviving in whatever hell they're being born into. Do we teach children in schools today about how to desalinate water? Do we teach children in schools today about how to stay safe in a hurricane? Do we teach children in schools today, right, how to make food last in a drought, in a food crisis? No, we don't. We teach them how to scroll through iPads and TikToks and to watch little fucking chameleon videos and to learn fake history, right? So we're not even teaching the kids today about how to survive in the world they're going to grow up into. And again, holy fucking shit, think about, when climate change really kicks off, and it already is, right? But when it really kicks off in 10, 20, 30 years, when the entire fucking Middle East is uninhabitable and there's 3 billion refugees, and then there's a pedophile rape cabal with nuclear weapons that hates brown people. I don't even want to fucking think about the next 20 years. But again, we're not going to make it to the next fucking 20 years if you don't start fucking surviving today, because there's a bunch of right wingers. They have these little mini communities. They have bunkers, they have guns, they have gold, and they got food. They got water filtration systems, and they're going to survive the crisis that we are facing today, and we will be facing over the next year, 2 years, 3 years, the economic fallout that you've never even conceived of. If you're an American, you could never even think. You'd have to read like 40 books to even have a concept of an idea of what real poverty looks like, right? That's coming in your future. And if you're not ready for it, if you're not preparing for it now, you are going to be left in the dust, because they are building the bunkers. They will buy everything, and they will make you a fucking slave. Okay, that is the fucking plan. If you think I sound crazy, then you're too far gone. You're lost. Okay. And I get it. It's a defense mechanism. Denial of a harsh reality is a defense mechanism. I understand. There's a part of it, like your brain is preventing your conscious mind from really interpreting reality for what it is. But are you self-aware? If you're in that position, are you a sapient human being? Sapient meaning to be wise, to be able to think, to be able to achieve cognition. Are you able to do that? If you are blinded by denial of what's about to fucking happen, I don't fucking think so. I don't think that you are a sapient person if you are just deny. No. Gavin Newsom's going to win the presidency. He's going to get America back on track and all this fucking horseshit. What, do you fucking hear yourself? Do you fucking listen to yourself? Donald Trump announces he wants to nationalize the 2026 midterms, and you're talking about fucking 2028? What the fuck? You know what I mean? So again, if you have kids, I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck about your feelings, right? The only ones I care about are your children, the victims that you brought into this hellscape, right? If you have kids, especially young kids, and you are not stockpiling for their future, reading to them, you got to read to your fucking kids. If you can read, you got to teach your kids how to fucking cook. Teach your kids how to fucking desalinate and collect rainwater. Teach your kids how to fucking filter rainwater in all kinds of ways. Teach your kids how to do all kinds of fucked up shit that you can't even fathom right now, because the world they're going to grow up in, the world your young children are going to be 50 in, is going to be completely fucking unrecognizable. It's going to be so different. Think about 50 years ago, right? And they didn't have phones, they didn't have flat screens, but for the most part, 50 years ago looks pretty similar to today. Let's be honest about it. It looks pretty similar, right? Sure, we got flat screens fucking everywhere and all that. We got drones and everything, but it's not that different. In 50 years from today, right, where 80% of habitable zones right now are just going to be fucking gonzo. It's going to be like fucking 300 degrees centigrade in fucking India, right? In that universe, in the future that we can't turn it back now, climate change is going to fuck us. It doesn't matter how much sulfur they want to spray in the air. They're going to fuck us, right? So just thinking about that with the slavery, the poverty, the technocracy, again, the future is going to be unrecognizable. So if you made the mistake, and I've personally deemed it to be a mistake, of having children, I don't want to hear about your fucking feelings, all right? Because your life no longer matters, insofar as the only thing that you matter for in your entire life is to make your child survive into the future and to be prepared for the future, okay? I don't want to hear about your fucking feelings about how it's too fucking hard. You made that fucking mistake. You chose to have a child in a terrible shithole society that throws all these parents by themselves. Single parents are constantly be thrown into the fucking meat grinder. You made that mistake, not me. Even dual parents, two-parent relationships, they don't able to not make enough money to properly educate, feed, and house their children, right? So again, I don't want to get too bogged down on the parent thing, but my point being is you need to prepare for the future. And if you're not preparing for the future, you need to at least acquire skills that are going to be useful in the future. Learn how to defend yourself, learn martial arts, learn how to disarm someone from, if they have a gun, learn how to remove the gun from them. Learn how to read. Literacy, and I'm not talking about the ability, the dog jumps over the bowl. I'm not talking about that shit. I'm talking about real literacy, the ability to interpret, synthesize information, to update your understanding of the universe and then act accordingly. That type of literacy is going to be a very, very rare thing in the next 30, 40 years, okay? When the Roman Empire collapsed, so did literacy rates. Well, the Roman Empire collapsed in the 1400s, but that's a whole separate thing. When the Western Roman Empire collapsed, Europe was sent into the Dark Ages, right? Yeah, people talk about the Dark Ages. Arabs were doing great. They were inventing like all forms of new math and everything. They were doing just fine. But Europeans, right, they were in the Dark Ages. And it's not just the Dark Ages because everyone was fucking, they were living in darkness, or whatever. I don't fucking know. It was the Dark Ages because no one could fucking read. No one could fucking write. So the people that were writing, there was a lot smaller of a number of people writing books. So we have less books, we have less writings and diaries from the so-called Dark Ages, right? But there were less people reading, there were less people literate, there were less people able to write. During the 100s, Anno Domini, literacy rates were a lot higher during the 100s Anno Domini than the 1100s Anno Domini, right? So again, think about that. Over 1,000 years, the average person or the average, nation or place, whatever, it's a whole different, what do you even call these institutions? Empires, well, that's a fucking stupid name to begin with, right? But there were a lot more citizens that could read and then more importantly could write, right? I think the average literacy rate of Roman citizens was like 25-30% or something. And then in the Dark Ages, it's like, less than 10%. I don't exactly remember. And these numbers are very variable because this is long periods of time. But my point being, in the future, people are going to be less literate. So the more literate you are, and again, I don't just mean, can you read words on a page and sound them out? That is step one to literacy. That is step zero. That is like, that is buying the instruction manual. You haven't opened it yet. You haven't read inside the instruction manual, but now you have the instruction manual, okay? Being able to sound out words, that is not literacy. That is the ability to become literate, right? But again, being able to synthesize information is going to be a rare commodity. So you got to learn how to do that. You got to educate yourself, Maybe you shouldn't be watching YouTube all day. Maybe you should. I don't know. I'm on YouTube. I got a vested interest. Conflict of interest. I'm a YouTuber. But maybe you shouldn't be fucking watching YouTube all day. And if you are watching YouTube, maybe you shouldn't be watching Let's React to fucking whatever the fuck. Maybe you should be watching documentaries. Maybe you should be learning a skill, learn a new language, learn something. I don't know. My point being is you need to prepare not just financially, not just materially, which those are very important, but you need to prepare mentally. And again, this is why I harp on the coronavirus so much, SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome, because that shit literally destroys your fucking brain. 5 IQ loss, 5-point IQ loss. Imagine how stupid our leaders were before all of them lost 5 fucking IQ points. I can't stop thinking about that, right? So again, so this is why I keep harping on that stuff, because again, they are trying to attack you. They're trying to destroy the soul of the average, not just American, but the average person on earth. This hell is going to start in America. Well, America has been doing this kind of shit in, Africa, Latin America, the Middle East, but just hold on here. The next version, all right, of this hell, the bringing the hell from the brown people back to the white people, this version of hell is going to be phasing into existence. And it may be, hey, maybe I'm a doomer. Maybe we can still stop it. This is why, again, I talk about the only way out is a new American republic. We cannot still deal with shit like the Electoral College. Are we 6 years old? The Electoral College? What is this, Lord of the fucking Rings? I've never read it, by the way. What is, is this Star Wars? What is this Electoral College fucking bull fucking shit? We're adults here. We're smarter than that, okay? So we need to stop playing by these stupid fucking rules. And that's what they are. They're dumb fucking rules. The Electoral College, fucking stupid. The Senate, fucking stupid. The House of Representatives? Are you fucking kidding me? This whole thing is fucking stupid. The Supreme Court, look at them. They walk around wearing like a Snuggie. They wear this giant bed sheet like they're Mormons trying to have sex or something, right? And they parade around, oh, we're the Supreme Court. This shit is fucking stupid, okay? And I'm tired of pretending like they have this prestigious fucking bullshit. Oh, look at them. Their purebred agenda of garbage. These rules are fucking dumb. It holds back humanity. It holds back our country, and it's going to be the end of us all. It's going to be the end of our society. It's going to be the end of our families. It's going to be the end of everything we've ever fought for. And I ask, to quote one of my least favorite presidents, and I'm paraphrasing him, but when Abraham Lincoln decided to go to war with the seceding rebel states, right, he declared to Congress that he knows all well that he has violated the Constitution. When Abraham Lincoln suspended habeas corpus, right, and decided to just start taking people off the streets and not fucking going through proper due process, when he did that, right, his reasoning, again, I don't know the exact quote, but his reasoning was, is it worth it to follow the Constitution to the letter and see the country dissolve, then break a rule or two and keep the Constitution alive? So he acknowledged he was violating people's rights. He was violating their right to fair trial. He was violating their right to search and seizure. He was violating their right to freedom of speech. But he defended it by saying if he did not act, we would not have a USA right now. And he is correct in saying that, right? But Abraham Lincoln's fatal mistake was thinking that the Constitution, the piece of paper that he was fucking jerking off to and coming all inside of, right? He was incorrect in thinking that that was what needed to be saved, because fuck the Constitution. What needs to be the piece of paper, what needs to be saved is the Constitution of our society. That is to say, how we live, how we behave, how we act on a day-to-day from generation to generation. That is all that matters. So again, to paraphrase Abraham Lincoln, right, I ask you all, right, what the fuck are we doing with this Supreme Court bull fucking shit, with this Senate, this federal government? We're paying taxes, we're paying the IRS? The IRS is taking our fucking money? Are you fucking kidding me? What are we doing here? Right? Is it really worth it to follow these laws to the letter if they're all going to suck us dry like fucking when Cell shows up in Gingertown? Is that fucking worth it? It doesn't seem worth it to me. Right? But if you act on one or two, or if you act alone, you're like a fucking sovereign citizen. You're like a weirdo. Everyone's going to point and laugh, right? But if we act as a unit, if we all stop going to fucking work, now again, I shit here, literally. I shit here. This is where I shit. But I also sit here and shit all day on YouTube or whatever. In fact, I do it once a week or whatever, right? But I'm sure most people watching this have real jobs. I'm sure that they've done real jobs, right? Right? So we need to secure our society here. I forgot where I was going with that one. But again, we need to use our real jobs, which I do not have, and collectively understand our. I'm sorry, I'm crashing out here. I'm crashing out. Hold on. All right. Unionize. If we get our economic power together while we still have it. And that's a very important thing because, again, they're taking it from us. They're taking your job, taking your pension, taking your Social Security. So while we still have some semblance, I don't. So while you still have some semblance of economic power, that is what we need to use in order to reshape the society we live in to work for us. Because again, if Donald fucking Trump, look at him, okay? I hate to do it. I know we've all said it before, but still he does this. He wakes up every morning and sprays his fucking face orange. Just think about that, dude. You ever see this fucking guy from the side and you can see his real skin color seep? This guy wakes up every day and sprays his face fucking orange. So if we are just going to sit here and shit here and watch him throw the Constitution through a fucking vat of acid while we sit here and still follow that fucking stupid fucking playbook, then I'm sorry, but we fucking deserve everything that happens to us. We deserve to be trafficked. We deserve to be sent to death camps. We deserve to be shot in the fucking street. Because if we are going to sit here and watch this fucking guy destroy fucking everything and get away with it, then they've already won and it's already over. And if it's already over, then all we're doing is singing a song as the ship goes down. But you know what? I'm going to try to sing a really fun song, and that's why I do this fucking show. But holy goddamn motherfuck, all right? We need a new country, and in order to get there, we need to seriously engage with this as a threat, a maximum level threat. If you've got families, you got to take care of your families, not just on a day-to-day basis. You got to make sure that your families are good to go. And you know what? That's a group fucking effort. Because most families are just slave economies on a small scale, right? You know that most of the time, women and mothers, right, they do so much unpaid fucking labor for useless fucking partners and spouses, for kids or whatever, driving them to and from school and feeding them and, you know, making the lunches and cooking the meals. And then now we live in a world because of feminism. Ooh, let's sprinkle fucking paint on our face. We live in feminism superland where now mothers have to do all the fucking shit they were doing in 1950 and also work a fucking job. You ever think about how the feminist movements, which a lot are great, but a lot of the best feminists of the early 20th century were shot and killed. So most of the feminists that were allowed to progress, right, who were allowed to progress women's rights, right, they did it in a Reaganomic way. You know, they sold women's liberation as a way to destroy everyone's fucking wages. And I'm not, just to be clear, of course, you know me, I'm not advocating for women to be slaves. I'm advocating for true liberation, because most of the time now in our current society, mothers have to do all the same fucking shit they did in 1943, except they also have to work 2 extra fucking jobs on top of it. And you know what? You cannot fucking raise a family that way. You cannot raise a fucking family on the shoulders of someone who doesn't even have time to think. That is not a feasible society. You ever think about why our society is so fucking destroyed and dismantled? It's because we've had generations of parents who just decide to go along to get along. I'm not going to change the rule book. I'm going to work 2 jobs to get my kid through school. I'm going to not be there physically and emotionally for my child so I can work at a shitty corporation that doesn't give a fuck about me, so I can pay some Ivy League shitty corporation that doesn't give a fuck about me or my kid so that they could get a diploma that doesn't even fucking guarantee them a job, and then they get stuck in fucking debt slavery for another 30, 40 years. I don't know, man. Maybe you should have fucking thought about the long view on this one. So again, I don't like to let parents off the hook on this one. I'm not a parent, so I teach my wisdom to the rest of the class here. But again, if you have families, you need to figure some shit out, because we cannot be having this thing where a 5-person family relies on one person. That is not a healthy dynamic. And I'm sure a lot of people have families that are loving and caring and they help each other. And that's the model we need to follow. But you need to understand that is not the average American. The average American does not live in a super happy family. The average American lives in an okay family. They think that their childhood was fine. Their relationship with their parents are decent, I guess. You know, their extended family, they talk to them once in a while. Everything's fine, but it's very superficial. The average American social life is extremely superficial and more status oriented than it is friendship and human soul oriented. But again, that's getting more into my conspiracy land. But if I were to end this show on one note, I would say you need to prepare for the future. Thank you for watching. Questions, comments, or concerns. If you have questions, comments, or concerns, feel free to send them my way. Got 5 minutes of 6 minutes, actually, of questions, comments, and concerns. I'm concerned with my nose. I gotta say, that really threw me off. Why does my nose look like that? Whenever I was losing focus during the show, it's because I was looking at the camera to make sure that my eyeballs were good. And then I saw my fucking nose and I was like, it's distracting. So you say this, probably from tissues. I have not bought or used a tissue in a long time. Now, to be fair, I sometimes use a towel. So it could be a towel, but I don't do that often. All right. I normally like to wipe snot off with my hand and then wash my hands. Consider that gross. Feel free. If you want to think that that's the nastiest thing you've ever heard, all right? I like to do this and then just wash my hands because I don't, sometimes I'll use a napkin or a towel, but very unoften. I don't buy tissues, especially ones you throw in the garbage. I would use a reusable napkin or a towel. But typically I just blow it all out into my hands and wash them. I feel like that's the most sustainable way to do it. And let's be honest, if you use a tissue, the tissues are thin. It's like how much is actually going through the tissue. Like, I mean, I don't even want to think about it. Okay. So it's easier just to wash up. Will the FACE Act pass? I don't even know what that is. What is the FACE Act? Which one is that? Oh, this fucking thing. Oh. Will it pass? Will it pass? Whatever. I'll deal with that later. I just noticed that on the StreamYard here, that the @ symbol is like all fucked up. Is anyone seeing this, producer? Are you seeing this? The @ symbol is like fucked up. Why is that in there? It's the @ symbol that has that impossible to draw A in there. What are they doing? Are you seeing that, producer? Let me know if you see that. I mean, that shit's crazy. I'm just now noticing that. Is YouTube like that? Let me go on YouTube. Hold on. Let me go on this space. Oh shit, this space is on. Holy fuck. Oh fuck. What is wrong with this person's nose on this space? Wow. No, on YouTube it's normal, but on this StreamYard end, we got this fucked up A. This is fucking with me. I got 2 more minutes. I'm out of my show. 5 minutes. I ran out of material. So our producer, he's he could use a little work. He could lose a little work, producer. The producer says, I don't see what you mean. It's just a weird font. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't see what I mean. Is it a weird font or not? It's a fucked up A. It's a fucked up A on this fucking font. Hold on. Check this out. Look at this. Can you see this? Look, that is a fucked up A. That is a fucked up A. That A is fucked. That is not a good A. Okay? What do you mean you don't see it? This is what I'm talking about when it comes to literacy. The producer doesn't see it. Come on. Of course you see it. It's a fucked up A. Anyway, I got really blurry all of a sudden. What the fuck? Thank you for watching. Welcome to Fville. I'm here every week at 3 p.m. on the Eastern time zone. Coming up next is Left of the Box, which is up at 4 p.m., which is right now.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. This space. Ooh.
Hello, welcome to This Space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee. Welcome everyone to this Wednesday afternoon. Is my lighting okay? Seems a bit dark. I'm not really wearing much in the way of makeup right now either, so I might not look so animated. Because I plan on going out later tonight, and I'm doing my makeup for that. If I do it too soon, it'll look worse for the evening. How is everyone doing? I had a super long, no, actually averagely long live stream Monday instead of Sunday, because Sunday I was kind of burnt out. I had gone to an art vending market on Saturday because I made those new paintings that I was showing off, little pride flags and pride tulips and stuff like that. And yeah, I ended up paying to be there, as in I didn't make enough to cover off the cost of the table and a couple other supplies I needed to get for it. So I'm, oh, this is one of them. I like this one, so I'm keeping it. I sold one tulip and one pride flag. That was it. I didn't sell any of my books. Thing is that I like vending markets, you know? I like the vibe. I like being there. I like, you know, the people that go and the interesting things and the fact that a lot of the stuff there is handmade and unique and all of that sort of stuff, like the whole atmosphere of vending markets, I like. And I would like to continue to attend them. I can't if it's going to cost me money. Like, it'd be one thing if I was just even breaking even, but when it actually costs you money to be there, then it's probably not worth it. Because people would be like, oh, well, they take your cards and maybe that will pay off later on. I don't know, maybe. So far, nobody has contacted me because they picked up one of my cards. Handed out a lot. So, yeah. Because I wanted to do more painting. I was enjoying it. I was enjoying the painting I was doing. It was nice. It was relaxing. It was soothing. And so I want to do more of it, but there's only so many pride flags I need up around my apartment. You know? Because one thing I was thinking of attending was Pride this year. But it's a big expense. And it'd be super depressing if I go there and not even break even, because I know the crowds that go there are insane. And so, yeah, I'm not sure what to do. Somebody who came by my table, though, they said to me, I'm not charging enough for my artwork. You think they bought any? No. Lots and lots of compliments over my artwork. Nobody buying. So, yeah, I'm in a big debate right now. Do I try doing another Hail Mary by going to Pride Festival, where there is a much larger potential of me selling pictures, but it's just at a higher expense. And I already, from setting up for these vending markets initially, getting my books, the cost of getting my books, I still haven't covered that cost off yet. So it's, yeah. Oh, anyway, yeah, sorry. I'm not in a great mood. It's been a rough year so far for me, for the world in general, but for me personally as well. I still don't have Frodo back with me, and that's kind of wrecking me. They said it would only take a week. It's been 3. And I call and they say, well, it's going to take longer because I ordered a paw print. Because that one extra thing apparently is adding, 2-3 weeks on it. Yeah, I know the feeling. It's tough. Everyone's so broke, and so are organizers for the events to rent the space. Try and get a free table. I don't think I'll be able to. I might be able to talk to her and say, like, can I at least have a discount if you want me there? Because the host of that particular art market does like me there. But it's standard price for tables. It's not cheap. It's for a lot of the markets, it's about $100 to have a table there. And at least at this particular art market, they supply the table and chairs, which is nice, because not all venues do. So then you have to drag your own table and stuff. And I found 2 folding tables, and I need both of them, but they're both slightly damaged. So I need somebody to help me fix them, because one I want right here to make my work area here bigger. But then also I can take this table, move it over there, and then I can set up my art on it, because when I was hammering through working on these flags and stuff like that, the painting, I was sitting in a chair and basically holding the painting and crouching over one of those TV table things and using that and whatnot. And it totally wrecked me physically. Like, I would go for my walks and I felt like I was a duck waddling and stomping, like a stomping duck. I was a stomping duck, because the way that I was sitting actually changed the gait that I walked. And it was really annoying. So it'd be nice if I could set up on this table, which is up higher. There's more room that I can actually put things down on, which would be great. And then it wouldn't be so much of a problem to do that. So yeah, I do have some stuff that I came across that we can go over today. Of course, it's AI related, not all of it though. But I think it's in the same genre of news, if you want to call it that. Anti-art movements, I suppose you could say. So the first is actually about a program I do not use, but I sympathize with these people. I sympathize with them a lot, because especially for people like me, when you come across an online tool, it's nice to be able to just, and it works with you and it does everything you want. It's great to keep it. But the economy has gone to the system of you have to rent everything, including the programs you use. And so you never have a hard copy anymore. So you never own anything. anymore. So if the company suddenly decides, yeah, we just don't want to do it anymore, you're shit out of luck, which sucks because, you know, a lot of people don't have the money. Like, it was nice if I could like save up to get a hard copy of StreamYards, and then I wouldn't have to worry about it. But StreamYards wants you to pay every year. So then it's not even an investment. It's something I would have to upkeep year after year, and it just adds to my budget. And so it makes it harder for average people without that much money to use it. And plus, everything is so integrated and stuff. You need a certain program in order to be able to do a certain thing and work on a certain platform and all that sort of stuff. And then there's more and more platforms. Yeah, I just want to let everyone know I'm now joined Upscrolled because I'm insane. Because I have 3 different profiles on 4 different platforms, then 2 profiles on 2 different platforms, then 1 profile on 1 platform, and an email address for each. That is 20 sites that I have to monitor every day. Okay, to be fair, I don't monitor my TikTok page. Yes, Left of the Box has a TikTok page, but I'm not on it because I haven't even made a short in a while. Yes, I did follow Owen Jones when I got onto Upscrolled, and he already has like 15,000 followers on there, the Wild West. So I'm not getting any notice on there. But this one, it's an interesting experiment for me because this is the first social media that I've joined where I'm starting at the same with all 3 profiles. Because on Bluesky and Twitter, I started with just Sandee Lovas, but then I split it so that Left of the Box would have its own account. And so I'm struggling to build up the Left of the Box account because my Sandee Lovas accounts are much bigger. So that's not a very fair comparison. On Instagram, I did start them separate at least. So there was my Sandee Lovas and Left of the Box right off the bat, but then my new profile for the unknown book, that one was new, and I'm struggling. And I'm struggling even harder with that one because I can't follow it. You know, on Bluesky and Twitter and stuff, I can't actually follow that account because I don't want it to be too obvious. And same with Upscroll, I can't follow that account so that people won't necessarily connect it. Because at least with the Sandee Lovas and Left of the Box account, I can like and share my own posts on the other accounts. And that helps boost it and stuff. So far on Upscrolled, I have the biggest following. I think it's on my Left of the Box account because it's familiar to people who know me from online. The Surfs are on there. Matt Leck, John Ross, a whole bunch of people. And so I'm starting to follow them. But the thing is that I want to really try to keep it a lot more separate on that one. So I'm not growing my Sandee Lovas account too much on there because I want to keep the politics to Left of the Box. And so that's where I'm following like a lot of the reporters and journalists and news organizations and things of that sort. And so I know who to follow on that one. Plus, I find someone I like and I see who there's following. I go through their list and I start, you know, clicking on them to follow them. So that makes it easier for me to figure it out. But on Sandee Lovas, I want to follow like other authors and artists and things of that sort. And I'm not too familiar with those people. Speaking of which, please go subscribe to my new YouTube channel, Sandee Lovas. I still haven't posted anything other than the initial video on it. I'm working on it. It's just been one hell of a month, as some of you know. But hello, Reference Frame, the Wild West, Jet, Johnny, all of you. You're all wonderful, great people. So yeah. And the thing that pisses me off the most about Upscroll, it's only on the cell phone. I went to my desktop, this thing and Bob here, and here's the app, and I will download the app. And I downloaded the app on my desktop, but it went straight to my cell phone because they're all connected, of course. And so the app only works on your cell phone. And I despise that because I actually use like Twitter and Bluesky and stuff on the desktop when I can, because that way, if I need to search anything on the side, spelling wise, that's usually really important, or just copy and paste links and things of that sort, it's so much easier on the desktop. Plus, a lot of the pictures that I want to share are on my desktop because I was mucking around with them in like a Photoshop program and stuff of that sort. So they're all on my desktop. And so there's a lot of things that I want to share that aren't available on my phone. So then I have to add it to my phone in order to be able to share it. And then trying to get links on my phone from other sites and stuff. It's just so much more of a pain and a hassle. And I hate it. I hate it. I hate being on all these social media sites. John Litham, only mobile? That's a non-starter for me personally. Yeah, no, it's pissing me off a lot. Because it's also wild that I could, oh, here it is on my desktop, the website, download it. Sure, I'll download it, and it goes straight to my cell phone. I hate it. Reference frame, if they get bigger, they'll probably port it to PC. Yeah, the thing is that it's still new-ish. So there are some things that glitch with it and whatnot, but it's just like every other social media site. It's like a combination of, Upscrolled is a combination of Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. Because you can just post words, you can post a video, and you can post photos on it. So like Twitter used to just be text and then pictures and some video and stuff. But this one's starting right off the bat with all three. Much more higher character count on it, which I like as someone who has had more than a bazillion tweets with the exact count of characters allowed, because I would have to spend 20 minutes on a tweet trying to condense it down into one. And so that was always a pain in the ass. So this one has a lot more room for me to actually say a sentence. So that's good. But they need to work on some censoring things because Upscrolled is Palestinian owned. So it's, you know, a lot of people are Palestinian who are on it and stuff. And you can be scrolling through and see a horrific picture suddenly. And the thing is like on Twitter, I don't have my age on one of my accounts in particular. So a lot of that stuff gets censored for me, so I don't have to accidentally see it. It also means that Owen Jones' thirst traps are censored for me because gay men get censored if they want to post a sexy picture. Yeah, that's an actual thing. It's an actual thing. Hello, A Difficult Truth. And there's also Boofed. Yeah, I have lots of rainbows. Ra Delicious, hello. Yeah, I'm just rambling. I actually have stuff to get to, and I started talking about it, but then I got distracted because, you know, ADHD. Oh, ADHD for the win? It helps me fill time anyway. I don't know how interesting it is to listen to me just ramble off into different directions of things. I'm also annoyed with this Slinky. It's too big. I have a bunch of them somewhere, and I don't know where they are, that are 1 inch by 1 inch. This is 2 by 2 inches, which is just slightly too big for my finger. Not slightly, it's a lot too big for my finger Slinky that I always wear. See, it looks ridiculous. It's really big. Whereas the other ones are 1 inch by 1 inch, which I like. But since I'm wearing a lot of like warm tones and stuff, I want a gold color one. And the gold color ones, they tarnish super fast and they look kind of like grungy silver or just grungy gray after a while. So I have to replace them. And I have a bag of them somewhere, the 1 inch by 1 inch. I don't know where it is. So I have to use the 2 by 2 inches. So yeah. Apparently the name is pronounced like ridiculous, almost like ridiculous. So ridiculous. Gotcha. I will hopefully try to remember that. I don't have my graphic on this setup here where I can just click it to say, I'm going to fuck up on your names because I'm so bad at that. Oh, but I should probably actually like get to what I was planning on getting to here. Let's see, share screen. Is it this one? I think it's that one. There we go. Add to stage. Boom. Okay, so it's this here. Adobe Animate will be discontinued on March 1st. The program used to animate Teen Titans Go, Smiling Friends, My Little Pony, El Tigre, and many more. And so again, this goes to my frustration of we have no say in the tools that we use as workers. You know, like I have no say over what YouTube does, even though, you know, YouTube is the platform I do my work on. I have no control over what they do, what, you know, things they add, things I have to agree to, terms of agreement and all that sort of stuff, which is just really frustrating. And so if you're relying on a program like this and you've gotten used to it and accustomed to it, and suddenly it gets taken away, you're SOL. Like the video editing program I use, if something happens to that, that's all my video files gone, because they export into formats that are only compatible with that program. So yes, it exports to an MP4, which I upload and stuff like that. But if I want to go back and work on it and things of that sort, only files that were created by that program work in that program. And so I imagine this might be a little bit similar, where if you have a whole bunch of work and a lot of like templates and things already laid out and things you're working on, you can't just then take that whole thing and export it to another program because they're not compatible, which would just be super frustrating. And so some people were commenting on this. One person on Bluesky called Adobe customer support about this, and they said Adobe Animate is being discontinued because the company can't think of any new features to add to the program and they feel it's gotten stale. Their course of action, killing it. This is the bubbles. So like there's that AI bubble that's been looming right now because there's only so much they can do with it before it's no longer, like there's nothing more you can do with it. So they have to keep on trying to find ways of using it. And it's usually through exploitation of other people and their artwork and things of that sort. Because as soon as they stop finding ways to expand it and it's not growing in sales, suddenly they're, oh, fuck, what's the word? They're the people, the corporate people, not corporate people, they're investors. It's not investors, but there's something, there's a word there. Somebody will know this word. Shareholders, their shareholders will get mad. And so it constantly has to, it's the capitalism thing where you have to constantly be growing the profit on these programs. And for a lot of the corporations, in the end, if they've just kind of hit that wall and there's nothing else they can do with it, then they'll be like, well, might as well just close it down and put all of those resources into something else, which again, just really sucks for the people that rely on these for their jobs, that have gotten used to them. And there's no sense of permanency, is that even a word, anymore when you start using these programs. You see, like I'm already freaked out because I have some games on my computer that I've had for ages that don't exist anymore, that have been transferred from computer to computer to computer. And part of my issue is the whole autistic thing is that we need certain familiar things, like certain familiar routines and things of that sort. And these games fall into that category. And if something were to ever happen to that, these aren't things that I can just get back. You know, they're gone. They say everything online is there forever. Not really. Not really. And it's just so frustrating that I can't just go out and again, just buy this game program that I had once upon a time and put it on the new computers because it's not compatible with the new computers. Luckily, I have some tech savvy friends who have been able to help me out along the way, but there might come a day when I don't have those tech savvy friends. And then it's like, oh, what do I do? What do I do? But like, this is also frustrating. Back when I had a normal job working in an office, I was really good at using Excel. But then Windows, what was it, 10 came out, totally fucked up the format and what you can do and all these things. So the routine I had, the way that I was able to do things was just so disrupted. And pissed me the fuck off. It was so upsetting and so frustrating. And I'm like, is this really worth it to these corporations to do this sort of thing to people? Just for what? Like, you should have the option of just maintaining the same layout, if nothing else. Like, sure, add new features, but make it an option to upgrade. Don't force it on people. Like, that's the other thing, being autistic, is you hate being forced to do anything. And so even if there is a program that's technically better, if they say you have to, you automatically don't want to. It's a weird little brain tick that's annoying. But it's just, the thing is that for things like Microsoft, you need these programs because that's what's compatible with most of the other things that you're using. And so, all the files and everything you've had for, your lifelong usage of computers would suddenly go away. Like, you can't just export it necessarily into a different program and expect it to stay the same. So this was the little message they got. So Chris says, called and spoke with Adobe customer support, and the guy told me Adobe is discontinuing Animate because apparently the company can't think of any new features to add to the program, and they feel it's gotten stale. So they're just getting rid of it. See, it's all in how you use it, though. For some people, it is just fine, and they're working with it. And I feel so bad for these people that use this program, because again, there are programs that I've used that just disappear. If my video editing program goes away, then I'm so screwed. Because even like ones that you find for free and stuff of that sort, there's no guarantee that they're going to stick around. So a little bit more on it. People just really mad at it, and somebody saying they want me to go homeless, bro. Because again, this is the livelihood of some people. And that's why I would get annoyed with people who are like, oh, Twitter can just be deleted. Twitter can just go away, everything that's happened on Twitter. But some people do rely on Twitter because, again, it's been around for so long. They've built up their networks. That's maybe where they do their promotion. Like, again, it's one thing if you organically move onto a new platform, but to suddenly have the platform you're on be taken away, and that's what's happened with Twitter. It was taken away from us by Elon and converted into this horrific hell site that it is now. If that's where your networks are, maybe you have a mutual aid support system there and people help you out, or you have your community, you know where to go. There's people, networks and advertising and followings and all that sort of stuff. If you just suddenly snap that away, then what? Like, that's part of the reason why I'm still on Twitter. Hence that's the social media that I first really got active on. That's where I have my largest following. That's where I would spread my message. But right now, I get no engagement. Like, that's why I'm having to try out things like Upscrolled and whatnot, because I get zero engagement on these platforms these days, probably because, it's very obvious I'm very progressive left and queer and all that sort of stuff. And that just gets swallowed up in the algorithms. And that hurts my ability to get do my promotions. And I suck at promotions. I'll just say it. I'm not that great at it. And so every tool that I have, when it's taken away, just hurts me even more. But there's some people that rely on it for even more things, because that might be where their job is using Twitter, or a lot of people, it's Facebook still, the older crowd, I think it is. I technically have a Facebook account. I didn't even include it in that count earlier because I'm like never on it. I only go to check on friends every now and then, but I'm not on Facebook. So if you see me on Facebook, don't try to follow me there. Just don't. It will be ignored forever, because I'm like rarely ever on it. Plus, it's also a safety thing that I don't allow a lot of followers on my Facebook, because I have like personal friends and family there, that when the day comes that my channel really picks up and I get a lot of attention, I don't want them being harassed for whatever reason. And then here's a little bit more on it. Hold on, can someone quite literally just sue Adobe for this? Like a massive lawsuit, because this has just put thousands of jobs on the line for no fucking good reason. Again, just talking about Adobe, just getting rid of this one program. And, you know, the idea of suing Adobe, like this goes into another kind of category that I know that, sorry, it goes into another category that frustrates me, in that a lot of these companies will have the terms and agreement that you have to sign off on if you want it. To me, that's coercion. And if you're coerced into signing a contract, that should nullify that contract. I think that's legally, it should nullify it, because again, a lot of people like me don't have a choice. We have to use these programs for things. And so if we want to promote our stuff, if we want to get out there, I'm working online, like online is my job. I have to use these platforms. I don't want to sign the terms and agreement, but if I don't get access to it. Therefore, since I'm being coerced into signing them, it should be nullified. And I'm like, why isn't that the thing? Why isn't it a thing? Because I remember back in the day when they used to have things like, ooh, sign up for this points card and stuff like that. I would actually start reading over the terms and agreement. I'm like, I don't agree with this. And so I would actually click, no, I don't agree to this. But then I couldn't use it. I couldn't get the points card. I couldn't do that. And it's like, why couldn't I just say, no, I don't agree to this and still use it? Or choose what I agree to. Like, okay, I agree to these things, but not this. I don't want you sharing my information and all this sort of stuff. Not this, but I agree to the rest of it. You know, codes of conduct I'll agree to. But you using me as a commodity, I don't agree to. It should be something that we have a choice in. Otherwise, it's coercion. And right now it's coercion. So I don't think these contracts should be allowed. Hello. Sorry, I'm in my squeaky chair. It's more comfortable. There we go. There we go. You'll want to see. You'll want to see. Here we go. Hello, Abernathy. You stink. Super kitty. Whoa. Oops, add the stage. There we go. So I think we should be allowed to not agree to terms and services, because when we are forced to do it, that's coercion. But I don't know. I don't have a big enough reach to be like, okay, which kind of smart ass lawyer do I need to find to be able to start this and make it like a class action thing? So somebody else, I don't know who this person is, but they have close to 1 million followers on Twitter. So Game Grumps, Starborn, co-founder, Real Good Touring, head writer on Game Overs. So voice actor. So basically somebody who is very familiar with this. Oh, okay. Sorry, sweetie. You gotta get down. And they wrote something about what's happening with Adobe being discontinued as well. Just saying, having been a user of the software for more than half of my life, seeing this announcement is shocking, but completely unsurprising. I've never seen such blatant disdain for a product's user base in my life, and it feels like the point of it was almost destined to come to. There are so many new applications for creating digital animation, but this one from the very beginning just had the juice. The irony of this all is that it wasn't built as an animation software, but for making interactive websites, ads, company portals, corporate shit. Multimedia projects created in format were displayed using Flash Player, a browser support plugin. Though Flash's entire lifetime, through Flash's entire lifetime, it felt as if Adobe was dragging and kicking and screaming, never truly accepting the functionality it had organically developed as an artistic tool. No, these programs don't actually want you to be artists. They want you to be a cog in the corporate wheel. They don't want you to be able to use their programs to make money for yourself. They want you to be able to make money for other corporations. How dare you use this to make money just for your own personal use? Yeah. So from Adobe's perspective, it was the format that was the value. That's what they wanted Flash Player to be the way to display multimedia across the web. Adobe did fight for Flash, but the fight was for dominance over web multimedia. In the aughts, it was the way to display multimedia on your website. But little losses here and there, like Apple refusing to support the format for smartphones, led to a steady decline. An adaptive shift to HTML5 support was added to Flash in order to maintain relevance, but the clear goal of total multimedia dominance was shattered. Again, these things should be compatible. Like if there's programs out there, they should be compatible with each other so that you don't have to just be forced to use one program and one program only for what you need to do. And that's the same with like chargers and things of that sort. They should just be compatible. It's doable. They just don't want to because they don't want you working on one and then working on the other. Corporations are greedy. So the shift marked the name change to Animate, a name that serves as a hollow non-acknowledgement of its consistently strong and loyal user base of artists, but belies the gross truth of their true intentions to continue claw for dominance in the field of web-based multimedia. Through all this, Flash Animate continued to be an industry standard for digital 2D animation. Both independent and professional cartoonists utilize it to create beloved projects even today. The corporate politics involved in jockeying for control of the web multimedia kept Adobe consistently blind to the voices of its most loyal users. One famous example is that Flash was notoriously terrible at exporting and rendering video from its proprietary vector-based formats, so open source software Fville was developed by Mike Welsh to do it better. It may be difficult to understand this, but Flash was so good that even though it was consistently and profoundly broken, it was still often the tool of choice for animation. The reason all of this is important is for me to convey is there was a feeling this company gave animators through the lifetime of the product that they were not a priority. No. People who are using their program to make money specifically just for themselves and not a corporation was never the priority. Even as became a standard in the professional animation industry, we often felt like an afterthought in favor of the ultimate goal of corporate dominance. The fact that Flash Animate happened to be a fantastic program for making cartoons was a complete accident, and Adobe only ever saw that as a cute little bonus. So as we are getting more clarity around the decision to discontinue Animate, the Adobe sees the program as incompatible with their AI-based future goals. Yes, AI taking over all the art. I think of how they've always operated staunchly anti-artist, anti-creative, anti-human. This generative AI bullshit is nothing new. It is the next flavor of the same pathetic jockeying for corporate dominance. Artistic voices will continue to be ignored, while the artists they belong to will continue to be exploited. And that takes a mental toll on the creative mind. This announcement to me stands as a blatant admittance to this cycle. They do not care, and they never will. We should care. Art is humanity. I am so grateful for this new renaissance of indie animation, and undoubtedly grateful and honored to be part of it. It is so easy for corporations like Adobe and even just normal people to discount the value of art, both for its own sake and for its influence on the world. But it is important. Your art is important, and you are important. Please continue to create, even if for no other reason, just to spite these motherfuckers. Hear, hear. Because this cartoon here, oh, This hits hard. This hits hard. Uh-huh. So you have an AI bot making a painting, AI bot writing, an AI bot playing music, while you see humans out here with the Amazon package, collecting garbage, doing the whole Uber Eats and cleaning and stuff. So they want to keep all the worst manual labor jobs for humans, but all the creative things, all the things that make us human, the things that, you know, allow us to express ourselves, bring some joy to our lives, are being taken over by soulless AI bots that scrape data, steal your work, so that other people can make money. I've been getting a lot of this recently in Twitter. I don't know what's up, but a lot of like foreign things where I need to show the translation. So this illustration sums up so fucking perfectly what they've stolen from us and what's happening that I can't help but think this isn't just about work or time or even money. Yeah. Oh, this hits hard. It hits hard. Because I am an artist, I am a writer, and while I don't compose music, I do like music. I listen to music all the fucking time. I like having music on in the background when I'm being creative, like when I'm writing, not when I'm editing my books and I have to like read it out loud and stuff like that. But when I'm just writing, I love having some trance music on in the background, non-lyrical trance music. It helps me to just stay in the zone. Or when I'm out doing my walks, I have playlists of lots and lots of music that I listen to because having the music on helps me to, again, get into that creative zone, that creative mind. So like all three of these things, I actually should save this to my phone. I like this cartoon so much. All of these things hit very hard for me. And, you know, what life would I have if I didn't have my art? You know, like even what I'm doing online, this type of stuff, it's me being creative. It's me performing in a way. I write scripts, I make the graphics. So it's still an expression of who I am. And even this is being taken over by AI. You go onto YouTube and there's so many YouTube videos that have AI generated images and AI voices and AI scripts that aren't human, but are somehow gobbling up the views. And so I'm having to compete against things that are just created in an algorithm that are designed to be clickbait. They're not by human. Oh, and I just wanted to share this for people who are interested in art because I'm interested in art. I just thought this was a really cool gift to help you with, because this isn't just about animation, it's about perspective and drawing in general. So here. It's a good tool to teach you how to draw things in 3D, not just for animation. I need to use this regularly, I think, for what I need to do. I think it's pretty neat. I want to slow it down a bit when I'm watching it, but yeah. Anyway. There we go. Let's see. I do have like just some weird men thing that I can show, but you know, I only have 18 minutes left, and I want to check over and see what people are saying in subspace. Ugh. Some people know too that there's this game online that I absolutely am addicted to, unlike anything else, that I haven't been able to get back. Somebody temporarily got it back for me, but then my computer is like, nah, we don't want to use it. And it's driving me freaking crazy. I want to play this game so much. It's called PEPI. I don't know if that's how you say it, but it's PEHPEI. And it's a solitaire type game. And I go absolutely berserk playing it. But it's in its current format. Like there's some tweaks that I would do to it if I could just get all of the code. But like the sound and the layouts and all of that are just, I need it. But the thing that I would want is maybe to make every game winnable. That would be nice. And, or every level to be winnable. And to be able to do a Control-Z to back up, to be like, oh no, I'm going to try this way instead. Because part of my frustration with that is you can, with the way it is currently, is you can play the same level 15 times over and still not win. Not because you perform badly, but because it's just unwinnable the way it is. It's like one of the games packages that I have some Mahjong in it with different layouts and stuff like that. And again, it's frustrating because some of these layouts, literally I open it and it's like game over because there's no moves. It's just, it's probably like, again, this is a really old game. So this was before they thought, you know what, maybe we should just add a little element into the program to make it so that all of the layouts are winnable, because there's just so many layouts where they're not winnable. And there's so many layouts that I cycle through. Like I just go through the list over and over again. Even though I know some of them aren't winnable, and there's some layouts I have never won because they are so ridiculously, the way that they're stacked is just so ridiculous. And so if I could change PEPI a little bit, I would make it so that every level is winnable and that you can do Control-Z. And then I would also do that with the Mahjong games that I have. Because it's frustrating. There is one Mahjong game online that I found. I think it's like a Microsoft one or whatever, where they are all winnable. But it can take you a while to figure it out because there's only one way specifically in order to win it. And sometimes it's not the most obvious way. So I've spent a good 45 minutes on one game before, but I'm also still kind of good with that. As long as I'm not in a time crunch, but you can also save them. I like playing games where everyone is winnable, kind of like Hearts. They're all winnable. And so I like it. Let's see what people are saying in Subspace. Okay. Carly Wynn, yeah, it sucked when Flash went away and became this thing. Yeah. Johnny Too Late, I'm so behind on social media. I haven't even gotten around to downloading Red Note yet. Remember when that was popular for a hot minute? Now it's up-scrolled. There was another one that I'm technically on, but I haven't been on since like a few months after it kind of, I don't think it was Red Note. It was like Post-it. And it was supposed to be specifically more for like journalists and reporters and to share news stories and things of that sort. And I was on it. I think Sam Cedar got onto it as well. I haven't been on that, and I don't even remember what it was called. And so that's the thing, like it's going through the hassle of setting up all these accounts, and it's like Upscrolled might be, you know, not even relevant 3 months from now, or it could be the next Twitter. Like that's the thing. Sometimes you just have to try. Yeah, it's super frustrating. John Litham, MS Office Suite is in general is almost unusable at this point. And the idea that it doesn't necessarily come with the computer, and again, you have to rent it. You can't just buy the program. Oh. Let's see. Ridiculous. Simple solution. Stop creating mostly useless add-ons to products that already work. Unless users demand it, just let it ride and keep collecting subscription fees. Yeah. Like that's the thing. They're not losing money by keeping it. They're just not growing money by keeping it. But they're not losing it. So frustrating. Apparently, Johnny Too Late is on Upscrolled. I will follow you as soon as I'm done this. But But you have to be sure to follow me on both Sandee Lovas and Left of the Box. Just saying. Because some people will find me in one and not the other. Yes, the Wild West. Adobe is very shady. Also, a lot of people were saying not too long ago that they were really upset with it because they did the whole thing that every other like social media platform is doing, where it's like, so if you create on us, we own the rights to your stuff to do whatever the fuck we want with. Where it's like, no, I don't agree to that, but I have no choice. Because that's the issue with Twitter right now. If you share your art on Twitter, it's available for them to do whatever they want with, for their AI learning, to use in advertising, to do whatever. It's like, no, I don't consent to it, but I need to use these programs. And Adobe did the same thing, and that's really, whew, because a lot of people, again, they're on there. It's not just work they're doing for other corporations, but it's their own personal work that suddenly they're losing the rights to. Like, we're being stripped away of our ability to do art and our right to own our own art. So Carly Wynn, I did so much Flash in college and all that work for nothing there. Yeah. Johnny Too Late. Yeah, terms of services suck. Hate them. Feels like your brain is melting when you read those. Yeah, I hate them too. But you don't have a choice. When's the game? Are you talking about me, Johnny Too Late? It's hard to tell. I don't recognize that name so much. If you spell my name wrong, I don't know if you're talking about me or Environmental Coffeehouse. Do you really want to watch me play Mahjong? So Amanda, the pivot. Yeah, never put your stuff in the Creative Cloud. No, I hate the clouds. I don't. Everything is saved to my hard drive. I had one fiasco with one cloud stealing all my stuff once because I accidentally clicked a button I didn't mean to click. And oh my God. Again, luckily I had some very tech savvy friends. And so I was able to get one to come over and delete all my stuff that was on the cloud, get all my stuff back, and then just delete one cloud from my computer completely. Oh, but you know, I've had to learn how to do some of this stuff on my own. So there's a lot of things where I learned how to go in and do some basic code work to remove a certain bug or feature from my computers before because they were just driving me nuts. And then there's also those lovely things called ad blockers and whatnot. So ridiculous. I work for a software company. We don't upgrade our platform features unless users demand it. Enough for shareholders to do the same. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Wild West. Imagine if Bic was like, we own whatever you write with our pens. Yes. Yeah, it is frustrating as somebody who's an artist, especially somebody who's, you know, reinventing their art and rediscovering it, that, you know, you might be able to see a tool out there that's an amazing tool that could help you improve your art, but you just can't get access to it because you can't afford the subscription every year. It's how people with poverty, again, always struggle to just get up to the same level as other people. Like, it's harder for me to promote my stuff if I can't have access to different social medias or different tools and different programs. And it's frustrating. Like, I have to work 10 times as hard as a lot of other people just to get half the amount of views and stuff that they do. You know, it's frustrating at times. But now that the art market is over, I'm hoping to be able to focus more on my TYT essay. Fingers crossed. That's another Hail Mary. I've been putting so much work into it. I watched jank on Tommy Lahren and Tucker Carlson over the weekend. Oh, and I got barely anything from it. Like, that's the thing. I will have a playlist available of everything that I clipped from that's on YouTube anyway. And there is over 250 videos on it right now. And that's just the stuff that's on YouTube. And also, that's just the stuff I've clipped from. There's many, many more videos and segments and stuff that I watched that I didn't end up clipping anything from because they weren't relevant. Oh my God. Oh my God. People talking about smart pens. Yeah, smart pens unlock your biometric data, keeps tracking your writing movements. Yeah. Well, there's things that already track things like your eye movement and things of that sort, or your cursor movement on the computers, and the even stuff that you type but then delete. Like you type out a sentence but go back and delete it or something and change it. They look at all that sort of stuff. And so one thing that I was once thinking, oh yeah, maybe one day it'll do this, where you have to purchase a dictionary. So if you want to be able to use these words on social media, you have to have a dictionary. And if the words that you want aren't in that dictionary, you have to upgrade to a different dictionary. So your entire vocabulary will be determined by how much you pay. And so if you only want to be able to type words at a 1 grade level, that's the basic free pack. But if you want to be able to type words and sentences as an adult, you would need to have like this premium pack. It wouldn't surprise me. Johnny Too Late, you would watch me playing Mahjong, would you? The thing is that in this game pack that I have from ages and ages ago, there are some games on it, like an anagram game and things of that sort, but I would never play them online because the theme of it kind of racist. Like monkeys in the jungle and things of that sort. There's like, this just feels wrong. Or like one of those gem quest things with the gems that you move and you have to connect a certain amount of gems. There's one where they're on like a safari type thing. And I'm just like this. And it's supposed to be like themed as a safari from like the early 1900s. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't think no. Because it comes with like a story that I've actually never read through the entire thing. Because I always get stuck at when they start referring to the savages. I'm like, okay, so I'm not reading the story, even though it's supposed to be dated. No. No. But yeah, it's really wild. But yeah, I'm hoping that tonight when I'm out, it's with a group of people that I can talk to people about whether I should try going to Pride or not, having a booth at Pride with my artwork. Because again, it's just, yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about with Pass the Pigs. It's a big investment, and will it pay off? I don't know. But I want to keep on painting, but it's frustrating. It's frustrating trying to be an artist because everyone will always be like, oh, you know how it is with art. And yeah, I know. That's the frustrating thing. I know. But how do I promote myself? And it's the same with my book, both my books. Like at least with my one book, I can promote it to all of you guys here. And so that helps. But unless I can pay some sort of promoter to, find the algorithms and all that sort of stuff, I don't even know if it's possible for a book to organically gain an audience these days. Because in one of my accounts where it's strictly author stuff for my other author account, I came across, and so it's bizarre being in that Twitter because it's almost no politics and it's all other authors and stuff and promoters and writers and whatnot. And one was saying like they get more money basically from Twitter engagement than they do from their book. And I'm like, oh my God. I have not gotten so far to getting a blue check on Twitter because I'm not fucking giving my credit card number to Twitter. Oh my God. No. Uh, ridiculous. Everyone is being tracked unless your phone is in a Faraday close. Even then, location can still be determined based on where signal drops from network. Yeah. That's why I was never worried about TikTok being owned by China. Oh my God, they're stealing your data. Really? Really? And all these American companies aren't. I'm less worried about what China will do with my data. Oh no, they might try to advertise to me too. I'll never know because of ad blockers. I'm more concerned with what my government and the American government is doing with my data and how I'm probably on several lists right now. So when that fascistic takeover starts becoming more apparent, it's already happening up here, but when it becomes more relevant here, I'm a little worried because I'm one of them that they can just disappear and I don't have much power. Not that I'm again, I have a superpower of going unnoticed. So who knows? Who knows? Oh, I love my crunchy curls. I hope that they stay okay for tonight. But yeah, I have a lot of people I want to talk to and get their ideas about like if I should attempt going into Pride or not with my art. And I just want to talk about my book. I want to talk about necroplasm and all the things in it. But I need to get that fucking TYT video essay done so that I can focus on it. I live in that world. I want to tell you about Brody and Sonique and Gavin. And then there's things like, okay, so some of these vampires have been around for thousands of years and they do change their names from time to time. So if I go back to 4,200 years ago when Gavin, he was one of the second generation, do I go with what his name would have been back then? Or do I just keep them as what they are now throughout the series so that they're easily identifiable as the same character? Or do I write the series from the beginning with whatever name they would have had when they first became a vampire? And then just make note of it when it changes? Or would that be too confusing? So because Gavin is from Nigeria. Gavin is not a very Nigerian name. And it'd be from like 4,200 years ago. So it's like, what kind of names did they have in Nigeria 4,200 years ago? So would I have to do the research and track that down? Like even Minuet, it's not like that was her first name. And she's from Norway and she's 1,400 years old. So what would be a more realistic name for her to have had? And so like, do I do it that way when I go and do the prequels where I actually do the names they would have had originally and then just make note of them when they change? Because some of them can change several times over their span. Or do I just stick with whatever their current name is throughout the series? I don't know. Real John Litham, it's not a real spoiler. To say that Gavin, Gavin is barely in the book, but he's a major character in prequels and sequels and stuff. Yeah, I try to stay away from spoilers, like things that would actually spoil the book. But the book doesn't actually say where Gavin is from. It just mentions that he has dark skin. But in my head, I know where everyone is from. But that's the thing. I need someone who's totally fine with spoilers for me to sit down and just like brainstorm with. Oh yeah, okay, right. ADHD. I'm rambling and my time is aloof. So I should be going. I have my other event that I'm going to later on tonight. I will be doing my live stream, Sunday news live stream. Saturday, I will potentially be having John Ross on for a live stream to chit chat about, I don't know. He approached me for it. So, we'll see. So with all of that, thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to the producer for putting up with my rambliness. And with all of that, check out all my social medias. Check out all of this space social medias. And with that, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to another session of Locally Sourced. I'm Carter, usual host, and today my guest is Karishma Manzoor. She is running for the Senate seat that is being vacated by Jeanne Shaheen against Chris Pappas. Let's just bring her right in. Karishma, how are you doing this evening?
Having me.
Of course. It's an absolute pleasure to have you join the channel for a session. So, I guess like we'll sort of get this. Let me get this one out of the way, and then we'll get into a bunch of other more intricate things. I'm curious what your strategy, your rhetorical strategy is when you are finding yourself in slightly more contentious environments when you're being interviewed. The thing that comes to mind is the most recent interview that you had on Close Up with Adam Sexton, where it seemed like he was trying to push you in some strange ways regarding just the manner in which we discuss the ongoing problems domestically. So I'm just sort of curious as to how you go about discussing issues.
Yeah, thank you so much, Carter. So I'm a scientist. I'm not a politician. So this is an absolute different arena for me. I've always been interested in politics, like the importance of the government in order to create a meaningful change and help people, the most vulnerable members of our society, is something that I've always hoped for or believed in. And so, but now that I'm inside this whole the grind, it's very different. So yes, I have to, I don't, as a scientist, I don't like that our issues are always so black and white, or, we hate each other's opinions, or we're trying to be afraid of each other's opinions. No, at the end of the day, we all want to have a good life, right? We all want to be able to have a home, a safe home. We want to have enough to eat. We want our children to go to receive a good education. We want to be able to go to a job where we have benefits. It's just, we're all just asking for the bare minimum to survive. So when we're talking about any kind of topic, there's no reason for us to pull each other in, a negative, positive, or contentious situation. And this is one of the things, just as an aside, that really bothers me about Donald Trump, other than the fact that many things he's doing are so destructive. But he intentionally creates this narrative where it's such a wild story that you don't want to even challenge it. Like, Minnesota is being overtaken by murderers, rapists, pedophiles, and I'm the savior, I'm here to protect you. It's such a fairy tale, so out of the world, that people must say it must be true, because if it's not true, then it's a really big lie, right? So, and then he drives us into this narrative differences, like, if you are speaking out against Donald Trump's lies, then does that mean you're for the rapists? Oh, does that mean you're for the pedophiles? So anyways, it's a lot of work to try to cut through and bring light through that darkness. It's a lot of work. So I think what you were talking about was, about ICE, right? ICE as an agency, ICE is a federal agency. It has a certain task to enforce immigration laws and customs laws. Previously, we used to have the Immigration Naturalization Service, INS, and we used to also have the Customs, United States Customs Control.
Right,
and they
CBP
kind of
was
merged.
basically in charge of that. Yeah.
Yeah, and they kind of merged, and then it became ICE. But both in the first Trump administration and now we're seeing in the second Trump administration, my God, he has weaponized it. He has weaponized it to ask us to fear immigrants, ask us to be afraid of, like, immigrants are taking your jobs. Immigrants are the reason your housing crisis is going on. Immigrants are the reason the grocery prices are so high. And these are all lies, lies, and lies. So he wants us to hate each other. He wants us to fear each other. And by doing so, he wants to divide us. So let's just talk about ICE from a very factual perspective. As a scientist, that's what I like to do. Like, let's just move aside from all the rhetoric and just look at what is going on, just fact-based. ICE has received now over $75 billion. $75 billion.
Right. I believe they're the third largest militaristic force in the world at this point. I think that was maybe I might be misconstruing that number, but I'm pretty sure that's not far.
Something like that, right? It receives more money than the FBI and our law enforcement. It's $75 billion. And then we're finding out that in the rush to recruit these agents, they are circumventing proper background checks. Their training has been shortened to 6 weeks, I believe that's what they're saying, and they're being given so much immunity by being allowed to carry weapons into crowded neighborhoods, masked, without any insignia, without any identification, and basically harass people without a search warrant, circumventing due process, completely unconstitutional. So if those images are being captured, how can we see those images of people being dragged out of their cars or people being murdered in their cars? And then that we have to debate this narrative? How can that narrative be debated? I believe in law enforcement. We have our city police, our state police, our town police, federal police, but those folks, most of them are wonderful human beings. They are polite, they're courteous, they're interested in public service. They don't break open the car doors. They don't drag us out of our houses. They don't come knocking on doors. Hey, are you an American citizen? Are you an American citizen? Like, what is this? So anyways, so then the discussion has to be based on reality, not this sort of fairy tale that Donald Trump is creating. So it's very difficult to bring people back to reality because Donald Trump creates this, like, again, this whole new world which doesn't exist. And unfortunately, a lot of the media, right-wing media, repeats these storylines, and then it creates a narrative that basically it's very difficult to fight against. So anyways, it's really, as a scientist, it's really difficult to cut through all this BS and just focus on facts.
Yeah, sure. No, I completely understand. And I think, just to add a little bit of context here, specifically because, this question obviously came up within the context of you being interviewed on WMUR. I try to remind people as often as I can, at least on this channel, that WMUR is owned by a company called Hearst. And Hearst originated as they're one of the sort of traditional original media conglomerate companies in the country. And William Randolph Hearst did during defense of the Nazi regime back during World War II. So there is a storied history of Hearst acting in this particular way, defending right-wing positions. Now, that slipped over time, moved into a more, what we would now consider to be a neoliberal model. And it's very easy to identify when watching WMUR, if you have any degree of media literacy, that they very much so are captured within the corporate umbrella. As the Democratic Party's tent has widened over the past several years to include people like Liz Cheney, as they reach further and further past center right to try and capture sort of the never Trump crowd, that now there's this feeling amongst, I would imagine, amongst the newsroom to try and appeal to those people of that particular mind, which is frustrating because they like to present themselves as sort of unbiased, as much legacy media does. But what it means is that the primary driver of news within the state has a particular bias attached to it, which goes unknown by a lot of the majority of the population within the state. And you end up with a lot of spin kind of locked into the phrasing and the formation of the questions that they ask. Now, I don't personally know anything about Adam Sexton's personal politics. I have heard from separate locations that he's actually probably left of center if you were to have a chat with him outside of the newsroom. But again, he's got to hold his job, and so he has to sort of play the line. And I think that came across when he particularly asked you, well, yeah, this is opposition that you're going to have to face when you're being, confronted with attack ads in the campaign. So how do you respond to this? So I understand where he comes from in that sense, but again, it's couched within this context of the goals of the organization writ large. And so that's kind of why I'm curious in particular about your strategy when walking into these scenarios. I personally was sort of, it warmed my heart a little bit to see you make an effort to reframe his questions and argue with him, give him some pushback on the context of reframing the news. But what I find interesting is a lot of times, rather than just out of the gate answering the question and then following up with the explanation, you'll explain a bit more before sort of addressing whatever question is coming head on. And I guess my question to you is, this seems a little bit nitpicky, and I'm doing this in particular because I care for the issues in your campaign specifically, and I really want to see you win because I think it would represent us well in this state. And because of that, I want to be a little bit, provide as a bit of pushback in a sense. Why do you personally feel that it's imperative to do the reframing prior to responding to the question?
Interesting. So let's see. The question might direct you to an answer that is not going to help you understand the problem.
Sure.
So, for example, if a patient shows up and they have a fracture in their leg, and instead of saying and the doctor doesn't ask the patient, "Oh my God, what happened? How did you break the leg?" Instead, they say, "Wait a second, what kind of let's see, I don't know. Did you take Tylenol this morning?" Like something that is. Maybe it's a yes, no, but it has nothing to do with the fact that you're showing up with a fractured leg and I need you to fix the fractured leg.
Right.
It's like, what did you have for breakfast? I mean, sure, that's a question, and it's sort of related to the patient, but it is not about that problem. It's sort of tertiary, or it's moving towards a different answer, and it's still, you can answer that question, but it will not resolve the problem. It will not give that information, like what is the root cause? How did you break the leg? Like, what were you doing? Maybe stick to the issue. Don't ask something that is not related to the problem, but it looks like it is related to the problem, but it's not. So that's why I feel like, so if in this case, I would say to the doctor, let's not focus on what he had for breakfast. Let's ask what that patient was doing at the time he broke his leg. And so, and maybe let's also let's open up the wound and just look at how bad the leg fracture is. And maybe let's take him to the surgery room and ask and start a surgery. So that's what I mean. Like, there's a problem. Let's focus on the problem. And maybe like later on, we can find out if the patient's leading a healthy life or not, etc. So in this case, for example, ICE is causing so much harm in our communities. And we see this in Minneapolis. It's like ground zero for what ICE is really capable of, the kind of terrorizing it's capable of. So you have to understand, whenever there's a bad leader, it really can disrupt the whole chain. Maybe under a good president, many of these agencies would not become so horrific. So the bad president is selecting bad cabinet members, like people who are either unqualified for their positions or have severe conflicts of interest and should not be in those positions. And then they kind of corrupt the agencies underneath. So it really is always about the root cause is always going to be what is coming from the top. So this is one thing. So I wanted to reframe it. Let's talk about Donald Trump and Kristi Noem so we can understand ICE, and what is exactly in Donald Trump's mind is the purpose of ICE, because it's definitely not about national security. It's about him controlling and terrorizing the populace. So that's one way to frame it. Let's talk about it that way. The second thing we have to talk about is when that system, that federal agency, has become so corrupt or unconstitutional or illegal behavior and terrorizing, we're not going to talk about what will happen to those 20,000 employees that are in that agency. We need to talk about what is wrong with that agency and how we should actually get rid of it, because it is causing so much harm to our communities. It is no longer serving its purpose or its mandated purpose. It is now being just used as a paramilitary, thuggish force. That's one. So it's like, you don't say, if when a Gestapo was going to be dismantled, you don't say like, well, those Nazis, they're going to be out of a job. Do you really want to get rid of the Gestapo? No, that's not how you start.
Man, that really got me. That one really
Nazi
got me in that interview.
That's a lot of people in the Nazi military. Do we really want to get? That's not how you frame a conversation. Or drug cartels. Well, if we get rid of the drug cartel, the drug trade, there are going to be so many mules who will be out of a job. Well, that's not how you start. You say,
well, the thing that was so fascinating to me about that particular exchange was like, he's saying like, well, what are we going to do about all these ICE agents who will be out of a job? And it's like, I don't know. They go back to doing what they were doing before they joined ICE, like less than a year ago. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
That's a preposterous way to frame the conversation. So
and
I don't want to cut you off.
More cynical way would be, well, a lot of immigrants have left the country or been terrorized, have been deported. Maybe those farm positions are now open. The construction company jobs are now open, or the nursing home jobs are open. Those really terrible, low-paying jobs that these immigrant workers were involved in, well, they are now all opening up. So, but that's a very cynical trait.
One of my favorite personal hot takes is like, what we should do with the military is we should take away all their guns and Kevlar and give them hammers and tool belts and have them build all of this housing. But that's a separate discussion. So I do want to, because we've only got you for a limited amount of time. So I do want to make sure that we sort of, no, you're good. It's easy to get lost in the sauce on it. So let's see here. I want to take a minute to sort of pivot to the foreign policy side of things, because being in the U.S. Senate, that's actually one of the few places that we have power as elected officials to handle foreign policy. So while I don't really see that much of a point in having these discussions on a local level here in the state, when we're talking about our national delegation, I think it's very important to discuss these topics, because that's a huge, huge point of contention. Now, to sort of frame this up a little bit, when I look at your platform, a lot of the things that you advocate for, a lot of the rhetoric that I see you use follows very much so in the fashion of a traditional Bernie-crat. So like that we would understand since 2016, which I think is a great position to take. That said, Bernie Sanders was very, very late into the game in terms of calling what was happening in Palestine a genocide. You've been clear about that position. Another thing that I think people need to remember about Bernie Sanders is that he did indeed vote for Marco Rubio's confirmation. That's something that the Senate has a significant amount of power over. So my sort of question there is, you know, within the context of Marco Rubio, you're talking about a Cuban diaspora child who grew up, you know, hating Cuba as the child of exiles. There's a lot of sort of historical context there. But it was very much so his goal for an extremely long time to go after the Cuban regime, as he would consider it to be. I take a different track on that. I think they're a sovereign nation. They deserve to be respected. I don't think it's fair that they've been completely iced out of the global economy. And I think if we were to allow them properly into the global economy, we'd see a much more successful Cuba. That point aside, Bernie Sanders enabled, in a sense, what happened in Venezuela with the abduction, the kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro. Say what you will about him. I have plenty of gripes with the guy. But I do not think in any way, shape, or form it's appropriate to go into another country and just kidnap their leader because we want their oil, or we are looking for a sort of revitalization of the Monroe Doctrine imperialism, which we're seeing a huge swing back towards that right now. And so in your position, would you find yourself to the left of Bernie Sanders within that context? Would you have voted, let's hypothetically say that you were already in the Senate during that confirmation proceeding, would you have voted to confirm Marco Rubio?
Oh, that's a good one. Wow. I don't want to question Bernie's, because I have so much respect for Bernie. So I don't want to necessarily throw the guy under the train, or under the bus, was it? Which transportation? But my issues are with Donald Trump. Donald Trump, yes, he won the election, but the man is a walking box of, like, he's a national security threat. He was a national security threat in his first administration. He continues to be a national security threat. Would I have supported Marco Rubio or not? Do I have to answer that hypothetical question? Because I'm going to say no. Marco
I think that's a great answer. I think no is the answer I'd like to see.
I hate hypothetical questions. I'm sorry. As a scientist, it's really
okay. The only reason I ask this question is I know that it's sort of a weird hypothetical, right? But the reason I'm asking this question in particular is because the idea is more so to get a feel of how you would act in that sort of much more high pressure situation where there's definitely a lot of sort of motion that's going to be coming at you from your colleagues within the halls of the Senate, where there's a sort of process oriented, like, emphasis on just, we have to keep things moving, we have to keep things going. And I think for me personally, and I think for a lot of people that find themselves just even slightly to the left of center, at this point in time, looking at sort of the resurgence of American imperialism, knowing that we would not confirm people that we could look at and say, no, there's a historical record of this person having a deep interest in pursuing horrible policy that the United States has been involved in. And we can talk about Iraq and Afghanistan, but it's important to remember that this goes back much, much, much further than that. The storied history of the United States going into the global South, particularly South America, and putting up puppet regimes and doing insurrection movements that, you want to talk about Iran-Contra. We can talk about Pinochet. There's so many situations that go back many, many, many decades at this point that I think a lot of people, when they say, I want anti-war, I want an anti-global interventionist, directed candidate, they want to be able to see the wherewithal within those situations to say, no, I'm not going to confirm this particular representative to this position because they have a history of engaging in this particular type of activity. Do you see what I'm sort of getting at here?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. No, I completely understand. I mean, we are in such a scary situation. People are so demoralized, so upset, and in so many ways. I think the biggest thing about Marco Rubio that would have, other than his position, like you're saying, with the Cuba, was the fact that he doesn't seem to be a very strong personality. A Secretary of State has to be there to not be a doormat for the president, has to be able to say, no, this is going to be in the best interest of our country. And I don't see that in him. All the cabinet positions are not there just to be a yes man or yes sir kind of person, right? They're supposed to be there to say, this is not in the best interest of the country. This is not in the best interest of our nation. This is not in the best interest of our economy, or it is in the best interest. Like, have that sort of sense of duty to the people. Many of the folks that Donald Trump nominated for his cabinet, like I said, either they're unqualified for those positions, they have severe conflicts of interest, and they're weak in character. They are sometimes they're part of the billionaire class, and they are going to profit from the industry that they're supposed to now regulate or be caring for. These are not the right people for these jobs. These are supposed to be really high quality, powerful public service positions. But of course, typical Donald, he brings in people that are just like him, not there to serve themselves and their big donors or to pad their wallet. And by the way, padding the wallet, let me remind folks, Donald Trump in his only the 1 year of his presidency, the first year of his presidency, already has made $4 billion for himself and his family, $4 billion. And to put that into perspective, the annual budget of our state is $8 billion. Think about that. How he's making that money. So for example, he's always talking about tariffs. Oh, he loves that word. Okay, it's tariffs are on, tariffs are off, tariffs are 25% or 10% or 40% or 10%, constantly switching back and forth without any regard to national security or our economy or the people. This is just on his whim. Every morning he wakes up and he has some other axe to grind. So just to give you an example, Vietnam, it's a very small country. It is still impoverished. It is still recovering from the Vietnam War and also years of communism, et cetera. So it's a very small
interventionism strikes again,
Yeah. Okay. When he came into power, he slapped tariffs also on Vietnam. But then there's a golf course, Trump golf course, that's like in the plans. And normally it takes about 2 years for Vietnam, their paperwork to be processed. They fast-tracked the construction of this golf course, of this Trump golf course, not the United States golf course. It was not for the people of America, just the Trump family's private golf course that's going to be built in Vietnam. Once they fast-tracked the paperwork and the construction started, the tariffs suddenly came off. Donald Trump is using the power of the biggest economy, the United States economy, to bully smaller countries, but to benefit himself.
It has really nothing to do with helping the Americans. It has everything to do with helping himself, stroking his own ego. I mean, this is all sort of storied stuff, right? This is, and I think a lot of people knew about this kind of thing going back into the first term. It's my belief that he learned from his mistakes the first time around. He had brought in a lot of people that were more traditionally lauded by the conservative movement, found that he was facing a lot of pushback, and this time around we get a whole bunch of yes men. And that's more or less to be expected. It's also why we're getting such draconian measures against the American people. Now, I think it's important to emphasize the whole, we're going to drill a little bit further into this sort of foreign policy thing a bit here. I think it's important to acknowledge the concept of the imperial boomerang effect, where we see, fascism turning back onto ourselves here in this country. People, I said this on the most recent episode. I'm going to say it again. The IDF is directly responsible for training police forces and paramilitary forces in the United States, because we have such a sort of lockstep relationship with Israel. I think the joke that they are the 51st state is not a bad joke. I think it's a little bit too close to reality to be that funny in some ways. But if you look at what's happening in places like Minneapolis right now, in places, it's happening in Massachusetts, it's happening in California. There are places where it's happening that's very close to us here in New Hampshire. And I would not be surprised if it starts to happen here in New Hampshire as well. I think it's just sort of a matter of time that's ticking away. It's important to remember that much of the rhetoric that's used to describe the Palestinians and the way that they have been subjugated, they have been characterized as terrorists, is the exact same language and rhetoric that's being used to denigrate activists, protesters that are trying to stand up to ICE and push back in any way, shape, or form. And I think what happened with Renee Good is a perfect example. What happened the moment she was shot, before she was even out of the space of the zone, you had Kristi Noem in a fucking cowboy hat standing up on a stage calling her a domestic terrorist. That's straight out of the Israeli playbook. And I know that you understand that it's not just Netanyahu. You're talking about Ben-Gvir. You're talking about Smotrich. You're talking about a whole bunch of different people that create a coalition of sort of a sickness, a anti-humane sickness in their minds. And that same logic is implemented, however idiotically, by people like Hegseth, by people like Stephen Miller. So there's very much so a tradition there. Now, the flip side of that is that there's the broader critique of the Democratic Party currently for not fighting back enough. You've got Chuck Schumer hugging Marco Rubio on stage after they kidnapped Nicolas Maduro. The other thing, there was news that just came out recently, within the past 24 hours or so, that Senator Jeanne Shaheen, and whose seat you are running for currently, and Lisa Murkowski have drafted a resolution, some legislation to try and press on, they're calling it the NATO Unity Protection Act, to prohibit the use of the U.S. Department of Defense or the Department of State to blockade, occupy, annex, or otherwise assert control over the sovereign territory of a NATO member state without that ally's consent or authorization from the North Atlantic Council, to reaffirm the United States' commitment to NATO unity and collective security. Now, I take a certain degree of issue with this, and I want to be clear that I'm not sort of like, I'm not saying this in the same way that Trump's sharing tweets right now where he's saying, Russia and China are the boogeymen, but NATO are the real enemies. That's not my critique here. My critique more so comes from the position of the existence of NATO has forced every single European nation to sort of relinquish a degree of sovereignty that they may have had to the United States because of the economic power that the United States is able to assert over the European Union and any of its member states. So, in effect, NATO has been a bit of a trap for these nation states that we consider our allies, and we're not helping them support themselves on their own. And that very much so led to, it's like NATO was a great idea during World War II, but through the maintenance of that particular system, as United States hegemony has increased over time, we've now seen a situation where it allows for somebody who's sort of the logical end conclusion of both neoliberalism and neoconservatism, like Donald Trump, to come in and do what the system had always sort of intended for it to do in the first place, which is just cry bully their way into just taking whatever the hell they want. And that has turned NATO into something that's actually bad for our allies. So when I look at this legislation that's coming through from Senator Shaheen and Senator Murkowski, I have to question the actual ability that it has to fundamentally make any real future or possibility for our allied states, and how it does not just inherently sort of try to reel us back to this sort of corporatist yet still sort of American exceptionalist context of maintaining a degree of control over Europe by sort of being the superpower that forces them to buy our weapons to protect them. You know, I realize that I'm getting sort of long-winded here, but I think there's a lot of context that's important. And, you know, for somebody who's running for the U.S. Senate, I think you would have to encounter some of these problems at some point anyways, so we might as well just get it out of the way now and have the conversation at this point in time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, you covered so much, Carter. I mean, you're talking about a long history and what is the purpose of NATO? Does it still serve its purpose? During as a counter to the Warsaw Pact, it made sense to have NATO there. But now, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, does it still make, and the Cold War is sort of over right now. Of course, there's still contention going on from the Eastern Bloc and the Western Bloc. Does it still make sense for NATO to exist? Has NATO served its purpose? The interesting thing is, we could have had this conversation in a situation where the United States, a NATO member, was not a threat to NATO. So now it becomes a very complicated conversation. So if we were having this conversation, say, 10 years ago, then we would have just been talking about, does NATO still serve a purpose? But then, of course, given that Russia attacked Ukraine, it changes the dynamic. Okay, now the conversation's like, do we still need NATO? Because is Russia acting like an imperial power that's not only going to attack Ukraine, but keep moving further west into Poland, and also the Baltic states are really afraid of Russia right now. So shouldn't NATO exist to actually control Russia? So that would have been one conversation. And now the United States, the sitting president of the United States, is threatening its NATO allies. I mean, Donald Trump is so confusing. It is so confusing. Every single morning he wakes up and he has some crazy idea. What happens at night to this man? I don't understand. I mean, like, what demons is this man fighting? Does he have dreams, nightmares? Where does he get all these crazy ideas from? Every single morning he wakes up and he says something completely insane. Let's just either in criticism of Canada or some other foreign country, or about Minneapolis, or about Jerome Powell. It's always something or other. So it becomes so difficult to have a conversation that's logical, sensible, based on facts when you're dealing with Donald Trump as part of the equation. So you brought up a lot, and I don't know how to answer it without maybe taking a step back. That this is when I have to always say, let's take a step back into reality and let's just talk about it. There are a lot of issues with NATO. The fact that Donald Trump bullied NATO to spend 5% of their GDP on military weapons at a cost to their economy, to their society, to purchase weapons from the United States alone was a mad idea. And that was about a year ago. NATO was so nervous. All these NATO allies were so nervous about Donald Trump, like his tariff threats and his craziness, his erratic behavior. They were like, fine, we will spend 5% of our GDP, even though that means it's going to cause a lot of stress on our economy, a lot of stress on our social programs and our citizens. We will still, because you're a madman and you're in charge of you're unfortunately in charge of the largest military, somebody who is erratic and does not live in a reality, and he has extremely superiority complex. At the same time, he has a lot of inferiority complex. Like this man, I think it will be very interesting to study by psychiatrists and psychologists, but okay, that's fine. Yeah. We have him and we have nothing to do with this now. So NATO now said, okay, 5% of our GDP, fine. And then at the same time, he turns around, no, NATO is no longer necessary. We are going to dismantle NATO. Oh no, NATO is necessary. So there's a lot of chaos. I don't know what to answer. But what I do want to say is, what is interesting is he's talking about Greenland because it is part of NATO, and he's saying Greenland we need to take over Greenland. The United States has to take over Greenland because we have to protect Greenland from China and Russia, right?
Right.
That's what his rhetoric is. What if Greenland was part of an alliance?
Yeah, exactly.
That would protect Greenland from China and Russia. Oh my God, let's think about, let's call it a military alliance. Well, let's call it a military alliance that, with friendly nations in Europe. Oh wow, let's also bring in some other countries that are west of the Atlantic, maybe the Canada. Oh, Canada's a great one to be partnered with. United States. What should we call this? Should we call this a North Atlantic Treaty Organization like NATO?
Yeah,
let's call it that. And that'll be a military alliance that'll protect the member states. It already exists. We don't have to worry about China and Russia. NATO is protecting Greenland. This whole concept from Donald Trump that we have to take over Greenland in order to protect it from China and Russia is a lie. He is threatening NATO as a NATO ally. So it's a lot. I don't know what Lisa Murkowski's doing, and I don't know what Jean Shaheen's doing. I guess they're trying to protect NATO from Donald Trump and from the United States.
I do understand that it's a bit sort of blown apart and ridiculous. And I think,
but tomorrow he might wake up and he might be like, you know what? Actually, my bad. I think I'm going to focus on Los Angeles or California because now suddenly Newsom is his target. So who knows? With this man, you never know what he's talking about. And also, the one thing I do want to talk about, the way he talks about Greenland, the first he wants to say, he proposes bribing the people of Greenland, right? I'm going to give them $10,000 or $100,000. First of all, where's all that money coming from? I thought we didn't have enough money to feed our children in the United States. Okay, suddenly we have a lot of money to bribe the people of Greenland. And then he says, whether they like it or not, he's going to take it. It sounds, you said adults will listen to it, but it sounds like a rapist language, doesn't it? Somebody.
No, I think sort of the thing that I'm trying to get to here is that he's, for all of his, I've ended all these wars and he's just, I've gone and I've taken care of it all and whatever. He is a traditional imperialist. I think that's because look, he's a real estate guy, right? Is gonna get domestic again for a quick second, but the point is landlords, real estate guys, they look at land, they look at property, they look at whatever, and they think about it in terms of how can it make me money? How can I benefit? That is just sort of the capitalists' reinterpretation of imperialism within a smaller context that's got a bit more permission structure around it because there's profit to be made, right? But really it all is the same thing, this concept of empire. It's not, this is the way he thinks. He's coming from the empire.
I don't know. I'm so sorry. I'm going to push back at you because I think you're almost trying to find a method to his madness. There is nothing but madness there. I'm sorry. I know that by calling him a real estate guy, people are trying to frame it as if, he's coming from the real estate business. He only sees it as property. Therefore, he's trying to take over. Oh, he has the concept of imperialism. This is madness. It's not imperialism. It's not about real estate. It is just a person who is out of his mind, who has always been extremely crude, has never known his position in society. He has always, look at Access Hollywood tapes, the way he talks about another person, any kind of sovereignty or another person's body autonomy. He has no sense of it.
In
his erratic head, he
clarify myself
wants
a little
something
bit
and he grabs it. You're going to fight back? Go for it.
I should clarify something really quick here, because I think there's an important distinction that I need to make about this. I don't think it's deliberate or conscious, right? I think that I agree with you in the sense that it's not there. It is a type of madness. It's a type of sickness. But I think the context is that he's grown up. He's been sort of like educated within a frame that does contain the original notions of imperialism. So, and this is something that I try to point out to people, is that like, there's not a particular degree of ideology that exists for right-wingers, right? If you are thinking about a working class person who's consistently voting for the Republican Party, despite the fact that it's against every single one of their interests, that person doesn't think about themselves within the frame of ideology at all, right? They think about themselves as apolitical. They think about themselves as being focused on, well, I need to earn, I need to make money, I need to, I need to look out for myself. So there's something that's happened as we've sort of repeatedly denigrated the American education system, is that everybody's got an ideology. It's whether or not they're aware of that ideology, right? Now, I think Donald Trump falls in this category of being blissfully unaware of the ideology that he exists within. Now, it's sort of trivial in a sense to discuss his ideology per se. But the reason I put it like this is because it's important, at least from my perspective, it's important for somebody who's his opposition to understand the mechanisms that cause the thing to work. Now, when you combine a learned form of sort of just seeing the world through that lens, whether you're conscious of the filter that's been put in front of you or not, you're still seeing it through that filter. And then when you pair that with sort of a life that's been filled with feeling inadequate, right? I mean, his mother called him stupid. You know what I mean? It's really just like, in many ways, his existence is tragic. And I think he's very aware of that. And so his sort of dry, I mean, I'm psychoanalyzing the dude right now, which is sort of pointless.
You are psychoanalyzing this man. Don't. You're going down a very, very dark space, and also endless. I'm going to push back and say, instead of focusing on his psychology, let's focus on what he is distracting us from.
Right.
He is, no matter what he's telling us to focus on, one day it's Minnesota, one day it's Los Angeles, one day it's Chicago, one day it's Jerome Powell, one day it's Greenland. At the end of the day, he keeps making money. He keeps getting richer. And something is happening in the east wing of the White House where it's been destroyed. And I don't know why Palantir is so interested in forming a construction. We're not paying attention to what's being built on the grounds of the White House. At the same time, the Epstein files. Please don't forget the Epstein files. Because at the least, it looks like Donald Trump is protecting pedophiles. At the worst, it looks like Donald Trump is a pedophile who may have raped children. How much of all this craziness is related to distracting us from the fact that the Epstein files have not been released or have
no argument for me there, like significant amount. I completely agree with you on that.
So I'm not sure. Donald Trump, one thing for sure that he has proved over the course of his entire life is that one person he really cares about is himself. He has proved this over and over again with his multiple marriages, his actions. He only cares about himself. This is a man who's not there to serve the public or the American people or the country. He's there to serve himself. So anyways, I don't want to go into psychoanalyzing.
No.
I'm sorry. I cannot psychoanalyze a madman.
Yeah, I didn't mean to particularly drag us down that road, but it's always sort of a clarification that I want to make, that it's like it's important to remember that people are not, and I say this with sort of in a way to affirm grace to people that I disagree with or I think have been sort of like done wrong by the system. There's absolutely evil people out there that are sort of sick and selfish and whatever. But I think there's a lot of people that are just sort of duped by a situation and they deserve a lot more respect and dignity. And so
absolutely. And I have nothing, I never speak I think every person who either voted or did not vote for Donald Trump, it is not for us to question their votes. What we have to also remind folks is, regardless of what we're thinking about and what we're being terrorized by, 42 million Americans still don't have enough to eat.
Right.
Millions of Americans still don't have access to health insurance. Millions of Americans are struggling with the housing crisis. Our children do not have many of our children across the country don't have access to high quality public education because the public education is being gutted. Here in New Hampshire, our property taxes are going up so much that I've heard from seniors that told me, Karishma, I'm one payment away from becoming homeless. Think about it. A senior citizen in this climate they did everything right. They worked all their life. They saved. They bought a house. They thought about how much will their Social Security or the retirement benefits allow them to pay for. They thought about the mortgage. They thought about the taxes. They created a life that would allow them to retire with dignity. And now, because of the rise in property taxes, these folks are now sometimes on the brink of disaster, of becoming homeless. And we have to come back and discuss it. Why are so many people in New Hampshire struggling? And I want us to understand it. How can we improve their lives? We have a severe healthcare crisis across the country and also New Hampshire. We need to pass a single-payer universal healthcare to cover every American, and a system that'll be cheaper than the current system of $5 trillion. We can make that happen with Medicare for all. Folks, Donald Trump is distracting us with his violent rhetoric, his hate, his racism, his threats. But please don't forget that people on the ground on a daily basis are suffering from the fact that they don't have health insurance. And because I'm a scientist, I do talk a lot about numbers. Carter, 50,000 Americans die each year because of either they don't have health insurance or because of underinsurance. Just stop for a second and think about that. 50,000 Americans die each year. That is a huge national security threat. 50,000 Americans are dying because of some domestic policy. We really should be taking care of that. And that should be considered a national security threat.
No, I completely agree with you. And I'm very glad. I'm glad that we are talking about this, because with the limited time we have left, I did want to actually sort of get to, I definitely, we're sort of limited on time this evening. So I didn't get to
I'm looking at the clock also.
No, it's fine. I would rather us go and maybe have another session at another day or time than try and, truncate any of our responses or bottle them up. I think it's much better to do it this way. Mm-hmm. With the time that we have left, I think it's one thing when you're campaigning, and I'm glad that we've pivoted to domestic policy, because I think that's where I want to end, because I think that's the most important part. It's easy when you're campaigning to argue for very broad stroke concepts that we want to achieve, right? My question is more so about, like, specifically, what policies do you prioritize the highest when you get there? If you're going to actually sort of team up with other legislators and senators in the Congress to address some of these issues, if you're going to go down and pursue specific pieces of written legislation, what would those look like? What exactly do you sort of have on your checklist right now that, like, you get in there, you get that position? What are you going after specifically that's going to create material change for not just people in New Hampshire, but Americans that are struggling so hard every day?
Yeah. So actually, it is a little bit of a long list. Is that okay?
That is fine. Maybe, yeah. Okay. You don't have to go too deep, but I do understand. I'm here for it.
Yes. So one is, we need to give people livable wages. People, even outside of the price gouging, even outside of the high cost of groceries and the high cost of electricity and other utilities, people just are not making enough. It is not keeping up with inflation. It's just not keeping up. We need to increase the minimum wage. It's embarrassing. It is actually cruel that our federal minimum wage is stuck at $7.25 since 2009. That is absolutely unacceptable. We need to increase the federal minimum wage because that will also impact the other wages that are sort of just above the federal minimum wage. We need to give people livable wages. Somebody who works full-time in the United States, in the richest country in the world, should be able to afford food, housing, and healthcare. They deserve livable wages. So that's one thing. The other is we need to build affordable housing. There's so many folks who are struggling. And homelessness does not mean, Carter, that you're out on the street, which is absolutely tragic. A lot of times folks are just unable to afford to move out of their parents' homes, or they're couch surfing, they're sleeping in a closet on someone's floor. That's also a face of homelessness. They just don't have a home of their own. And the other is healthcare. So I would say livable wages, housing, healthcare, those are my three priorities. Everyone deserves that.
So let me drill down a little bit on that, because I think this is important. What would you consider the acceptable minimum wage to be set at? Like, let's put a real number on that. What dollar per hour would you like to see Americans get paid as a baseline?
At least $20 should be our federal minimum wage. At least 20. Because if you think about when the minimum wages started to be put together, came into being, so this was around the time of FDR. If we had kept up with inflation, the federal minimum wage right now would be about $60 an hour. Okay, we're at $7.25. MIT has this wage calculator. It's a website that's available to anyone. Just go check it out. Put in your state and just check how much a single person with no dependents have to make in order to survive on 40-hour work week. I mean, I hope everyone understands somebody who works 40 hours per week, shouldn't they be able to afford food, housing, and healthcare? So this is one thing. So at least 20. But according to that MIT calculator in New Hampshire, you have to make about $25 an hour at this moment if you don't have any dependents. If you have dependents, you actually need to make more than 25 in order to have enough to buy food and pay for rent.
Would you be willing to tie that to inflation? No, yeah, it's okay.
Yes, absolutely. But let's just start with let's just jump it up and then start. Because of course, people are going to say, how can it'll take us a little bit of time for us to adjust. Absolutely. So let's just give people a boost, bring people just to be able to afford food, and then absolutely tie it to inflation and have a formula that actually makes sense. Of course, people are the oligarchy, the billionaires will come back and repeat the rhetoric that this is going to hurt small businesses. The people who benefit from keeping the wages low are the billionaires. So let's look at Walmart, for example. Walmart, the family that is the majority shareholder of Walmart is the Walton family. They're billionaires. And yet they pay such low wages to their employees that some of them qualify for Medicaid, or they have to go to the food banks or the food pantries to get food. We are subsidizing Walmart, the Walton family, the billionaire family, by basically supporting their employees who are getting starvation wages. There's no reason why Walmart cannot be a profitable company within reason, and at the same time allow all their employees to have the dignity of being able to survive on a 40-hour work week. There's no reason whatsoever. There's so much.
And the interesting fold over on that too. The interesting fold over on that I always like to point out is, it's like, let's say you've got a Walmart employee that's receiving EBT. Where do you think they are spending those EBT dollars?
On Walmart, yeah. In Walmart.
So the direct subsidy goes back into the pockets of the Walton family. Yes. So they're sort of double dipping in that way.
They're double dipping, yes. And
So
this is
I-
one thing I do want to say about, just to tie it to foreign policy. Folks might say, you know, I don't want to think about foreign policy. I'm struggling just to make ends meet. And there was a time in my life when I was trying to survive on minimum wage. This was back in the 1990s. And back then the minimum wage was $4.25 an hour. And my rent was $500. Trying to make the monthly rent was a headache all the time. You're just worried, how am I going to make rent? Because if you don't make rent, then you are homeless. And then food was always secondary, and healthcare was not even an issue. It was a luxury. I had no way to be able to either afford healthcare, and the jobs that I had that were paying minimum wage did not even offer healthcare as a benefit. I remember those days, and it's really, really hard. The anxiety, the stress that you are living through on a daily basis. At least, thank God, I only had to. It was a several year slump, and then afterwards I was able to go back, finish my education, and then get a higher paying job, and then basically move out, or was able to get a higher paying job. But for many families, unfortunately, they stay in that trajectory for a long time. What does that mean in terms of the outcome? The life expectancy of a poor American right now is 10 to 15 years less than a rich American. 10 to 15 years less. A poor American is dying, has a shorter life than a rich American. That is a national security threat. That should be something we should talk about. So, and then going back, you were going to say something. Oh, foreign policy. I do want to say one thing about foreign policy. When people say, I pay so much in federal taxes, don't ask me to pay more. And I agree with them. My God, the middle income folks and anyone who has a salaried job is paying such high federal taxes. And I agree with them that they don't see the benefit of paying those high federal taxes, because they have to still supplement their children's education. They still have to supplement the premiums are high, right? The co-pays are high all the time. Those co-pay is another tax. The premium, those high premiums on health insurance is a tax. Let's not forget about that. So of course, property taxes is a tax.
Right.
But we will never have enough for our people as long as our foreign policy allows, or the defense industry takes away so much of our money on wars and conflicts across the world, in thousands of miles away. Billions of dollars are being spent that should be spent here for peace and democracy and to improve the lives of people here at home, instead of killing people overseas. We should care about foreign policy. Not even if you don't care about it from a moral perspective, you should care about it from a socioeconomic perspective, because those tax dollars that are going off in foreign land is not coming back to our society, not coming back to our schools, not coming back to our hospitals, our nursing homes, or our infrastructure, our roads, our police, libraries. So people should care. Okay, I'll stop there.
No, you're good. I just sort of really quick, and this will sort of like lightning answer this question, but in general, I know that you have a lot of positions on sort of getting big money out of politics.
Yes.
I know I don't mean to open the door to keep us here for another 30 minutes, but the question I want to sort of point specifically to is the sort of casinofication of our society. Right now, there's a lot going on with sort of Polymarket and the partnership between CNN and Kalshi, where people are now just betting on the news, and the way in which that sort of, if you haven't learned anything about it, I highly suggest checking into it, because it's really it's incredibly frightening to me.
Wow.
You are now able to do parlays and prop bets on what's happening in the news, which I think is absolutely just striking. And so for a lot of young people, they look at the only two possible ways that they can get out is to go viral on TikTok or YouTube or Twitch or whatever and become some sort of like high paid streamer that's making bank off of ad revenue, or to just straight up play the slot machine. Now, the problem with those particular avenues specifically is that they're very much so captured by insider trading and that particular type of corruption. And I think that's going to poison pill our entire society at just a light speed pace. I think the only mechanism to actually deal with this, and especially with sort of the prevalence and rise and ascendancy of AI and the degree to which it's just decimating the job market as we speak currently. I think antitrust needs to be a massive, massive part of any progressive campaign moving forward in the next ostensibly foreseeable future, but at the very least within the next 2-3 decades, this has to be just a top line item. And so I just want to, I know you're sort of running out of time. We're right up against that hour market right now, but I do want to just sort of get your take and hear your position specifically on how hard you intend to fight for specific antitrust developments to protect people.
Yeah, definitely. We have to, my God, the AI world, right? We don't even understand where it's going, but it's not going to a good place. This is not going to improve the lives of our folks. Like you pointed out, we are going to lose a lot of jobs. This is one impact. The other issue is the environmental impact of these data centers. So in some of these places, the utility costs have gone up by 10% because of data centers are in place. And the data centers actually pay less in the rate, the utility cost to them is actually lower than the cost to the residents. It's impacting us so badly. Our economy is going to be impacted because of job loss. Our utility prices are going to go up, environmental consequences because of greenhouse gas emissions, everything. I don't know about this slot machine that you just talked about. I actually don't know anything. I want to look into this. And again, I try not to answer questions about issues that I haven't
understood.
I don't understand it. But I'm really, I want us to give hope to our kids. I mean, I have two young folks. My daughter just became 20. She was 19. I used to say I have two teenagers now. I have a 20-year-old and a 16-year-old. I want them to not wake up and dread life. I want them to not be afraid to turn 26 and lose their parents' health insurance. I want them to not be burdened with a high loan for higher education because they wanted to study, receive a higher education. I want them to be able to dream big, explore life. I want them to believe that there's not an existential threat on our planet. I want the next generation. I want to protect the next generation. I want them to know that things are going to be okay and that I want them to feel better. I want them to know that we're going to take care of them. And I don't want them to inherit a planet that's burning. Yeah.
That's about as good as an answer as we can expect at this point in time, and I think it's a really lovely sentiment to end on. I think you've certainly made a lot of very convincing arguments to me, and just throughout you're doing quite the spate of appearances on different outlets right now, just like getting into the left spaces, and I really appreciate that. I wish you good luck in your sort of pursuit for more progressive endorsements. Hopefully there's an opportunity to have you back on at some point. Maybe we can discuss some of the things that we didn't get to today because there's obviously just way too many. But it was an absolute pleasure to have a conversation with you today. Thank you so much for taking the time out to join me and have this conversation.
Thank you, Carter.
And that does it for the interview today, folks. Thank you so much. If you enjoyed this content, please consider becoming a subscriber on YouTube. You can hit me up on Patreon and support the channel if you dig this kind of content. The more we have going in there, the more easier, the better it makes it for me to continue to create time to do these particular segments and expand the channel. So with that, thank you guys so much, and we will catch you next time.
developmental. Like I'm currently on location shooting a movie called The Heroes of Ice with Sylvester Stallone. But like, you gotta remember, I have to
Not that
pick
ice, though, right?
Yeah. The Heroes of Ice. Yeah, great.
Was there a 10th of a second?
Are they in Greenland?
You know what? Sylvester Stallone was okay. That was the one that got me. Okay, he's doing a bit. Okay. The Heroes of Ice. That's great. Yeah. You know what? You know what though? That would still be better than any of the Expendables movies.
Are there any?
Oh yeah.
Would it?
Are there any immigrants?
Are you hiding with Christian Bale? And I would say to him, I was like, Christian, let's pitch Amazon a movie where we're gonna do a total like hagiography glazing biopic of Jeffrey Bezos, and we shoot it like Christian acts it beautifully, we shoot it really well, and right before it opens we say it was a joke.
That is some long game. That's a long game.
Yeah. All right. So you're the one man left that will do the long game. No, but now I'm just imagining a movie where it's old Sylvester Stallone banging on a door, and the door falls in. He goes, "I heard you're hiding immigrants under the floorboards." It's like Heroes of Ice. They have like a guy in a sombrero, and they're taking him out, and he's like, "No more immigrants coming into the border."
I'm sure it'll be written by Ben Shapiro. You know.
I am here to take your 4-year-old. You will give them to me.
Adrian, I got another one.
Stephen Miller.
You know what though? It would be Frank Stallone, not Sly. That would be the starring.
Oh yeah.
It would be Sly.
Sly, yeah, he would do it.
After seeing him at the Trump Kennedy.
Oh, that's right.
Like, all right. You've told us everything we need to.
That sucks.
No.
That bums me out. All right.
Now I feel responsible for keeping your plot going. So
Oh no. Man, this happens all the time with less interesting stuff. Don't worry about it.
You're good. You're
so
good.
The movie star goes to her. Let me see if I can remember. Back to her home.
Yep.
Back to the streets, right?
Yeah.
And
So,
what do you got?
we're at the point where later a church procession passes the hangout area for the town prostitutes.
Oh, we're into the Catholic Church. Well,
Yeah.
you know what we're into? We're into the segment that was cut from the original at the request of the Catholic Church, which that was the part where we were seeing a non-Catholic man helping the poor sincerely without conditions.
Oh, we can't
And
have
the
that.
Catholic
What?
Church
No.
was like, yeah.
Which is an incredible sequence. It's again, it's something I can't believe I forgot about. When I was like, oh yeah, Jesus! Like,
let me
How much
read
influence the Catholic Church had back in the day. Can't see that now. You know.
let me read the sequence. As her associates mock the church, Cadbeadia is drawn to the procession. Just as she's about to join the procession, another John comes and she gets in his truck instead. As she heads home later this night, she sees a man giving food to the poor people living in the caves near her house. She's never seen this man before, but she's impressed by his charity towards others. When she goes to church with her friends, she prays for a chance at a better life.
so I just real quick, I love that he's like, do you live here? Like, oh no, I live in a house, which I think is just like great because again, she's flexing that she owns a house. That's like the one asset that she has, right? I think that's kind of key to understand.
Everyone's taking your house.
But yeah, do you live in these caves like these other people? No, I live in a house. Okay.
I kind of think of that character like Mamdani compared to the Democratic Party. Like the Catholic Church is like, how dare you show human beings actually doing constructive things? And they made them cut it, and you're seeing it now with Mamdani. What is he, like 3 weeks into his
He's
term?
done so much already.
He's trying to improve material conditions, and they're trying to
People are
fundraise.
pissed. Like New York Post is like, oh, people are mad that Mamdani wants to put bidets in bathrooms, and I'm like, what is this? What do we do? Like seriously, like,
He's already got,
y'all don't want your asses clean? Okay.
He's already got preschool child care.
Yeah.
He's already
Nick Shirley
down
is coming
on
for him.
slumlords. He already got rid of this horrible roadway, and it's only been like a short time. And
The smartest thing that he's done so far is they've announced that they're putting, I think, something like 100 or 200, like a certain number of bathrooms,
More
like
bathrooms.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
And one like my biggest complaint, because I mean I live like an hour and a half upstate, and I go to the city pretty frequently. I'm constantly going to the city and then having to pee, and then having to either go to a McDonald's or like or you have to, or like you go to like you have to go somewhere and actually purchase something and then use the bathroom, and it's like there's never just a public bathroom available.
Didn't that happen? Didn't that happen when I emceed the left reckoning?
I had to pee the entire time.
We had to pee. We were walking around trying to pee. That's right.
But I'm sure there's a way that we can that right we mean it can spin that to like a bad thing. Like what you don't want.
They already did.
It's
just homeless people are gonna use the bathrooms. And it's like, well, would you rather go in the street?
Yeah, like where else is that gonna go?
You want to piss and shit in the street? Is that what you want? Okay.
All right, let's
this is quite the digression. But anyway,
let's reel it in. I like that this captures though a real like one of those kind of processions where an entire like community kind of goes into a thing where they're kind of just in a Catholic fervor for a little while. I mean, I think that used to be a lot more. When there wasn't anything really else to do, there's no radio, there's no television, there's no movies to watch, right? It's just like the local priest or someone would like, I don't know, breeze into town, and the whole town would go into procession to like go pray together.
There's a lot of processions in Fellini movies too, and I think it's shown well. Yeah, again, as you mentioned, like a community event, like something that people do together for like entertainment or fulfillment.
What do you guys think about?
Stevie's got it. Yeah, there's no podcasts. If there's podcasts, that wouldn't be happening.
What did you guys think about the thing where she prays, and then she wants a better life, and then immediately, right, like half a scene later, she's sitting with her friends, and she's like, I don't think anything's changed. And then her friend offers her that one drink, and it's like they're like, no, don't give her a drink.
That might be the most orthodoxy challenging moment in the entire movie, because we know her, we know she's sincere, she's there, she's giving everything, and then she's like, it's bullshit. Like, I mean, I'm surprised the scene they wanted to cut was the non-Catholic guy helping the poor. If I were a screwed up Catholic bishop and I was looking at the movie, I'd be like, you get rid of the scene where she's like, it's bullshit. It was kind of incredible. And she kind of betrays soccer in the same moment. Like, which we all know soccer is
she's mad about Trump getting the FIFA World Peace Award.
By the way, can I say real quick,
more religious than any.
Yeah.
You made me think of a great abbreviation, WWJC. What would Jesus cut? Thank you. Abbreviation humor. We do it all here.
She's desperately trying to find meaning, and whether that's like whether that's the multiple run-ins she has with priests and the one friar who's like, well, you get to marry, to have kids, and she's like, I'm not, and then she goes back and tries to find him to confess, but really what she's doing is trying to like say, see, I can do that, I can get married and have kids, I'm getting married as soon as possible. It's like there's just like this interesting dynamic with it, that like all of these things that are conventional or conventionally give people meaning they don't work for her,
that are also tied to material conditions. Right? And I think that's important to know. And that actually somehow we tied it back into Mamdani and the addressing of material conditions that the Democratic Party abjectly refuses to do. And I think that's notable, and it's intrinsic to understanding her character, but including the flexing, including the bragging about, I don't live in a cave, I have a house.
Yeah. Well, if you're surrounded all day by girls who like sleep under the arches, I was thinking about like that Leos Carax movie that we
Lovers on the Bridge.
Yeah, Lovers.
Yeah.
Lovers on the, and I was thinking about that, right? Like the homeless kind of thing. She's like, well, at least I could tell everyone. And her house is like like a little pod almost, right? Like it's a nothing house that you could just a bulldozer could take away. It's like it's been put up there. It almost looks like a cave in a way.
Although it's interesting, did you notice the way Fellini shoots it? From outside, it looks grim, and then when you're inside,
And then inside it's very homey. Yeah,
I
very
remarked,
homey.
I was like, it's kind of a nice place, like, and it shows the exterior of Status. It looks crappy, but when she's inside it, it's warm. It's like I thought it looked kind of good.
Rasa Plumbing, yeah, it's a big
Yeah,
deal.
yeah,
back then.
Well, it's like it's also
homey.
too,
Yeah.
well, another thing too, like with the material goods and all this, is we're seeing, with like consumerism, a lot of like influencers showing off, flexing their fashion hauls, where they're like, I spent $200,000 on Louis Vuitton, and us poors are like, you are definitely
I'm throwing
out
a
of
rent
touch.
party. Yeah.
Listen, exactly. Listen, if I became like a millionaire through doing whatever the fuck this is, I would be like, I can't find a way to spend all this money. I can't on myself. I'm gonna be helping people, man. I'm gonna be like that rich person who's like, yeah, here's like $500K for like a college education program or something. Like, what am I doing here? I can't. I just want a guitar and that's it.
What do you mean if you become a millionaire from this? We just invoked Leo's Crocs. Millions are going to come in immediately.
It really points out how like toxic, broken, and deranged our culture and economy became. Because can you imagine, like, any of us, if we were on that Elon Musk track, we would have gotten off of it at like 3 billion, 2 billion.
It's enough.
I don't need to be a trillionaire. What are you talking about?
700 billion.
Yeah.
He's headed towards a trillion.
You
could change the entire world. You could get rid of homelessness, cure hunger. You could create like laboratories to deal with climate warming, which is
buying Twitter costs more than actually ending world hunger, but
right.
Yeah.
And he
just to turn into X the Everything app.
He could buy
the Everything AI CSAM app.
I mean, that just shows you how broken these motherfuckers are. Like him, Bezos, Gates. Did you guys see the video of the mob attacking Gates's car yesterday?
No, I didn't.
I mean, the internet is so weird. Maybe it was AI, but it looked real. Like,
well, and it shows not just a lack of empathy, but a lack of imagination, too. Like, because, like, especially for someone like that guy, which I really don't want to talk about for very much longer, but like, who so desperately wants to be like not just liked but loved. It's like, yeah, but you keep doing the worst, most annoying things possible. Also, not funny. You're not funny, and you will never be funny. Please stop trying to be funny.
I'm gonna jump.
But anyway,
hey, I made it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
Elon Musk. Everybody coming up next week. No,
it was funny rewatching the movie with my wife because she forgot that the con man was the guy who came at her after the magic show, which is also like the magic show with her being hypnotized is like the magic realism of pyramidal capitalism. Like, you have to believe a lot of nonsense to think that this structure is going to work for you. You have to deal with a lot of shame. But when the guy came up, my wife didn't remember when we had seen the movie almost 30 years ago. So she was sort of buying into his, his game.
Yeah. All right. So that takes us to the plot summary. Camelia goes to a magic show and the magician drags her on stage and hypnotizes her. As the audience laughs, she acts out her desires, get married, and live a happy life. Furious, having been taken advantage of for the audience amusement, she leaves in a huff.
And she, yeah, so in this hypnotic trance, which by the way, I realized it was this and a news item that led me to when I wrote the song Criminal Hypnosis. And I was thinking of that. And she mentions that she, once again, because she mentions to anyone that'll listen, that she owns a house, which is what baits the hook for the guy, right? So that's why the hypno, because I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about the hypnotist. Like, this is
It's interesting that hypnotism also translates to suggestion. Like it's its own kind of hypnosis obviously makes it sound like very mumbo jumbo, but the suggestion, right? Like people still kind of utilize that as a way to get you into a state where you're more pliable into doing
I don't know if I totally agree with that, but I'm kind of thirsty right now, so I'm going to get some Powerade. Like your idea that suggestion, like I'm going to go get some Powerade, vote blue no matter who, and get into my Toyota 4Runner, which is gorgeous and makes me feel alive, in control.
It's funny. As a psychology major, I knew a professor who specialized in hypnosis, but this guy was also a bit of a pig because my mom used to clean his house, and her co-worker boss also would have sex with him while they were working, cleaning the house.
Oh, wow.
And he's like, yeah, he's like, okay, you ladies want to quit smoking, right? And they're like, she's like, yeah. My mom's like, yeah. He's like, well, I could hypnose you and it'll work. And she's like, my mom's like,
yeah, that's not what he was.
I'm not. Where's this movie? And by the way, do you want to start working on the screenplay now or later?
Yes.
I'm going to be right back. Hold on.
Oh, I thought I didn't realize that wasn't a bit. Okay.
But it is, with the whole hypnosis thing, it's very interesting that, some people are like, oh, it works. I'm like, yeah, but it's open to suggestion and interpretation. And I feel like that's how, like, certain things will, like, snowball into, like, like the child daycare satanic panic nonsense. Like a lot of these, women or people who claim to be victims, I'm like, nah, you're not remembering it right, Michelle.
This is also the time that the CIA was involved in MKUltra, starting off those experiments where they literally were trying out things like hypnosis to try to make because they convinced themselves that
and LSD.
They convinced themselves the Russians had found the mind control device or the mind control the tactic or whatever. They were trying to learn like things like hypnosis or suggestion. Can you force somebody into at least to do it? Can you force somebody to act against their nature? Can you force somebody to tell you all of their secrets by using these things?
Which, spoiler alert for the movie by Kiyoshi Kurosawa, Cure from 1997. But I literally just watched a movie that like directly addressed that. No.
All right.
Cure is the name of the movie, and it's an antecedent. Someone after I saw Fincher's Seven, someone recommended it to me, and the name didn't stick with me, so I literally just watched it like last month. You know the movie, the Kiyoshi Kurosawa movie, Cure, Adam?
Yeah.
I just watched it for the first time last month, but somebody.
By the way, apologies. I had to go talk to my Wells Fargo banking. that place really makes you feel like you're a part of the family. I feel
like I'm family.
Like,
And like family, they regularly steal money from you.
Anyway, it took me like 25 years to see that movie. That's the story.
That's not cool. It's Wells Fargo. All right, home stretch here.
Yeah, we're the home stretch here. Let's do it for us. Come on.
Okay. Outside the theater, a man named Oscar is waiting outside to talk to her. He was in the audience. He says he agrees with her that it was not right for everybody to laugh, but believes that fate brought them together. If a guy tells you fate brings you together, stay away.
Keep walking.
Right, do not walk. Just be like,
they go out for a drink, and at first she's cautious and suspicious, but after several meetings, she falls passionately in love with him. They'd be married after only a few weeks, setting up pretty much where she was in the beginning of this movie. with Giorgio. Kabir is delighted and sells her home. It takes out all of her money from the bank, Wells Fargo.
Oh wow!
We're your family.
That's not cool.
She says
Wells Fargo would never do that.
Wells Fargo says, Wikipedia, you've only known this man for a few weeks. And she says, Wells Fargo, I'm getting married.
Oh.
Hey, again, another Nora type of situation. They doubted. They were like, "Girl, you really want to marry this rich Russian playboy?" Who? Okay.
After they're married, she offers to give Oscar 700,000 lira cash, but he declines.
How much is that in contemporary money? I tried to look it up and I got distracted and I didn't. But
What? 700? What?
700,000 lira, 50.
$8,000.
Yeah.
Okay. I would be happy with $8,000, but still.
Yeah. Not inconsiderable amount of money, but also like everything she has. To be clear.
Yeah.
Which
I don't know.
No, girl, come on. What are you doing? Come on, don't do that.
There's
Love
like
is
historical,
stupid. Okay, we should do stupid things.
Career values of 1,000 lira from, let me see.
Don't need to look at it. It's fine. I was academically curious. I don't want to bring the show to a grinding halt to look it up.
However, during a walk in a wooded area on a cliff overlooking a lake, where you want to go? The lake.
The lake.
Oscar becomes distant and starts acting nervous. Kabiria realizes that just like her earlier lover, Oscar intends to push her over the cliff and steal her money. She throws her
he asks if she can swim. That's the moment. It's like,
Oh,
I'm
no.
like, yeah, I can swim. What then, huh? Push me off the cliff and see what happens.
He just wanted to take her to the.
Just want a romantic picnic by the lake. You know,
we go to the beach.
Have a romantic swim together.
She throws her purse at his feet, sobbing in convulsions on the ground as he takes the money and abandons her.
It's so tough. Like it's so
sort of like
one of the most amazing. One of the most amazing close-up shots, though, of his face, with sweat dripping down. The whole thing, and then it switches, and you're looking at her as if you're Oscar.
Yeah. Great scene. Adam, go ahead.
It's sort of that moment is kind of like a guy saying to you, "Are you sure you want to transfer your money to crypto?" Like it's like you seem like a really good guy. Are you sure you want Mayor Adams crypto? Like,
well, how else are we going to combat anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism?
We got
Adam. How else?
It's the classic. He's a Nigerian prince. He has the money.
He's a prince.
He sent me that's gonna get crazy with AI about the Nigerian prince scams.
Oh, trust me, pay pigs and shit that my mom was falling for. I'm like, stop it.
She later picks herself up and stumbles out of the woods in tears. In the film's famous last sequence, Kabiria walks the long road back to town when she's met by a group of young people riding scooters, playing music and dancing. They happily form an impromptu parade around her until she begins to smile through her tears.
Calling out around
and you see it behind
world.
Are
you ready for a brand new beat?
Her singular mascara tear.
So when I saw the movie in 1998, I think it was, we were in that old theater. I think it was called Lincoln Center Theater. And what was weird was, we're used to credits at the end. They started with the credits, so that moment happened and the movie was over. And there was like a beat and lights went up and it was a packed house. It was like a Sunday afternoon for this re-release and everyone was crying like a baby. It was kind of including I've only cried that hard at the end of 2 movies. I've teared up, I've cried, but it was Nights of Kabiria and Breaking the Waves were the 2 movies that at the very end, it was like, whoom! And I'll never forget that moment. It was beautiful.
Well, especially to be seen in the theater with a crowd of people like with the same experience.
See, you're a macho man. I mean, I cry at everything.
She cries at Wells Fargo commercials. We'd like to welcome our new sponsor, Wells Fargo.
Real California.
Dan knows.
Dan, you live in New York City now. What are you talking about?
Dan's on his.
What do real New Yorkers use as
Bank
a
of
bank
America. Real New Yorkers use Bank of America, and real Californians use Wells
I
Fargo.
love Jamie Dimon. He's a buddy of mine.
He's coming on the show in a month, actually.
He knows money. He knows money. His name is Jamie Dimon.
I've had dinner with him.
He knows a thing or two.
6 times. He's real peeps.
He's coming on for
Trust him
F1.
Unconditionally.
Oh, yeah.
Trust
Cargo
both
Zoom.
political parties unconditionally. Trust both. Trust Exxon. I'm so
They're all
tired of all the cynicism in our world. Like,
exactly. Let's just celebrate brands. Why don't we?
wait, I keep worrying about Christina. Have you opened your front door? Do you have like 6 feet of snow?
Is it a snowpocalypse or not? Yeah, we've got to know. We got to have a reveal.
Not yet. I'm gonna go out in this spaghetti strap dress and go ham.
We can check after one-liners.
Now I'll definitely have rent paid. I'll be like, hey, look at this. Girl, idiot girl plays in the snow.
It would be disingenuous of us to not circle back to the ending of this movie, because I think it is one of the great cinematic last shots, and for the reasons you mentioned, Adam, too, that credits at the front, it's like credits at the end. Like, yeah, it's just like the last thing you see, and it's so just like the rug ties the room together for the dude, it ties the whole movie together with that. It really is important.
It kind of was given like Pearl,
Oh,
like
sure,
crying,
yeah.
and
That's one. That's.
I mean, like
one of the things I
a
like
shot
about it.
like that has been used over and over again in cinema. And it's like, whoa.
But it works so well because she has just like those expressive eyes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the reasons it works so well.
But also, are you guys like talking to people, like, given our circumstance that we have a full-on SS Gestapo force being unleashed on the country, the economy is like one big scam, where, a German scientist just put out a paper, we could do it 1.7 degrees Celsius warming next year, which is, look it up, like 1.5 is the
but there's a winter
bad
storm happening.
one.
Climate change ain't
But,
happening.
all this shit, and like, what are we smiling about in these moments? And for the first time, I started to have the question, like, is it okay to be smiling in these moments? Maybe we need to become angry, revolutionary zealots, sort of like, I'm trying to think of the Bader Meinhof conspiracy movie, like the energy that they start with in that movie. By the way, I still laugh plenty. I love watching movies, the NBA. I love my kids. I guess I'm just throwing it out there, like,
Can we enjoy things in this economy?
Or are we being misled and manipulated by the limbic economy? Like,
Which is to say, like, this is the soma. This is the effect of flattening out people so that they don't feel anything. So they anhedonic, if you will.
Consumerism is entirely based on engagement, right? Like, it all goes back to the science of slot machines. Like, that is what our economy is built around. And what they learned a long time ago with slot machines is that physiologically there is no difference between winning or losing. It's just stimulus. And that is kind of the economy we're living in. And in some ways, you could interpret Cabiria as living on that loop-de-loop. Betrayal, pain, the flush of love and joy. Or, fuck that. Like, we gotta be able to stare into the abyss and still smile, which honestly is a little bit where I lean.
Well,
I think you have to find joy, right? You have to find joy where you can. Otherwise, why be on the planet at all? You know,
We
why
could have
exist?
found joy if Kamala had won. Am I right? Like,
but there's
she's a joy candidate.
That would have sorted it right out. Yeah.
This is
I
the
don't
fight
know, but
over.
is that really true, Conan? Like, do we really know what it's like to give up on the petty, the small joys of living in this world? Like, what would we become if we were like, fuck?
Well,
that?
it's like people who have taken up gardening and they're like, I'm not on social media. I got a garden to it. I'm like, see, now that's what I'm talking about. Find some joy in this really shitty world. Stick with it. Don't.
Yeah. It also, so I feel like if you do art and the pursuit of art and the connection and the elevation from the mundane existence that we live in is important. It's vital work. And there is a certain degree of escapism that is dangerous. We need to not, while the world burns, we need to be engaged. But that also doesn't mean this constant connection all the time that we're forced into being, and this constant reaction to everything and whatever the new horror of the minute happens to be, because our brains are not wired such a way we will burn out. So there has to be a happy medium. Yeah. Art does matter. Creativity does matter. Music, movies, it all matters. And you should not ever feel guilty for taking enjoyment in them, as long as you're still engaged with your community. You're still engaged with fighting these dicks with whatever power you have. And honestly, not trading justice for empty catharsis.
That's a really interesting point of view. And if you look at Kabiria, she fully feels the pain, the evisceration. She doesn't shy from any of it. And yet she gets up and she's on that pathway. I thought it was Romani, but it's a birthday party. And they pass by her and feeling all of that pain, she can still smile. So I think the trick is, if the smile is based on class, privilege, delusion, avoidance, then it is not good. But if, like Kabiria, she felt every ounce of that betrayal, then I think it's really powerful. And that's kind of how it hit me. I think the kind of, the modern era, the idea of art for art's sake, I think we have to re-examine that in some ways. But I do feel like there are still tons of productive, revolutionary, unorthodox moments in a lot of great films, music, storytelling, books. But for the first time at the end of this movie, I was like, So I'm not in any way giving a definitive answer, but I think that question is well worth asking.
And people need to ask that of themselves too, because it's not necessarily going to mean the same thing for us as it does for somebody else. But I agree that, at a certain point, don't look up, right? At a certain point, like disengagement becomes a political ethos.
It's so funny. Every time I tell my sister, because my sister's a huge Leonardo DiCaprio fan. I'm like, yeah, I know the guy who directed that movie, Leonardo DiCaprio. And my sister's like, what? I'm like, yeah, no.
Still can't get her to listen, I'm sure. But anyway, whatever.
No, absolutely not.
Tell her that, we had a guy from,
Maybe we just have Adam come on to just discuss Don't Look Up and go ham on the politics of it all.
Well, we had a guy from Devo on. That was pretty good, I felt. But anyway, whatever.
Maybe next time we get Macaulay Culkin on, she'll care.
Yeah, that movie I could talk about for like 9 hours.
Yeah.
The reception, the making of it, what it was saying.
I just love that it started from Sirota tweeting that. That's great.
Yeah. But there are loads of movies that harmonize with the moment we're in. There are, a book I was looking at again recently that is really good for this moment is Guignol's band by Ferdinand Celine, the opening of that book is like, and it's the beginning of World War I, which makes sense because it's the most nonsensical, insane, industrialized moment ever where, you know, millions and millions died. And to this day, no one can really say why. So,
yeah, the assassination of one leader.
I love chatting with you guys, chopping it up. There are a million movies, probably not a million, but there are 173 movies I would love to chat with you guys about.
Send us the list.
What's the book you just mentioned? The Celine book, Adam? Because I know Journey to the End of the Night, but I don't know that one.
Guignol's band, and I think it's spelled like Guignol apostrophe S, but just read the first 5 pages. And it was like it was written in 2026, you know?
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I the Journey in the Night's like one of my favorite books. So I do like Celine. I don't know that one.
Incredible. Yeah.
But that was like 32 or something. It was like 10 years earlier or something like along those lines.
Yeah, I wonder when Guignol's band, it's set kind of World War I, but I don't know when he wrote it. But
it's like 1944, it looks like, and then translated in 54.
Oh, wow.
Right? According to Wikipedia, which has never lied.
That's good writing, because I was like, this must have been written at the, but no, the opening 5 pages of that book. And there's tons of others. I mean, J.G. Ballard has like 3 books that feel like they were written in 2026. And there's albums. I mean, like the Pixies, you know, 3rd album, the like, you know what I mean? Like, so
Bossa Nova, right? Wait, is Bossa Nova the 3rd one?
Bossa Nova.
Wait, Surfer Rosa, Doolittle, Bossa Nova. Or are you counting Come On Pilgrim? Wait.
No.
What's the anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't have that page in front of me, sorry.
Sonic Youth's sister feels like,
oh,
you know,
God.
Yeah. Like,
this is much my
someone
Philip
made
K.
this
Dick.
a week ago. But anyway, there are tons of painters and books. Anytime you guys want me to watch a movie and chat with you, let me know.
Don't try us with a good time. I mean, like, look, it took us a year to follow up on this one, but I think we nailed it.
Maybe
Adam,
Yeah. We are now actually live.
Yeah.
Missed us? So we just thought we'd pop in and plug that tonight. The reason that we didn't do it live today is that tonight at 8 Eastern, 7 Central, 6 Mountain Time. I can't do this. 5 Pacific. In my head, I have to go backwards. But at you know, tonight at 8 Eastern, which is usually when we do Movie Night Extravaganza, except for a day later, we have Eileen Jones coming on to talk about one battle after another. And I wanted to plug Movie Night Extravaganza's episodes for this month. We're going to be doing every week pretty much. I think even we might do it more than every week, in fact, because we have other movies.
Yeah, because the Oscars are mid-March almost. So
yeah. And then I think we're taking a little hiatus so we could travel. Conan's traveling. I'm going to travel.
Hey, if you just need me to fill in for Absurdity Space, I could do it, Forrest.
I mean, if you want, sure.
I
But
can do it.
I was gonna say, if you wanted, we'll get you VR glasses, and then you could travel.
But
apparently, they're plugging them everywhere.
I know you're all thinking, wait a minute, Christina, you said Wicked for Good was snubbed. Yes, and usually a thing we do on this podcast during Oscars month is do a film that's not nominated for Best Picture as well. I've looked back, and sometimes we've covered snubs or movies that did not get nominated for Best Picture, but maybe got nominated for other things.
Well, you know why we could do that? Because we could do whatever the fuck we want. There's no rules. There's no limitations.
Also,
you know what I mean?
some big Wicked fan accounts are following me on Twitter, so plugging that episode's gonna be fun.
Yeah. Well, Julia's, I'm really excited to have Julia back on. She's been on that show with it's such a mind fuck because I watched Walking Dead so religiously for the longest time. Up until like it kind of jumped the shark at the end, and then like then they had Carl die, and then they had I don't know, like but while Walking Dead was like real hot, I was watching it every week. And then she has pictures of herself now because of her new show on AMC. She has pictures of herself with Greg Nicotero, who was like, the big showrunner from Walking Dead and Fear the Walking Dead. And I always see him on there. He's obviously a classic special effects artist, but like I see him on there and I'm like, whoa, someone I know is hanging out with Greg Nicotero.
Yeah, but I'm thinking maybe Saturday we do the Wicked for Good watch party because Super Bowl is Sunday and I'm gonna be covering that.
Oh yeah.
So Saturday would be good because I'll be
covering the Super Bowl.
Yeah, because
Bad Bunny.
Yeah, Bad Bunny, the commercials, which I don't like the fact that they're dropping the commercials on YouTube.
Yeah, I sent you guys.
Stop fucking doing that.
I sent you guys the. I was like, damn, there's one
Jurassic
that's
Park.
Lewis. Well, there was one also that was Lewis Pullman and Kurt Russell teaches Lewis Pullman how to snowboard, and it was right after I had seen Testament of Ann Lee. So I was like, I had Lewis Pullman in my mind, and I was like, why is he in the Super Bowl commercials? But Bad Bunny, the crazy thing about it is, obviously, I mean, I've told you that I used to go to Vieques all the time, and he's obviously like, he's the hottest thing in Puerto Rico, and a lot of music. I mean, they have like a lot of times when you listen to Puerto Rican radio, which I did a lot when I was there, like it's kind of like it's stuff from like a couple years ago a lot of times, but they had Bad Bunny like every 30 seconds. So I would just be jamming out. Didn't even know I only speak a tiny bit of Spanish.
Yeah. So we already watched one about another. We're covering it tonight. We're gonna watch Wicked for Good Saturday in the Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. We're gonna be covering Tuesday, and then following that, we're gonna. Where the fuck are we gonna find the ping pong movie anywhere? I mean, but we're doing that with YouTuber Kayla Says. She is known for how everyone fell out of love with insert celebrity here. That's like her whole like thing, like her claim to fame on YouTube, and I'm excited about that because she's done a few videos on Timothée Chalamet's career, particularly like his try hard to win the Oscar, especially like with this press tour he's doing, this promo tour. So should be interesting to have her on. And then we're gonna do by
the way, they're saying right now that February 10th. I mean, they said this within the last 24 hours. Apparently, February 10th is when Marty Supreme goes on video on demand. They pushed the date back for a little bit. So they could be lying on Reddit because it's Reddit, but that's what they said. They said it's pretty much confirmed for that date. So we should be able to watch the ping pong movie.
Yeah.
Balls of Fury, right? The ping pong movie.
Yeah. And we could watch Blue Moon on
Blue Moon's on Netflix.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, has been out for a while.
Peacock.
It's Paramount Plus. Peacock.
Yep.
And
I got all that. Secret Agent is.
And then Secret Agent is. Yeah, well, it'll be out by then, I'm sure. But
and then
I think it might be. I think it might be on demand.
And then I think the Saturday before the Oscars, despite the fact we did Sinners right before the hype and did well with it, we will be watching Sinners as well because it's a favorite.
Okay, so the Secret Agent right now is on Fandango.
Okay, I could do that. I could rent that.
So except for Marty Supreme, they're all up, and then it looks like Marty Supreme on the 10th, but I mean, who knows, right? Like, but yeah, so at 8:00 tonight, 8 Eastern, we're doing One Battle After Another with Eileen Jones. That should be pretty exciting.
And it begs the question. It begs the question, Forrest. Do you like black girls?
You like black girls? And then next week you like green girls.
Green girls.
And then the week after that you like orange balls.
Do you like Jewish? Yeah.
No, you like orange balls? I love them.
Do you like short kings? Do you like bald women? Do you like secret age? I don't know.
You like bald girls. You like ball girls might be the funniest one. I got our intro together for the new season, and I added Absurdity Space finally to our intros on there. So that's a good sign. You know, we're keeping it going. If you want to see the a sneak preview of our intro, I could pull it up of our like monthly intro thing. Hang on. This is our monthly intro for the show.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
And I checked that this wouldn't get demonetized by putting it up on YouTube anytime.
I'm about to get demonetized by Forrest's own Conan's own song.
Yeah, Conan wrote the song for this. Wait for it. Bang! It was hard to find one for Blue Moon.
That's crazy.
They're just talking most of the movie, so it's like, But I like this part of it. It's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I added the little Oscars 2026.
Yeah,
So,
and believe it or not, more people are probably going to watch our Oscar stream than the actual Oscars because that tends to happen for some reason. If we don't get kicked off of YouTube.
But once again, tonight, 8 Eastern, one battle after another. We'll be on for a couple hours, and then we're going to be doing Maya and Conan's Oscar picks. I think Christina will do yours next week.
Oh, we're doing mine next week?
Yeah, because you said that you have to be up early, so.
Oh yeah, okay. I thought we were just gonna do the after party next week.
I think next week we're gonna do yours and Julia's, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
So then we're gonna do 2, which I think we actually did last year too. That's
actually a better way of going about it too, I think.
And so then we're doing Marty Supreme or Wicked for Good next week, Marty Supreme, Blue Moon, Begonia, and The Secret Agent. I think that's our plugs that we had to do. I'm excited for all of that, and I'm excited to be a part of this space, this space TV. Subscribe, send the videos to your friends and family so we can break through the algorithm. Working Class Media Collective. I think I hit all the points there.
Hell yeah.
Hello. Oh. Hello and welcome to American Wasp. I'm your host, Deter McBizness, joined as always by Alex Devil's Advocate Productions.
Hello. Am I all right?
You
I know
are
I see I'm lagging
frozen.
a little bit.
Yeah, you're lagging a little bit. There you go. Now you're live
Okay.
now.
What's up? How's it going?
It's going, man. It's going. I feel like I'm behind on the Epstein files, so I'm interested in your take. I did a show last night, Left Coast Live, and my co-host did a really good job of explaining everything that he had dug up so far. But, here it is, the scandal of our lifetime. And now it's just a question of what are we going to do with it, right? Like, how are we going to turn it in? How are we going to turn it into a real moment of growth for the country as a whole. You know, coming to terms with this kind of elitism is going to be tough for a lot of people to accept that, you know, Alex Jones was kind of right? Like,
yeah,
he just,
yes,
he's wrong now, but when he was talking about, he didn't maybe have the right people or the right institutions, or, you know, didn't really have the specifics on the cabal he was talking about, but he was right that there is indeed a cabal.
Yeah, that has been my takeaway of the last few days, is like the pieces that you've heard over the years from Alex Jones, from QAnon, from like the Pizzagate thing, from just conspiracy theorists in general, Candace Owens even. And people on the left side of things being like Epstein definitely didn't off himself, and just this, you can see the pieces that like were real that then somehow got into the hands of these lunatics who then regurgitated them, and nobody took them seriously because they're lunatics. You gotta wonder if that's on purpose. Again, the pizza thing, like, actually there is code words like pizza, a slice of pizza, or grape soda that mean, children, or, this kind of girl, or whatever, that this human trafficking ring was using. So that little aspect of Pizzagate was correct, but it just wasn't that particular pizza place in Washington, D.C., and it wasn't Hillary Clinton,
Right.
or, it's shocking. It is, it really ruined my fucking weekend. I will tell you that. Like, me and my wife kind of all weekend were just like, what does anything matter anymore? Like, we have to go to work on Monday. Who cares? Like, there's pedophiles rule the world. What the fuck are we doing here? George H.W. Bush was mentioned. Clinton, of course. Like, it makes you go like, oh, maybe Jeffrey Epstein was kind of pulling the strings. I mean, I got a thing here that he talked to the head of 4chan, and then after that email exchange, the creator of 4chan put on, like, the subreddit, so to speak, politics, which became a Nazi subreddit on 4chan, of course. 4chan
Right.
being originally a subreddit on Reddit, and then they kicked them off, so they created their own whole site. Gamergate also being like a thing that Epstein and Bannon, of course, Steve Bannon had a lot of conversations and was in this orbit. It's terrifying. It is terrifying, legitimately. I got some clips here that we can watch.
Okay.
First, let's maybe start with, like, not a lunatic here. Let's start with AOC and her comments, because I think this is just like the standard. She is effectively the Democratic leader at this point. I would hope people around the country start to see her like that. And this is what the line should be. This is the moderate line, right?
It's no less than that.
What kind of precedent does it set that the Clintons are now going to come as a result of these contempt resolutions?
Well, listen, I think that the investigation into Epstein, it's so important that it is bipartisan. I think it's important that the integrity of this investigation, I think it is uniting and shocking the American people across partisan lines. And I think that everyone with information needs to participate in an investigation that opens so many questions. First of all, why haven't so many people been prosecuted? Why have they continued to not be prosecuted? Why is Pam Bondi and the Department of Justice continuing to hide the majority of the Epstein files still, which they admit to the public contain much more, even more direct evidence of shocking, genuinely shocking crimes and sexual abuse of women, minors, and also increasingly men that are saying that they were trafficked in connection to the Epstein orbit. And so we need to get to the bottom of it. Everyone needs to participate in this investigation. I think at the end of the day, it does not matter if you're in terms of who is implicated in this, if you're a Republican, if you're a Democrat, if you're a donor, it doesn't matter. We are talking about sexual crimes and trafficking of children, women, and victims of all kinds.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. It's fine if you want to finish it. Go ahead.
No, that's pretty much it. I mean,
Okay,
it's
so
just-
I like the last half, but the first half when she's talking about bipartisanship, I'm like, what?
because
No.
they asked specifically, what do you think about Hillary and Bill agreeing to go in front of Congress to testify? And you can hear her there almost say, like, she changes her language to say, like, it doesn't matter which side you're on, but you can almost hear her say, I don't give a fuck like what persuasion you are. If you're involved in this, you need to come forward and you need to testify about this. Bipartisan in that it's like, hey, Elon Musk, get on the stand. Hey, Peter Thiel,
Yeah, I don't know if that's what you meant.
and a bipartisan, like, Republicans or
Yeah,
independents across the country. Do you want to get them to the bottom of this?
Like, it's what she's supposed to say. You know, she's just doing what she's supposed to say. She's kind of playing by the establishment's rules for a while.
She's taking up that language, I think.
She's
to
really useful
position
to the
herself.
establishment.
Hmm?
She's very useful to the establishment.
Yeah, you think so?
I feel like they can. Yeah, I feel like they can control her. She had that suspicious vote on Iron Dome a while back. I think
you and my wife are still. I agree. I don't like that vote.
I'm not in. I like AOC a lot, but I think she's still got some growing to do. If I'm being really honest,
For sure. But again, if she was the median candidate, that's better.
Well,
Because,
yeah.
like, move the
Yeah.
Overton window, for Christ's sake. Make her the moderate. Make her the new Nancy Pelosi that we're all angry that we're not getting even more free healthcare and free housing and free groceries and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think that AOC's celebrity needs to be used a little bit more to elevate other figures. It's because it's not going to be. I don't think people are tuning into Bernie anymore. I think people are tuning into AOC.
I mean, she did just help campaign for Diana Moreno, who did just win Zoran's city council seat in Queens yesterday. So we got another fighter in there, Lindsey Boylan, who we've had on this space, the Working Class Collective, that you can contribute to by sharing, liking the stream, tell your friends, go in every other chat that you ever go into and talk about this space. Did you see that thing on this space? You should really watch this space. But what the hell was I saying? Diana Moreno. So she just won. Lindsey Boylan is running. She's running for city council. There's a Yulene Lee is running for state senate. I think New York is really going to lead the charge. California can too, but you got Newsom. And we have Hochul, but we have Zoran to kind of balance out the Hochul of it all. I don't know if the mayor of LA, I don't know who that is.
Hey man, as I am so much more down for anything I-95 than anything California when it comes to national politics. It's just
But New York will lead the way.
How to communicate, man. Yeah, I'm down. I'm down for New York to lead the way. I'll follow until my time comes, if it does. But as long as it's, a culture of no bullshit, problems and solutions, then I'm down for it. Can you enlighten me about, because you're in New York, Mom Donnie didn't clear out the streets of some homeless people and some people died. Did that happen?
Here's what happened. Homeless people, unfortunately, because we don't have free housing, we don't have enough shelters, we don't have enough beds in the shelters, they're not clean, and we don't have social outreach, community outreach like he is. That was part of his platform that he's going to, that's why he's highlighting that, to say, hey, we need this kind of a force instead of just cops running around beating on people or putting people in jail. Some people did die, as does happen when there are big freezes or heat waves, in any big city. Right wing is trying to use this as a gotcha or something. And there was even an organization that handed out blankets to homeless people that were red and said, like, Mom Donnie did this or something on the back. It's really gross, actually. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, because another New Yorker told me about this, and he's not a Mom Donnie fan, and he said that a bunch of other mayors told him not to do it, but he did it anyway, and that's why the homeless people got froze to death, which, I'm sure there's more to it than that, but it would suck if these homeless people died because Mom Donnie didn't listen to some people who knew what they were talking about.
No, it's just a right wing. Again, these are things that unfortunately happen in every city. They're just now going, like, again, with this, it's the same thing with the snow. Yes, there's snow piled up on the sides of the street because the plows, when they come through, they leave it on one side. This happens every time there's big snow. There hasn't been a big snow in New York in several years now, so we unfortunately haven't had to deal with this problem. But there's people walking around like, how come we can't clean up the streets from the snow? What's going on? And of course, there was a video of Zoran out there shoveling and doing, it's a photo op. It's the mayor like, hey, I'm one of you. We're all doing this together. But it is your responsibility to dig out your own car. Me and my wife dug out our car. Like, I think the sanitation department should be, or I don't know, parks department should take on this responsibility as well and start cleaning up snow piles and whatnot when there are big snows like this. But it's not, these aren't legitimate criticisms. There's just nothing for them to really latch onto. They're trying to latch onto everything. It's the tan suit again from Obama's administration. You know what I mean? It's just something that happens all the time that they're now trying to use for a line of attack.
Okay.
But this Epstein shit, so that was AOC's response. Let's take a look at what Ben Shapiro had to say about this.
My favorite. This fucking okay. So before we get started, Ben Shapiro is what is called a revenge nerd. Stephen Miller is also a revenge nerd. These are people that were never cool in high school. They were never popular. They weren't athletic. They weren't, particularly good at anything other than, in the case of Ben Shapiro, school. And Ben Shapiro went through the academic system ultimately to create a conservative media empire and give him some intellectual credibility. He is the filth of Harvard. He is not.
According to the Epstein files, Harvard's pretty fucking filthy as it is.
Yeah, I'll take Yale over Harvard and Stanford over Harvard every day of the week and twice on Sunday. Harvard's got some sketchy business going down. But yeah, go ahead and fire away. I just wanted to make sure, people, personality types I think are important. And when you meet people like Ben Shapiro, the know-it-alls, right? But he's a certain kind of know-it-all. He's like I'm saying, revenge nerd. He wants to hurt the cool kids. He's never going to get over it. You
hear Republicans talk about this.
He's
like a lot.
He's a failed Hollywood screenwriter, which no shame in being a failed Hollywood anything, because it's the most competitive business in the whole fucking world, and it's also the least fair business in the entire world. But Hollywood isn't kind to conservatives, not because they're conservative. It's not kind to conservatives because conservatism doesn't lend itself to storytelling. Because storytelling is all about what it's like to be somebody else in extraordinary circumstances. And so, Shapiro never had a chance at being a successful screenwriter because he doesn't have the fundamental psychological disposition to empathize with others. So he's probably more dangerous than Kirk, because a guy like Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk is just like kind of a blatant idiot. Like after a while, you're you're just recycling the same talking points. Like Shapiro comes up with what
he can duck and weave
like,
and move with the times.
Shapiro comes up with what feels like to the general public legitimate arguments for conservative positions, because he tries to be separate from the MAGA trash, but he's not.
And Tucker tries that too, but in a different way.
The reason the FBI is not releasing them is because those tapes do not include underage people with third parties on Epstein Island. That is not what the tapes are. Okay? I also have sources in the federal government who are covering this stuff and have seen the documents. Okay, those tapes are just child porn. That's all. That's what they are. That's why the FBI is not releasing them. Okay? As far as the Epstein list, what I have been told by my sources is that there is no Epstein list, that basically there's a black book of Jeffrey Epstein contacts. And the vast majority of those contacts are already out there publicly. That's why you know names like Prince Andrew or Alan Dershowitz or some of the names that have been mentioned here. The reason the FBI is not
like he's literally, they're just eschewing this. This is Todd Blanche on Ingram. And, we heard Megyn Kelly a couple weeks or months ago say, most of the girls were like 15. So I'm like, it's not even that bad. This is Todd Blanche defending.
Well, some of the people we saw on camera at the.
This is also the guy, by the way, who made the deal with Maxwell to put Ghislaine Maxwell in minimum security.
Rallies. Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance?
I'll never say no. And we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. And so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things. And if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to
didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos.
Dude.
And if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak. And so we need witnesses, and we need
Are there
evidence,
videotapes that you all have?
Like Ingram's even pushing back here.
I know.
And that's also a thing that kind of sticks out to me.
I think women are having a real hard time. Conservative women are having a real hard time with this.
Yeah, man. I mean, and I think they're also. He even throws out like, that's why we need witnesses. We need people to come forward and blah, blah. And I think they're asking people to come forward so they can lock them up and disappear them. At this point, like, I'm becoming a conspiracy theorist. Like, it is all of Jeffrey Epstein's associates, Donald Trump, fucking Peter Thiel here. Where is it? Right here. Peter Thiel, decided the continued existence of our democracies is incompatible with his desired level of personal freedom. I no longer believe that freedom and democracy are compatible. Like, this is a quote. They believe themselves gods, kings. Yeah. They think they can become immortal. That's why we're now also seeing reports of actually them eating pieces of people or like whole, like,
I heard about that.
Murders, torture, like, it is evil. It is pure fucking evil. And because, again, they don't see anyone else as human. This will lead into, I got more stuff here, but this will lead into our discussion about ICE. I'm gonna show this clip from, I'm just putting the time code in here. This clip from Riley Gaines, the famous 5th place swimming coach, swimmer, where she just flat out kind of gives the game away. And I really wanted you to see this because you've been talking about this as long as I've known you, since week 1 of this space. Let me see this if I can find this clip there. There we go.
Is it Megyn Kelly?
No, it is. Oh,
okay, good.
But I do have a Megyn Kelly clip.
I believe that words.
But yeah, it's Riley here. This is the 5th place swimmer, Riley Gaines. They're announcing that Woke 2 has dropped, so I'm very excited about that. But watch this.
Yeah, I believe that words like compassion and empathy and inclusion and love, they've been weaponized against us, especially us as women. Now, coming up.
So you talk about that all the time. They don't feel these emotions. They don't feel compassion, empathy.
No.
They don't see other people as people. They see them as property or just background characters to their main story.
Yeah.
That is the mindset. And if you give them enough money, allow them to become billionaires and buy their own fucking islands, then they'll just treat humanity like it's their plaything, because it is to them. And you've given them enough power with their money to do that. Go ahead. Take it.
Yeah. So, I mean, the social conditioning that comes from superlative wealth is something that only people who have brushed up against those kinds of people can truly appreciate, if not be one themselves. Like it's hard to fathom the level of freedom that these people have. Anytime they want to go skiing in the Alps, they can. Anytime they want to go party in Miami or go fishing in Alaska, I mean, these are the things that I would do with that kind of money, right? But they are pervs. They can engage in the most depraved sexual behavior because they're bored easily, right? If you're superlatively wealthy and you just kind of going from entertainment experience to entertainment experience, like you're gonna want,
they get bored.
It's like a drug. Like you want you need more and more and more to get high. And they went to the sexual realm here, which is arguably the most powerful part of our culture, is sex. When you think about internet porn and stuff like that, and the way that powerful people can be brought down, sex is an incredibly useful tool, or weapon, I should say. And it happens a lot. So this is on a scale and scope of historic proportions. I'm thinking, though, that we probably won't see real consequences for these people until for a year, until well after the midterms. And
after the midterms, maybe when the new
Congress, there can be a new Congress and they can impeach Trump.
I feel the tides, again, I've been saying this for a while. I feel the tides shifting just against fascism, period, right? Around in the country, but around the world. And I think this is also accelerating that anxiety in people. Have been like, oh, not only are they stripping away rights and everything's getting more expensive and the poor are getting poorer and the rich are getting richer faster than ever, now they're also all predators and they can snatch up. They got Gestapos snatching up children and putting them and flying them across the country, putting them in detention centers. Who knows where they're going? They are, I mean, every accusation is the confession. They've been projecting for 20, 30, 40 years. 45. They're the pedophiles. They're, the gays, the liberals, they're creepy. They're the sexual revolution of the 70s. The women, they're all loose and sluts, and they're sexualizing children. They're doing this. And it's always been them. It's always been them. And I think people are finally maybe seeing it. And, to kind of end this segment, here's Donald Trump himself being asked by Caitlin Collins, who I will point out began her career at the Daily Caller, which was Tucker Carlson's blog.
Yeah.
So going from there to CNN, David Zaslav, who owns Warner Brothers, is, pretty conservative himself, so I'm not surprised. But she's been surprising me on CNN, being actually harder hitting than a lot of other journalists have been just in general in recent years. So here's her in the White House asking Trump about this.
Maybe get onto something else.
But what would you say to people
like
who feel like they haven't gotten
healthcare,
justice, Mr. President?
Something that people care about. Yeah, what did you say? Go
What
ahead.
would you say to
are
the survivors who feel like they haven't gotten
you are
justice?
the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. She's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile.
Well,
on
I'm
your
asking
face.
you about survivors of Jeffrey Epstein,
You know why you're
Mr.
not
President?
smiling? Because you're not telling the truth. And you're a very dishonest organization, and they should be ashamed of you.
So that's his response.
And he's not even like a good bully. He's just a cheap. He's just cheap. He's all position. His whole life is about having position on people, and using all sorts of intimidation and scare tactics. I mean, look the Stormy Daniels thing. I mean, that was just one of many. That was one of many times that that guy Cohen had to fix up one of Trump's messes.
Yeah. All right, so let's switch topics to ICE. But I just wanted to play this. I came across this today. It's Black History Month. All right, so I'm reminded, speaking of Epstein, that Bill Clinton in the 90s had his Sister Soldier moment. And I've always heard that only talked about in terms of politics, never actually knowing the full story. And the full story is Sister Soldier was a artist, a musician, and was saying some radical shit. And he made a public statement, a public show and a statement against her to kind of show middle-class white people, hey, don't worry, I'm not going to go I might be on Arsenio playing the saxophone, but I'm not going to go too friendly to the blacks. Don't worry. And this is actually Sister Soldier's response to Bill Clinton attacking her.
Sister Soldier does not own a gun, has not shot or killed anyone, did not invade Grenada, Panama, Nicaragua, Kuwait, or Angola. Sister Soldier has not ever ordered the National Guard into anyone's community, has not made drug deals with Noriega. Sister Soldier has never been a member of a terrorist organization, has no history of crime whatsoever, has never lynched white people, burned crosses on their lawn, or hung them from trees. Sister Soldier has not systematically denied people the right to study and enjoy their culture in the so-called public educational system. Sister Soldier did not send the Haitians back to Haiti as though they were subhuman. Sister Soldier did not kill the Native Indians under the guise of friendship.
So this goes on for about 2 minutes, but I love the way she just responded oh, you calling me a danger to society? Let's rattle off the fucking resume of the United States government and white folks in general in this country. And that leads right into ICE, which is now just giving racists guns and not even badges, just masks and guns to go into neighborhoods and do what they've always wanted to do and beat up on women and brown people. And any cross section.
A lot of the ICE agents are brown.
Yes, they are. The two people who shot Alex Peretti are both Hispanic.
Latinos, yeah.
And some of this ICE stuff is starting to get to, again, even before the Epstein files dropped, this ICE stuff and murders and just blatant, soldiers in the streets, stuff we would see on the news from other countries and go, oh my God, I can't believe that happens in that other country. And again, some of the more not intellectually stimulated of the crowd are starting to wake up to this. And again, I've pointed out, like I did yesterday on the show, that I knew Andrew Schultz. I think he's just doesn't care about politics, thinks I'm being edgy and I'll get more clicks, and that's all that matters as a comic, because I tried to be a stand-up comic for about 4 or 5 months, trying to get. I started a podcast, and like, who's listening to my fucking podcast? But
I like presidents who get pussy.
That's what I mean. I like presidents who get pussy. I like Bill Clinton in the 90s because he got pussy. I like Donald Trump now because he got pussy. And it's like both are in the Epstein files, first of all. So the pussy that they're getting was also dubious to begin with. But anyways,
It's just a douchebag comment that he thinks he's like broing out, like too
Yeah.
cool to care about the details.
And
it's classic anti-intellectualism. It's
even
like,
then, it's getting to them.
But I will say that this was a breaking point for me in the way that the administration responded to it. Like, I didn't think what's happening right now with ICE could happen in America. I genuinely did not think that was possible. I thought our institution, I thought the Constitution would hold up. When I see it and then immediately defend it, I start to go, we gotta be very loud about this. Like, it all of a sudden becomes not like liberal catastrophic thinking. It starts to become very reasonable, nuanced criticism of the administration. They have just made the most far left critiques of the Trump administration. Their reaction to this has just justified all of them.
Let me ask-
In one
Hey,
moment,
welcome to the
in
party.
one moment, all of their responses from Trump to Kash Patel, they have justified every single and I know people will probably look at this and be like, they've done a million other things to justify them. Sure, and that's fair. But this specific situation, I think, is a breaking point, and it has justified all those criticism. I think people's antennas are way up, and people's antennas up that were not up initially.
This is like seeing the Epstein files. Because it's like,
wouldn't it be nice if we got those?
It's like, damn, y'all really been lying to us. Like, damn. Like,
Clearly filmed before the latest drop. But two things stuck out to me there. And I want to know what stuck out to you. The two things that stuck out to me was when he says, I didn't think this could happen in America, and that I thought the Constitution would hold up. And I go, what do you mean it would hold up? Hold up against the person that you endorsed to take office? You thought the Constitution would need to like be stable enough to deal with the chaos that you knew he embodied? Why would you say that? And the other thing that pops out to me is when he goes, it justified all the liberal hysterics. It's not just liberal hysterics. It sounds now like reasonable critique. And this is a symptom of being right too early, as the left often is, and no one listening to them, because to him, it's blue-haired chicks screaming, and it's women, so I don't regard you at all. And it's particularly like left-wing, annoying in class to him. Again, like high school mindset, like you were talking about, college mindset. Oh, these are annoying bitches in class that I have to deal with, that I'm definitely not going to the party with later. I'm going to the party with the girls from the sorority who are just, I don't question anything. I'm looking for a guy to pick me. Those are the two things that stand out. But what stands out about you?
Sure. So that's called bully humor or bully comedy. Like, that's what Schultz does. It's like making fun of the marginalized. And this guy, Dice Clay, tried it in the 80s and it didn't work. He got banned from MTV.
But they revere Dice. Like these kind of comics
I know.
revere.
I know.
And Howard Stern, which by the way
So-
came out in
so
16
personal-
against Trump.
Personal story here real quick. I was doing stand-up comedy for a little bit, and when I started, I got comparisons to Dice Clay, and I was like, oh fuck, I'm being a mean fucking asshole, and people are gonna fucking hate me. Because, comedy is about criticism. It's about taking down, like, why is this thing the way it is? It shouldn't be this way. It's stupid the way it is. Let's fix it. Let's make, But, yeah, so in that clip, though, it's good to see Schultz, like, take some personal accountability, but this is, again, to use the drug addict metaphor, okay, we've had a moment of clarity.
Right.
Now, are you ready to listen and to learn from people who know more about politics than you do? People think politics and sports are like to things everyone's entitled to an opinion on. And yeah, I suppose you are entitled to an opinion on everything, but it doesn't mean you have to have an opinion on everything.
Yeah.
And Schultz is a lazy piece of shit. Like, he doesn't evolve, dude. That guy doesn't read. He doesn't, reflect on his work and say, wait a second, how am I coming across? And, he doesn't have, like, he had Zoran on, and Zoran was a complete, like, nice gentleman. But if I went on his show, I'd be like, do you want to repent for your rhetoric in
I think that's the
2024?
way you do it, is that you do it like Zoran did. Not necessarily the only way, but coming out the gate with hostility will make them defensive immediately. Zoran disarms. I mean, the interview on Fox News that he did, where he,
But I want the fire. But I want the
you
fireworks.
want the
I want
yeah,
the
that's
fight.
your sport, blood sport.
Yeah, I want the fight. Like, I think in conflict there is honesty. In conflict there is truth. In conflict there is progress, however painful it may be.
No.
That's my sign off to my first episode. It's one of my Deter decrees. And yeah, it's tragic that it has to get to a place of conflict sometimes. But like, if I ever went on Rogan, man, like, I might start off friendly, but eventually I would turn it towards, this is your coming to Jesus conversation,
Yeah.
Joe. This is where you take responsibility for all of your fuck ups, to speak bro to you, right? Like, you guys fucked up.
Yeah,
You know?
I mean, I would encourage everyone. I literally just watched this right before coming on. American Redact, a great channel on YouTube, covers like the Rogan sphere and the comedian sphere.
Okay, sweet.
Like every Joe Rogan guest was in the Epstein files, and is basically coming to the. Is he ever gonna ask them questions? Is he ever going to renege on some of these endorsements?
Push back, yeah.
He's also come out like Andrew Schultz, like, oh my God, this ICE stuff is crazy, snatching people out of cars and this and that. Are you going to take the next step? You had a moment of clarity. Are you going to now sign up to go to rehab?
Are you going to join the fucking local DSA?
Yeah.
Like that's my litmus test, is like, that's the institution that has been right about all this shit since the 80s.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm really glad that you caught up, Schultz. It's great that you caught up to those of us who already saw all this shit coming 10 years ago, right? Or even before that. If you really know your history, you saw it coming before that. But like, it's time for you to like have you ever seen Schultz had a guest on, and maybe I don't remember the Zoran thing. Maybe he did this in Zoran, but it was like legitimately inquisitive, where it was like he was learning something as opposed to looking for a laugh.
I don't think so. I think his show is more.
He just looks for
more
cheap
focused
laughs.
on comedy than Rogan's has become. Rogan was like, I want like scientists on and like whatever on, and we're going to keep it all in the realm of comedy. But sometimes there's not going to be many laughs because I'm legitimately trying to learn something. I think a good roadmap maybe is Ashley St. Clair, who is one of Elon Musk's baby mamas, formerly worked at Turning Points USA, wrote a book called Elephants Can't Be Birds, or something like Elephants Are Not Birds, an anti-trans children's book. And Elon's trying to, she said a couple statements. First of all, the Grok AI, people have been using that to like put her in bikinis and stuff. And she's like, this is inappropriate. I don't like this. Like, stop. Like, X, what is going on? And then, said some statement of like, I feel really bad about like my part in stoking anti-trans hate. And Elon Musk has now accused her of trying to trans their 1-year-old child. So he's going to sue for full custody. And she's talked to Taylor Lorenz. She talked to Matt Bernstein, a couple other creators, doing interviews, basically trying to be contrite and like take your, like, yes, I was part of this. It was, I feel horrible. This is
Good.
how I got sucked in, like telling the story of how
Yes.
you got indoctrinated.
Yeah, so they call it I think they call it the same thing in AA, but in Christianity, they call it a testimony.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's what they have to come up with. All right, Schultz, what's your testimony, dude? Why did you go down this rabbit hole? Like, did you just not read Project 2025? It's okay if you didn't, as long as you say you didn't, as long as you admit that you didn't. Right?
Yeah.
Like, are you ready to take your citizenship more seriously? Because that's what this is all about. This isn't about your public presence. This is about your citizenship. You're the one who decided to take your voice and your popularity and weigh in on politics.
Yeah.
You crossed over into that sphere, my man.
Yeah, these are the videos. It's Ashley St. Clair with Matt Bernstein and one with Taylor Lorenz here. And again, she's trying to be like, I'm not trying to start a YouTube channel or like a podcast. I am legitimately trying to learn what I can do to try and like how I can help undo some of the damage I've done. And legitimately seems earnest and regretful of what she's contributed to. And that's what I'm looking for from Rogan, Andrew Schultz, these people. It's the bare minimum. It's the bare minimum you can do. And literally, like, you have enough money, you know, I'm sure whatever financial struggles you have, not being associated with this moneyed world anymore, fine. But yes, atone, Etch. People need to atone. And I think she's leading the way. Look, she's a woman. Are Joe Rogan and Andrew Schultz going to follow in the footsteps of a woman? Probably not. But maybe they'll come to it on their own. I think it's more of a chance of Andrew Schultz doing it than Rogan, because Rogan's older, more established. You know, he was on a sitcom in the 90s.
Think
Like,
of his
he's already,
circles.
his circles.
Think of his
And
MMA circles.
Schultz is younger and has more time ahead of him, and I think wants to get out of the path of like how history is going to talk about this time period as much as possible, even though he had Trump on his show. So I think that's what he's doing here. A little bit of Ilhan. I want to talk about what's going on here in Minnesota, because that's insane. And I want to get your take here, because I'm not the biggest fan of Amy Klobuchar.
Oh God!
But yeah, man, she's running for governor, and Ilhan Omar endorses her. Not only will she help us win back the DFL trifecta, she's the right person to lead our state. And that struck me as confusing. Because again, the way you're looking at AOC a little sideways, I'm like, okay, Ilhan, like, what are you doing here? I think, again, both of them are playing the game with their hands they're dealt. These are the people with the status who could run for governor. I think I could push her. I'll throw my support behind you.
Sure.
Again, maybe like turning her
into
a hokel and seeing, you know, hey, maybe I can. You can pretend to be established.
Isn't it a little early though? Isn't it a little early for endorsements like that?
I think so. Right? I thought so too. Right?
Yeah.
That's why I'm confused, and I want
Yeah,
your
it seems like maybe they already made a deal.
Deals, maybe.
Yeah, maybe they already have a handshake agreement on something that we don't know about.
And let's hope so. Let's hope so. Because
I think a lot of the
if Ilhan gets behind her, I'm like, okay.
A lot of people on the left, like Klobuchar, I think maybe Pete Buttigieg could be like this. If the winds blow left, then they'll go with the winds.
Yes.
If there's enough popularity to offset their inclination to take care of their donors first. But I think you could see people who are in positions of power on the left actually change their mind about a lot of issues. But I'm still advocating for primary and the fuck out of the establishment.
Oh, make them worried, make them terrified.
I want primary candidates in as many states in America as possible, as many blue districts as possible for the next 3 cycles.
Yeah, and so again, Ilhan's still out there doing good stuff. Here's a clip of her calling for Nome to be impeached.
I represent Minneapolis, which is currently under occupation. We do not exaggerate when we say we have schools where 2/3 of the students are afraid to go to school. We do not exaggerate when we say we have people who are afraid to go to the hospital because our hospitals have occupying paramilitary forces. We do not exaggerate when we say our restaurants are shutting down because there are not enough people to drive the employees to work and from work. We do not exaggerate when I say we have people who are housing other people because they are afraid to go home.
Oh, is it frozen? Well,
Yeah.
that's fine. Tim Waltz got criticized for comparing that same situation that she said, that people are hiding their neighbors in their houses,
Right.
like Anne Frank.
Right.
The Holocaust Museum came out and was like, how could you compare this to Germany? And now, of course, this is the same. It's like Epstein, intertwined with Israel, because for the last couple years, there's been constant protests against Biden and Trump about selling weapons and money and aid to Israel as they're committing a genocide. They've drawn lines of what you can compare to the Holocaust and what you can't. The ADL, the Holocaust Museum, Jonathan Greenblatt, Netanyahu, these lunatics who inadvertently promote anti-Semitism, or advertently, intentionally promote anti-Semitism to then get, news stories of someone drew a swastika or someone, they protested outside of a synagogue where they're selling land in the West Bank, and they leave that out of the story and they go, oh, these people are just attacking the synagogue and they hate Jews and whatnot. Again, it's criticism of a government. And here's Chuck Schumer, another person who should be primaried, who should resign right now.
Let's have him resign and have Hochul appoint somebody to replace him.
Not. I mean, that would be pretty sweet. That happened, but here he is at I don't know what fucking donor benefit this is, but here's his stated position:
to fight for aid to Israel, all the aid that Israel needs. I will continue to fight for it. And we delivered more security assistance to Israel, our ally, under my leadership than ever before. We will keep doing that, everybody.
This is the only thing I've ever seen him passionately fight for.
Yeah.
Is the ability for Israel to commit a genocide. That's all Chuck Schumer cares about.
And yet another issue that, just like Epstein goes to both sides of the aisle, so does AIPAC. AIPAC goes to both sides of the aisle. It is a disease. The Zionism, or Zion-Nazism, as some people are trying to assuage, is kind of a good litmus test. I mean, to see where people are at politically. Just asking them the basic question, do you think Israel is committing genocide? And if they say no, then just don't talk politics with that person, because they don't know what they're talking about. Or if they say, I don't know, then that's an opportunity to educate them. But that's like another one of those general questions I try to help people impart on people is, do you think America is a meritocracy? Just to know what you're dealing with.
Yeah.
And if they say yes, then they're caught up in American exceptionalism and they can't be reasoned with, and you shouldn't talk politics with them.
Yeah. I mean, and again, the Israel ICE issue is directly connected, not just because Mossad and every police department in the country and our military train and share tactics with Israel's military. Again, another piece of the Alex Jones, Pizzagate lunatic conspiracy theories is they all thought it was like a Jewish cabal. Remember Marjorie Taylor Greene
Right.
with the Jewish space lasers?
Right.
It wasn't Jews. It was Zionists.
Right.
They just didn't have the language because they're fucking idiots and
But
bigots.
most people don't know the difference between.
They
Jews
don't know
and
the difference.
Zionists.
That's why it's so important.
Yeah.
And I think that it's been illuminated for a lot more people than has been in the past over the last few years, distinguishing those two things. I mean, like, you can be a Muslim Zionist, you can be a Christian Zionist. Most Zionists are Christian Zionists. And again, they feel no need to answer for themselves. Again, the narcissist. Say it for me one time. The
Narcissistic personality disorder,
and just the
the narcissism, ignorance, and hypocrisy.
Yes,
That one?
of these people,
Of the right, yeah.
And here's JD Vance being asked if they will ever apologize to Alex Preddy's family.
Did you plan to apologize to the family of Alex Preddy?
For what?
For, labeling him an assassin with ill intent.
Well, again, I just described to you what I said about Alex Preddy, which is that he's a guy who showed up with ill intent to an ICE protest.
No, but if it is
He's
determined,
a guy,
if it's determined that his civil rights were violated by this FBI investigation, will you apologize to that?
so if this hypothetical leads to that hypothetical leads to another
it's a real
hypothetical,
case
will
that's
I
open.
do a thing? And again, like I said, we're going to let the investigation.
He's just grinning in his face. He's offended. He's being asked this question. This is the Daily Mail, right? So it's a right-wing network. He thinks, oh, this is gonna be easy. You're gonna throw me softballs. I'm gonna play fucking ping pong here. It's gonna pretend to be a real interview, but he asked an actual question, and you see him like try to not smirk, as he's like, for what? For what? Oh, for killing their fucking family member, you monster.
Oh, I think what you were talking about earlier was inauthentic, narcissistic social entitlement.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Yeah, that's what you were talking about.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, because that's what I picked
I needed
up
to
on
show
with
you
that.
JD Vance
Yeah.
for it to ring true.
Yeah. No, that is the quintessential Wasp. Like, do you think we're equals here? Like, that's what the vibe is. Like, do you know who you're talking to?
You know who my father is?
Yeah, exactly. Donald Trump.
So yeah, man, that's that's ICE. I want to talk to you a little bit about the Super Bowl.
Yeah, we should talk about the Super Bowl.
So let me just put the time code in here. Boom, boom, boom.
Are you gonna watch? You going to a party?
I am gonna watch. I like watching. It's one of the few times where I actually kind of want to hang out with my parents because we kind of all get along enough to watch the game and have fun. And there's food, and my dad likes to get into the spirit and cook and whatever, or order a bunch of wings and good snacks. So we'll definitely hang out downstairs for at least the first, just like we did to see the Kendrick Lamar halftime show. Watch the first half of the game, the halftime show, and then we'll go upstairs. And then maybe we'll watch the rest, maybe not. But did you know that this halftime show is the first one in history to have a separate alternative halftime show? If you are offended,
I don't know if that's true, because there was like some WWE shit that happened back in the 90s.
Oh, really?
They did. Yeah, they said if you change your channel right at the end of the action at halftime, we're going to show you like this battle between, I don't know, Stone Cold Steve Austin and whatever that guy's name was with the mask. And
Kane?
No,
Who's also
no, there's a lot of them with masks.
Oh,
No.
Mankind?
Mankind, yeah, Mankind.
With the sock puppet?
Yeah. And it's good knowledge by you. And so then, that was, I'm pretty sure that happened when I was a kid. So I wouldn't say it's the first time that there's an alternative halftime show, but I looked at it earlier. So Kid Rock is doing it.
So if instead of changing your channel, now you'll have to open your laptop, go to turningpointsusa.com. If you want to see the All-American halftime show featuring Kid Rock, Brantley Gilbert, Lee Bryce, and Gabby Barrett. That's a lot of B's in those names.
I don't know any of those people.
I have never heard of any of them except for Kid Rock. I used to like Kid Rock when I was a kid. I had a Kid Rock CD, edited because my parents wouldn't let me have the unedited version. I had an edited Kid Rock CD for Ball with the Bond, just because I like that fucking song. And it's airing on Daily Wire Plus, Real America's Voice, TBN, Charge, whatever that is, National News Desk. So you got to go to one of those websites to watch it. Or if I guess on your TV, you can get to YouTube. Can you get to X on your TV? Can you get to Rumble on your TV? I don't know. But that'll be, and my question is, are they going to try and time it to be exactly when the halftime show starts? Or are they going to have their own event leading up to it? Also, it's not even a halftime show because there's nothing in they're not showing anything for there to be a show in the halfway point. You know what I mean? They don't have their own NFL. This is just a concert.
Yeah, I don't think they care.
It's just a concert at the same time as the halftime show.
Yeah,
I'm getting in the weeds with
it's just another way
here.
it's just another way for them. It's just another way for them to try to own the libs. So yeah, we only got a couple more minutes left. Let's talk about the game itself. And
so it's the Seattle Seahawks and the Patriots
and the New England Patriots, right? Okay. My team.
All right, now I know. Mr. Bill Belichick and his ball.
This game will come down to pressuring the quarterback. Both teams like to pressure the quarterback. The team that pressures the opposing quarterback better will win the game because pressure turns into fumbles, or it can turn into interceptions, or at least incomplete passes, which means punts, and you're not having more time of possession. Pay attention to the clock while you're watching. And notice how long the drive takes. Mm-hmm. Because in the championship series, the semifinals, the Patriots had to start the second half a 7.5 minute drive that basically won them the game. So that's what you want. You have 10 play, 7 to 15 play, 7-minute drives. And the team that can pull off those drives without turning the ball over, and also the team that takes the points. There's been this weird trend in the NFL this season of going for it on fourth down when you don't have to. And I think the Patriots are going to be smarter on that. There's no doubt that the Seahawks are the better team on paper, but the Patriots definitely have the better coaching staff with our play caller making this his 6th Super Bowl that he will have called plays in. Okay. So he's really the X factor. Again, like
who are the star players to look at?
So Drake May is the quarterback for the Patriots. Stephon Diggs is a veteran wide receiver. Hunter Henry's our tight end. We've got a badass running back in this guy named Stevenson. And then our D, we got Spillane. We got this guy, Milton Williams, who actually won a Super Bowl last year with Philadelphia. And we also got this guy, Gonzalez, who's going to be marking who many consider to be the best wide receiver in the game, in Jigba, who is the wide receiver for the Seahawks. And he's responsible for like 3/4 of their receiving yards. So, that's all a long-winded way of saying, pay attention to the clock, third down conversions. That's it. And it's about maintaining control of that ball, holding on to the ball and killing clock. That's what sets up the opportunity to win the game in the fourth quarter.
Hell yeah. And folks, tune in on Monday and Tuesday. Maybe I'll have you on next Tuesday and we'll talk wrap up of the Super Bowl. But this space, folks, has everything that you could want. And we're going to bring on one of the founders of this space right now, Matt.
What up?
What's going on?
What up, Killis?
Are you excited for the Super Bowl?
Yeah, you watching the Super Bowl Sunday?
No. No, in fact, I'm going to go out and I just referred to our producer in the plural in the private chat. See that typo? Yeah, that's all. Thanks, Nix. No, look, I'm going to go out to a local stadium and protest the fact that it's named after a giant corporation, like a healthcare insurer or
Or
some sort of
crypto
bullshit
stadium.
bank or some shit like that. It's so fucking gross. No, look, I've always been this way with sports. I'd rather play them than watch them.
Sure.
I don't get it.
Me too.
It's too much because, like, I watched football and basketball, everything as a kid, right? All through high school, and then I didn't for like a long time. And then, like, for some reason, I caught like a football game at the beginning of the season. This would have been like 2004, 2005, and I was hooked. I was watching every game, and my wife is like, "Who are you?" I was watching every game. I knew all the stats. I was like, "This motherfucker's gonna do it again," and yeah, just relentlessly yelling at the TV. And she was like, "This is different than what you've been the last decade or so." I was like, "I know, it just sucks you in." I got that way with basketball one time too when I was in Colorado, and the Nuggets got really close one year, and I was just obsessed with everything about it. But now, like in basketball now, you can double dribble. You traveling, they don't call traveling.
Well,
yeah, like in pro ball.
Right in
the
there's
NBA.
a lot of that going on.
You just watch it and you're like, hello, blow the fucking whistle. So I don't know what it's like in football. Have they just abandoned like one major rule?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of issues with football. Like, what is a catch? There's
I saw one.
There's
There's people calling
there's-
for like videotape reviews a lot.
There's also holding on every play, and it's just a matter of when they call it. It's super sketchy sometimes. There's been a bunch of sketchy Super Bowls.
So it's the Patriots though, and who
Yeah,
are
it's
they
the
playing?
Patriots and the Seahawks, the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh, okay.
So, if you want to get political about it, you should root for the Seahawks because
Portland.
because Bob Kraft is like, I don't
yeah.
think he is anymore, but he was a friend of Trump's, which is really disappointing.
And also, he was the dude who went to like the massage parlor.
Yeah, but he didn't go to
geez.
Epstein. He's not in the Epstein files though, so it could have been worse.
You know, I just the reason I like football so much now is that it's the perfect time to go to the grocery store, and there's nobody in there, and it's just like I got the place to myself. This is great.
Yeah, but worst time to go to a bar. Before we hop out here, I just wanted to share with you and the chat and everybody one of my favorite new Twitter accounts that I follow. It's a nice timeline cleanser, to follow. Like,
so wait, you found like a nice shiny spot in the abandoned strip mall where, nothing but
like,
meth heads, and
I'll follow like
Dumpster
accounts that
fires.
show cute puppies or people falling down and getting hurt to just laugh at. But this is one of my favorite accounts. It's called Candace Owens Trying to Read, and it's just they'll post.
Oh, hold on. This could be
different-
anybody.
They'll post a different word every day, and it's just a compilation. Watch this.
There is something so
reminiscent is the word.
Okay.
Reminiscent.
Okay.
reminiscent, and it's striking to me. Obviously, that's pretty reminiscent of one of the themes.
Oh,
of the
she
movie.
always does it.
To be a better Christian. It's so reminiscent of the discussion I had. Yeah, it's eerily reminiscent of Event 201. So
that's
visually reminiscent
She thinks
of
she's so smart.
And this is reminiscent to me of when I
She
look.
thinks she's trying so hard to be smart.
This is 47 seconds long. So,
Wow.
folks, that's
Okay, that's
just a
different.
recommendation of a Twitter account to follow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dieter, as always, for having me on. Thank you,
Yeah,
Matt,
you're very
for
welcome.
creating
I'm glad-
this space and allowing us to come on here and yap and,
Oh, yeah.
and do whatever. And great
Thank
great
you.
interviews.
No, I appreciate it. Check out the contact interview channel on the Discord.
Yes, dude.
There's a
because,
good recommendation in there right now. Yeah, that one. Yeah, somebody snagged that. That's gonna be a good one. If you don't, I will.
Sweet.
Yeah,
Sweet. Well, Letterhack, have a great show.
Thanks.
Until
Thanks,
next
guys.
time, I'm
Appreciate
reminding
it.
my audience that you don't get change in America by asking nicely. Stay tuned to my channel for an essay next week, by the way.
Hell yeah, folks.
We're gonna keep it right here. That's right. Right here on this space. I want to thank Deter and Alex. As always, those guys, see now, they didn't know each other before this space. And they co-hosted, it might have been the first show. Because Alex was on right before him or something like that. And anyway, he ended up on the show, and it was just like they just instantly knew that it was more than a collaboration. Right? It was a team up. And I love that shit. So I love seeing them once a week. You can see them every week right here. Generally, any of our shows are live shows are in the same slot every week. They may move around. I move around sometimes. It's what you got to do. You got to roll with it. But I want to thank you for watching this space. It's our working class independent media collective. We are here 4 days a week, streaming for several hours at a time, Monday through Thursday, which is pretty epic because we just added the Monday. It's going well. We're having a good time with it. And right now we're in the middle of our first ever subscriber drive, which ends on Friday the 13th with a special Friday stream. So that's, 5 days a week. And like we keep calling this, it's like our finale to the subscriber drive is going to be a marathon stream. But in all honesty, our streams are 10 to 12 hours anyway. That's by anybody else's definition. That's already a marathon, right? I mean, it is. So here, let me see. Oh boy, I have a lot of images loaded up. I'm not sure I can show you this one, but that would be dumb because this is a really important one to show. Check this out. I want to show you our current lineup, all of our members of the collective. Look at that graphic. Look at these beautiful, beautiful people. When I tell you we're growing, believe me, we just added 2 more. And one of them's not even on here yet. It's that recent. We just scored 2 new members to the collective, Riverboat Jack and the Valley Labor Report, which I'm announcing publicly right now on air. The Valley Labor Report has joined us. Riverboat Jack is a top-notch streamer based in Minnesota, for what it's worth. And it's an honor to have someone of her caliber in our collective. We also just added today the Valley Labor Report, as I was saying, seconds after announcing that that they're on the team now. Folks in our private Discord were saying that either they love those guys or haven't heard of them. Well, that's what we are doing here. That's what this is about. Amplifying the voices that you definitely know and the ones that you probably should know. And either way, you will know. This space, like I said, is a working class media collective in solidarity. So we'll keep adding the hardworking individuals who, get off work and go straight to the live stream. We'll keep giving them more of a platform. Now YouTube has this feature where we can collaborate with each other. And so if you are on our homepage, our YouTube homepage, you will see that we have a collaboration bar. Videos from our individual members, it's from their own channels. So you don't have to look very far to find the rest of their content. This is what I mean by amplifying people's voices. That's what we're doing. And of course, when it comes to the Valley Labor Report, it only makes sense to have a pro-union element to what we do. And so I couldn't be more proud to add these folks to the lineup. The Valley Labor Report guys, our radio and podcast, they are the most pro-union labor-focused podcast you're going to come across. It's amazing. I highly recommend subscribing to their channel and their newsletter as well. You will not be disappointed. And they're in the South. And I firmly believe, if not for Trump and all the mayhem that's come along with this second term, we would have unionized the South last summer. It's okay. It's just a matter of time. We're going to get there. But now, in terms of subscribing, let me speak to the people who may not have watched us before. Now, I'm Matt Strackbine, a.k.a. The Letter Hack, and me and my friends launched this space last summer in June, okay? We have a rock-solid lineup of diverse content. You just saw the faces. Let me explain what that really was. Politics, pop culture, discussion, collaboration, news coverage, election coverage, breaking news coverage, commentary, analysis, interviews, guest appearances. And we're a group shows, panel shows. And we're coming from every lefty perspective that you can think of. We're not all in the exact same train of thought. We have pretty much the same goals. And we know how to organize. I mean, here's your proof. But it's not always the exact same perspective, but it is a lefty perspective. And I got to tell you, in a world where either you can no longer trust journalists to act in good faith, or really good journalists have left the industry or the field in disgust, or journalists are being threatened and jailed like they are, or laid off en masse like they are, you got to be able to rely on someone. And that's why this space exists. Not because we know those things were going to happen or knew they were happening. It's in case it does. Somebody's got to be there. And if this whole thing, like this whole platform that we're on right now with YouTube, if that suddenly went away, we would move as a unit to wherever we end up. Do you see what I'm saying? It wouldn't be like, oh no, we got to put the pieces back together. No, it's an email and it's a Discord message that says we're all going here. We're already organized. So when they, the greater they, are always like, well, one thing we could do is organized. This space said, hold my beer. Okay, because from here, this mechanism can be many things. So we're just getting going. We may not have the same training as professional broadcasters, but just like you, we also aren't bought off. We try to demonstrate journalistic ethics and make the effort, the genuine effort to have journalistic integrity. But just like you and anyone else, we aren't perfect. And you know what? It's nice to live outside of certain standards or regulations that restrict a voice or a message or what you really think. And it's nice to be able to tell it like it is. Exactly like it fucking is. And I would argue that being perfect isn't the point anyway. We strive to do our best to be a worthy broadcaster or commentator, which to me is the goal. Because that is an effort which is ongoing. And in that way, we can only improve. We will only get better. And in the meantime, we're only human, just like you. So trying to do our part to course correct where things go off the rails, just like you would do in your life. We're not above you. We're not speaking to you as if we're experts on a topic in your baby brain. We speak with you. Hang out in our chat. We speak with you. Entire shows are like that. Some folks are way better at it than others like myself, but sorry. We're all in it together. That includes you. Okay, so now here's what I want to do real quick. Gotta do a couple of little things here. Make sure everything is ship shape. But we are definitely in a subscriber drive right now, and I need everyone to hit subscribe. I need everyone to share the fact that we exist. Spread the word. We're all in it together. Okay, so now I want to give you an example of the sort of content that you get right here on this space. Now, I have a whole other show. You can catch me Monday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern on The Letter Hack, youtube.com/The Letter Hack. And you can see me. I do a show here. It's generally 9 p.m. Eastern Wednesday, occasionally prime time. Pep prime time will be on, filling in for me while I see to other duties. But, my content is pre-recorded and played on the channel in different areas. So if you hang out until 9 o'clock tonight, I have a whole episode of Hey Funny Book ready to roll. We might go early, just so you know. But since we're talking about this space, I want to give you an example of what I mean when I say that we make stories more digestible and accessible, that we sift through all the news stories and we hit all the links in those articles so you don't have to, right? And we try and bring this to you in a way that goes, okay, I know you all saw this, but what about this? And did you know this? So now what, right? So let's be real. And that's exactly what I'm going to do right now. So I want to talk about Donald Trump's great health plan by way of the health insurance CEOs appearing in front of the House's Ways and Means Committee this week. There's a video. I'm going to show you a couple of videos, right? There's a video making the rounds. It's a clip. That's what we're going to start with first. It's a clip from this recent House questioning of, health insurance CEOs. And when I saw the clip, I asked myself, hey, who's that guy? It was the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, right? And I was like, who's that guy? And I looked him up. And of course, when you look them up, they don't tell you if they're a Republican or a Democrat right away, which is so annoying. Like, you really have to look into that. You got to go to like Ballotopia or Ballotpedia or whatever it is. It's so annoying. He's a Republican. Okay. Now, I was talking to somebody that it's being used. This clip is being used to be like, fuck these CEOs, but also the Republicans aren't all bad. And they are. They definitely are. Right. So this clip is trying to kind of undo that. And it's being used to show that Republicans care about healthcare at a minimum, which they don't. Or else why are millions of people about to lose healthcare, right? So here's the thing though. It's not anecdotal. It was literally brought up with me. It was used in a conversation that I was having yesterday. I told this person I was going to talk about this. They said, go ahead. They brought this up to me yesterday. It's a Republican voter about Trump's so-called great healthcare plan, which he just announced again, right? A couple of weeks ago. This person claimed it was going to, quote, fix everything. I was like, can I quote you? And they were like, yeah, but don't use my name. I was like, okay. This healthcare plan is going to fix everything. First of all, what is everything? And somebody had a fucking it's a one-page plan. It's one page. Somebody had a one-page plan that was going to fix everything? Okay. Well, then why would you even need to talk to the CEOs in the House Ways and Means Committee? Anyway, these are the points I was making. But look, Trump did the same thing. This exact same plan. The wording might be different. There might be some differences in it. It's generally the same plan that he rolled out in 2020 at the end of his first administration. That 4-year period where he kept saying infrastructure, healthcare, but then there was like nothing. It's infrastructure week. And then the whole week would go by and there would be nothing, right? And they say, oh, we're going to do it again. Same thing. So this healthcare plan, he introduced in 2020 at the end of his first term. And then again in 2025 at the beginning of his first term. And he goes, this is going to be big. And then he goes on the news and says, we just solved healthcare. We just told other countries, you're not going to overcharge us for those prices. Like you could look at his plan and go, okay, well, that's not bad. And that's not bad. That's okay. It's not universal healthcare. So fuck all that. Right. So it doesn't fix everything. Right. And there are no details. And we'll talk about it. Here, let me show you that clip now. Here's the clip that's been making the rounds. Check this out.
Which of your companies own or control a health insurance division? Raise your hand. Please keep your hand up if you also employ healthcare providers or own clinics, specialty pharmacies, or any other kind of medical practice or pharmacy. Please keep your hand up if you also own or control a pharmacy benefit manager. And please keep your hand up if you lead a publicly traded company at which you have a legal responsibility to maximize shareholder value. So we've established on the record that the largest health insurance companies are not just insurers. They are also medical providers and pharmacies, diagnosing and deciding treatment for patients. They are also PBMs, another form of middlemen managing drug benefits. They are increasingly controlling every aspect of our healthcare system.
Okay. I don't know what this is. I think that's Corey Feldman, right? I don't know why the clip ends there. I honestly don't know why the clip ends there, but I was like, that's how I'll know it's the Instagram clip that I'm showing. Okay, that makes those CEOs look very bad. We'll get back to that. We'll get back to that because they're about to look worse. I am now going to play you the video right where that clip leaves off. Because right now you're thinking that's a Republican, the chairman there asking the questions. He just made them look horrible. He's the good guy. No, look, those guys, those CEOs can't tell you what they do for a living without looking horrible. That's no great achievement on that guy's part. All they have to do is say, well, here's what I do for a living. And you're like, damn, you suck. Oh, you're what's wrong with everything. I am starting to see maybe there is a quick fix to all of this. But anyway, I digress. Let me now share the actual video with you. Hold. I have a lot of windows open, guys. It's not like I don't have stuff prepared for 2 or 3 shows here. Okay, here we go. This is where it picks up. This is PBS, so there shouldn't be any ads popping up here. Volume. Okay, you don't have volume? We'll do it this way. Stand by. One sec. Okay, here we go. I'm going to back it up. I'm going to try to get it. There we go. This is right where the guy left off, okay?
This level of consolidation helps explain why Americans feel very anxious about their health care, because the coverage they have, the drugs they rely on, and the doctors they can see are increasingly controlled by the same corporate families. This level of control and consolidation is supposed to lead to greater efficiencies, lower premiums, and lower deductibles. But that's not what has occurred. In all of our districts, we are instead hearing from individuals who are being denied coverage for needed treatments. As just one example, a breast cancer patient from my home state in Missouri needed a shot to prevent against infection prior to her chemotherapy, but was denied.
Okay, you're still on this guy's side. I am. I'm still on his side. But I know where the Republicans stand on this. And so I kept going. That's why I played this whole thing. You're going to keep going for a minute here, but check this out.
By one of your companies, and only received approval for the care after she already contracted an infection and was admitted to the hospital. With the rampant practice of treatment denials, as much as 1 in every 5 services for Obamacare plans, and rapidly rising costs coming from your hands, this is a yes or no question for each of you. Do you all believe you are doing what you need to do to lower cost and protect coverage of care? Mr. Hemsley.
Okay. Now, did he ask them that because he's going to keep making them look bad? Or is this where we find out none of this matters? Nobody fucking cares. The clip that's going around before all this is all that it means anything anymore.
Chairman, I think we are doing an amazing.
Here, I'm going to back it up so you can hear the question.
Aspect of our healthcare system. This level of consolidation helps explain why America.
Hold on. God damn it. Okay, he asked them if they feel bad about
addressing that, but it is not enough. We could do more, and I think we have to approach the totality of the system with that point of view.
Mr. Joyner.
I absolutely believe we're doing everything we can do to make care more affordable and simple. It's what part of our purpose as an organization, and I have 300,000 employees that are committed to doing the same.
Ms. Boudreaux.
Congressman, we have two core priorities: to reduce the cost of care for the people we serve and to improve the simplicity in how to do business with us. We, though, believe that there is no simple solution, and we need to work together with everyone in the health ecosystem to do better, as I said.
Mr. Cordani.
Mr. Chairman, we largely serve the employer-sponsored market in the United States, and most of that business is self-funded or fully transparent, and we work every day to reduce the cost of care.
Bullshit.
Additionally, we just launched a new pharmacy benefit offering that is fully transparent, no rebate, no spread pricing, that will further improve affordability. So we work every day to lower the overall cost of healthcare or deflect the medical cost trend on behalf of our employer clients.
Mr. Markovich.
No, because it just costs too much.
Thank you. Last week, President Trump announced the framework for what he called the Great Healthcare Plan.
Okay, here we go. So, like, no pushback. No, are you fucking serious? He's like, I'm going to ask you a question. You're going to answer it. If at any time today you felt some degree of humility, don't worry. You're all still multimillionaires. But I'm going to also give you a chance to be in the president's favor.
With a major focus on restoring trust in the American health insurance system, requiring transparency in prices and justifying claim denials, disclosing what premium dollars are actually spent on, and holding middlemen accountable for shady kickbacks, and simply having you all communicate to patients in just plain English what they are paying for insurance, why and what coverage they get rather than hiding important details in the fine print.
So embarrassing.
This mirrors and builds on what efforts Republicans in Congress have taken to lower cost.
Now he's outright lying. He called it a framework. He said it's his great healthcare plan, great health plan, whatever it is. It's a framework. It's one single page of notes. And it is no different than he's done all the other times. And now he's just glazing all of Republicans for doing everything they can to lower healthcare.
And increase transparency for patients.
Healthcare costs.
This is a yes or no question for each of you. Will you commit to supporting legislation that supports the president's calls to truly bring transparency to health insurance, will crack down on fraudulent enrollments, and holds insurers accountable for their excessive prior authorization and care denials?
Can I have
Mr.
your
Hemsley.
word?
Chairman, we applaud the president's interest in this and focus. The ideas put forward could be part of meaningful change and solutions. We're aligned with the themes
They
of
each
those
agree.
on transparency,
Look at this
accountability.
toad. They each agree.
Addressing costs and improving the system. So we'd be supportive of that as part of a broad-based, bipartisan solution to move forward in healthcare.
Mr. Joyner.
Yeah, we share the president's and this committee's goal in reducing healthcare, simplifying it, using plain English, in which.
Okay, you get it. You get it. You get it. You can watch this. It's PBS NewsHour Ways and Means Committee. It's from like yesterday. You can watch this, or you can take my word for it that they each go, no, yeah, we think Trump has a great plan and we're on board. I'll put it this way. Not one of them said, what plan? It's a framework. And not one of them said, no, it's dumb. And not one of them said, that's not going to get through Congress because you lied when you said Republicans in Congress are doing everything they can. They're not. So look, you better believe I clipped that and sent it to my buddy and was like, get back to me. Has he got back to me? No. The honor system, do you pledge to be good? Yes. How? Yeah. Okay. What about Trump? He's great. Oh, right. It's good to see everyone getting in here. Welcome in. Welcome in. We're giving folks an example of what they can expect from shows that you would see on this space. This is where we break this shit down. This is where we expose this stuff. I was having a conversation with a right-wing Republican voter. I told him I was going to talk about this, so don't worry. He brought up a clip of that chairman of the Ways and Means Committee yesterday talking to healthcare insurance CEOs saying like, Republicans are fighting for healthcare. Look at this clip. And I was like, man, come on, that's bullshit. So I went and found the rest of the video. I looked at it. And it's all bullshit. Okay. And so like, it's what we need to look out for. And this is how we need to talk to people who are just in the tank or just get one little clip off social media and run with it. Because the first part of this has gone around online as a great thing. I think mostly because it makes those healthcare CEOs, those health insurance company CEOs look like complete assholes. Like, I love that, right? But let's be honest about what's really going on here, right? Because my right-wing Republican friend didn't share the AOC clip of her talking to these people like everyone else is looking at over on our side. Well, why not? Right? It's a little biased, I'd say. But like, okay, this is the perfect example of why politics is a grubby business to me. And how voters just run with any narrative. They do it on our side too. They do. They'll just run with a narrative. Progressives, if I can just shift for a second, progressives are always, myself included, are always fantasizing where the Democratic candidate leaves off. So like we get the most progressive guy to be Kamala Harris's VP pick, and we're like, she got a progressive. Not the case. He's just the most progressive out of the shitty list of candidates that she had to choose from. And then they didn't even let him like try to act progressive or like say populist shit. So like disaster. But the rest, a lot of us were going, yes, no, don't. There's nothing to celebrate. It's just not as bad as it could have been. Look, everything's bad. It's worse than ever. And it's only getting worse because you don't go back to before it wasn't bad, because when is that? One, realistically, right? So in that sense, things only are less worse. They're not better. That's not better. It's less worse. Like let's think about it. Gas prices go way up, they come down a little, and we go, that's better. No, why don't they come back to where they were? What, you see what I'm saying? It's just less bad. But these millionaires and billionaires can handle an hour or so under this kind of questioning. They can look bad. This is nothing for them to go to Congress and like sit there and take it like that from that guy. Big deal. AOC, big deal. Yeah, clips are going around. They're still multimillionaires. The highest paid CEO of any health insurance company was United Health Group, Alex Whitty. He had $26.3 million at the end of 2024. He retired. So like any of these guys could walk away right now, except that they just keep making more money. Look here, I'll show you. Check this out. I think. Okay, so I think most of these people were sitting there. I mean, we could do like this side by side, but check this out. Look at, I love interactive maps. If you didn't know that about me, interactive maps are why the internet should exist. Okay, so here, Andrew Whitty at the end of 2024's total compensation. If you look at their salary, they'll say that they make like between $89,000 and $124,000. I made six figures in my life and I wasn't doing shit. Like near the end, I was like, I'm bored. So, you know, these guys are actually worth a lot more. Okay, and then Karen Lynch, who I do not think was there. 23.5, right? Sarah London, I don't think was there. Gail, that was the short blonde, woman with short blonde hair. She's worth almost 21 mil. This isn't their assets. This is total compensation, like bonuses and everything. And they get those bonuses. They're getting rich off this because they do grubby, dirty business. And I'm sure when they were at Congress being questioned, they spent the rest of the time jerking each other off in some congressman's office. You know, like how many tax subsidies go to these people to keep insurance costs or drug prices down, the cost of pharmaceuticals, to keep them down. They spend it all on lobbying government to not make them do shit like that. David Joyner, he was there. Jim Recton, he was there. Bruce Brossart wasn't. That one guy, I thought that one weasel. Oh, yeah, that was Joyner. He was the talker. But yeah, these guys make 23 million, 21 million, 22 million, 20 million. They're banking. They are banking. They're fine. If my total compensation in just 1 year, if my total compensation in 1 year's time, let's say that was my total, I think that chart's actually total compensation over 4 years. Let's just say, or no, it shows where they were at over 4 years and end. So we were looking at their total compensation from the year 2024. If my total compensation for 1 fucking year was like even $1 million, I could sit in front of Congress and let them tear me apart. And as long as it ended with you promise to do better. Yeah. Oh, by the way, lunch is on me, motherfuckers. Because I won't notice. My bank account's going to be fine. Let's talk about Trump's fucking great healthcare plan, though, because this is the real travesty. As of January 2026, President Trump has unveiled a new, largely symbolic great healthcare plan framework. Great healthcare plan framework. They leave that part out. But that guy actually said it's a framework. He did say that, but he said on the front. You should say it after. Great healthcare plan framework. Focusing on price transparency and potential direct payments to consumers, but it lacks legislative detail and faces an uncertain future in Congress. That means that Congress can go, no details. Sorry, we don't know what to do with this. Or else, why wouldn't they have done anything with it in 2020 or 2025? So anyway, the proposal, it's a proposal now. It's a framework. The framework, which is not a comprehensive replacement for the Affordable Care Act, by the way, aims to lower cost by mandating that insurers and providers display pricing up front. Whoa, okay. So we can know it's not affordable right away. And I guess like in the perfect world, that would be like your point to negotiate, or this is where, like, because I think the idea here is that we all know insurers are like, no, get your operation, go ahead. And then the bill comes, you're like, holy shit. But like just showing that to me up front, no one's going to pass that law. No one's going to do that. This is like telling ICE not to wear masks. No, just get rid of these fuckers. Why are they even here? They're ruining everything. And I mean, you want to talk about domestic terrorists? They were just sitting there and they're multimillionaires and you glazed them basically. Maybe not quite, but I'm Gen X. I don't really get that term anyway. I think it's pornographic and it's nasty. But there is a lack of specifics. It's the one-page framework, lacks details on funding, eligibility for direct payments. How are we going to pay for it? Right? What those direct payments is like for who? What? In what case? Nothing like that. And concrete methods to lower premiums. You could show this to an expert and they'd figured this shit out for you and give you like a binder instead of one page, like in a very short amount of time. No concrete methods to lower premiums. They just say you better do it. And leaving much to Congress, who's like, our hands are tied. There's nothing here. We got no. We're waiting for more. They could come up with any manner of excuse. The ACA subsidies, the proposal does not include the extension of enhanced ACA premium subsidies that expired. They let them expire, potentially causing insurance costs to rise for millions, that's just a thing that's going to happen. But like, how's this a great healthcare plan if it means that? They're a wrecking ball. It's all demolition, no carpentry. This is like if I tore down your house, you're like, you're going to rebuild it? And I just drew you a little shitty fucking 4-line picture of a house and said, yeah, it's going to look like that. When are you going to do it? Details. Oh, work out funding later. There's no focus on transparency in real life, but it says it reinforces previous executive actions. Oh, so sometimes you do executive actions, sometimes you just wait for Congress. But it reinforces previous executive. The framework would reinforce previous executive actions, such as requiring hospitals and insurers to disclose pricing and fees, and aims to address prescription drug prices through a most favored nations policy. Now, real quick, if you were at the grocery store one time and you walked away with a bill that was going to ruin your life, you would know you can't afford that shit anymore. Am I right? But you can like shoplift grocery store stuff. When it comes to, or you could grow your own, you could become more sustainable. But when it comes to health, what are you going to go to med school? What are you going to learn how to, Rambo it out in the woods with a hot knife and some sutures like on your own? That's crazy. Now you can't expect people to live like this. I mean, we could try, but at some point you need a doctor and antibiotics and like medication. These are life-saving methods. But they're used in a way that will break you forever by getting sick, which isn't even necessarily your fault. But the most favored nations thing is where that's Trump going, look, you charge other countries less for your drugs than you charge us. Don't do that. And that's where somebody might go, that actually sounds good. Please get that through. Fuck that. That's like saying ICE has got to wear body cameras. Oh, well, we already know they don't give a fuck. And you can erase those or forget to turn them on or accidentally turn them off or whatever. Come on. It's not transparency. The political challenges, like I've been saying here and there, although I'm no expert, the plan faces potential gridlock in Congress, and it does not address major changes to Medicare and Medicaid and relies on legislative action to turn the framework into law. While some aspects of the proposal might garner bipartisan support, this is where everyone goes like with Doge, like, no, yeah, we love the idea of making government more efficient. Oh my God, not like that. Oh my God. That's what we're talking about here when we say might garner bipartisan support. Like in theory, I would be for that, but how's it going to work? And I mean, look, when it comes to like tackling pharmaceutical benefit managers, the PBMs that he was talking about, that lack of concrete, actionable legislation has led to criticism that is not a complete plan. And it's like, just fucking talk. Those people, those CEOs, it's like you're living, when it comes to healthcare, it's like living in a mining town where the mine is the only work and the company that owns the mine owns everything. And like, you don't need money because we have miner town bucks. Oh, you don't have those? It's okay. You'll owe us. We'll give you credit. You'll have a tab. Oh, now you're in debt to us for the rest of the life. How about just indentured servitude? How about you just work in the mine for free, asshole? Because now you fucking owe us. You're not leaving. We're putting you in jail. That's exactly what's going on here. Look, there's an article about this in The Guardian that's really good, but I want to share something with you. If you're ever looking for this kind of information, If you ever are like, you heard about something going on with healthcare or insurance or something like that, and you think there's probably a bunch of articles, but like, look, this is what I do. This is what broadcasters on this space do. This is what people who dissect this stuff and read everything for you. This is how we come by it. There's one sort of like hub for this. Check it out. If you go to protectourcare.org/headlines, you'll see every article out there that's worth reading. And then, you can decide, do I want NPR or MS Now? Do I want CBS? Probably not. Oh, The Guardian. That's a good one. Oh, Common Dreams. Let's see if there's a bottom-up perspective from this, right? So, that's a great resource, protectourcare.org. And it's like when it comes to things like the post office and whatnot, when I want to talk about that stuff, what I do in that case is I go to the unions, the National Association of Letter Carriers. I go to their headlines page on their website. There's everything you need to know. Why read in USA Today or Yahoo News about stuff that you could get straight from the people on the inside who are fighting? So anyway, bottom up, folks. Thanks for subscribing to this space. I really do appreciate it. There's your quick example. I'm going to move on to my own show now. So stick around. I'll be here till after midnight. Left past 10 is after my show. It's going to be a good time. Hell yeah, Jake Bugs. Come get your Jake Bugs at Jake Town. You'll never get out alive. Well, in reality, the only way out is through. Hey, Funny Book starts right now.
Hey, Funny Book.
Hello and welcome. I am the Letter Hack, a.k.a. Matt Strackmine, a.k.a. the Letter Hack, and you are watching Hey, Funny Book, the show about politics, art, comics, and the art of comics, and the politics of art, and the art of politics and propaganda, all this stuff. We've been talking a lot about graffiti lately, a lot about street art and the dynamics of it. And I started out by telling you how beautiful it was, and how cool it was, and how groovy it was, and how awesome it was that they could do this, the ability, the craftsmanship, the years and layers of heritage, but also how this stuff is used in wartime, times of oppression and resistance and opposition. We're going to do more of that tonight. Been talking a lot about different kinds of art, but I've been moving in a direction. So if you've been watching this show, every now and then I'll talk about some things that I know, or I'm just planting seeds. And now we're gonna start to expose this stuff. Now we're gonna start to bring this stuff into the light. And that's what tonight's show is all about. Daylight. Now, I always say that I want my own personal art. I make comics and art too. I want my own personal art to see the light of day. I always say that. They go, what do you want out of being an artist? I just want my art to see the light of day. I mean, sure, I want people to see my art, to literally see it. But what I really mean when I say that is that I want my art to have a chance to be seen. And there's a nuance there. And there's lots of ways to make my art seen, but all I really want is for it to exist. Yeah, I could put it online and go, oh, wow, a lot of people are responding to this. That's cool. But I want it to have the chance to exist, which is why I produce it from my mind or my imagination or my inspiration, wherever it comes from. When it's done, I just want it to be something that exists, that's out there forever. And thanks to AI, it fucking will be. The idea, I'm railing on AI a little early tonight. The idea, the concept, whatever it was that occurred to me, I want to give it a chance. I don't make things and go, that's a banger. I put it out there and I want it to have a chance to exist in people's minds, in their eyes, the way they absorb it. That's meaningful to me, and I'm not even there to really participate in it. I just want that to be a possibility. And I think that may be true for the majority of artists on some level, but even still, there's an occasional need to be covert about it, to operate in anonymity or in the shadows. In oppressed times or war times, living under authoritarian rule. They're mass surveillance. They're watching all the time everywhere. It's a little too late for me, but sometimes you have to be undercover. Like when it comes to graffiti art, you need to, be as stealthy as you are artistic. It's not enough to just be good at it. You got to be good at it under like intense conditions. The cops might be coming after you. You got to be really good at that before you can be good at the graffiti. I actually think that's pretty obvious. And so I want to talk about that stuff a lot. But I think what's holding my attention at the moment are the number of artists out there working in broad daylight, right out in the open for all to see. Sometimes literally in the daytime, in actual broad daylight, sometimes just figuratively speaking. But when you're right out in the open for all to see, they do so willingly with the knowledge that the odds are against them. They know the result of their actions may be punishment or more severe. I'm not just talking about like criticism, like that sucks. That guy's not good. I wouldn't have done it that way. Man, you draw a lot of ponies. I'm talking about like art that in these times is pushing back. Artists show up. I'll probably say that again before we're done here. But in these times, when you have a voice and you're putting your art out there, there's risk. And it comes from different directions too. And that's important to talk about. And so we're gonna. Sometimes the very nature of art, or like someone's chosen canvas, is proof that they are well aware of what's going on around them. We're going to look at this. But let's start with bringing issues into the light. Let's start with that. Bringing issues into the light and keeping it into the light. That's something we hear all the time. How does art do that? And so this is what the media would refer to as shining a light on a subject. But is that what it's called when influencers begin doing it? Now, I want to show you a couple of pieces by my artist friend, Greg Ruth. This stuff is amazing. He is amazing. He's an amazing artist. There's Renee Good. This is artist Greg Ruth honoring the victims, two of the victims from Minnesota. And he's asking who's next. Note the bullet holes. It's intense. Greg is an amazing artist. We're on his Instagram page here. Here's Alex Preddy. Now, okay, he's an artist. He drew some pictures. All right. Well, Greg's an illustrator, obviously. But he's not known for this. He's known for creating images of pop culture, like Twin Peaks, Star Wars, Game of Thrones, Dune, etc. I think that's what he's more well known for. He creates album covers and like custom high-end prints. And I just got a Folio Society catalog, and there's somebody holding a book, a Dune book, and he did the illustration. I was like, there's Greg's stuff right there. This is amazing. He's made comics with actor Ethan Hawke, frequent collaborator. And so I interviewed him. You can find this interview on my channel. And so all of that leads to Greg Ruth having a degree of fame and popularity, right? He's known for something, an aesthetic. And he's known for pop culture and different genres in pop culture. And so all of that leads to Greg Ruth having a degree of fame. And it is in situations like this where your fame and popularity has developed a certain audience, and you have a chance to put issues in front of them. You have a chance to say, this really is important. I'm going to talk about this too with my art. Maybe he's got a wide audience where Greg would potentially be unsure of the response that he might get. When your audience is that massive and you're that popular and that famous, you've got all kinds of thoughts going on with the people looking at your stuff. But he did it anyway. And anyone online has been seeing more and more influencers, whether popular, social media accounts or it's filmmakers, etc., talking about not being quiet. This has been happening a lot in the last few weeks. The other thing you may have seen recently was the call from influencers for people to stop following and stop supporting their preferred big accounts, their contemporaries, in other words, their fellow influencers. Influencers are saying stop following influencers who aren't breaking from their regular shit to talk about this and to speak out. What good are you as an influencer if you can't use your platform as leverage? You sure do it to, sell product or whatever. Everyone needs to set aside their fears and anxieties about their audience potentially being upset that they broke format for a day or two. Okay, so now here's a video. This is Greg Root's frequent collaborator. I hope they do more. I don't think they will, but their comics are cool. This is Ethan Hawke, just as an example, and we'll talk about this on the other end.
Never felt scared about what I was going to say until the last couple of years, where you feel like, oh, I have to be careful, or what? I don't know, but there's a kind of fear in the air that I've never felt before, and it's not America. To get to be an artist in a free country, I've had enough of an education to know what a privilege that is, and I don't feel that way anymore, and that's something that has to change.
Now, he could just as easily be talking about cancel culture. Now, I'm afraid to speak out because I might say the wrong thing and get canceled. Not Ethan Hawke. If you know Ethan Hawke, he speaks out about everything all the time. He's a pretty knowledgeable guy. He has a great great way of articulating what people feel about art verbally. Like, he's very cool when it comes to that. And I think what he was talking about there was that the idea that speaking out and saying what's on your mind when politically could have backlash or negative effect, could affect ticket sales, box office, if that matters to him, could affect people wanting to see his movies at all. And he works with a variety of people in front of the camera and behind. That has an effect on them too. Maybe that's what he meant. He's married to somebody famous. His kid, I think they're still married. His kid is famous now. So that's something to think about. I wouldn't just look at that video and go, I know exactly what he's talking about. Ed Norton recently called for a general strike. Let's go. Actors like Julia Louis-Dreyfus and Sally Field are encouraging voters to get involved in state and local elections, but specifically because MAGA is running in local elections and because Trump is trying to mess with how those elections are conducted. That's why they're not just saying, you register to vote. Get out the vote, you guys. It's good. And they paid me to say it. No, I looked it up. They're not getting paid to say it. They're worried about local elections, state and local elections, because of Trump, because of MAGA. They're bringing issues into the light by way of their celebrity. And make no mistake, there is a risk that comes along with speaking out. One of the best examples, an early example at this point, was when LeBron James was being told to shut up and dribble. That's where that came from. Just when everything's going great, you're bringing joy and happiness into the world by the millions, you got to go and ruin everything by getting all political. Well, that's bullshit. It's definitely bullshit now. And I mean, name one conservative celebrity who isn't always fucking political or like overly political. It's time. You're speaking up as a human being and as a United States citizen, not as an actor. You have to be more than your influence. You have to be more, or whatever made you an influencer. You have to be more than whatever made you a celebrity. This is it. And as great as those things are, and as much success and fame as it brings, that's not important at all if innocent people are being murdered by the federal agents. Like, give a fuck what you do. I would never tell you to shut up and dribble because we don't have time to dribble right now, dude. Can you please stop for a sec and just be real? You're seeing this more and more. I can't even bring you all the most recent examples because they're happening right now. This shit is happening. I'll see a clip on Majority Report or something and go, I didn't even catch that one. Wow. Like, this is happening all the time. Even if the world seems to be filled with unsolvable or unfixable problems, we should not allow that to paralyze us. We fight against fascism because it's fascism. If you lay down to fascism, you're not getting back up. It's that simple. And the loudest voices, the people with microphones shoved in their faces every time they leave the house, need to be the first to speak out. Do you know how many times Ethan Hawke had a camera and a microphone in his face that fucking day? Come on. Why is Mark Ruffalo the only one? Right? Did you see Billie Eilish said, or Billie Eilish, I don't know these people, but she said, like, you're on stolen land. And then the indigenous people were like, actually, you live in LA and own property there, and that is stolen fucking land. So if you're legit, you can go now. See what I'm saying? Like, good on her. Message got out. She's going to be fine. She's just think when everybody figured out that Taylor Swift was doing more to single-handedly kill the planet with her private jet than anything else, any industry. It's crazy. Like, the least you could do is use your FaceTime with the fucking camera and the microphones being, directed at you 24/7. The least you could do is say, this is some bullshit. Abolish ICE. Fuck ICE. Being canceled over anti-ICE right now is an acceptable risk. It just is. Like, this might get me canceled, but it doesn't matter. I'm trying to save lives, and I don't know what else to do. And it means there's enough people out there who know that it means you believe in allowing people to have dignity, to be treated with kindness and fairness, even if they did something wrong, even if they're not supposed to be here, even if they didn't follow the rules, whatever the fuck those rules are. By who? Who made them? We're always like, oh, if you got to follow the rule. What rules, motherfucker? Every 4 years, somebody undoes that shit. What are your fucking sacred rules? Get out of here with this. Like, be real. What are we talking about? Dignity, kindness, fairness, compassion. It's called human compassion. It's what a human would feel for another one without all this bullshit politics going on and all the K-fab on cable news and legacy media trying to pit people against each other all the time. Get off Facebook. It's the most basic thing we could make a call on. It's the most basic thing you can make a call to action for. Believing in the rule of law and that it applies to those who aren't meant to uphold it is what I like. Come on. Or who are meant, like, if you're the cops, you should follow the law, is what I'm saying. ICE is acting outside of any sort of regulations, rules, laws, or training, and it's bullshit. I don't know if you guys have seen this chart. It's the most, I'm going to do a whole episode about charts, by the way. Planting seeds. I got a whole episode coming about charts. It's going to blow your mind. There's a chart that shows how ICE has been funded this year as compared to every other year. And it's like, it's the most, it looks like a joke. It's like a line across the bottom for like, ever since it's been around. And then like Empire State's building. Ridiculous. But for an influencer to lose a few hundred or a few thousand Instagram followers because they made it clear what their position is on the real fucking world is not a risk at all in my mind. That's cost of doing business. Ethan Hawke and all the other celebrities out there, they're going to be rich forever. I mean, if they don't get into tax trouble, that seems to be their downfall every time. They're going to be rich for a while. They're going to be fine. So what's to lose, honestly? Less microphones and cameras in your face? Okay, I'm sure you wouldn't mind that. But like if you did want cameras and launch your own media outlet, I did it. We're not using any money here. Ed Norton's got cash. He can call for a general strike. Is he going to organize it? And is he not going to do that because there's risk? Maybe he's doing it behind the scenes. I don't know. But look, I don't mean to downplay the real risk to activism either. Being in the streets face to face with feds and cops, these observers, it's amazing. We're going to remember the term observers because of this. Like on all levels, you leave your safety behind to different degrees as soon as you make a move. It takes courage. People will say like, Matt, you're just sitting up here spouting off in front of a camera. Yeah, well, the internet is written in permanent ink. This shit is recorded. It's out there. Like, it's not like I just went to a protest. That's enough about me. It takes courage. But don't forget what they say. Courage is the absence of fear. Let's look at more art by some very unafraid people. I got to tell you guys, artists fucking show up. In times like this, artists show up. There is so much fuck ice art out there. There's no way I'll ever be able to get through it all. Here's one of Bane breaking some ice guy's back. Shit is awesome. That's the Instagram account right there. Jevin Loop Art. I tried to pick ones that have the Instagram account in it. Here's another one. This is the Punisher macing an ice guy right in the face. But and like you might go, oh, that's so brutal. No, it's exactly what these fuckers do. This is what ice does to people. They mace them right in their face at that close a proximity. This is realistic. But it previously was the kind of thing the Punisher would do because he's a psychopath. But they're everywhere. And I love this one because cops and stuff, they always try and use the Punisher logo. And the Punisher's like, fuck you. Jeremy Heil Art, Instagram. Now, look, a lot of these are just out there. And I'm like, who did it? How do we figure out who did it? It's not signed. It's just out there. There's so much of it. And that's what I mean. Like, you want to give your art a chance to exist. You want it to be in the light of day. Somebody put this online and people are just fucking running with it. They're just putting it all over the place. They're not even like crediting anybody with it. Massive. And like Cyclops using his beams from the X-Men, that the Avengers Doomsday teaser had a similar image. So like, boom, right in there. Zeitgeist, you're right in there. French magazine Charlie Hebdo, famous satirical comics magazine. Says it all. There's the international perspective for you. This is a good one. Look at this Ghost Rider. Now look, I'm trying to get this guy on the show. Really want to hold back a little bit till I get him on the show. But he did a great X-Men or Wolverine. He did a great Wolverine. He did a Punisher as well. He'll do whole comics pages with lettering. So he really gets into it. I'm trying to get him on. Now, look, in this case, I got to let you know. that, and this is the case. Like a lot of this stuff is being sold as like prints and whatnot, t-shirts, that kind of stuff. And this guy, check this out. Timothy Doyle, might be Doyle, actually, might be Doyle. Check this out. He did the flames and the fuck ice that was in that Ghost Rider image as an enamel pin. This is the kind of thing you really want if you're going to be out there, you know, and you want to let them have it. There it is. Pretty cool. And, you know, I'll say it again. Artists show up. You know why? Because it's easy. Because we spend all of our time sharing with each other how this is the vendor I use for enamel pins. This is the cost that I get for these quantities. Here's their turnaround time. Because we're always going to cons and festivals, sometimes like every weekend for months at a time. Some people just do that full time. And it's like you want a reliable vendor who can get you your shit quick and get it to you at your next location, destination, at a hotel or whatever, right? So when it comes to stuff like this, like advocating for something or embracing an activism, it's really easy. You just, oh, I got the art, fire it off. It's going to cost this much. I'll get it back in this amount of time. If I want to sell them, I can sell for this much and make my money back. Or like in a lot of cases, the proceeds go to, and that might be the case with this one. Maybe not. I forget. But there's so much out there that a lot of them, the proceeds are going to like pro-immigration orgs or relief centers. I have 2 guests coming on next week. Should be on next week. Musicians. It's going to be a really fun interview. I'm really looking forward to it. Right here next week, Wednesday, 9 p.m. Eastern. And we will they have a song that's out now, and the proceeds, if you buy it off Bandcamp or whatever, the proceeds go to such a thing. So there's a lot of charity involved in this stuff. Because look, yeah, okay, he could probably make quite a bit of money off these. He probably will inevitably. But like, he's not doing it for that. He made those images and that resonated. So he said, have the enamel pins. I was ordering some of these up anyway, because that's what I fucking do. So I'll just add it to the store. So now everyone can, if you like this and everyone's saying it, here you go. Fire it up. Literally fire it up. They're doing their part to spread awareness either way. There's a lot of AI bullshit out there. There was an article about a visual for Alex Peretti, and somebody had a big AI generated image of him with doves and candles and shit. And I was like, you just ruined it for me. I mean, because now all I'm thinking is if something ever happens to me where there's like a need for a vigil and somebody makes an AI image of me, I'm going to fucking lose it. As a ghost, there's no wrath that you could suppress from the beyond if someone were to show me in an AI image. You know what? I'm going to pay people to make sure that doesn't happen. I'm going to get an attorney that will sue anybody who does that shit. I'm going to pay him in advance and be like, if anything happens to me and the art's not hand drawn, I'm not going to do that. Don't worry. You're good. You're good. You're good. Don't do the AI thing, please. It's just so oh God. It's like you don't know where somebody's at with that stuff. Unless Peretti had like a Facebook page full of AI. Otherwise, that could be really like inappropriate. Anyway. But you know, you can find I look, there's so much abolish ICE shit out there right now. And it, for the most part, maybe not on the retail side, but on the creator side, when it comes to Comic-Cons and comic festivals and anime festivals, these are some of the coolest, like most down liberal inclusive communities you're going to find. They're all so fun. You're going to be seeing this fuck ice stuff everywhere, unless like a con has a policy against it. And if they do, hopefully there's reporting on it and I'll make you aware of it. We're going to talk about some limitations that a certain con has been putting on things lately. This is good. This is good in this case. More bringing into the light. Real quick, I want to show you some art from the greater community. This is incredible. I know you've already seen it. If you haven't, okay, I'll hook you up, but you probably have, and that's okay. It's not redundant because we can't get enough of this stuff. Recent article here. Comics for Liam invites comic creators from around the U.S. and the world to create art in support of Liam, Conejo Ramos, and families impacted by ICE. I think we can agree this is something special that we can all get behind. Full details of Comics Action, hashtag Comics for Liam initiative in the press release below. We're asking artists to draw pictures of Liam Ramos that you think might make this particular boy feel happy and cared for. Maybe drawings of things he might love. Maybe pictures of Liam himself as you think he might like to be seen. Please post your art with the hashtags, hashtag Comics for Liam, and a link to comicsforliam.com, which lists fundraisers for Liam and others victimized by ICE, and links to organizations that support immigrants. Now, this is good because, look, obviously, there's a lot of kids in detention centers, and it is heartbreaking, and it is fucking horrible. But this one kid, it's the perfect way. It's like, oh, it resonates with you? Okay, this issue is now being brought into the light. We're shining a light on it. Because every time we talk about Liam Ramos, we say, by the way, it's important to remember he's one of hundreds, maybe more. And we don't know what's happening to those kids. We don't know where they're going. If ICE is this bad in the public eye on fucking camera, what are they doing behind the scenes? What are they capable of? People go to detention centers and die right away. So just imagine there's children in there. This kid was 5. So guidelines, please avoid images of Liam in danger or sad, right? Please avoid images that include violence or would otherwise be inappropriate for a 5-year-old. Please, no AI use at all. Boom. Thank you. Please do not post your images on X. Fuck Twitter. That's what I'm saying. So here's some. And we'll look at some more. A lot of people are reposting and a lot of people are showing, their favorites and also like the rules and the guidelines. Look at this one. That's great. Talk about physical media. This is amazing. This is amazing. Just think about this kid one day is going to be like, can't look at the internet without just seeing thousands of pictures of me. This may have inspired him to a life of activism. You don't know. You don't know. The former Congressman John Lewis from Georgia, when he was, I think, 14 years old, he saw a comic book, 10-cent comic book. You can get this online. There's a high-res PDF online you can read. It's about Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks. And it inspired him to, travel a short distance to meet Martin Luther King. And that inspired him on a life of activism and public service. A comic book. Just imagine if the comic book were about him and an ordeal that he had to endure. That's pretty powerful stuff. John Lewis, by the way, ended or by the end of his life, he's passed away. Made his own comics. If you can learn from art and comic books, you can teach and communicate with them. You can educate with them, and he did. There's 3 books, and they just put out one big omnibus. You can get them. There was another version, like a paperback, I think, where you could buy them all in one book. And now they just put out a new one. I'll probably talk about this next week or the week after. But available as of February 1st, I believe, from IDW Publishers. All right. So that very touching, heartwarming. Of course, there's a list of, if you go to that website, there's a list of organizations that you could be donating to. We need to fight this on all fronts. Okay. San Diego Comic-Con recently pulled the cord on AI. And although it may not be immediately obvious, I do think there's a risk to that. Let's look at the article. We're not going to read the whole thing. Nobody got no time for reading whole articles. But I will show it to you and read some of it. San Diego Comic-Con bans AI art following backlash. Is there a place for AI imagery at comic book conventions? No, there's fucking not. San Diego Comic-Con, the world's otherwise known as SDCC. I've been several times. It's amazing. The world's biggest comic book convention, because it's international, has banned AI art from its 2026 Comic-Con art show, which, unlike the main event, is free and open to the public. The previous policy in place since at least 2024 allowed AI art as long as it was marked not for sale, NFS, and clearly identified as AI generated. If one of the parameters in its creation was something similar to done in the style of, that information must be added to the description. It's like when I draw Sam Cedar as Mr. Burns in Francis Ford Coppola's Dracula. Like, I'd have to say this is in the style of a lot of shit. Earlier this month, artists began speaking out against the policy. Now, if we're talking about AI artists, I'm not calling them artists. They're not artists. So the people who are no longer allowed to be involved probably spoke out. But let's see. Carla Ortiz, an artist who has worked on films in the Marvel Cinematic Universe and is a plaintiff in an artist lawsuit against several AI companies, was among those to condemn the policy on Bluesky. She called it a disgrace to allot valuable space to Gen AI users to show slop right next to actual artists who work their asses off to be there. So she said about the 2024 policy, like, I don't care if it's marked AI or not, get it out of here. In response to the backlash, Comic-Con quietly updated its guidelines to take a hard line against AI. So, see, pushback works, okay? As reported by Culture Crave and 404, the new guidelines state that material created by artificial intelligence, AI, either partially or wholly, is not allowed in the art show. If there are questions, the art show coordinator will be the sole judge of acceptability. As a press time or this article, the organization did not respond to requests for comment. So how do artists feel? I am no fan of AI. I've already seen it destroy the livelihoods of talented people. Animator Jody Ray Charity, who sells work at industry events like New York City Comic-Con, wrote on Instagram, as an older, traditionally trained illustrator and animator, I take pride in the process of creating. It's something I've studied and practiced for decades. AI is not only detrimental to the environment, it also causes financial, ethical, and emotional damage to the art community and its artists, many of whom are small business owners selling their own art. Sarah Meyer, as opposed to like a gallery or an agent selling their art. Sarah Meyer, a comic book artist who has attended and shown at comic conventions for 23 years, wrote in an email, I hope more conventions, big and small, will ban AI. Their artist allies will actively ensure they're hiring artists who do not use it to provide their signage program or badge art mascot. So there's a lot of ways that AI can slip through. Are cons welcoming AI art? AI bans are becoming increasingly common at industry events and are in place at Anime New York City, Crunchyroll Expo, and Anime Los Angeles, according to Forbes. In San Diego, the new AI ban art show extends a prohibition on AI that reportedly was already in place inside the convention center at the Con's Artist Alley, where independent artists sell their wares. AI work will become increasingly difficult to detect, wrote the blog Plagiarism Today. The question isn't whether AI will make it on the convention show floor. It's a matter of how and what response it will get when it's there. Sarah Cascone, senior writer for ArtNet. ArtNet's a good one. I love ArtNet. I'm at ArtNet all the time. I don't know how to promote a website. Sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't know. But then, there's going to be the reason it might be negative is not a shut up and dribble. It's not like somebody saying SDC shut up and dribble. No, they are dribbling. This is what they do. But I think that one day there's a lot of like legit computer generated art or 3D art. I don't know why they call it 3D. It's not like you put on glasses, but anyway, that is being mistaken for AI, and it's fucked up. So like, there's people out there who are a little too quick to be like, no, AI, get him out of here. And it's like, is the artist in the room to defend himself? Or did you look into it at all? So like, another thing I like to pay attention to on Instagram and social media is like the big accounts that decipher and really help you like learn, or help the average person learn how to break it down. But even they will tell you like it's getting better. I mean, one day you're not gonna be able to tell. 2025 was the last year you could passively look at images and video online without questioning it or verifying the source. But again, here we are, shining a light on a situation where these people typing prompts tried to encroach on an entire industry. AI art is just dishonest by nature. See, San Diego Comic-Con tried half-stepping it first, but there ain't no half-stepping. It's not good enough to market AI. Just get it out of here. We don't need it. It's theft. All right, I'm going to show you a video of a guy that I've shown before. This guy, he makes chalk art. Very good geometric shapes. You're not really going to see the art in this video, though. He loves to put videos of himself out being harassed by cops, and people think he does it on purpose, whereas I think he's, once again, shining a light on something. I'll show it to you now. Check this out.
Am I the first sidewalk chalk artist you've ever stopped, or do you do this a lot?
Actually, it's my first contact.
Huh? It's wild. Just asking, would you arrest or ticket kids for it?
I just suggest moving on your way, okay?
Guardianness, we don't do it to kids.
Okay, but do you ticket parents for this? Because I've never heard of any parents. Yeah. Yes, sir. Still out here spreading creativity.
Yeah, but you know what? Wrong date.
What?
You can arrest someone for sidewalk chalk.
Yes, as a matter of fact, because City Council voted that to be against the law.
How come you'll never go forward with it? If you want to write a ticket, 3 officers to address the sidewalk chalk are wasting tax dollars. And do it on camera, like, sounds like some bad publicity for you, Mr. Homo Badge 386. You're really going to waste our city tax dollars doing this?
I'm glad you read my badge number and my name. You got it. Now, I'm going to tell you again.
I wish you would protect and serve and stop fucking around with this.
I want you to stop fucking around the bus stop and stop making my
Oh, you cursing at me, bro. How much you get paid? You don't curse at citizens, bro.
I'm not your bro. Can't figure that out. I'll just take you to jail for pedestrian the roadway. Back away from me.
Oh, you're pushing me.
And I'm about to put you on the ground in handcuffs.
Ooh.
Whoa.
You got ID?
Why
You got ID?
Because we're getting calls on you, and we're not going to be coming.
It's not against the law, though.
It's against the law. Pick
Can you
somewhere
show
else
me?
to go.
Because it
I'm
has
gonna
to be.
show you, man. Listen,
It has to be
I'm gonna ID you and
indelible.
put you in cuffs and take you in. Now, you either get your shit and go, or we fucking go to jail for it and let them figure it out the courts.
Guys, he's telling me he's going to detain me. Can you show me where this is illegal?
Right now, I'm giving you a lawful order, sir. I'm asking you to stop or I'm going to put your handcuffs and detain you. Do you understand?
For what?
Sir, go ahead and stand up for me. Since you can't listen, I'm detaining you right now.
Guys, I'm getting arrested right now.
For chalk.
Hey, the police are out here messing with me. I'm just trying to do my sidewalk chalk.
Hold on.
Look at this.
It's okay. We tried to talk to you.
We tried to talk to you.
Be civilized.
Put down the
We
chalk
wanna give you a break.
and back away
Now you're
from
pushing
the
us
heart.
to do this.
I'm not pushing you to do this. You're
Yes,
choosing
no,
to
you
do
are.
this because you're bullying.
Oh, we're bullying. So breaking the law.
He does have a video of a cop who comes over and he's like, "Hey, how's it going?" The cop's like, "Pretty good." And he's like, "Did somebody call you?" And he goes, "Yeah." And he's like, "Well," and the cop's like, "You're good." I don't. Fuck, am I supposed to arrest you? But then you get all these other cops who are like, "You're going to jail." Like, holy shit. And where'd that comment go? I just saw a comment where, yeah, shit, where is it? Something about like, yeah, here it is. Imagine you're a high school bully. Understand he's probably a cop now. This is what, think about ICE. Like all those Pardon January 6 guys, all the Proud Boys, the Patriot Front. Yeah. Those were high school bullies too. And then they became worse. And now they're federal agents allowed to do whatever they want. There's a rumor they're not getting paid. I hope that's true. I hope they're all miserable. Fuck them. There's no way you're going to have that job and be happy. That doesn't work like that. The fact is, like, in this case, it's fucking chalk. Okay? It'll wash. Wait for it to rain, for Christ's sake. Think about all the hopscotch you've ever seen. I know that there's Karens out there and certain HOAs who get hostile about that, but like cops, come on. Like, this is where you employ don't you have real criminals to arrest? But, and also like the art is beautiful. It's amazing how he keeps it all like it's geometric, but it's all proportionate. Like it's perfectly drawn the way he does it. It's really incredible to be able to stand there and like hassle him without going like, how the fuck did you do this with chalk, dude? Like, it's amazing. It's an artist minding his own business, trying to add some color and design to the world in a world of increasingly less opportunities for that. Although we'll show you how some people persevere in just a moment. Trying to bring color and design into the world, something unique. The world around him. Nobody's looking down. I mean, they're looking at their fucking phone. They're not going to look at chalk and be like, oh, should be arrested. Have you ever seen chalk art and thought somebody should be arrested? If you have, turn the channel. It's either, a power trip or some stupid rule that everything should be, like so-called vandalism or a crime. But the point is, no matter this guy's motivations for making these compilations, he's got a lot of them. You could say, well, he keeps doing it, man. He knows what's going to happen. I think the guy is right out in the open, as persistent as ever, and he knows they'll come for him. He knows the risk involved. This is the greater point. He's doing something knowing there's risk, because then he can turn around and put these people on blast. He can put these cops on notice. They're out there now. You can see them just getting hostile and jumping out of their car and be like, well, you're going to jail. It's like, what? Is that the job? The second I talk back, fuck you, you're going to jail. Like, whoa. So I think that's, maybe it was an indirect public service, but it's a public service. But there's a risk. He's accepted the risk. Daylight, broad daylight, walking around, streets, public, right out in the open. Knows they're going to do. Knows he's going to get the cops showing up. And as a result, perhaps indirectly, he's put the light on unfair police versus citizen situations. Now, he's making people think, making people ask questions. Like, why is this a problem? Do you arrest kids? Do you ticket their parents for this? And they're like, yeah, I would. Yeah, but why, dude? What the fuck? Look what they did to Liam Ramos. Look what they're doing to all these kids in ICE. They'll get you for fucking drawing chalk on the sidewalk. Does this seem right to everyone? Am I nuts? What the fuck is going on here? It's been a police state. They're just not afraid to act like it anymore. I mean, they haven't been for a while. More on chalk next week. Trust me. Or maybe the week after. I'm not sure. But coming up, during any resistance effort, a piece of chalk can prove to be a very useful tool. And we'll talk about that. Okay. There are a lot of people in the streets at night decked out in, or right now, daytime, nighttime, whatever, decked out in like armor, helmets, full-scale military assault on the American people. And look, I'm a huge fan of Batman, so like I get it, right? Like there are some times where I look at a movie and go, "Oh, cool! Look at all the gear. Look at those guns. Look at that car with the guns on it. It's bad." I was a G.I. Joe fan as a kid. This is different. We can see the distinction here. This is a lot different. Now, some folks have seen this. Lots of Batman showing up at protests and rallies and whatnot. He was at a town hall recently. You may have seen this. Check this out.
We have Batman and then Lucila Ortiz.
What the f are we doing here? Seriously, you have had months to prepare for this upcoming event. I don't give a damn if this is outside of decorum. People are dying on our streets every single day in this country because we allow this federal government to walk all over you. Look me in the eye. Can any one of you go home to your children and tell them that you did everything you could to protect their classmates?
Okay, badass, right? All right, say what you want. Say what you want about him dressed up, how he's talking, whatever you want. Batman is the nighttime thing. That's Shadow's guy. If you see Batman, it's because he wanted you to see him. And here he is in the middle of the day. And that's the first thing I thought. Batman wants you to see him. This means something. This symbol, we know what this means. If you're afraid when you see Batman, that's on you. If you're not afraid, hey, you have nothing to fear. So I applaud this, right? It is funny in a way. I wouldn't do it. Oh, and just so everyone knows, that wasn't the real Batman. Batman lives in Gotham City. That was Santa Clara, California. So that's not the real Batman, just so you know. But there is a guy who dresses up in costume who is on the streets doing his part to serve and protect his community like Batman would. But this guy isn't operating in the shadows. He's not a billionaire by day. At least I don't think he is. People know him. He's right out in the open. Again, say what you want about these folks, but in a world where there's a lot of armor and costumes and masks and helmets and shit, it's all very negative and scary. There's got to be a positive version of it out there. So I'm going to show you a couple of videos I put together from YouTube and Instagram channel called Human Project, and it's human spelled HUMN_project. So no A in human. Check them out. They do some good interviews. This one featuring the masked hero Skyline.
Tornado kick, my chain whip. I have a 3A plate under here. Oh, my ouch pouch. I've got more Narcan, a tourniquet, nice and ready to go. Military surplus stores, pawn shops, looked on the Facebook marketplace. Very nice. Bringing out a weapon is only going to escalate it more. They're Ziploc handcuffs. They're tabby boots. This is a Simba surf helmet, so it's rated for like falling onto rocks. Oops. My fly's down. He's just yelling, white power, white power. I was actually at an Ice Watch just this last Sunday. One of them followed me to my car, starts just questioning like, man, like, what's the suit for? You plan on causing trouble or anything? And I'm like, no. I'm trying to do, civil accountability, civil service. And the second I tell him, like, I'm here because I'm just trying to make sure ICE is held accountable for kidnapping innocent people. And he switches up like that. He just immediately switches up and he's all like, nah, we gotta get rid of all the immigrants. We gotta help make this a white ethno state. And I'm like, hell no, I'm gonna walk away because he's trying to agitate me. He's trying to make me mad. And the whole time as I'm walking away, he's just yelling, white power, white power.
Okay, so confronting ICE. I've been to a lot of Comic Cons. I've seen a lot of cosplay, some shit that would put any Hollywood costume designer to shame. They did it in their garage or their bedroom or some shit. It's amazing. I've seen other guys show up in underoos and I'm like, dude, or like pajamas. And I'm like, that's not, yeah, I know you might feel like Superman right now, but you're embarrassing yourself. Now, this guy, on the other hand, that's a well thought out fucking costume. That's a real deal. He's ready for any situation. He's a perfect guy to stand up to ICE. Whose community is that? That's Skyline's fucking community. Obviously, he's walking around making sure that he's a positive presence. He goes out at night, but he's right out in the open. Daylight. He's helping people in need. It's way cooler than Batman at City Council. Way cooler. Again, not the real Batman, just so you know. He's not out there protecting capitalism or sending people to jail for petty crimes or like chalk art. I'm sure Skyline isn't out there like beating the shit out of people for chalk art. Those cops were pushing him, by the way. He's defending his community when there is a need. He isn't looking for the need. His presence doesn't create crime. People will say, well, before Batman, there weren't all these masked villains and supervillains. So Batman's kind of made them, inspired them. Sort of like how the cops got to find crime. It's like the more cops, the more crime. But everything was fine before. Yeah, but they were drawn on the sidewalk with chalk. And now we're here and we're going to stop it. And it's like, dude, nobody fucking cares. But defending his community when there's a need. And that doesn't always mean physical confrontation, although that is one hell of a roundhouse kick he had there. That was pretty badass. So he's a positive, protective presence. You know, is there a world where we could have ICE and everyone's like, I actually feel a lot safer? Like the majority of people are like, I'm glad ICE is here. Is there a world like that? I think it's too late for that world, personally. I think we're beyond the point of no return on that shit. Okay. I want to turn to Gaza now. You want to talk about artists? I want to talk about Gaza artists. Everything we've watched in this episode has been related to the U.S. stance against ICE pretty much. That's it's a focal point. I admit it. And I could seriously go on for hours sharing all the examples of musicians wearing fuck ICE t-shirts on stage or comic book artists stepping up with pieces against ICE. I'll try to show you as much of that as I can, as long as it's out there. Hopefully there's no need, and that's real boring shit. I'll continue to share those. But while it may be inspirational to see all of that, it may inspire us all, to do our part. Let's just be real for a moment, okay? We were being real, but let's be real. The true inspiration, the real deal, in other words, does not come from our privileged society like here in the U.S. What's going on with ICE is the last straw. But unfortunately, it doesn't end here. So we're in it now. We're riding it out. Batman at City Council meeting, Ethan Hawke talking about issues. Doesn't end with that. It's only just the beginning. The real test is, where are we all at with acceptable risk of advocacy and activism in 5 or 10 years from now? Where are we at then? We always go, where were you? Where are you at 5 to 10 years from now when this shit is way worse? Because it's going to be. What about when the checkpoints are up and the elections are a thing of the past and there's no Congress buildings lie in rubble and the death toll is unimaginable. This shit happens all over the world, all the time, every day. We're all like, did you see what happened? Yeah, this country's responsible for it. Full-on genocide. So what do you do when that is here? Because the shit that's going on with ICE, people are like, I only see that in, North Korea and shit like that. Well, it's here. So who's to say the rest of it isn't going to be here too? Where are you then? Where are the artists? Do they step up? How do they step up? I don't personally know for myself. I think I know, but I can't be sure until the time comes. You know how it's like, if there was a terrorist on the plane, I'd kick his ass. Well, would you though? I know you want to, but would you? I think I would. I'm not sure. I think I would. The fame that would come with it afterward. My YouTube channel would go through the roof. We're talking million subs overnight. I think I would take on the terrorist. But anyway, in the meantime, I look for inspiration for real world examples where unfortunately the devastation is a part of daily life. And in that, in that case, you look right at Gaza, but look at this art.
Gaza, walls rarely stand untouched. Those that remain after 2 years of devastation now carry new meaning. Words, colors, messages. Across the Strip, ruined walls have become galleries. From painted veins rising out of rubble to symbols of freedom and life. Graffiti in Gaza transforms destruction into moments of imagination and breath among the ruins. For Ahmed Harara, art is resistance. He paints on walls and collapsed buildings to turn destruction into expression.
برسم من وأنا عمري 10 سنين.
I've been drawing since I was 10 years old. I practice art in all its forms, including visual art and graffiti. This talent became a source of income for me. Later, we began to draw about what's happening to the Palestinian people, the siege, and the many kinds of suffering they have lived through.
بعديها صرنا نمارس ونرسم.
Ahmed is not painting alone. Beside him, a new generation is learning, watching, helping, imagining a future through color.
أنا اسمي كريم.
My name is Kareem. I help my uncle Ahmed so I can draw with him and learn from him. When I grow up, I want to be like him, an artist.
زيه فنان.
Passers-by stop, gaze in admiration and express their amazement at the Free Palestine mural. Their reactions reflect a mix of wonder, hope, and a deep connection to the message.
معنى فلسطين. The meaning of Palestine is the meaning of freedom, the meaning of hope, the meaning of life. Palestine lives despite the killing, despite the destruction, despite the rubble. It is drawn on destroyed walls, destroyed homes, and rubble.
Free Palestine is chanted at solidarity protests around the world. Behind me, Ahmed is inscribing the words into the ruins of one of hundreds of thousands of destroyed houses in Gaza. It's not just a graffiti, it's a message of resilience from people who refuse to be silenced.
In Gaza, graffiti is more than art, and a declaration that despite everything, its people are still here. Ibrahim Al-Khalili, Al Jazeera, Gaza City, Palestine.
Don't miss out.
That's a big deal. Al Jazeera reporting. It's a big deal. Can you bring yourself to find a new canvas like that? Can you bring yourself to ever make art again? Surely if you live there, there's a ripple effect. Even if you yourself aren't injured, you know people. Think about it. Look at the world around you, where you lived, where you were born and raised, where you made art to bring happiness into the world. And then genocide. Can you still do it? Can you bring yourself to do it again? All right, let's read an article. The art of resistance, Palestinian graffiti artists take on Israel walls. Graffiti and street art have long been the mouthpiece for populations that are neglected, ignored, and criminalized by the state. Whether it's New York, Berlin, or Bethlehem, street artists have used walls as canvases to express truths about how they're living. The Berlin Wall was iconic for Westerners, particularly Americans who saw the graffiti on its western face as a tribute to the brand of freedom in the face of the USSR's stark dictatorial graffiti zone on the wall's eastern face. Palestinians live with their own version of separation walls built by the Israeli state, the West Bank Wall and the Iron Wall. They see these 30-foot concrete and barbed wire walls as literal apartheid, while Israel characterizes them as security barriers. The West Bank Wall strays as far as 18 kilometers into Palestinian territory and is 708 kilometers, that's 439 miles long. The Gaza Wall is 65 kilometers or 40 miles long. All along, there's some like AI art being advertised right there. This is making me crazy. All along the Palestinian side of these walls is graffiti that express their continued resistance to the ongoing Israeli occupation and militarization of their territory. The Israeli side of this wall is hauntingly blank, recalling East Germany's crackdown on freedom of expression, where people are forced to show agreement with their government and state. You see blank walls, like in the historically dictatorial regimes of the USSR, China, and North Korea. The UN declared Israel's wall to be a violation of international law around facilitating the free movement of the Palestinian people. According to the UN, quote, 645 movement obstacles are spread across the West Bank, and 339 prevent or restrict access to main roads, city hub services, and farmland, with a severe impact on Palestinians. In Palestinian territory, the wall reminds the people living in the apartheid state to persevere in the face of ongoing oppression. However, it's also become a tourist attraction for voyeuristic Westerners who book rooms at Banksy's The Waldorf Hotel. I've been telling people for a long time, Banksy is a piece of shit, where they can book a presidential suite in Bethlehem that overlooks Israel's wall while they sleep in a room painted by Banksy. Very cute and not at all exploitative or gross. What I want to highlight today is the artwork that aims to give Palestinians hope, even as they live in a nightmarish totalitarian world surrounded by barriers and IDF soldiers. While some of this was painted by international artists like Banksy, most of the work of Palestinian graffiti artists expressing their reality on stark concrete walls built by their oppressors. Check out this gallery of Palestinian resistance art below and imagine waking up to a walled-in world every day of your life, your parents' lives, your grandparents' lives, and your children's lives. How about that? Good stuff. Banksy lives in the shadows. You don't know who that is, right? Ooh, nobody knows who he is. Yeah. It's hiding in anonymity. He or she or them, whatever. Banksy's a coward in my mind. They have nothing on these artists. doing their work right out in the open. He's not only a coward, but he's a fraud, and he's making cash hand over fist on the backs of victims of a genocide and oppression. Quick note, I want everyone out there to remember that when times feel tough in the U.S., we feel like it's just, one big fight and it can't get worse and nothing works and it's all misery. I want you to remember that the people living in the ruins and rubble and total devastation in Palestine still have to pay their rent and their bills. They're walled in, denied access, so says the UN. It's a genocide and they still have to pay. Who do they have to? It's incredibly horrible. So as bad as it is here, we can rest on our privilege a little bit while we decide how are we going to react when it's worse. Now, we're not done with graffiti and street art as a topic, and it's increasingly, becoming more useful. Trust me. This is the way of the future. Communication is going to get very low tech. But we're not done with it by a long shot. I kind of wish we were, but we're not. Safe to say I'll have more talk about graffiti in the coming weeks, but specifically in regards to times of war, oppression, and when there's a resistance. For now, check me out at youtube.com/letterhack every Monday night at 9:00, where I'm doing interviews and live streaming. Please watch this space where we are building a true collective. It's working class, independent live streamers and content creators. We're in the midst of a subscriber drive. It's just our first week. Our second week will end with the special Friday stream, but we are here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for now. And it's funny that we're going to end with our subscriber drive with a marathon stream when our average on air time 4 days a week is 10 to 12 hours. So if anyone's capable of a marathon, it would be us. Look, this is important. Like I was saying at the top of the show, we are amplifying voices. You need people you can rely on. When you can't trust journalism or journalists to act in good faith, when they're leaving the industry in disgust, they're being laid off by the thousands, when they're being arrested and jailed, you need people you can rely on who don't have to, we're not beholden to any owners. We don't have talking points. We tell it like it is. We speak the fucking truth. And being perfect isn't the goal. It's our effort to do better. That is what we can be proud of. But we all have a voice, and we all accept risk by using our voice, like we've been talking about tonight. And that's, so be it. That's the way it is. So we may as well use them together, and we may as well show our strength in numbers, because after all, we have the numbers. Instead of just one Batman at City Council, that's not the real Batman, by the way, just to be clear. Batman lives in Gotham City, not Santa Clara. That wasn't the real Batman. Let's instead be a whole fucking Justice League out there, every single one of those meetings, letting them hear it. But at any rate, your art, your voice, your activism, while there may be a time to act covertly, there is increasingly a need for us all to stand in the light of day, and for all to hear and for all to see what we have to say. Left Past 10 starts right now.
Shut up!
Turn it off.
It's a good song. Oh, it's got those drums in it. I like this song because it sounds like a panic attack.
I'm always
What was that?
panicking. Just Carlos is joining us today.
Appreciate that.
Matt made Carlos into the soundboard, that piece of shit. Why is that a soundboard? Why am I? I did not say that. That was not
Wild
me.
Panther's also joining us.
What the fuck is going on? That was not
It's,
me. Why is Matt
uh,
on the screen? Get him out of here.
It's the new intro.
The new intro. All right.
I added, first of all, this is very savvy. I isolated the dialogue, the vocals without the music
Mhm.
from when you said that last week at the end of the show.
How did you do that? How'd you isolate
And I
it?
put it on
How'd you
our
isolate
regular
it?
intro.
But how'd you isolate it? What was the
I
process?
asked somebody to help me with it.
And how did they do it?
I don't know. It's probably AI.
So you're telling me
No, they
without
have.
my consent, you fed my voice into an artificial intelligence.
I don't think so. I don't think it was AI. I thought that's where you were going with it. I don't think it is. And there's different kinds of AI. Your voice is being fed into an AI right now.
I hope.
By the
not.
way,
Why is Jake a cartoon?
yeah, what's going on, Jake?
Because I live by strange. No, my green screen is broken.
Okay, you don't have any blank walls you can sit in front of.
I do, but I took in frustration all my lights down and what have you, so it would just look like a grainy blue and black screen.
Let's give it a shot.
No, ma'am. I'm enjoying being
You're a
off
VTuber
camera.
now.
Yeah.
I have the largest green screen you can buy. Like,
oh, nice.
The outside of like a professional, like, there are some big enough, like too big for the room I'm in, but like, it's like 7 feet wide.
I've
by
never
7 tall
even
or
in my
something.
life conceived of a reason to have a green screen.
I did for a while. I was between studios, and then I was like, it was discounted, and I had the money, so I was like, that'll come in handy.
And
Yeah,
as it
StreamYard kind of sucks at green screen, but yeah, it's come in handy before.
Yeah, I just kind of like the simplicity of it, you know?
Why did they choose green? Is it because it rhymes?
No, because technically it just worked that way.
Because they
couldn't use
simultaneously
purple?
went with green, pink, and very light blue.
Yeah, it's just those colors that just happened one day, and they were like, "Dude, look."
Well, and you're less likely to be wearing green clothing. That's at least that's what I heard. I just realized I didn't hear this from a firsthand source, but the common understanding, whether or not it's true, is that green took off at the local news channels because you were, not going to wear a green blazer or such.
At least not outside of sports casting. Hey, did you do you remember back when I was a kid, calling somebody common was like an insult? It'd be like, that's common. Did you guys ever have that?
Yeah.
No. Were you a kid in turn of the century England?
No, it was the 80s and 90s in
I
Maryland.
call everyone I don't like common. I call them normal. I call them conformist.
We're like, that shit is common.
I mean, some version of that has been bouncing around. Most recently, it's basic.
NPC.
Yeah, basic. That's one. Yeah. What's NPC?
It's
David
it's an
bring
alternative
up.
name for Matt the letter hack.
That's some video game thing. NPC, a guy who just stands in the back, non-playable character.
Yep,
that's right.
I just decoded that.
Well done.
You had a lot of context clues. So
not really.
When I was a non-player character at Spiritus, correctly said. But let me. I mean, you did guess it though. That's it. It's the non-humans in the game. When I was a youth, there was a musician called Common that
Yeah.
I and none of my friends enjoyed.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you anything they did. Man, I have been researching AI and comics. I've just like turned my whole feed into all of this stuff. It's all I read about, it feels like, right? And so I finally came like close to what I would consider to be a dark corner of the internet, right? And I came across, I guess it was like a Reddit. I can't even remember. I'm the guy who deletes my history all the time. I just don't want any record of where I've been, so I delete my history. But well, so this, I think it was a Reddit thread, and there's a lot of legit art, like 3D comics and stuff, that people are calling AI, and even in the porn industry for comics, because I guess 3D art in pornographic comics, like hardcore sex comics or whatever, are X-rated, I could say. They label them not AI because they were getting banned from like platforms, and it's like, damn, you guys will show literally any kind of sexual act in a comic, but not if it's generated by AI. Okay,
that's
cool,
a bridge too
right?
far. Yeah, that's degenerate.
So then I'm like on this thread where somebody was like talking about how a lot of or somebody brought up a particular kind of like a certain artist, and they're like, this guy's really being discriminated against. And this isn't like a dad joke or anything, but it is funny.
Good. That's good to know.
So this guy goes, oh yeah, where's that guy from? Like Russia or something? Because the comics are translated like horribly.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, you know what? That's kind of like, that would be appealing to me to like read the comic and be like, what? That you wouldn't say it that way. I think that'd be kind of funny. But then they were like, because one thing that keeps happening was or is like they'll be in the middle of like, I don't know, like a group situation, like an orgy, full blown. And people keep having to like take phone calls. They keep going, I have a phone call, and they excuse themselves. I was like, that sounds fucking hilarious. Like
AI porn?
No, well, this isn't AI. That's the thing. It's like they were saying like this guy keeps getting mistaken for AI. That's kind of what brought me there. And then I stuck around for these comments where the guy I started thinking
you
like
just stuck around.
I started thinking, well, they weren't
After
showing
he
it.
came, he stuck around for the comments.
They weren't showing
the story.
Stuff. They weren't showing the comics. They showed one
see how it
panel
is.
that I'll tell you about, but I should have grabbed it because it's hilarious. But and they had their clothes on, so it's fine. But I just keep thinking like, what's take a phone call in Russia or wherever these are made, because like that's such a weird translation. But anyway, he goes, and I do think they're Russia because explain this. And he shows this fucking it's a couple like in a dirty alley. I guess they're about to engage. And she looks up at him. She looks up at the guy and says, have you been vaccinated? And he goes, and this is what he fucking said. He said, yes, but sometimes I pee my pants when I'm near a microwave.
That's not bad.
And
that
I
happens
was
to me
like,
too sometimes.
I was like, that's not a fucked up translation. That's real. It's probably intentional, but that I thought that was funny as shit. And I was like, I'm still not going to go seek these out. But if anything was going to make me seek one of these comics out,
It would
shit
be
like
that dark corner of the internet that you stumbled in on.
Sometimes
And
I pee my
apparently
pants
it
when
had
I'm near a
nothing to do with AI. I don't see where that.
Well, there's a whole aspect to, I'm talking about it from all angles and aspects. And there's one
All
where
angles.
legit artists are being banned and
Right.
like their work is being shunned because people think it's AI when it's not.
Yeah, so that you're saying that these folks are just weird pornographers, and we're actually in danger of losing our weird pornographers.
It's 3D art. It's 3D art that's like, you can watch real life, like live action porn and be like, okay, they just filmed it. But when it's 3D art, it's like, wow, that guy, he had to make that. You know, like
It's
there's
not that
something to
impressive. You
that.
just rip the model from the video game that you're
You
using.
might be right. I don't know. I
It takes
personally don't
very
know.
little effort. It's
I
the
personally
lowest
don't
effort
know.
version.
But at least it's not theft of like, you know, in the way AI and I'm still reading
Well, I
about it,
mean,
so I'm
it's
not trying to
theft in that
defend it.
they usually just rip out those models straight from the
But
game.
the comic
I
isn't
endorse
I
that.
wasn't there for the 3D comics. I was there for the argument and the discussion. So
And it
because
just so
there's-
happened to be in a sex website that you were reading these
it
comments on?
wasn't a sex website.
It
was
just you
like
stumbled onto it for
it was
some
a
reason?
Google search result.
Oh,
I
it was a
wasn't
Google
like
search. This is like you're testifying before Congress. It was a Google search result.
no, it's like in a Reddit thread. I'm saying Reddit thread like I do this, like I know what it is. I don't have an account. I'm not sure how it works. I just occasionally have
You just
read shit in
occasionally
them.
stumble into the AI pornography comics that are not AI, but they're definitely pornography.
Hey, I'm not living a life where I see not suitable for work and I'm like, oh, back away. Oh, if it's like, tell us you're 18. Oh, what are you about to show me? You know what I mean? It's like when a blurred image comes up on Bluesky. It's like, do you want to see why this is blocked? No, just show me the image. Like,
no,
or I'll
you just
move
want
on.
to see them all on Bluesky. You get a lot of blurred images on your feed on Bluesky. You know, that's when you
They're
click
usually
on
just war and devastation.
well, that's true. It's that reinforcement learning. So you're clicking
I'm just
on
making the
war
point that I'm a grown up and
It's some
I can
Epstein
handle
stuff.
it.
You like watching the dead babies more than anything else. Some Jeffrey Epstein level stuff.
Hey, do you ever see the movie The Outsiders?
No,
I don't remember it.
It
I think
was
I did, but I don't
Francis Ford Coppola. It's based on the book The Outsiders. It's like Tom Cruise, Patrick Swayze, Charlie Sheen, C. Thomas Howell, Ralph Macchio.
Ralph
You don't remember this?
Macchio.
Yeah, they're
I gotta
all
check it out.
Emilio Estevez. It's fucking amazing. You never
I
seen
want to see it already.
Matt Dillon. So it's a movie that was made in 1983 about a story that took place in 1965. If they made that movie right now, it would be about 2008. Isn't that wild?
Mm-hmm.
We don't
2008's a while ago, man.
the decades used to feel very distinct, and now it's just kind of like, no, this is the shit show. Like from 2000 on, it's just been kind of like straight down.
I
would
have
say
had that thought.
2011 is the aughts are a
the high
distinct
water
time
mark.
period, but 2011 is when it all went to shit.
During the aughts, there was a loss of distinct culture, like a notable loss. And there was still remnants, but like even as a kid amongst it, I could tell that we were in the decline. And I have not seen, like, if you think of 70s, you think of afros and bell bottoms. You think of 60s, you think of like fringe leather vests and long hair and what have you, or maybe a Beatles haircut. You go to 80s, you think of cool leather jackets, huge sunglasses, 90s grunge. But for us in the 2000s, what do you get? Maybe frosted tips, but that wasn't ubiquitous. Greasers and socks. That
It's
was it.
in a way, it's sort of anything
You just
goes as
described
far as
clothing
style.
and only clothing, though.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Yeah, that's only the stuff that matters.
Psychedelic drugs, protest songs, actual war, neo noir. I was thinking of a whole.
It just feels like we bought we picked our culture up off a shelf rather than we're masters of our own selves.
I like to refer to 2001 to 2010 as the 90s too.
Oh, interesting.
And then 2011 onwards is Hell on Earth.
As somebody who was in the 90s, I don't agree, but I see that's interesting.
It's the decade that looks at the 90s and said that was awesome, let's do that again, and then fails miserably.
Oh, I see.
HBX is calling out Chumbawamba, and let me just second
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Chumbawamba's the fucking best.
Fuck yeah. You know how people say there are two sides to every story? If that were true, it wouldn't be true. Right?
Well done.
Think about it.
I'm sorry, I took advantage of the fact that I don't have the camera on to make quesadillas and eat them.
Oh, we can tell.
What kind of quesadilla? What You got cheddar cheese.
Cheddar cheese, Mexican cheese, pepper jack cheese.
Now, what is Mexican cheese? Would you?
That's like
It
a
is,
shredded
yeah,
flavor of
It's
like
a
bag of
shredded. So the
cheese.
flavor is shredded. That's the flavor.
It's probably more than
it
one
is
kind of
itself
cheese.
A blend of cheeses. You could basically just sum it up as Colby Jack, basically.
But according to
Colby
Matt,
Jack.
the flavor is shredded.
Colby Jack. No, the
Well,
flavor.
it's a shredded mix. It's a medley.
It's a theme. There's different, like they're making a medley flavor, but it's Mexican's the theme. You don't have to agree with that. I'm just explaining it to you.
So it tastes like shred.
Speaking of Chumbawamba, did you guys see that video where Trump supposedly like either ripped one or shit himself in the
I
Oval
was going to
Office?
suggest we watch
heavily.
that. I think we should
It
watch
was
that.
an extreme shart. It was pretty. It was
I
brutal to watch.
saw.
It was.
I have
You
not
can
seen
watch
the whole
it, but
clip. It's
I
on
saw-
C-SPAN.
I saw a fucking comment that somebody made on one of those videos that said, now they're going to have hearings to hold Biden accountable for pooping in Trump's pants. And then the next comment was like, damn it, Obama. Can you find it?
Yeah, let me
you're not on
actually get
camera
off my
real
duck.
quick.
Let's get the quesadilla guy to get greasy fingers all over
just,
the
you know, if
keyboard
you-
and
if you have a
mouse.
second to grab a napkin, maybe.
Yeah.
I do want to say there's also vegan sausage in this that makes it so good.
But the
what's
cheese
brand?
is not
Is that
vegan.
Gardein, Impossible. What do you got there? What kind of sausage?
It is. One sec. It's a
soy
applewood
based
smoked thing.
Mm.
I think it tastes like Satan. So I assume that.
Satan.
Yeah. Not the devil.
Mm.
He said
All right.
Satan is, I think,
Correct.
how you pronounce that.
Oh my god. So just so you know, I typed in C-SPAN, Trump shits himself, and the first clip that came up is from 2024. Oh, it was that.
Well, this has happened many times.
This is not the
first rodeo.
There are so many clips of people next to him that look like they were just offended. Do you know what I mean?
Like
they're
there's the
suddenly
one
like,
of Dianne Feinstein who dies on sight, and one of her last moments on this earth was sniffing one of those.
You're kidding me.
I'm not
You're
joking.
kidding. Look, this is not what we were looking for. I just want to make the point that apparently Trump has been incontinent for some time. It's good for people to know this. It's a 19-second clip.
User clip: Trump craps his pants.
Trump audibly sharts during CNN debate. All other mics are off.
dude, are we watching this? Hit play.
Yeah, just real quick, 19 seconds.
China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we
Oh,
saved
there
our
it
steel
is.
industries, and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that.
And then
he
Biden,
hasn't
he's
cut the
like, "Well, I
tariffs
smelt
because
that."
He can't because it's too much money.
Oh,
But he's got the
man.
largest
God.
deficit.
That
It was
Biden
during a pause.
That
During
Biden
a
debate,
pause.
man.
But,
Jesus
I-
Christ!
I
getting
feel like I missed
flashbacks
it.
Watching that.
Was it like a real Bronx cheer?
It was
or
yeah, it was a
Silent but
quick one.
deadly?
Yeah, I'll pull up the exact spot. Let me look. Yeah. Oh God. Oh, it was right.
Hold
in my
on,
ears.
hold on, we got to put it back.
No, I know. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
It's right after he says the words "too much money," and then there's a little pause, and then there's a definite ruining of the pants. Here we are.
And he never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous.
Mm.
And we saved our steel
Juicy.
industries, and there's more to
man.
come, but he hasn't done it.
Look at Biden.
Biden's like, "Oh, why'd you do that for?"
So, like
Oh, come on,
RFK
Jack.
Jr. and I think Oz, there were all kinds of people lined up right behind him.
My
and
favorite
as soon
part,
as he did
no
it, he's
find
like,
that
"Okay,
new clip.
everyone."
I love
okay.
that part because after he sharts, the first thing he does is he's like, "All right, guys." Then he turns to Oz and gives him he gives Oz like a double hand. He's like, "It's great to see you, Oz." And like, what was that about?
It was like he was putting it on him.
that was shit.
He was
Was
saying, I don't know. I
crazy.
shook his hand. It was like
He started like
like I pulled
caressing
his
Dr.
finger.
Oz, like Oz was Jesus Christ incarnate, just for a moment.
But he clears the room, and apparently nobody, like, they weren't scheduled to leave right away, or they would have, right? And then they're like, okay, everyone out. No, they're really rushing the cameras out of there. But I was like, stop waving it around.
They got to wave it around for plausible deniability.
What if like somebody was lighting incense in the background? That would have been funny as shit. Oh, here we go.
Apparently, this is at the 5-second mark.
Working with the DOJ.
Oh, can you pause it real quick?
Chemists are coming.
Yep.
So I believe the woman in the green right there.
She's the
blonde
fart
in the
sniffer.
green.
That's her job.
She gets it the worst, but like,
yes.
He had just been saying, I was watching her ride horseback, and I said, who is that? Who is that? And that's why I hired her husband, because if he's with her, that's something. That's elevating. And it was like, geez, this is fucking awkward. And then
he
the
even
perv shits himself.
Just to be clear, because you're right, because then he shits himself in front of this gal he was clearly trying to hit on. And for those that don't know, he has a history of trying to F his business partner's wives. Bergham's wife. But also, he said, I thought that would be such a lovely tribute, as though he was saying, what a tribute to you to hire your bum husband.
Right.
And they all had to smile and laugh, and Bergham had to look like a little punk bitch because he didn't have the courage to say, all right, well, I'm leaving, and before I leave this office, I'm kicking your ass.
How old
instead,
is... You're right. You're 100% right. How old is Trump?
1004, I think.
The problem is you get to an age where this is why you retire. It's not so you can be done with work and just relax. It's because you're going to have to take care of yourself from now on. There are things that will happen to us physically. Look, I'm 51. I'm falling apart. I can't believe it. It's like unreal what hurts.
It's pretty bad.
No
I know
reason.
Matt started lifting weights recently just to cope.
So, not that you would know, but like, you get to a point where you're, I'm just saying I don't put on muscle. I don't look fit. I wasn't saying not you personally wouldn't. You would look at me and go, dude, you should lift. And I go, I do. It's very sad.
Yeah.
But
it's unfortunate.
You get to a point in life where you need to step back from public and from being out every day. It makes a lot of sense because there's a lot of stuff that could go wrong. And it's not just embarrassing, but it's like a complication.
We should design our society so that seniors can shart themselves and it's socially acceptable. I think think about that. Like we can make fun of Donald Trump for spray tanning his face every day, but like sharting himself, everyone sharts themselves once in a while. I sharted myself the other day.
Yeah.
Let's find out if this guy even in fact did shard himself. Now, I saw the initial incident, but unfortunately, the folks that were showing it stopped playing it immediately after. I want to see the follow through. I want to see if he actually
look at Dr. Oz too.
Okay. Right. It's theoretically is about to happen when I press play.
Coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up.
Hear it?
Yeah. We're going proactive.
Same as the debate.
Now
watch.
Keep watching that.
Look. Lady in green.
Very much. We really appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
Look at this, Dr. Oz. Look at this.
Doing a fantastic
What
job.
is that?
Thank you all very much.
Look at RFK.
I appreciate it.
RFK is like, uh-oh.
Thank you.
RFK is looking like a fucking
People think
beetroot.
ISIS's tactics are too aggressive.
Yep.
Holy shit. RFK Jr. gets darker and darker every day. He's doing like a reverse Michael Jackson situation.
It's like he's holding his breath. Look, now they're talking.
Are we gonna flip for this?
He just leaned over to her and said, you can leave if you want. If I were you, I'd leave. Look at all that gaudy gold shit. Look at that gold stuff. Oh my God.
Look at that poor bastard who knows he's got to stay in the room till everybody else is out.
It's pretty good, right?
Terrible. Oh, this space is on. You should click those.
Yeah. So that was the same sound as that. I'm glad we watched that debate video. That was the same sound.
It's a classic shard. It wasn't the same sound exactly. There are multiple categories of sharts, right? There's like you can put them all into distinct categories. I think they're both in the same category, but I wouldn't call them the same exact sound. There's like the same genus, but a different classification further than that.
If you are an even remotely attractive blonde lady, it has been demonstrated by scientists that if you ally with the Trump administration, you will wind up huffing flatulence of old men in a legal setting. Happened with
Right.
Giuliani. Happens in the Oval Office.
Is Giuliani alive? Yeah.
I
I
hope
haven't heard.
not.
He got into that car crash like a year ago and he's been gone. Let me look this up. Is Giuliani alive?
What if he died and it was just like, oh, yeah, no, nobody reported on that? Oh,
We're
all
getting
right.
to that point.
Oh, shit. He is alive. Wow.
Here's a little conspiracy theorying.
Whoa.
One of the ways this could go is that Trump might just start killing his own out of frustration and not
Well,
wanting
he
to
started
share
that
the
with
spoils.
Epstein.
That's true.
Apparently, yeah, there's precedent for this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having a hard time. Jake's expression hasn't changed at all since we started. Have you noticed this, Andrea?
He's
like,
keeping it.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna be
locked in.
fucking serious, and I'm just gonna be dead serious.
Oh, I'm
Really
locked
hard
in.
to-
I'm ready to rock. You know,
You look it.
at Spiritus. Good point. His ex-wife too.
Yeah, I mean, he's a disgusting. I'm look.
His ex-wife, who we have now learned was telling people, "Don't let your kids around
Right.
Trump."
I feel the exact same way about this guy from the first second he was elected the first time around. And I was like, you have got to be fucking kidding me that there's even one person out there that believes this guy is
terrible.
legit in
Terrible.
any fucking way. I will never. It gives me an immediate sick feeling in my stomach. And if that guy shit himself in front of me, I'd be like, dude, you just shit yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Do you not have the resources and funding to prevent the rest
I
of
just
us
love the
from
idea that
experiencing
Matt
this?
would
Fuck you.
point his finger at Trump and say,
Be like,
dude,
you.
shit.
I get right on him and be like, you. just shit
Terrible.
yourself."
It's absolutely horrendous behavior.
I mean, why? Just everyone's got to endure your literal bullshit. Everyone has to put up with every fucking horrible thing. Fuck all those pathetic betas standing in line behind. I don't even use that term, but that's what they are.
Matt
It
he's
fits in this
really
case.
he's trying to go viral right now. Dude, you just
Won't
shit
happen.
yourself.
Won't happen. Won't go viral.
Hmm.
Sometimes when I'm near a microwave, that's the funniest shit. I laughed about that. Home Alone. My dog's sleeping, not paying attention at all.
Yeah.
Laughing my fucking ass off at that line. It was the funniest thing. It still is. And just to think
It
that it
hasn't
was
gotten less funny.
accidental. Like if somebody's like, what's the word here? Microwave? Okay. Like that. I think that's funny as shit. Just trying to think of the scenario.
I'm lost
That would be
again.
great. Everyone should just have flags.
A
So
brown
when
flag in his case.
Trump
but
shits
sure.
himself, everyone just pulls out a flag and throws it at him.
It's the flatulence flag.
I mean, they sit around a table and totally praise him. They just go, Mr. President, I just want to let you know
Mr. President, your dick
you're the
looks
best
amazing, Mr.
fucking
President.
thing ever. And then he looks at the person sitting next to him because it's their turn.
Mm.
If it were me, I'd be like, guys, knock it. This is fucking weird. Why do you keep trying to glaze me?
Mr. President,
like-
your charts are so magnificent, Mr. President. No one has shit themselves as good as you have.
It's emperor with no clothing at this point.
No,
Oh, yeah.
I wish he would keep his clothes on. Personally, I think he looks better with them on.
What you said about how he looks to the next person because now it's their turn, like that's so true. And we gotta I think we should really hammer down on stuff like that. Because the folks, I'll tell you, you probably knew this before I did this grand experiment, but the folks on the other side do not understand politics at all. And it's not like it's useless to try to explain it to them, but you also, like, you don't have to. You just, all you have to do is point out the really obvious, like, look at this little bitch boy over here. Trump turns to him and is like, now compliment me. And then he does? Really? That's your representative?
Yeah.
What a half
I think
man.
there's a lot of people out there who don't understand politics.
Most people.
Most people
voters.
think politics is optional. Like,
I think
that's
a
how
lot of people
fucking-
sit
that-
it out
that's
because
how
they're like,
fucking stupid they are.
I don't want to understand. Do you know?
And that's also why they latch on to big lies like that, because the lies come with a catchphrase and they're thought-stopping lines like, "Well, look, I'm fiscally conservatives, but I'm socially liberal." You see, that's just a way to say I don't pay attention to politics, so I memorize this one line.
Yeah, your back bottom is liberal, especially when you're next to ice machines, or was it microwaves? I forget. But so there's, yeah, I crap myself every time I'm around a Slurpee machine or a hot
Yeah,
dog
I just
vendor.
can't help myself but to liquidate my bowels.
Okay, I didn't know that Brett Ratner, or I forgot that Brett. I just thought he like went away because he sucked at directing. You know, Brett Ratner, the director of Melania. The new documentary.
He's in
Rush
the
Hour.
Epstein files. He's a big child rapist.
So yeah, and so there's like
gross.
There's some speculation going around, I guess you would call it, going around now that even he was like, I'm not gonna do this Melania movie. Fuck that. And they're like, we got pictures. We'll put them out there. And then he did it. It bombed. And the very next day after it bombed, they put out pictures of him with Epstein and shit. So it's like they put the pictures out anyway.
Huh.
That seems
interesting.
Entirely plausible to me. That he was like, I'm not going to do it. And they were like, no, come on, we'll talk about it. I'm not going to do it. And then Stephen Miller or somebody called him and said, you know, you're in the Epstein files. We're going to put those out, but we don't have to.
You bring up such a good point. I have a feeling now that you've said that Trump is using the remaining unreleased Epstein files.
There it is.
As in their traditional way, in the way they have been used.
I don't know if
keep
Trump
the
is
powerful
doing
in
it. I
line.
think it's more likely to be Israel.
He said
Pulling the
he
strings.
said it's a hoax. And it's like, these are the government's putting these out. Your government. What do you mean it's a hoax?
Yeah.
It's still weird.
The Epstein file hoax that I put out is not to be trusted. You can't trust any of the things that I released and said and did and was documented doing.
So then you think about it like this, they put out something with Trump's name and they take it back. And so people are now like, oh, we can find this same sort of instance throughout the files and know that the redacted name is probably Trump. Like,
Let's
if
just
they
assume.
do that enough, they can draw a thread.
Look, there's no reason not to assume that every redaction, even if it's two people that are redacted talking to each other, just assume they're all Trump, because why would we not?
Did
we
you hear about-
we already saw with the first, even of the very first round, we saw that they have orders to remove Trump's name illegally, even though Trump is neither a victim nor apparently under investigation, because according to his Supreme Court, he can't be under investigation. So we know that his name was illegally removed. His face was illegally removed. Since we know he's doing that and it's his DOJ, yeah, every fucking rumor of a diddler or person they covered for, just assume it's Trump. And if he wants to prove it's not him, then release the names.
Do you think...
Have you guys been reading that shit, though? The Epstein files?
I read some of it. I'm not the guy who's going to...
I was reading about the cannibalism and the child consumption. They're eating babies, and
it's like
Jeffrey Epstein's like raping children and then putting the babies in cross adoption agencies worldwide.
I'm assuming those were accusations that were asked to be investigated as opposed to actual things there was evidence of.
But am I crazy that the QAnon conspiracy theorists who've been screaming that this shit was happening for so long are now just like, huh? What?
Well, that
No, that's a
conspiracy
lie.
was made by
They didn't do
Epstein
that.
and his ilk to make the conspiracy ahead of time to make it sound ridiculous. But then also all these conspirators blame it all on Democrats. So when it turns out it's Trump the whole time, you know,
Did I not
caught
effing
between a rock and a hard place? I don't know which way to go.
this space audience that has deigned to come to WYCD? Have I not been saying it for weeks and weeks that it was the reason that we over on the sane side of politics didn't really take Epstein accusations seriously at first is because they were hidden amongst all the crazy stuff. Vindication.
Well, also
because Epstein
though,
met with the owner of 4chan.
Oh
yeah,
man,
and
that's a good
like
story.
and like now, even now, we need the some dead guy's emails.
Hey, he might still be alive.
When we could just go off the testimonial of thousands of women. You know what I mean? Like, who are alive. Like, this is a joke. Like, we're just like, whoa, we're gonna have to look at the files. Show us the files. What? I think
That's the
we've
thing. We
got
still haven't even seen. There's videos of Trump in a room alone with children for hours and hours and hours.
There's gonna
the
be
whole
some
house is
fucked up
bugged. He's
shit.
got several different mansions and everything is bugged and there's video cameras. There's definitely at least bare minimum 20 hours of Donald Trump raping children. I mean, in video. I mean, at least minimum. I
What do
think
you think
Russia's
about-
got some. Israel's got some. It's a huge problem.
What do you think about this? What do you think about this? How many, I guess the way I would ask this question is, how many men in power do you think aren't
Great
diddlers?
Zero?
Like, how many men in power, in positions of power, and let's just go with white men. How many white men in positions of power from, let's just go back to 1900, right, weren't also pedophiles?
Literally just Bernie Sanders, and I'm gonna say that that's only because he didn't have money until he was too old.
Think about it though.
I don't know.
No,
Bernie
literally none of
Sanders,
them.
You know, we never know. You know,
Did you
I
see
mean,
what
Noam
Deepak
Chomsky was
Chopra
out there.
was saying?
Noam Chomsky was writing the fucking detailed
Yep.
how to gaslight the world and saying, you know, yeah, guys, I was convicted on child sex trafficking, but I'm really not that bad of a guy. And that was Noam Chomsky's fucking idea.
Hold on. I
Yeah.
want to address this. At Spiritus says, I'm not going to lie. Alex Jones told us all like almost 20 years ago about the global elite, but then he
Well,
became what he became.
He's
Here's
talking about
issue.
the Jews in that case.
He uses that stuff as a code. Alex Jones is the reason this stuff was not known sooner. He wasn't trying to warn anybody. He was covering for diddlers.
Yeah, he was doing it
Q-
to join the club, and he is in the club now. Alex Jones is out there defending Epstein and saying it's all Democrat hoax.
A
Trump
lot of
is
people are
innocent.
defending him.
So don't
Nick
give the guy
Fuentes?
credit, is what I'm saying. Don't
Trump had nothing to
think,
do
well,
with it.
he was close. No, Alex Jones was covering so that these people were not discovered, and he knew
I
that
hate
his
giving
show,
people credit at all. I hate the broken clocks, right? Twice a day.
I love it when you have an earnest opportunity, though. I really do. I'll give Mitt Romney credit for Romney Care as a means to criticize Barack Obama for doing a Republican's health care plan.
But
his
it
big
says a
progressive
lot.
answer.
It says a lot that you can't do that without saying, but Romney did a lot of terrible shit. You know what I mean? Like, you have to. It's the people who don't follow through with that where I'm like, not good. Like,
Yeah.
I think I mentioned recently how there's a lot of blue no matter who people that are like, Biden, Obama, Bush, Clinton, they deported more people than Trump, and they didn't have protests and riots. And it's like, you're missing the point here. Okay.
It makes me do the Nicholson nod. That makes me.
Yeah.
That makes me.
Are you
totally-
doing it
Yes.
now? Because it looks the same as you've just
Yeah,
been
it looks
sitting
like
there all
they're not
night. I'm
moving.
not.
It's
maybe
all
work
in the
on that.
eyes.
Work on that. Oh, the Jack Nicholson. Okay, well, I kind of see it now, I guess. But
yeah,
there's
they get freaked out when you agree with them. When they try to say like, oh hey, Obama deported 3 million people. Be like, yeah, he's a motherfucker. We don't like him.
the other horrible
Surprise,
thing. Yeah, right. It's like, well, somebody was in Pep's chat earlier tonight saying, you know, they heard somebody harassing ICE use the N-word or something like that. And they were like, oh, suddenly liberals don't care. And it was like, why do you think all those people who aren't ICE are also liberals? Why are you judging people by how they vote? You have no idea if these people voted. What the fuck are you? Are your criticism of groups of strangers that you in no way could know about is that they vote for larger government? Like, that's such a weird, narrow-minded thing. But one thing that we can expose, I love when people are bringing up points that are like, because everyone's like, Epstein, Trump, get him, or Epstein, Clinton, get him, get these guys. Okay, yes, agree. Let's fucking get them. Let's do all this. Let's get it out there. But one thing, there's a lot of shit about our society that comes up in these moments that people need to make note of. Like when they say, remember, there were a handful of young Republicans. These guys were like 35 to 40 years old, saying a bunch of Nazi shit.
Just a couple kids talking about
JD Vance said they were just kids. But when they talk about
LARPing as gas
when they talk about 15-year-old girls in the Epstein documents, they refer to them as young women.
Oh yeah.
It's fucked up. There's a lot of like just ingrained, gross, horrible, sexist.
I mean,
wrong
Epstein
shit.
had agents that would travel all around the world and traffic kids as young as like 3 years old into his fucking little island paradise.
I think it all comes out in this moment. It's like we need to like expose and talk about all of this.
But no one's gonna do it. Everyone's just gonna try to sweep it under the rug. Every country on earth. It's not just America. We had one of the princes of fucking England was out there raping children, and they're not out there trying to abolish the monarchy. These fucking pieces of shit are still gonna subsidize these fucking kings and queens and these rich fucking cocksuckers. When you find out that a fucking someone who was almost the king of England or whatever was a child serial rapist, the whole fucking thing's gotta go. Sorry, Charlie. I don't give a fuck. You're done for. I don't care. Charlie probably raped the kids too, and he's mad at Andrew for getting caught, you know? Like, these people are criminal scumbags. It's Europe. It's fucking, you know, Europe is really the root of all of our sins, but it's every country on earth. They all need to step up. You know, like, what is China? China safe when we got nuclear cabals of pedophile rapists? You know, like, China's not safe. No one's safe. It's hell on earth.
Great point. And I gotta say, I'm seeing at least some reaction from other countries, which is going to lead the way for the United States. Like, for example, that fella who had to step down from the Labour Party, the left party in England. I want to see that here. I want to see folks whose name is in this thing stepping down because we embarrass them publicly, constantly.
Stepping down, I mean, I wouldn't even say stepping down's the bare minimum.
Run away.
I mean,
flee.
So, yeah.
Get the fuck out of our sight.
Deepak Chopra.
Flee?
Did you see what he was saying?
No, I
Like
missed
his
it, but
emails.
it's a bummer.
Horrible stuff. Just, you can't trust any of these motherfuckers.
They're all evil.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
And straight up evil.
Yeah, and I always say like
evil is an understatement.
Like, I don't know what.
How do you how do you state more than evil?
That's what I'm saying. But like, you know, these people are literally raping children as a professional career for decades and decades. I mean, I feel like evil, we need something more.
Let's say evil isn't like an actual thing, but we know what is meant by evil. And these people are trying to live up to that. They're trying to cosplay what we know to be evil. I think that's worse. Like, if you were evil, then you're either a demon or you have psychological problems or something wrong. But they are out here. That's their preferred lifestyle. Horrible shit to other people, preying on the innocent, the weak.
I do
vulnerable.
think there's something to that, man. Like, for example, the way Trump enjoys mocking his audience, his own voters. I think they get off. Like, they genuinely get off on harming others. Like, I just think they're sadists.
Do you ever see fuck, what's the North Korea guy's name?
Kim Jong-il.
Yeah. So one time
that one's dead.
They're doing that's why I always mix them up. The names were pretty similar. But like, they they always have those massive fucking military things. Just here, I know Trump would love to have one of those, but like everyone is like cheering, like they get way too excited, like they go big.
They love that shit.
There's one time where he's doing his like looking around like thank you, and then he turns around and they've all got their military garb, so they have like those hats on, and he grabs one guy's hat and put it on and did like a funny little I'm wearing his hat, right? It was really like
it was crazy. Yeah.
What is going on? But the look on the guy's face who he took the hat from, he went back to, oh, I'm very happy. I couldn't be happier. But for a second, he was like, I'm dead. Like the look on his face was like, oh, I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. Like he knew the eye of Sauron was right on him. And it was like, fuck. He sees me.
I gotta say, North Korea, they're very impressive with how they control the population. A lot to be learned there.
There was another one where he pointed to a guy who had fallen asleep. What do you think happened to him? You think they were like, he's all right. He's probably tired.
Just taking a nap.
No, they probably just gave him an office on a higher floor, like with window view.
Did anyone see the Epstein file about how it's possible Jeffrey Epstein orchestrated a hit on RFK Jr.'s dead ex-wife?
Look, that sounds like small fry stuff. That sounds like
well, I mean,
the
it was
least of what he's done.
That's shit that I'm very interested in. Is
kinds
the
of shit in
RFK Jr. connection, because RFK Jr. we know he's like eating roadkill. He's like fucking harvesting bear organs. He's got like fucking parasites in his brain holes. So like him being associated with Epstein and having his wife assassinated or something. I don't know. It's an interesting story.
What about the fact that there's obviously like, because remember I was just asking about powerful men, and are there any who aren't, doing this shit? What isn't it ironic or pretty telling that the only one in prison for this so far is one woman?
And like, she's in a fucking she's in a country club.
What did she do? Like fucking if none of this stuff
playing
is a crime,
fucking
right?
cricket in the yard.
They
Apparently, I read
puppy.
a story about the Maxwell situation. So Maxwell basically has that prison warden. It's like one of those white collar crime places.
Is Ghislaine Maxwell.
Ghislaine Maxwell, jizzing all over the place. Not to be excluded is the warden, who basically is no longer the warden. Ghislaine has now become the warden of the prison, basically. He has to listen to everything she says. There was a report that came out a few months ago that basically she sets the schedules for the whole prison now.
Oh my God. So they were like, look, at least you get to rule in hell.
Yep.
I'm not surprised. I'll believe anything. That's why I'm like, we need to know exactly what ICE is doing with the kids in their custody right now.
Well, they're feeding them mold and maggots.
Those kids are going to come out of there
cells and in the freezing conditions.
Any kid that comes out of there is going to have horrible stories, and we're all going to be like, believe the survivors. Why won't you listen to them for decades? Like, this is crazy. You can see it now.
This is where I want to beg lefties to not do that annoying and counterproductive thing that we always do when somebody mentions Nuremberg trials. I'm so freaking sick of hearing.
What is it I always do that I'm not thinking of right now?
Yeah, tell me.
Well, you're pretty right wing, but
what is the Nuremberg trial faux pas?
Well, every time somebody mentions the Nuremberg trials, which I think is a good analogy for what must come in response to these ICE.
They far enough, right?
Yes, that's it. Yeah. Is that they say, well, that's not good enough, but
it's definitely not.
Why do we need a comparison? Just use our justice system. Just put them on trial. Just let's go. Why does it have to be?
Hey, Trump brought back the federal execution policy.
But why does it have to be like
when you say Nuremberg trials, you are saying you're referencing something that happened in the past that people can point to and say, order was restored here. And what it was a series of reasonable, logical trials wherein we prosecuted Nazis for carrying out what they said were legal orders. We do
Well,
need that.
but
That's
we
exactly
didn't
what
try
we
them.
need.
We didn't try them.
That's
right?
true.
Well,
The
America
world
took a
tried
bunch
them.
of the highest heavy hitting Nazi scientists and
But
got 'em out
I
of
would
there.
like to. I don't see anything wrong with pointing out that it wasn't done right or could have been better. Because
Here's what's wrong with it: is
but
that the
well, no, but
people
we're
that
so much further down the line now that you would assume we'd figure out how to do it the surefire way. You know what I mean? Not just
Surefire.
do it the way they did it in the 40s. Like, no, let's
Sure
update
enough.
that shit. Do it now.
All right, Jake, your turn.
yeah, it's like you're willfully trying to let these people go, and I'm trying to understand why this would be.
What? What are you talking about? I said put them on trial. Like arrest them, charge them, right? Arrest
When you
them,
say
put them on
we
trial,
need
lock them
Nuremberg
up forever.
trials to America,
I don't say that though.
when a person says that, and then somebody on the left who should want that can't wait but to try to ruin the point. What you are telling folks is that we need an organized, systematic cleansing of our government of these people, which
Gotta
is
drain the
exactly
swamp.
what we need. Another word for it, if because you are on the left and rightly so demand accuracy, that the exact word is called lustration. That is what we require. The Nuremberg trials are a great example of lustration that we should be pointing to for everybody.
Yes.
Obviously, these are different crimes. We know that.
Right.
Nobody ever said any different than that.
Right.
But getting people to understand that the Nuremberg trials or the U.S. version of them are on their way is not only good propaganda, it's not only a good prescription for
Sure.
vaguely what we should be doing, but it also puts the fear of God into these folks who are currently doing the evil. So
Okay,
no,
well,
don't.
I
don't
thought
We're
you were
not
trying
allowed
to
to
criticize,
educate
but you're,
them.
I see
though.
what you're saying.
We can't
So-
tell them about the mistakes of the Nuremberg trials. We have to tell them to repeat the same mistakes so that the pedophiles can go free.
Yeah, I
So
don't
we
I
can
don't
do it
get that
again
part,
in-
but
in
I think I
21
see your
20.
point. But just
The
like
point is
let's
know
focus
who's
on the
listening
fact
and
that
know who you're talking to.
let's focus on the fact that the Nuremberg trials are probably the best example we have of what these people should
Well,
right. And
Lenin
like
provided some pretty.
and it was
decent
a huge it's not like we've had
Mao Zedong
other Nuremberg trials that we can refer to, so that's why we refer to that one. But
Exactly.
I think the people that got those fuckers to the trial in many cases, there's been movies. There's one movie about it with Oscar Isaac and Ben Kingsley. It's pretty good. I forget who the guy was, but like the effort that went into getting those people to trial and finding them after some of them had gone into hiding. I'm not talking about Nazi hunters. I'm talking about these were like, the actual like authorities in this case, the cops, I guess. That to me is like, do we have that even? Do
That's
we
a
have
hell of a
something
job.
like that?
You're gonna need
Like,
millions of those
I
guys.
really hope there's, because if it's every man in power, think of the network. Think of
It's
the
thousands
hooks
and thousands
and
and
all the
thousands,
mechanisms.
hundreds of thousands of pedophiles, Satan worshippers, and they have trillions of dollars.
It still makes the first thing I think of. I don't know why I think of this. Probably so silly. The first thing I think of is, why do they still go along with like the charade of having press conferences?
Because they like
and
the show.
government
It's fun for
and
them. That's the
I
fun
don't
part.
accept
yeah.
that. That's
It's
obviously
the same
their
thing as you
idea of
coming
fun
on
is
here on
pretty
Left
twisted.
Past 10. You come
It's an
on here
astute
to do
question.
the show.
But
and
this
to-
isn't a cover up for. This isn't me doing Left Past 10 because I feel like look. This is.
I don't know why you're doing Left Past 10. I mean, there could
Think
be
about
a
it.
lot of
Think about
reasons
this.
why
Think
you're
about
doing it.
Think about this.
You haven't been for the last few
We
weeks. and
always
now
say,
all
"Oh,
of a
mask
sudden you're
off."
back. I mean, there's got to be a reason here.
Mask off.
The Epstein files drop, and then now you're back on Left Past 10 after a multi-week vacation. It seems coincidental to me.
So we always say mask off, calling them out. It's all obvious. Everything's like, come on, Trump, you're literally shitting yourself, but you're still going to keep doing rallies. And I get that it's his ego or whatever, but I have to assume that there's, maybe not the Illuminati, but there's somebody behind this guy. There's an entity in the shadows. You may know who they are, but you don't know that they are a part of this entity. That could just be like, all right, we're done with this. there's been a king in America all this time. You guys didn't know. Government's just funny. People in government don't know it's all fiction and fake and none of this matters.
That guy's Jeffrey Epstein. That's why they faked his death, and now he's sitting somewhere in a bunker in New Mexico.
Even Netanyahu still goes out and like takes pictures with politicians and shit, and it's like that just seems like an old playbook.
Well, you're asking a very pertinent question. Why do they still do press conferences? Why do they still pretend even like they're following laws that are written down?
Or like they need votes?
Well, it is because they don't have everybody on board. They have people on board with their lies, but they don't have everybody on board with their actual actions.
Who's not on board of significance?
There's people in ICE who are just now apparently listening to my show and starting to complain about the fact that the pay that they were offered wasn't real. There's Republicans who are saying, what are we doing threatening Greenland?
That's a good story. Like, I would have totally been fine trafficking children to death camps and shooting people in the back 10 times, as long as I got $10,000. You know, if I'm not getting paid, I'm not going to go out there and do this.
Yeah, evil people have interests as well, and they need to keep up the
You gotta
lies.
put $100 bill on like a fishing hook and then like dangle it over a fucking pier.
In short, they are the reason they are still bothering with the lies is because they still require the lies. And if we know that, that should affect our strategy, like expose the lies and let the people that they are turning into their own henchmen be aware of the fact that they are also on the chopping block.
Like Jeff Bezos, or not Jeff Bezos, Amazon is focused on grocery stores now. They're going to try and put Whole Foods out of business. They're going to have like Amazon Go and Amazon Market.
Well, don't they own Whole Foods?
Yeah, maybe it wasn't Whole Foods, but whatever. They're trying
going
to
for
take
it.
over.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just going to convert Whole Foods. I don't know. But I think like when I read that stuff, I'm like, man, what is the point for Jeff Bezos in doing that?
Yeah.
Just, you've got so much money, just go the fuck away. And then I'm like, it's not him. It's like people that report to him are like, oh, we're thinking about grocery. And he's like, okay. You know what I mean? He's like, I'm going to go back to my designer cocaine that no one else can get because they're not a trillionaire or whatever, like.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're all hanging out on, Pedophile Island. They got Pedophile Island. You got Pedophile Caverns, in the mainland USA. You got, Pedophile Ranch in New Mexico. You got fucking Pedophile Beach in Florida.
And that's another way to look at it, is that they were all doing it in secret, but they weren't doing it in secret.
It was an open secret, yeah.
I don't think it was in secret at all.
Yeah.
I think it wasn't public, and that's different. I think a lot of spouses know about this shit.
Oh yeah, big time.
Bill Gates' wife left his ass.
Oh, Bill Gates! Don't even get me started on Bill fucking Gates. Did you see that shit where he was begging Jeffrey for some pills so he could drug his wife and get her fucking tested and STD removed? Man, Bill Gates,
like
man,
a Seinfeld episode.
Did you know that the fucking Bill Gates single-handedly destroyed American education in the early aughts? He pushed to destroy American education. This pedophile, Satanist, demon, freak, hell on earth
He
motherfucker.
owns a lot of drinking water too.
Personally destroyed American education. Now think about why a pedophile rapist would want to destroy American education, so that kids can stay dumb, so that they can fucking snatch them off the side of the street because they don't know how to get home because they can't read a fucking map or whatever, and then take them to the pedophile dungeon. That's just to take them to the Bill Gate, open the gate to the pedophile mansion,
I think you're assigning more competence to the man than he deserves. I think he probably thought that what he was doing with the U.S. education system was securing his public image for all time and maybe for a presidential run. It just failed so spectacularly that he had to downplay it.
Okay,
But
so
absolutely, he's an evil son of a bitch.
So there's a vast number of people living this lifestyle, engaging with each other. It's all out there.
It's a little bit
Not
of a
public.
lifestyle choice.
It's all out there. Do you think, like, how often do you think, I don't know if it's let's just use Bill Clinton. Like, he turns to any number of these fucking weirdos and is like, how many times do you think, like, he just fantasized or just threw it out there, was like, you know what? Why don't we just live like this permanently? Fuck, why am I married? Fuck this. I obviously, if I'm willing to do this to children, I don't give a fuck about my own kid. Like, come on. Let's just embrace this. Let's just do this full time.
Well, some of them,
because
they become degenerate like that. They do.
But is the reason they don't because it's just too illegal? Or like is Bill Clinton really like, well, no, I've got a speaking engagement. They're counting on me.
They want to maintain the
fucking
history
serious.
books, because like the idea that, you know, Jeffrey Epstein's like a fucking secret billionaire shadow government, you know, dictating diplomacy between Saudi Arabia and Israel and shit, that doesn't fit neatly in the history book. So you need to create the cover stories.
I just don't get that. I just don't get it. I guess once you're in the public eye, you can't get out. Like, you just can't let yourself go. But I don't get it.
Speaking of letting myself go, I'm gonna be right back.
Do you are you looking forward to seeing the Clintons testify? Do you think they're doing that because they're you know what I'm talking about, Jake? The Clintons said that they would now testify. So they were going to hold him in contempt, or maybe they did. But do you think they're doing that so they can be like, and why isn't Donald Trump here? And why isn't Bill Gates here? What the fuck? Do you think they're going to try and pull that? Like, you immediately call us in here.
I think they realized, especially reaffirmed after Trump said this is all we're releasing. They realized that either there was nothing in there that was proven or proves anything, or that anything in there that proves Bill Clinton was up to the things we know he was up to also implicates Trump. So it's not going to come out.
I think this is the same. Now, this is very organic thinking I have going on. It's not like what I would call having my feet in concrete. But I think this is the same thinking on the Clintons' part that would allow them to keep dipping in and out of like the island life. I think the reason they come back is the same reason they're willing to go in front of, you know, the committee and all of government and all of the people watching, you know, all the news is going to be all over. I think they're just like, fuck you. Like, I can literally make my own decisions and do whatever I want, and I'll just always get away with it. Bill Clinton's not going to jail, right? Hillary Clinton's, they're not going to walk them out of there in handcuffs or anything crazy like that. I mean, if they did, you'd have to ask yourself, like, there's a vicious double standard here. Like, on the one hand, yes. I mean, if somebody did something wrong, to that degree especially, get them the fuck out of here. But on the other hand, just them? What is going on? It's obviously like pretty far reaching, you know. If he's involved, who isn't? Like, who was covering that up?
Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that this stuff is coming out, and at the same time, Trump is hosting these gaudy parties with masks and, you know, freaky at Mar-a-Lago. He's trying to, like, David Feldman once described Trump as being like his friends that can only get a thrill out of courting doom. And I think that's pretty accurate. Like, Trump saying that he doesn't think he's bound for heaven, all this other stuff. I think basically he just likes mocking folks. And but yeah, it couldn't be more obvious that he's they're basically the Trump files at this point.
Epstein is in there
calling them the Epstein files is a misnomer.
But
A minor character compared to Trump.
Exactly. But then you get like Jeffrey Epstein saying that Trump is the worst person he ever met.
Yeah.
He said
Jesus.
Something like,
I've met the people that tortured Khashoggi to death.
He said, I've met some very bad people, none as bad as Trump. Like, holy shit.
Well, that's partially because, one, Trump's a piece of shit who would rape children. Like, I mean they all were. But two, Trump was such a piece of shit that he would scam Epstein and other people in the club. Like, he would fucking, like, Epstein would try to buy a property, and then Donald Trump would swoop in there and buy it before him. And he would, like, manipulate people into getting better deals than so that's why Epstein hated Trump, because Trump was not a team player. He would fuck over Epstein all the time.
Yeah.
What's up with this space man?
Did you see
this space man is our mascot. Here at this space, we are a space, and this space man is our branding partner. He's currently in the International Space Station, and he's guarding this space.
The space HQ.
Yep.
Have you guys watched that Trump movie yet, The Apprentice?
No.
I would recommend it because, like, you know, my wife and I were like, we don't really want to watch this. Let's give it a couple seconds, see if it's at all, you know, if it's just like Trump bad. Okay, duh. But it was a biopic. They really told the story, and we were like, holy shit, you know, this is true. All you have to do is pay attention to politics for 5 fucking seconds, and current politics and Trump, and then you watch this movie and you go, this is all true. Every single fucking bit of this. Now
they got the child rape in there.
There's a whole nother movie of the same length or longer that they left out, which is coming out in these files. And I think
he would bring his fucking like 13-year-old child. You ever think about how his oldest kid or whatever, the woman just is kind of off the scene, doesn't say anything. No one ever like looks her up or anything.
Yeah.
She would get brought to Epstein Island. They probably passed her around with Jeffrey and the boys just fucking going to town.
I mean, this is the thing. Watch The Apprentice now. It'd be a reason for me to watch it again. Watch The Apprentice now, and then between every scene, imagine there was a Jeffrey Epstein file. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you would just go, yeah, I believe it. I believe that.
This actually makes me have more sympathy for Melania Trump. I don't think for a moment she's a good human being.
Oh, Melania in these new files, it turns out that she was working with Maxwell to traffic other children from her home country during the collapse of the Soviet Union. She was a keystone in bringing the post-Soviet children into the operation.
That's an arranged marriage. She does not want to be in that marriage.
She wants to be in it now because she's getting the payout. Once Trump goes away, she's going to be the star.
That was
in
the arrangement.
Exchange for the last 25 years of her life being wasted on that life.
I don't think she's wasting her life. She's probably fucking every single one of those people in the Oval Office. She's probably having a great time.
Apparently, she did sleep with Secret Service. So,
but I would assume that marriage wasn't like out of love. I mean, I don't even think that was a case. If Melania was associated with Epstein and Maxwell to that degree, she knew exactly who fucking Trump was.
Well, this is a documented. We've known this for years. Is that Trump and Melania first fucked on the Lolita Express and the pedophile plane?
So they must have like paired them up. I
think Melania is probably an intelligence asset.
He might think it was a legit marriage and relationship, but she was working for somebody. I think they were like, you keep a fucking eye on him. And that's why she hates being around him. And as soon as like, was she like not, remember all those times where somebody would try and hold her hand and she would like take it away? Like Trump would try and hold her hand, she would like take it away. Remember all those times?
Her husband.
Yeah, I mean that's what I mean. But like somebody would always film it.
She was moody as fuck in that first term, man.
Okay, was that before or after Epstein was killed?
During. Before and after.
I think it was all coming to light.
Yeah.
And she was like, "There's no point for me. My plug has been yanked. There's no point for me to be here anymore." I think at that point that she was like, this is ridiculous. Because apparently Trump called her on election night this last time. It was like, did you watch the election? She's like, no.
Oh, we saw it. Yeah, on video.
Like, she doesn't give a fuck, right? So, like, I think what's going on here is that she was a mark, or he was a mark. I don't know the correct phrase, but like she was the plant. She was the sleeper cell.
Absolutely.
In his life. And there was a point where she stopped being sweet about it because she was like, all right, I don't have to be here anymore. This is bullshit. But I have a son now, and I want
that is why I said,
oh man, that Baron character, holy fucking shit. Talk about evil incarnate. That motherfucker is a devil.
Well, this goes into what I was saying earlier, why I said that I have more sympathy for Melania Trump now. In the same way that when somebody is sexually abused as a kid and then they grow up and
They're
become
afflicted.
sexual abusers themselves. Yeah. Basically the same thing. At one point, she was child sex trafficked by this evil ring of demons. And she looked
decided
around.
she's going to climb the ladder, the corporate
She
ladder.
looked
She's going
around
to get a
at the
promotion.
world. So she looked around at the world and said, "Yeah, nobody's coming to stop this. Nobody cares about me. Humanity is evil, and if I am in a world of evil humans, I'm gonna be on top. I'm not gonna be at the bottom." It's. I mean, I don't think she was ever had a good person in her, but the fact that she became such an evil person who helped with the sex trafficking of children, she was born into this abuse and perpetuates it. It's a nightmare. But she's 100% a spy also.
Do you think she ever smacked like a butler or a maid and said, "I'll change his diapers. He's my husband"?
Oh, I mean, the first part she definitely has done. There's no way she hasn't put her hands on the help. But any of the rest, no. Not that.
You don't
not
think
that.
Melania is personally changing the diapers for old Donnie boy?
He's my
The
husband.
love of her life.
No, because that would be an act of love, which she has not experienced ever.
Jake, when you get like into a I don't know, argument conversation with a right winger, do you ever pull out the whole like, "Hey, how come there's no tariffs on weapons and military stuff?
No, God, you think they're that
How
advanced?
come there's no tariffs on pro-war?"
I can't even get mad at them anymore because it's like talking to fucking
they're
children who have
They're
been
probably not there.
Yeah, like if you rescued a bunch of children from a cult that was run entirely out of a basement and they had never left a vault underground. If they had never left the vault, that is about the level of like communication skills, logic, fill in the blank.
You see, I agree
Helen Hunt
that
movie or-
these people are desperate little fucking brats and dummies, but like they pick up fucking machine guns and go shoot up schools. They vote for pedophile rapists. They do all kinds of dangerous stuff. So it's hard for me not to get mad at them.
Well, that's the thing is, if you can, there's one thing, like you get angry if you have to have a certain amount of respect to be angered by them. You know what I mean? And it's hard to put into words, but we're not even, at some point I will be angry with these folks that I'm talking to, but we're not even there yet.
Can I change the subject? Do you care?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to keep talking
I
about
prefer
the
dollars.
crazy shit? Did you ever see the movie Annie from 1982?
Nope.
I don't think I saw the one from the 80s. No.
So I don't remember. I was thinking about this recently because there's a lot of, I'm actually going to start highlighting some of this stuff, which is hard because music is copyrighted, but there's a lot of cool fucking music right now that's like anti-fascist and anti-capitalist. It's coming, man. And I hear people going, "Where's all the resistance music?" It's just not mainstream, but it's there. There's
You
a
ever
lot
think
of cool
about
shit.
how ridiculous it is that music is copywrote to such an extreme degree? It's fucking pathetic.
It's weird, but I'm listening to a lot of like hip hop that I don't know what it is. It's like reggaeton, all kinds of stuff.
I've never heard of
it's just
hip hop.
fun.
I don't know anything about it.
It's good. And there was a guy, there was like this commentator, I don't know, it was like a TikTok or something, talking about it's a popular song because Jay-Z, it was like his first hit, Hard Knock Life. And people are just realizing like, oh, that was from a musical, and that song originally, it's a hard knock life for me. Da 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 da. That's from Annie. So it's about orphans, and so I saw a clip of I forget her name. There was one of the more popular Annies from the 80s on the stage production. There's been like 20 of them, I think. There's a clip of her singing that song live, not in it, just like on like a variety show, and she's crazy looking. She's like mean and mad. And it's like one of these things that's like famous because it looks so crazy. And people are like, first of all, I didn't know that Jay-Z sampled a song from Annie. And second of all, this girl's nuts. But, you know, she's like in her 60s now. Or 50s.
Is it so people are discovering that hip hop has samples?
Or this particular sample because it's
Like
like
they
a
thought
bunch
that
of little
Jay-Z
girls
was
singing.
like
Super
sucking down
original.
helium or
Like
something.
he's a
and singing
composer,
that part?
a musical composer. So anyway,
I mean, there's composition involved, but still, I mean, the whole point of samples
more
is
like
that
arrangements. But so I was thinking about.
I didn't know Letterhack was such a hip hop hater. That was a little.
Well, I'm not. I
Look at
listen
that.
to a lot of it.
It's very interesting.
Let's
right?
just be factual. So I was thinking about when I went to see Annie in the theater, and I know like it wasn't my choice. I remember being like, I don't want to go see this. I then became a massive fan of Harold Gray's artwork and the Little Orphan Annie comic strip. Got older, realized he was the most anti-FDR guy there was.
Oh no.
He's a piece of shit capitalist. Like he's horrible. And if you read the comics now, you're like, it's all there shit. But anyway, I had to grow up to realize it. But like I'm watching this movie and I'll never forget this. And I just had this thought like yesterday because that video popped up on my YouTube. And it made me think of this moment where I'm sitting there in the theater. I'm probably 8 years old. And I was
Maybe
like,
9.
This isn't bad because the movie's very gritty. Like none of the, like they must have given kids clothing to wear that was already fucking old and tattered. And nowadays you watch things and it's like, that's a brand new piece of clothing, right? Like everyone's wearing brand new shit and it's all nice and neat and clean. Everything's real clean. This is really dirty. Carol Burnett plays a drunk, like whore that runs the orphanage. It's amazing. It's an amazing movie. So anyway, this scene comes up and they're doing this song, Hard Knock Life. And I'll never forget it. I'm like 8 years old and I realized I live in a privileged world.
You were 8 years old and you realized, oh, that's the Jay-Z song.
Oh, it's gonna be in like 30 years. But like I had 20 years, but I had like a moment in my young life without having all the words and adjectives and descriptions for it that oh, I got it good. And and I think about this periodically, but I've really been thinking about it the last 24 hours. I'm sitting there listening to this song and there's a line in the song where one of the orphans says, Santa Claus, who's that? Who's he? Right? And I was like, they don't have Santa Claus. They're orphans, right? Like orphans don't know Santa Claus. And I was
mean,
like,
orphans could probably figure out. They could have orphan
case
teachers that help them out with Santa.
And this is fictional as well. But this is where my thought at the time was not that, oh, that's too bad that they don't get Christmas. My thought at that time was, because I already knew Santa Claus wasn't real, but I was like, spoiler for anyone who's sorry, I should have said spoiler.
Was that in the Epstein files?
But I had the idea at that age that it's not that they are going without Santa Claus. It's that I live a lifestyle that allows me. I'm not even really middle class, but definitely wasn't wealthy. And that's still, I am allowed to believe that a fictional character is giving me presents every year. Like it's not the concept they want you to get from the movie in this song, and this is really reading into it at this point, is that they want you to think it's horrible that these people don't even know what Santa Claus is. Like they're really lacking and going without. Whereas it made me think, no, it's fucked up that I do know who Santa Claus is because that's some bullshit. Like,
well, it's the same thing.
It is kind of
people in the world without, and here I am rolling in it. Like, I don't think they were trying to make that connection. Certainly Harold Gray wouldn't.
You were
well, he was saying,
you declare this to be a woke moment of your childhood, your youth years. You were becoming woke.
The earliest.
Yep.
The earliest. Yeah. I don't know. I've just been thinking about that a lot.
Go on.
Yeah,
Jake.
I mean it's a good line. And the point that is being made in the song is the reason they don't have Santa Claus is because they don't have presents. Yeah.
You ever think about how orphanages are just money laundering schemes to steal money from the government and torture children?
Oh God, no, I do not.
Oh, you should. It's something I think about.
There's an orphanage in my town, which, like, feels weird. Because, like, are there orphanages in every town? Like, I've gone to children's homes and volunteered in Denver, but it wasn't an orphanage. It was a repurposed orphanage because I guess, I don't know. So they're constantly hiring for a landscaper. Like, if you look through want ads or, classifieds,
they just mow it once and then
once
say,
a year. I don't know. I mean, I think, why don't landscapers last over there?
How many kids are in the orphanage?
I don't know.
Don't you have like
big.
17 people in your town? Like, why are there so
29,000.
many orphans in a town that small?
We have a high population.
You have a high
of-
orphan to
of
family ratio.
houseless mothers, and they hide their children. That was like one of the first things I heard, was that they hide their children. And this
They
town,
hide them, like hide and seek.
They hide those children.
because they'll be
rightfully ours.
taken away. They'll put them in an orphanage. This orphanage.
So
So
that's the problem. Is orphanages are not much better than
So they, at some point, built all these tiny homes. And I was like, well, that's something, And they were and this is all just what I heard, that the women, the single mothers, were afraid to even use those because they thought it was a scam. They were like, no, they're just trying to take our children away. And I was like, what do you think is going to happen? Like, it's scary to them that of course they want to keep their children. They want to, get jobs and have a house and a family.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't know. It just always makes me feel like they know something I don't know. And then with all the release of all this shit, just looking at like an orphanage that was like a musical. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean,
like,
orphanages,
celebrated musical, and
there's a huge scam with orphanages in countries.
I know, but
like in
that's what I'm
Africa and
saying is
stuff
like,
that, where they just steal kids from parents that are perfectly fine, bring them to the orphanages, teach them English, and then all of a sudden a couple kids are
Yeah.
disappearing.
I'm just saying, I think it's healthy
Where's
to
little
go
Timmy?
around. Like, look, I'm not the person who's like, the moon landing was fake. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, the moon landing was
all
probably one of
the
the real things I've ever seen in my life.
all the conspiratorial shit that flies around. Okay. But like, I think if you're born into this period of time, it's going to be healthy to go around like not fully trusting anything.
Like,
There's a lot of
Jake,
reasons
I don't
to like
trust Jake,
distrust.
for example. He
Like,
hasn't
Jake
moved
hasn't
hours.
changed his facial expression once since we've been on here, and he even ate food at one point.
That's crazy. And he has this like weird thing. What is that? Like orange thing that's like
He
a
acted out. That's a 1980s tie. He acted out what it
Looks
would
like a
look like to
pacifier.
have
Look
somebody
at-
rip one right in your face, and I was like, I'm not buying the performance because it never changed.
Sorry, I've just been looking over this footage of some of our top politicians in the Epstein files, and it's getting to me.
What footage are you looking at?
This here.
Oh, that's some good footage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they were just pretty much raping children for decades. Just
Decades
we're all
and
doing it on an island.
That guy, that attorney for Trump, I think he has a position in the administration now, but he was like, "Oh, let's be clear that partying with Jeffrey Epstein is not a crime." Like, dude, apparently what are you talking about? You think
it was okay?
No, Epstein had a lot of legit barbecues and get-togethers. I mean,
God
oh my
bless you.
god.
The freaking how pathetic is it, by the way? And yes, Boku SF and Make It. I think it was Todd Blanche. And Latino Mafune, Gil Scott Heron does not get enough respect. Totally agreed. But how freaking pathetic was it that Elon Musk couldn't even get invited to Pedophile Island. The joke we were making earlier about somebody being all annoyed that they couldn't get. They're like, yeah, I
He's a
couldn't get an
downer.
invite.
He's a
He was
downer.
begging.
Yes.
Well, like he might have gotten onto the island one time, but we know that he got rejected at least a couple times. So I think it's likely that they let him in once, and then he was so annoying that they wouldn't let him back.
I don't
Because
care.
like there's so many examples of him basically just begging and begging. Like, I've been working so hard this year. I want to go to live on an island paradise.
Yeah,
if you know what I mean.
I don't care what your proclivities are. It'd be pretty hard to get horny around that guy. Or when
That's
guy
what's that. Like
does it, you know,
Jeffrey
it'd be
Epstein,
like,
he's thinking about his other clients. You know, he's running a business here. He's not trying to have Elon Musk come over here and shit it all up.
Although the French the French police did just raid
over Elon's
his
child
offices
porn production factory.
because
Get his
Chat
ass.
GBT is just making deep fakes of kiddie porn and adults alike, and
I'm sure Elon is having a great time. He's been,
And
you know, he's
they got him.
he's got erections that last more than 4 to 8 hours, so he's got to go get him.
Not
looked at.
natural. But do you know how they used to go after the mobsters, but on tax evasion and stuff like that?
Oh yeah.
So the reason why they raided, they were like, oh, we gotta get him, is because his Grok or whatever, his AI is a Holocaust denier, and that's illegal.
And
in
that's
France.
what they're getting him for.
And so then they were like, yeah, and there's probably some deep fake kid porn, but it's not real. But like, you can't deny the Holocaust, so they raid him. Nothing's gonna happen, but
I don't know. I think Macron, you know, he's wearing those sunglasses to the meeting and everything. I think he's trying to become more of a player. I think he's trying to get France higher up on the map. They're trying to nuke the American economy because France has a bunch of gold reserves. He's trying to do some stuff. He's a player. I could see him going after Elon. I could see him trying to.
Honestly,
I could see him try to extradite that guy just to do it. Fuck him. Fuck Elon. If Elon thinks he's the most powerful man on earth, I could see Macron swinging his big ass little donkey dick around.
I'm loving that we're getting some George Washington critique here, but I'm glad that the neoliberals of the world right now in this moment are acknowledging that the U.S. is no longer a world leader and are trying to step up in its place. And I don't think anybody is going to successfully manage to pull off the con that the U.S. did for the last 40 years. But in their attempts to do so, they are going to really hurt a lot of really bad people, most of them Americans. I'm here for it. I can't wait.
yeah, I think a lot of us have always known this is there was. God, I'm having a really. Here we go. Yeah, it's the bottom. This is a great point. I think a lot of us get this. A lot of us are like, everything we blame other countries for doing, like when we say you shouldn't do that to your citizens, we fucking do that, or enable that country to do that, or whatever.
Yeah, or are the reason they're doing it.
Right.
Yes.
So like, I think like a lot of us get that, and I'm glad that more and more people are waking up to it. But I think it's pathetic that it's taken this fucking long, and what is even going to come of it? Less people trusting each other instead of the people who deserve your distrust. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're just going to start, it all becomes like micro or microcosmic, where it's like, I can't trust anybody around me. And it's like, dude, but no, look, you can trust a lot of people. There are people that you just shouldn't trust. And I think that you can, I was talking to Jonathan Larson here a couple of weeks ago, and he was talking about how, my idea that once you're in government, I know this was my abstract thought experiment, that once you're elected into government, you're at least systemically part of a corrupt organization. He goes, no, I don't see it that way. And he was being very rational about it. And I was like, okay, I get it. There are good people in government who just, they're trying their best, but they're too few to keep this thing going the way it is. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's corruptible. and no one is safeguarding against that. And I think that is that's a
well. I think
you're
not to
canceled just
discredit
based
your
on that
buddy
one
or
thing.
anything. I think a lot of people do that refrain because they don't want to.
I'd only just met him.
That all politicians are culpable to some degree is a pretty depressing realization.
Well,
and
but
a lot of
also
people wanna run for office in the future, so they give
yeah,
that.
and also I wouldn't hold this against people, but when I have these conversations with some people, I can feel they're coming from a privileged place. One time, Jason Miles, I was on his show, and he asked me, "This is Revolution." He asked me a question, and he was like, "Well, so what should people do?" And I started giving him. I was like, "Well, okay." I was going to break it down in terms of like you can do these things, but that's like if you can afford to. But before I got to the if you can afford to thing, he goes, "Matt, that's coming from a place of privilege." And I was like, "Yes, I'm getting to that." But you're right. And so I don't think a lot of people are going around thinking like I'm privileged. Like I even know people who will say like Jake and I are always going like we're white men. We have that privilege. We will throw ourselves out there first, whatever we got to do.
Holy shit, Matt, you're white?
Part.
Fair
The
enough.
rest of me, I'm part white, part Caucasian.
So a little Asian in there, Caucasian.
Yeah,
So.
I'm part cock.
I'm sorry I interrupted
So-
your point. You were cooking.
But the idea is that just saying it isn't enough. This is the thing that once you realize it, you now have to address ongoing. It's the rest of your life. You will be fighting the fact that I have always gotten to the top of a company, quit, and started over. And for years I was like,
New
that
Game
was like
Plus?
that's like a point of pride. I was like, oh man, I could just fucking start over. Yeah, of course you can, white guy. You're gonna be fine. This is bullshit. People can't just do that. And so like once so like now I can't do that. I can't rely on that. I can't say, well, I can go get a job and go right to the top. I can't do that. I can't allow for it to happen.
With that, like on a much lesser level, but the same thing. I drove with a headlight out for like a year and a half.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I knew if I got pulled over, I would just
you weren't
reasonably
murdered.
say, "Oh, I didn't know that was out. Thank you for telling me. I'll go fix it right away." Knowing damn well that what wasn't going to happen is somebody wasn't going to be like, "Do I smell drugs in here? Why don't you step out of the car, please?"
I mean, they definitely will smell drugs, but they're not going to do anything about it.
Me. They're not going to do anything because I'm white.
I was talking earlier about a conversation I had with a Republican voter yesterday, and in that conversation, they were like, you know, they were trying to justify what's happening in Minnesota, and I said, well, why? When I thought Chicago was the worst place, it's like way bigger than Minnesota, but it has half the amount of ice. What's the deal? Why Minnesota? And I said, I think I know why, but why do you think? And they're like, I don't know. I guess just the Somalis and all this bullshit. And I was like, dude, it's the only state in the country that hasn't voted red since 1972. It hasn't gone white or blue or red.
They
It's just
survived
been
Reagan,
blue.
for Christ's sake. I mean,
It's
think about it. They're
just
the
been
only
blue.
state, the one state that can say they survived Reagan. They did not fall for that shit.
And so I said, did you hear they asked for the voter rolls? And he goes, yeah, what was that? And I was like, yeah, that's the whole game. They're just trying to manipulate the situation, whether from fear tactics
Donald
or-
Trump called to nationalize the midterms. That
now
shit's
he's
not
just coming
happening,
out and
man.
saying that. He's
Yeah.
like, why are we using all this billions of dollars on soldiers instead of me? Let's just nationalize the elections and give me that money. Like, I'm sure there's no way he's like, guys, we did it. We got billions of dollars to ICE. There's no fucking way Donald Trump thinks that. He's like, I gotta have that fucking money. I should be richer
you're not
than
wrong.
Bezos and all these guys. So, like, I think at some point he's like, can't we just nationalize the elections and move on? And that's not even his term. Like, that's a Bannon or Stephen Miller term that they gave him.
I would recommend, for insight into how to beat these devils, listen to what ICE has to say, because they got all these billions. They got more money than every police police department throughout America.
Most
you would
countries
think,
on Earth, militaries.
yeah. So
I love that they're not getting the money.
you'd think that they're rolling in it, but no, they are not. So then
I
the
know Greg
question is-
Bovino probably got 10 new cars, though. He's probably rolling.
There it is.
He
So
had
the
to get that
question is-
jacket, that Nazi jacket. That's probably a $10,000.
Let's finish
tailored
one
suit.
thought. So the question is, where is the money going? And you have answers to it already. Yeah, Greg Bovino's fancy jacket, the $200 million campaign ad that was supposedly to promote ICE, but in reality was to promote Kristi Noem.
They're giving
as
it
she
to
rides on a horse.
podcasters and shit. Like they're just
Giving it to
giving it
podcasters.
to podcasters. They're also buying these fucking concentration camp sites, but they're way overpaying on the properties. So they're just buying their insider child pedophile rapist buddies,
Yup.
like empty land plots for like 20x the value.
It's real.
Funneling the money to the Epstein.
This isn't,
class.
and that's what I mean. Like
Boom.
this isn't us just conspiratorially sitting around.
Well,
being
I'm
like,
conspiring.
"Oh, this is crazy."
It just turns
No,
out
but
it's
like,
all in the Epstein files the whole time. I was right.
but like the way I think like you could safely assume a lot of this stuff, but like without
Pretty safely.
evidence or proof, then you can continue to safeguard against it and like keep an eye out and hold
I see
people
a dog
accountable
in the
when
background.
when it arises. But like for the most part, all the people who are constantly like what's an example? Like FEMA is doing death camps. No, they're not. That's silly. Oh, those were black coffins that FEMA had lined up because they were just gonna kill us or some crazy shit.
That shit was crazy.
Like that stuff is crazy, right? And it gets it's sort of widespread, although it feels like it's just a few people talking about it. But like what we're talking about here, where we're like, they could be doing anything with those children that they have in custody. Who fucking knows?
They
could
got
be sending them off.
hundreds of children
crazy.
trafficked out of every state into Texas. Texas is right on the border with Mexico, by the way. So
Think
you don't
about
think the U.S. government's going to send some children to Mexico and then they're going to get lost in the system and disappeared? Why would they be trafficking children from Minnesota, which is on the Canadian border, to fucking Texas? Like that doesn't make any goddamn sense.
So that you guys are making fine points, but we in the pursuit of a new point, we made the last one weaker, and I just want to be absolutely clear about it. Nothing that I said is a matter of speculation. In fact, nothing
That's
that
what I
Andrea
mean.
said is a matter of speculation. Those are just facts when it
So
comes
that's
to
what
where
I'm
the money's
saying.
going.
That's exactly what I'm saying. We aren't speculating. Like we can see it now. And anyone, and this is where I'm going, is anyone coming up, anyone being raised in this, like, you know, minors one day who will be our age, and what are they going to be like? Because you need to have a health, you know, and I keep saying, where are all the, what about our kids people who freaked the fuck out when we were wearing masks and trying to, like, you know, safe distance and stay at home and, you know, get rid of the
Actually help people.
pandemic, right? And they freaked out. Our kids are going to be ruined. The kids right now who are coming into this world and going, this is exactly how it is. There's no need to speculate. There's no need to make conspiracies. This is all fucking real. What are they going to be like as adults? It's
Well, that's the
wild
thing
to
is
think about.
also when it comes to COVID, you know, I'm glad you mentioned it because long COVID has outpaced asthma in terms of childhood illness. It destroys their brains as they're developing. It lowers their IQ. It reduces their attention span. Throw a cell phone in their hands. You give them iPad and ChatGPT. They're done for. They're not going to have to worry about what's going on in the world because they're going to be too stupid and illiterate to even have the ability to even think about worrying. That's what the future is looking like. They're not going to worry. They're going to be great. They don't even know to worry.
What do you do when people call that a moral panic?
Which part, a moral panic?
Like the devices are ruining our kids and...
Well, it's not the devices. It's the people that don't parent them. The devices are fine. It's the lack of parents. A parent giving a fucking kid a shotgun is a bad deal. Because if the kid doesn't know how to use the shotgun to hunt for food or whatever, maybe a bad example, but
saying
my point
shotgun's
being,
like an iPad. I'm not.
My point being, okay, you give a kid like a knife and a fork and a plate with food on it, and they don't know how to cut the fork, and they end up stabbing their eyeball out. That's not the problem with the fork and knife. That's the problem with the parenting. The parents should have been diligent. They should have been not neglecting their child. They should have been taking their job seriously. Most parents just like popping a couple kids out because they're a bunch of breeder fetishist freaks, and then they get bored of the kids after a few years and hope the government takes over the job for them. That's most parents. They don't give a shit.
I can see Jake rolling his eyes. His brow doesn't move.
His brows. I don't even see the brow. I see no brows.
But I wonder. And sorry, Jake, were you going to say something?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought I interrupted you. I think I might be a little too quick to depart from where we're at and think about where we're going. Well, somebody's got to do it. But like,
we're going to hell.
There's a lot of people in the streets right now who are, we're calling them observers. We will know the term observer because of this moment, right? Like going forward, people will think of this when they hear that.
And they're making that database and they're snatching up the observers off the street.
These are like
shooting them
the
down.
bravest of us, out there like facing these fuckers eye to eye. So I think, what will there be a time where we all have to make that same call? All have to do that same decision and be out there and face them head on, or because if you lay down, you're not getting back up. So like, you gotta, it's not just fight or flight. It's fight or throw in the towel and just be like, do your worst. It's horrible. There is no flight. It's just fight or get fucked up.
That's the thing.
So, like,
yeah,
how
flight is just delaying the inevitable. They're eventually going to nuke the whole planet. So
how's that translate to, assuming it's not blown up in the meantime, how's that translate to 5 or 10 years from now? Like, we're all talking about the midterms and 2028.
Oh yeah,
5 or 10 years from now.
Because the midterms and all the elections are pressure relief valves to get people to not think about what you're bringing up.
We might have 4 years of
state. It's going to be probably at least every blue state. They're going to try to collect all the voter information. They're going to go to people's houses. They're going to fucking search their Palantir databases and cross-reference it with Twitter and Bluesky.
Okay, so look at this.
Go door to door.
Would you rather just have that full on so we can fucking deal with it?
Oh,
or
yeah.
would you rather 4 years of Gavin Newsom and everyone sitting around going, he could be a lot better? We always say he could be
We did that
better,
with Joe
but he's
Biden.
good enough.
They already ran that.
That's what I'm saying.
Experiment has been played. And
That's what I'm saying.
So, yeah.
So like, I cannot see myself doing a podcast talking about the mistakes that Gavin Newsom makes. I cannot see myself watching the Majority Report, seeing Sam talk about how Schumer is still in office and he needs to actually work with Newsom and some. I can't imagine myself giving a fuck if this happens like a cycle again.
I can't do it. Yeah. I mean, I can't do it.
I'd much rather be in the streets.
Staying sane with this Trump cycle. I'm losing my fucking mind.
Like, I would literally shut this down and be like, you guys keep doing this.
I'll shut it down and I'll grab the toolkit and I'll get to work.
This seems like two conversations, though, two separate conversations. One being about active protest, the other being about the quality of candidate.
I don't think they're protesting. I think it's the alternative to giving a fuck about electoral politics. I think they're out there like, this is it, front lines. Let's go. I'm not putting up with this. I'm not waiting for my leaders
to say that the folks who are out there in the street right now don't give a fuck about electoral politics.
They're the only ones that give a fuck about anything.
So that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they're not waiting for a leader. They're not waiting for someone to be like, this is what we're going to do, you guys. They're out there because they know they can't rely on the politicians. I'm not saying they don't care about it, like philosophically or literally or whatever, but it doesn't matter in this moment. They got to do this, right?
Who would be a presidential candidate for 28 that you would like to see?
The scariest fucking
presidential candidate would be
who do you got?
Gas canister and a Zippo.
Zoran Mamdani?
Unfortunately,
I don't know. I mean, that's not even a guarantee. Who? I don't know.
I'm glad I asked that, because this is something I'd like us to have whenever we talk about Gavin Newsom, because I don't also have an immediate answer. The best I could come up with is like, I don't know, how old is Rashida Tlaib? She's got to be old enough, but she's Palestinian born, isn't she? My own. She's my
Alexandria
own person.
Ocasio-Cortez. I don't.
There you go.
I think
I'd
all
take
the
her.
candidates are garbage, and I think relying on a presidential election is garbage. I don't even think there's going to be an election, and if there is, it's going to be under gunpoint, and it's going to be manipulated ahead of time. That
So
doesn't
never
mean
mind.
we shouldn't concern ourselves with it. But what I mean to say is that we should build a block before then to where it doesn't matter who they offer up, because we can choose someone by that time. We have enough time to find a new person that never has existed in politics before. Just a new leader can emerge in the next year or two.
It can
and they
happen.
Can be elevated to that
can
position.
happen.
It's possible.
So I have double shame. Rashida Tlaib not only was born in the U.S., she was born in Detroit.
Yeah, I thought she was from your area.
I just know she's of Palestinian descent. But yes,
a lot
she
of
was
people
born
of
in Detroit.
Palestinian descent in Detroit.
My vote would definitely be for Rashida Tlaib. She has a national experience. She agrees with my politics for the most part.
She's pretty good.
It's
Hell
good.
yeah.
We can't rely on the I'm going to do a show with John from San Antonio. We're going to talk about a lot of we're going to talk about politics in a very positive way, in a very serious way, in a very factual way. It's going to be a totally different discussion than what I'm offering right now. But
yeah, we're talking about it in a fake way.
No, I'm talking about it in a frustrated way, and I'm not going to do that. I'm going to talk with John about it in terms of this is what happened last cycle. This is what is going to happen this cycle. And this is what we need to do, and this is who we need to focus. And I'm gonna treat it like it's our way forward. And hopefully, with viewers understanding, I'm not 100%.
I think that the elections are all going to be rigged. I think that maybe a couple guys will squeak through. Who knows if it'll be too big to rig? I mean, that Texas election recently was interesting. But even then, okay, let's imagine Democrats win the midterms. Okay, then they're not going to seat them. Like, they didn't seat that one Democrat for like fucking 2 months or whatever until they knew they had enough votes that
these guys are lying blatantly.
Like, they're
right
not
now.
these guys. It's already over. They've already destroyed the government.
Mike
They've
Johnson
okay, we're going to
said-
get Gavin Newsom or whatever. It doesn't matter if a Democrat wins because the government's already been compromised. Your social security number has been posted on the dark net. Anyone can download.
Okay,
your social
that
security
was
number.
my
Just need to start
point.
over.
That was my point with do you suffer more of this bullshit while the shitification of our society becomes completely normalized, or do you just go, give me the bad news and let me deal with that? Because the good news sucks. Like,
Yeah,
I
well,
don't know
what we
how.
need is an educated citizenry. We need a citizenry that actually knows anything about anything. And until we do that, we can't do anything else. We cannot proceed in any meaningful way until we get most Americans to even have like a 2% understanding of the universe. If you
Well,
are
we
not
can-
engaged in politics, you're a useless sack of fucking garbage. And the sooner you get out of the way, the better.
There's a lot of really good people out there, though.
We have two major advantages. Advantage number one, oddly, is that we have lost utterly and completely, which means everybody in charge, basically, is a liar right now. Other advantage is that we only have to show people what lying sounds like in order to start winning them over. So because everybody in office right now we hate for the most part and is a liar, once you start educating people not on how every single intricate thing works, but just on what a liar sounds like for example, when Mallory McMurrow tries to get us not to support Medicare for all, you don't need to educate them on the rest. And they will eventually learn the rest if they're interested. But really, they just need to know what the liars sound like.
Yeah, I think it's funny that they're talking, and this is going to sound off topic. They're talking about the Republicans are losing the Spanish-speaking voters. That's a problem. At the same time,
They actually lost some.
we're going to do our own Super Bowl halftime because we don't need some non-American Spanish-speaking guy doing it. And he
They're
is
doing
American.
a dispatch ice to the fucking Super Bowl. I heard and that's going to be great.
Where
I
is
hope they
Kid
get
Rock
their asses
performing? Like in his living room? Do they have like a stadium? Because there's not going to,
Again,
who's going to be there?
I do feel like I have to apologize to the country for the existence of Kid Rock.
Are people boycotting the Super Bowl just because of look, half of the players half of the football players I heard said that they really do think an American should be performing. Why? I don't know. But also, he is American.
Yeah, he's from Puerto Rico. Come on, guys.
The fuck is going on? It's
the
bizarre.
territory of the U.S. What do you
But like,
do?
why is it only Americans?
People like
can
this
be
are
in
just
football?
fucking disgusting, useless gremlins. Like, I'm talking about the people that don't pay attention and say like, "Yeah, I think an American should be at the Super Bowl." Like these, I'm sorry, man. Like you, this ain't fucking 1987. I don't have time for your fucking bullshit anymore. The pedophiles have nuclear weapons. They've taken over the world. Like, I mean,
And if it was 87, they'd be thrilled to have Selena there. They're just fucking
Yeah, that's
repeating
true.
whatever nonsense they heard last. It's awful.
But then again, Andrea, they're not doing anything. They're still just doing Fox News, and
they're wasting space.
See what I'm saying?
They're fucking.
Well, but if the
polluting the earth
pedophiles
with
have the
garbage.
nukes and we're all fucked, no, we're not, because they're not doing it. They don't want us to expose them, but they're still. This is what I mean. Like, at what point do they go, "Hey guys, we're just going to rebuild society in our vision"?
Well, once Zuckerberg and
we're
all
going to
them
bring all
finish
this out
their
into the
bunker,
open and say,
I
"Fuck
think
everybody."
that it's totally reasonable that we get nuclear war just because we're waiting on them to finish the bunkers. We're waiting for Peter Thiel to finish his bunker and all the rest of them. This Crown Prince or whatever in Saudi Arabia, they're going to finish all their doomsday bunkers, drop the fucking nukes, kill about 90% of the population, and start over.
I just keep coming back to why are they going through like the theater of it all? The
It's
performance.
fun. It's a show. It's like being an actor and doing movies.
How many of them do you think are behind? Like, is Stephen Miller going home every day? Like, I can't do this anymore. Why can't we just put on the Nazi uniform? This is bullshit.
I think
Like,
Stephen
gotta
Miller
be.
actually, I think he does get home and immediately disrobes and puts on his fucking, like, not even a replica. He's got the actual military uniform that fucking Adolf Hitler wore at the fucking 1937 rally or whatever. He's got the actual
like,
one. He's
doesn't
got the
fit.
boots and he clicks them
It's too
together and
small.
everything. I think he puts it on and he fucking jerks himself off in his little fucking weird teacup.
You asked the question earlier, and I feel that I answered it earlier, at least for my opinion, and I'll say it again. They're doing it because they have to. They are doing this stuff. It feels to us like
weird.
it's so obvious, it's so clear. But to the majority of Americans, they still go off of maybe a 30-second clip that they glanced at on the toilet once a
And
week.
so, what? We're just like a year, maybe a couple years away from. We don't need votes. We're not worried about this shit
I think
anymore.
we're
We do what
7
we
or 8
fucking
months
want.
away from we don't need votes. I mean, Donald Trump literally
Yeah.
said in the last election, "If you vote for me, you'll never need to vote again." He said that on the campaign trail.
You think there's going to be, like, Bannon was speculating ICE is going to be surrounding the polls? First of all, that's fucking insane. But
Absolutely, I don't see a way that they wouldn't.
But so right away, I'm like, why even let people get to the polls then? Just stop this shit. I don't understand why there's that extra step. It's like the reason I like Apple computers versus IBM computers is fewer clicks to get things. Like, there's too many clicks with what they're doing. Their goals could be accomplished today. They could just pull the fucking curtain back and be like, guess what, fascists, fuck you. This is how we've always been. Now we're just not hiding it anymore. Instead, it's like you get little peaks.
Well, they
and
just gave
drop
ICE
the mask accidentally.
the fucking super billionaire trillionaire budget. So like, give ICE another 2 to 3 years, and then everyone is well trained in how to execute people on the street. I think they will. I think
they
this
don't
is
have
the training
confidence
stage.
in themselves yet.
They're
to
not fully
execute this
confident.
plan.
Yeah, I think give them 5 more years, and I don't think there'll be anything public. You can't say anything. You can't even say the word Israel. You can't say that Trump is bad. You have to like suck Trump's dick. You have to get like a Trump manufactured dildo and suck it off to get out of your house in the morning. I think totally. Like, I think that they're building the system for that to happen, or they're just going to nuke us all when they get the bunkers. I think both of those are equally likely. I don't really see any other possibility.
Did somebody already put this up?
I did, yeah. I didn't acknowledge it though, of course, because I don't read the
I have
chat.
been
So
reading
rude.
the chat this whole time.
That
By
guy's
the way,
coming
we
on the
gotta-
show. That guy's going
I-
to be on the show in a couple weeks.
We got to do more propaganda where we show propaganda, by the way, does not mean lies, but with the
I love
intention of using
propaganda.
this as propaganda,
There's
we got to
good
show
propaganda.
more of the clips of ICE being arrested for drunk driving, like Brandon Sutton does. The press conferences where police chiefs are saying, yeah, one of my officers was getting assaulted by ICE, and then they identified themselves as an officer, and only then did ICE stop.
There was
that
they
stuff.
didn't they just find an ICE guy just in his car covered in puke, passed out?
Yeah. Yep.
Do you think he's drinking because he's, you know, he was always an
Because
alcoholic?
he knows
the
everyone
job's
hates
too
him.
tough? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man, I was reading this fucking article about how ICE agents have their fifis heard and how they fucking one of my cousins said that they're never gonna talk to me again. Oh my god, they don't love our country. Oh my god. Like that's the thing. Anyone who voted for a pedophile rapist, you need to do the same thing. Excise them from your social circle. You're not getting a Christmas card. You're not going to see your grandkids. Go fuck yourself. Die in a hole. That's what you got to do to all the pedophile rapists and all the pedophile rapist enjoyers and voters. 70 million minimum need to be excised from.
What do you
social
think that's going
society.
to accomplish?
It's going to make them fucking feel shame. And if the ones that don't feel shame, then it's going to show their true colors, and then they're going to go insane, and then we can lock them up, throw them in a fucking Alcatraz or whatever the fuck. Just get rid of them from society. Just let them feel shame. I think some of them will feel shame and transform and learn and be better people. Others will lash out, and then when they lash out, hey, sorry, law enforcement, buddy, you violated the law by going on school shooting, so we're going to take your guns away and throw you in a cage.
What? Let me ask you this. If everyone's coming around to the like, oh shit, this is real. They're actually fucking evil motherfuckers. Oh my god, it's like a cabal or whatever. This is really
It's a
bad.
literal cabal of pedophile rapists. I mean, like,
So
it does not get more evil. It really doesn't.
So when Chuck Schumer says shit like, we wrote him a letter, they're telling like is he playing along, or is he that stupid, or is he just
I like
like
Zoran Mamdani. Oh, I called the
an
president.
Israeli they text apparently, which is weird. But like Chuck Schumer's just an Israeli puppet who's also that glib, or like
Chuck Schumer this week or last week was doing a like, my goal is to serve Israel speech or whatever the fuck. This motherfucker's got to go, man.
Yeah.
Get him out of here.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
Now's the
but,
time
like,
to get rid of Chuck Schumer. How do we do that?
But like he doesn't realize, like, holy shit.
He realizes,
or he
just
realizes
doesn't give a
and he's
fuck.
like, I gotta
He
maintain.
doesn't give a shit.
Who's the he?
He's a loyal soldier of Israel.
Does
Chuck Schumer?
Is Chuck Schumer a puppet in that he's covering
He's
it
a
up,
Mossad
or he's
asset.
a puppet because he's too dumb to realize that this shit is all real, even though he's in a position where he can see these Epstein files are fucking legit. Like,
Oh, you're
he's
talking
part
about
of the
Epstein
cover up.
What do you think Noam Chomsky wrote
Anything.
Manufacturing Consent? It's because they fucking did that all in Epstein's Island. Where do you think he got the theory from? He's
when
just the one who wrote it. It's Epstein's theory.
I'm just going back to my disbelief that they're still going through the motions when they should just lean into whatever dastardly shit they're up to. Where do useless leaders on our side, or what should be an opposition or a resistance from our side, becomes useless and just caving all the time? Is that because they're a useful idiot? Like they're a real idiot? Chuck Schumer, Jeffrey, whoever you want.
I
Nancy
don't really
Pelosi,
think it
or are they
matters.
covering it up?
No, of course they know.
Like, how much of this is fiction? How much of this is a facade? And how much of this is, wow, you're a fucking idiot. You're that close to presidents and you're that ingrained in government, and that's your whole fucking life being in the U.S. Congress, and you didn't know what was fucking going on?
It's the problem with the voters. The voters are fucking dumb. They're stupid.
But that's what I'm
uneducated,
saying.
Slime
The
ball,
more-
vermin, disgusting pieces of fucking shit. The American voters.
The more,
So the politicians know
That's
that.
not
They
answering my
manipulate the
question.
fucking voters. But the thing is, the politicians, like we got the Marjorie Taylor Greene era, where like they're all in on it. Like they believe in the conspiracies.
that
I think
probably,
Chuck
yeah.
Schumer believes in the Israeli supremacy. I think he truly believes it. And I think that he believes in that more than he believes about America. So when it comes to saving America, I just don't think he's interested.
I'm just trying to figure out if it is partially scripted and they're all just trying to get to an end goal and what that may
I
be.
think so, yeah.
Or is this like when they have the confidence to do a full fascist regime takeover, Chuck Schumer's like, I feel so stupid I didn't see this coming. Or he's like, haha, I'm on their side. Like how, like, because the more voters and the more average people see it.
Is why is Donald Trump ruining this experiment? We were doing so well with killing and genociding Palestinians, and Donald Trump's coming in here and fucking up our game. That's, I think, Chuck Schumer's most lucid thought.
Did you guys have this notion before I brought it up?
Sure.
And posed the question? You were already thinking that?
I think so. Yeah.
I mean, you're rephrasing what I have said many a time in that regard. The whole thing about Donald Trump is not that he's doing anything new. It's just that he's doing it so obviously that it's very easy to see what the hustle is. That's the only reason they hate him. It's not the child diddling or the rights abuses or the killing of Americans.
They pass the child around like fucking passing a blunt. They just each take turns.
Then that technically doesn't mean that they've caved, and it technically doesn't mean that they're enablers. They're part of the scam. So
they're part of the scam. Absolutely.
How long am I supposed to read articles about how the Democrats should have done this? Maybe they will next time, when we know the jig is up.
Well, just don't read those articles.
Get it.
You skim the news. What did Chuck Schumer do today? And then you go outside and do something. I guess.
That's what I mean. Go outside and do something. I'm getting to the point where that's all I want to do.
Hell yeah.
I like to stay inside. I'll do something inside.
I'm not.
Andrea, I love that shirt, by the way.
This is one of my newest shirts. I got this several months ago. This is the newest addition to my clothing collection.
Is it plaid?
I like it.
Is that a tartan?
It's
very
it's fake. It's printed on, so I don't think it counts. But
I think I wouldn't call it a stripe.
It's not great. It's not
Is
a
it
good
flannel.
It's comfortable.
It's cotton.
Groovy.
No, it's not. It's like
Poly blend,
some sort of plastic.
so it doesn't shrink.
Shrinks a little.
Right. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, I'm just you want to know what it actually is that I'm going through now? Is that
midlife crisis?
No, it's like somebody has punched me in the face 4 times, and I'm sitting here going, did he just punch me in the face? It's like, yeah, 4 times, dude.
We're all following the Constitution when they've never followed the Constitution.
That's what I mean. It's like
the Constitution is here is to make us fucking follow these made up fake rules while they just fucking shit all over it and shard all over it. Fucking Donald Trump shoves the Constitution up his ass and sharts it out in pieces. That's what he does with that shit.
I know, like, historians would be like, Matt, come on, dude. This has been going on. I get it. But I mean, I think we're at the point where it's like, yep, this is it. It's undeniable. And
So to
anyone
my
who
earlier
doesn't
question-
get it isn't
What are you
lacking
actually
information.
saying? When you say like this is it, like, all right, so what are we talking about doing? So when we want to go out, let's take all these useless Democrats, for example.
Yeah.
I want to go to the right wingers and show them what grown-ups do when their party is as fucked as our parties are. I think, for example, I would recommend we all in our area name the progressive. And if we can't name the progressive who's running for office,
Right.
go out and find them.
Exactly. I'm not saying I have a plan or it's time for this or that. I'm getting to the point that my greatest fear is realized where there's a complete lack, because I think when people get to, like, you get people who protest in large numbers, great. But I think that there's an even greater number of people who will just be like, fucking, it's chaos time. This is going to be chaos time. It's going to be a lack of order, a lack of society. Everything gets worse. It gets fucked up. And if they can recruit those people into ICE in the meantime, real bad. I think that is what I'm looking at. Like, at what point is this thing that is becoming thinner and less real to me every day going to completely go away? And then what? And that's what freaks me out. But exactly, Jake, I cannot tell you the pages and pages of notes and the names of candidates and their territory or district, and a new one was added to Texas today, and there's so many I'm about to roll all these out. I only do the show once a week, so but like I'm about to roll all these out with John, and then he and I are going to be doing shows on the regular, and we are definitely going to be going all in on what I call electoral politics. In the meantime, I'm not saying
And
that's
also,
100% definitely going to work.
Well, let's connect these dots, because I think what we're going to have when we look for who's the progressive running all around the country is a whole lot of districts with no progressive running. So where do we find people who are about that life? Well, they're out in the streets tonight. So I think as we are interviewing folks from the No Kings movement, from the ICE Out movement, from the General Strike movement, we are also paying attention to who is charismatic and then talking to them either on screen or off screen and saying, hey, you also got to be running for public office, because this must extend to the laws we write, not just what we do every day.
Exactly. And it's like, this is why I like the Justice Democrats, because they are like, tell us who the candidates are. Help us find them. We're not just saying like, oh, they came to us and they passed our purity test and now they're in there. We're going to sponsor them. They're like, we're trying to find them. They might not be candidates right now. Like, we need to find these people and like bring them along. So they find people, they train them, they support them full on, they give them all the resources there. And so what I think is we need more groups like that. I think we need more groups that are actively identifying people, introducing them to the idea of being a candidate, training them, and then saying, but look, we got all the resources and support you need, and we have platforms, and we can put your name out there right away. AOC is going to be fucking talking about you. Jamal Bowman's going to be talking about you. Like, your name's going to be out there. Ro Khanna, like him or not, he's going to be talking about you now. So like, there are, organizations and mechanisms like this. I think Justice Democrats are one of the best ones, but you're right. This is why it's like, when I complain about not having enough subs or whatever, it's because when I reach out to people like Justice Democrats and go, I'll have a different candidate of yours on my show every night of the fucking week. I run a network of shows. We can have you on multiple shows, and I never hear back. But if they looked at my sub count and it was like 100,000, they'd be like, yeah, we'll do that. See what I'm saying? So like, it's very frustrating because I can have all the great intentions in the world. It doesn't mean shit. Nobody's going to get back to you.
Well, yeah, these Justice Democrats, I remember when it started out, and they got like 3 or 4 people in the first round, pretty cool, and then they got a couple more people in, but they really have struggled expanding. I figured they would have like 30
levels.
or 40 people by now. It's been like 10 years.
They need to focus on other levels, state and local elections, not just.
But ultimately, the thing about
Congress.
electoral politics is it's step 2. You cannot do anything with electoral politics until you build like class power, until you build union power, and not these fake unions like the fucking one that endorsed Trump, not these fucking shitty unions, but real actual union power. You need actual economic power. Then once you have that, the elections are already over. You already won the election because you already have such economic power. You can just name one person. And that's not just one person. We need to stop doing the celebrity candidate bullshit. We need to elect someone who promises to not do anything. We want to write the laws, right? We want to publicly draft the laws and submit them and vote on the laws in our district.
Fight with us.
You are a totem that we act through. Like, we shouldn't.
You will.
We should just have, if anything, we should do like an Athenian style, and we should just have protest movements, have 1 million people, draw lots. All right, you're the one who's the candidate. We vote for you in a block, and then you just do whatever we say. Like, that's what we need. Because once you build economic power and secondary power, the elections are already won. You've already won. But when you try to build electoral power first, you're always going to lose because you're dealing with the pedophile rape cabal.
That's why I would never like buy a phone and be like, okay, show me what you got. No, I'm going to use this phone. It's going to work for me.
I don't know what that means.
It's just an analogy.
Okay,
look,
show me what you
guys.
got.
It's getting so late.
It is 12:09 on the eastern coast of these here United States. And these here United States, it is 12:09 a.m. on the eastern seaboard. not of Canada. They got that extra time zone in Canada, but of these United States. And maybe some, I think, what is Cuba in this time zone? Maybe Cuba's a little bit more over. I've never been to Cuba myself. It is 12:09, left past 10.
Good, real good. Yeah, it's getting late over there. Jake looks like he fell asleep as soon as we started. Did you hear that we added the Valley Labor Report to this space today?
Yeah.
That's great.
Good. Those guys are going to be going daily in the spring.
Hell yeah.
Fucking A. That's one of the best pro-labor, pro-union podcast / radio shows out there. Huge. They have all kinds of like 15, 20, 30, 1 hour long videos. We're all over that. Well, I was like, Nick, you start playing this shit. I don't ever want to see the Humanist Report on this channel again.
Whoa.
Just kidding.
Oh.
I was like, just show this. Well, the Humanist Report puts out so much stuff. It's very easy to use his content, but I want to mix it up now. I mean, this is going to be great. It's going to be very cool. What do you got there?
Oh, I was just looking at more of the Epstein files. This is Donald Trump Jr. on the island, apparently.
Oh.
Yeah.
Tetrahydrocannabinol posted that.
Nice. Hey, it's good hanging out with you guys.
Hanging out? Yeah, Matt, I know you were gone for a bit. You were flying onto islands. I'm being censored. Israel. Help.
Matt, appreciate that. You made the right choice, Matt.
I'm glad you got done helping your buddy resettle after faking their death.
No talking. This show's fucking weird.